Chapter 1. 3 years not as good as a dog. In the northern regions of the Great Xia dynasty lies the foremost of the 10 great sects, the Wanjian sect. Bang! A figure was hurled through the air, crashing heavily against the railing, producing a dull, resounding thud. On the abandoned stone platform, a shoe landed brutally on Chen Qingxuan's face, skin and flesh scraping against the ground, instantly becoming a bloody mess. Chen Qingxuan, this is your final opportunity. A woman clad in a white dress, her beauty striking yet frigid, looked down imperiously upon Chen Qingxuan, declaring, "Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life." Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Qingxuan felt as if his heart were being cleaved in two. Zhao Han. Once, she was the woman he cherished most dearly. 3 years ago, when he was still the pride of the first day, Zhao Han would often snuggle beside him, sweetly declaring her desire to be his bride. Yet, after he became a cripple, Zhao Han seemed to have transformed entirely, callously severing their ties and seamlessly entwining herself with another genius. From the very beginning, Zhao Han loved not Chen Qingxuan, but rather the identity of a genius. At that moment, a man in a green robe approached, and Zhao Han's icy countenance instantly morphed into a radiant smile. "Brother Mu Chun, do not worry, I will ensure this waist reveals the treasures he possesses." The man in the green robe wrapped an arm around Zhao Han's waist, chuckling softly. "I have only heard that this waist's father left him some good things before his demise, but I have not yet confirmed it." "Brother Mu Chun, Li Mu Chun." Chen Qingxuan's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly. 5 years prior, he and Li Mu Chun had joined a Wanjian sect together, becoming the best of brothers, with Chen Qingxuan sharing half of the sect's allocated cultivation resources with him. However, during a mission 3 years ago, while exploring a secret realm and discovering numerous precious martial skills and elixirs, Li Mu Chun had betrayed him, dealing a devastating blow. Thus, Chen Qingxuan was reduced to a mere plaything for others to bully. "Ha! Li Mu Chun, I no longer want this broken shoe, yet you are eager for it. What a good brother you are." Chen Qingxuan suddenly erupted into wild laughter, as if mocking his adversary, or perhaps ridiculing himself for ever having loved a woman as vain as Zhao Han. Bang! Another kick was unleashed. Chen Qingxuan was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the ground below. "Impudent!" Zhao Han's eyes glimmered with cold disdain. "How dare you, a waste, utter the name of my brother Mu Chun? I should have simply shattered your limbs 3 years ago instead of merely drugging you. Scum like you isn't even worthy of licking my brother Mu Chen's shoes." Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated in Chen Qingxuan's mind, causing his vision to darken. 3 years ago, when Li Mu Chun ambushed him, he still possessed the strength to fight back, yet all of his true essence had vanished in an instant. For 3 long years, Chen Qingxuan had remained oblivious, never suspecting that Zhao Han had colluded with Li Mu Chun long before. "Zhao Han, why do you treat me this way?" Chen Qingxuan screamed in rage, his eyes bloodshot as he lost all semblance of reason. "Why?" Zhao Han scoffed. "Brother, Mu Chun hails from a noble family of cultivators in the North County, while you are merely an orphan who brought ruin to your parents, a wretched dog unworthy of comparison." Li Mu Chun, holding Zhao Han possessively, looked at Chen Qingxuan with mockery. "How embarrassing, I merely beckoned, and she jumped in my bed. Did you truly believe that my approach to you was for brotherhood? I merely sought an opportunity to cripple you aside from me. Li Mu Chun, who else is worthy of being the pride of the first day?" He taunted with scornful derision. Listening to the insults from the pair, Chen Qingxuan's lips turned pale, his hands trembling as he clenched them tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh. Yet he could not utter a single bitter word. Now, he was but a cripple, no longer the genius he had been 3 years prior. "I have had the place he resides searched thoroughly. It's all worthless trash. Go see if he's hidden anything on him." Li Mu Chun coldly instructed Zhao Han. "Understood, brother Mu Chun." Zhao Han replied sweetly, obediently approaching Chen Qingxuan to snatch the bag from him. After rummaging through it, her eyes suddenly brightened as she produced an exquisitely preserved black and white jade pendant. Chen Qingxuan's expression shifted to one of fury as he struggled to rise. Zhao Han, that is the sole relic left. By my father, return it to me at once. Slap. Zhao Han retaliated with a fierce slap across Chen Qingxuan's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Truly ungrateful, it is an honor for you that Brother Mu Chen desires your possessions. Dare to bark again, and I shall end your life. Zhao Han's words pierced Chen Qingxuan's heart anew. Once, they had been so deeply in love, yet now, in Zhao Han's eyes, he was less than a mere dog. Brother Mu Chen, is this it? Zhao Han presented the item to Li Mu Chen, her face a mask of ingratiation. Li Mu Chen inspected it, his brow furrowing deeply, his tone growing cold as he tossed it back to Zhao Han. All trash. Not a single treasure among them. Seeing Li Mu Chen's sudden change in demeanor, Zhao Han panicked, swiftly directing her ire at Chen Qingxuan, angrily hurling the jade pendant at him. You worthless dog! You hide a broken piece of jade so carefully. For what? No. Please no. Watching the pendant fall and shatter upon impact, Chen Qingxuan felt as though an invisible hand were clutching his heart, squeezing the breath from his lungs. That was the only thing his father had left him before passing. Zhao Han, Li Mu Chen, clutching the shattered pendant. Chen Qingxuan's eyes burned crimson like blood, his voice a fierce roar. I, Chen Qingxuan, swear, from this day forth, I shall not share the skies with you. The humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. You worthless scum, how dare you threaten me and Brother Mu Chen? Zhao Han kicked Chen Qingxuan over violently, shouting, if you wish to die, then I shall grant your wish today. Clang! Zhao Han drew her sword, its cold gleam flashing. Thud! The long sword pierced through Chen Qingxuan's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. The servants surrounding the stone platform trembled in fear, none daring to intervene. Li Mu Chen stood aside, coldly observing, as if watching the slaughter of a pig or dog, utterly unfazed. Cough, cough. Chen Qingxuan coughed repeatedly, blood flowing incessantly from his lips, tightly grasping the jade pendant, and inexplicably, a glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes rather than live as a dog. Humiliated, he would prefer to embrace death. Thud! Zhao Han withdrew her sword. Chen Qingxuan's vision blurred, his eyes void of life as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a surge of black and white light suddenly shot forth from the blood-soaked pendant, visible only to Chen Qingxuan. The two beams of light merged into his body. The pendant instantly crumbled to dust, dissipating in Chen Qingxuan's hands. The next moment, a voice as if traversing endless eons of desolation resonated within Chen Qingxuan's mind. Emperor of humanity awakens. The great emperor descends. Chapter 2. Saintess Chu Yunqi. The voice was monumental, reverberating like thunder. The black and white jade pendant completely vanished, transformed into two scorching energies flooding Chen Qingxuan's limbs and bones, rapidly restoring his damaged body. After 3 long years, Chen Qingxuan felt once more the remnants of true essence within him. Surprisingly, you're still alive. Your life is quite tenacious. Zhao Han's expression darkened upon realizing Chen Qingxuan had not perished. Li Mu Chen looked at Chen Qingxuan with a mocking gaze, taunting, "Ha! Not dead is perfect. Seeing your beloved woman nestled in my embrace, I imagine it stings, doesn't it?" Li Mu Chen snickered, whimsically pulling Zhao Han closer and kissing her fiercely on the lips, unbothered by the world around them. Zhao Han let out a soft sound, snuggling tightly into Li Mu Chen's embrace. Her face soon flushed, her eyes sparkling seductively. Filthy dogs! Chen Qingxuan clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bursting with fury as blood surged within him. Did you see that? He's furious. It seems he still cares for you. Li Mu Chen released Zhao Han, leaning down to whisper to her. Who cares? Why should we concern ourselves with the thoughts of a dog? Zhao Han chuckled lightly. Yet, he is truly foolish. All I need to do is utter a few sweet words about marrying him, and he spills his heart, offering all his cultivation resources. Brother Mu Chen, do you think he's foolish? Indeed, foolish to the point of heartbreak. Ha ha ha. Li Mu-chan laughed unabashedly, viewing the trembling Chen Qingxuan as nothing more than a clown, reveling in the delight. Uffed. Upon hearing such extreme humiliation, the pure black and white energies within Chen Qingxuan became chaotic. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, his eyes turning crimson as he suddenly coughed up blood. Expressions of shock filled the faces of all present. At that moment, they sensed the fluctuations of true essence emanating from Chen Qingxuan. He can cultivate again? Zhao Han's expression shifted dramatically. However, upon witnessing Chen Qingxuan coughing up blood, Zhao Han's face regained a semblance of color. What does it matter if you can cultivate? A waste is still a waste. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Li Muqin wore an expression of utter disdain. He had already ascended to the realm of divine sea. Not to mention the current Chen Qingxuan. Even 3 years ago, he could have easily crushed him. Enough of this play, since this waste is so eager for death. Let's grant him his wish. Li Muqin scoffed derisively. Zhao Han nodded in agreement, then drew her sword. Today, if I do not perish, I shall return to annihilate the Zhao family in its entirety on another day. Chen Qingxuan's eyes brimmed with fury, his bloodshot gaze fixed intently on Zhao Han. Zhao Han, sword in hand, approached Chen Qingxuan step by step, her face a mask of contempt. Even at the brink of death, you dare to utter such wild boasts today? No one can save you. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind her. Oh, is that so? Zhao Han's movements halted abruptly as she turned around in shock. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing a woman clad in white, gracefully advancing. She was tall and possessed a strikingly ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. With her mere presence, she captivated the attention of all. It is the saintess of our Asking Sword sect, Saintess Chu Yunxi. Saintess Chu is the foremost disciple of our sect, ranked among the top 10 in the talent list of the Great Xia dynasty. How could she possibly appear here? Upon seeing Chu Yunxi, the crowd gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Li Muqin's expression shifted, his surprise evident. He had never anticipated that Chu Yunxi would intervene on behalf of Chen Qingxuan. As he beheld Chu Yunxi approaching like a painting's muse, Chen Qingxuan's gaze trembled, and he lowered his head in bitterness. Chu Yunxi. 6 years ago, he and Chu Yunxi had joined the Asking Sword sect together as disciples. Once, they had ventured forth on numerous journeys side by side. Yet now, he had fallen to the status of a servant, subject to the scorn of all, while Chu Yunxi stood exalted, revered as the saintess of the sect. In stark contrast, he felt as insignificant as dust beneath her feet. Is this how your master taught you, to employ malicious methods against your fellow disciples? Seeing Chen Qingxuan's pitiful state, Chu Yunxi's eyes turned frosty, her voice chillingly cold. Zhao Han's face drained of color, and she hastily retreated, panic-stricken as she discarded her sword. Li Muqin stepped forward with a feigned politeness, a smile gracing his face. I am Li Muqin, honored to meet Saintess Chu. Might I request a favor from you? In his view, given his reputation, Chu Yunxi would undoubtedly extend him some courtesy. Yet the next moment, Li Muqin's smile froze instantly. Chu Yunxi regarded him with a frigid gaze, her voice laced with ice. Li Muqin, I am aware of your intentions, but Chen Qingxuan is a disciple of Elder Yi. Even if he has fallen to the status of a servant, it is not for you to take his life. Suppress your petty schemes and get away from me. Do not stain my eyes with your presence. Her words struck like a resounding slap across Li Muqin's face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Li Muqin's expression darkened to an extreme, struggling to contain his rage. Saintess Chu, do you truly wish to offend me over a worthless individual? Chu Yunxi's gaze turned icy. Offend you? Do you believe you are worthy? To tolerate the abuse and humiliation of fellow disciples in public is a crime deserving of death. Even if I were to slay you here and now, none would dare utter a word. Veins throbbed on Li Muqin's forehead. It had been a long time since he had faced such humiliation. Yet, in the end, he dared not retaliate. He was still no match for Chu Yunxi. The disparity in their strength was too great, and even if she had bruised his ego, he could only swallow his pride. Li Mukin's expression remained grim as he turned to Chen Qingxuan, his eyes suddenly icy. "Chun, today, out of respect for Saintess Chu, I shall spare your life. However, do not rejoice too soon since you are capable of cultivation. You must participate in the sect's grand competition in 10 days. At that time, I will crush you on the competition stage." Li Mukin snorted coldly, then turned and strode away. Zhao Han, pale with fright, hurriedly followed. Cough, cough. Ignoring Li Mukin's threats, Chen Qingxuan struggled to rise, covering his mouth and nose with his hand as he coughed, not wanting Chu Yunxi to see his current pitiful state. Yet no matter how he tried to conceal it, the crimson blood seeped through his fingers, his vision began to blur. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, as if pulling him into darkness. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he felt a gentle hand supporting his arm. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and Chu Yunxi's gentle voice resonated. "You're gravely injured. Do not force yourself. Allow me to take you home." Chapter 3. Celestial Grade Techniques. No need. Chen Qingxuan trembled as he retracted his hand, unwilling to meet Chu Yunxi's gaze. "I am but a worthless individual. As lowly as an ant, I would not dare to sully the Saintess. Saintess, the life-saving grace you bestow today will be etched in Chen Qingxuan's heart. Should I have the opportunity in the future, I shall repay you with my life." With great effort, Chen Qingxuan cupped his fists and performed a laborious bow before turning to leave. Watching Chen Qingxuan's hunched silhouette recede, Chu Yunxi's gaze flickered for a moment, yet ultimately, she remained silent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It was only when the sky surrendered to the embrace of night that he finally returned to his dwelling. Sitting upon his bed, Chen Qingxuan trembled as he reached out to part the fabric of his garment, revealing a gruesome wound that had been pierced through his chest. For an ordinary person, such a grievous injury to the heart would surely herald death. Yet, curiously, he remained alive, and the wound had ceased to bleed, instead covered with a thick layer of congealed blood. Moreover, Chen Qingxuan sensed a peculiar bond forming between his body and consciousness, intertwined with two enigmatic streams of black and white energy that had mysteriously manifested within his inner sea of vitality. Chen Qingxuan's consciousness subconsciously surged into the sea of qi. Yet, at the moment of contact with the sea of qi, two streams of black and white energy began to slowly swirl. Chen Qingxuan's gaze momentarily dulled, as the vibrant colors surrounding him vanished in an instant. When he reopened his eyes, everything before him had transformed. The hues had entirely dissipated, as if he found himself within a realm of stark black and white. There was nothing present, only the endless interplay of a monochromatic sky merging with the earth, continuously intertwining and revolving. Is this a world unto itself? Chen Qingxuan's spirit was greatly shaken. Although he had only practiced at the sword-asking sect for 5 years, he had heard tales of mighty beings capable of reopening the heavens and the earth by their own power. He never expected such wonders to be true. Just as Chen Qingxuan was lost in thought, the entire world seemed to tremble, and immense celestial curtains descended, casting beams of mysterious light, revealing lines of golden text in the sky. Chen Qingxuan's heart raced intensely. That was, astonishingly, a celestial-level cultivation technique. Could it be that his father was not an ordinary person, but rather a formidable being from the realm of immortals? Chen Qingxuan regained his senses and hurriedly etched the martial arts technique into his memory. However, once he had fully memorized the method, the world before him began to dissipate like mist, swiftly returning him to his room. Chen Qingxuan felt a surge of excitement coursing through his entire being. An immortal-grade cultivation technique. Even those great sacred lands and sects with lineages spanning hundreds of thousands of years are unworthy of possessing such a treasure. I shall first cultivate and see. Chen Qingxuan suppressed his excitement and immediately assumed a lotus position, channeling his energy according to the prescribed techniques to commence his cultivation. Boom. Yet, merely an hour had passed. Chen Qingxuan's aura surged abruptly, ascending from the initial stage of qi refinement to the mid-stage of qi refinement. It is known that for an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement, no matter how extraordinary their talent may be, it typically requires at least 1 to 2 months to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, He seemed to encounter no bottleneck whatsoever. Furthermore, he continued to break through one after another. Once, twice, thrice. Chen Qingxuan abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting forth, as a tremendous aura surged around him. He had reached the initial stage of the Tongxian realm. In a mere 3 hours, he had astonishingly broken through 3 realms, advancing from the initial stage of qi cultivation to the initial stage of Tongxian. The breakthrough in his cultivation was as effortless as the act of eating or drinking, to an extent that sent shivers down one's spine. In the realm of cultivation, prior to establishing a foundation, there are 3 stages: qi cultivation, Tongxian, and Shanhai, followed by the innate foundation establishment, dan condensation, and golden elixir. If he were to maintain this pace, it would take less than a month for him to forge his innate foundation. This pace is too rapid. Chen Qingxuan quelled the fervent desire to continue his reckless cultivation. Even with celestial-level techniques at his disposal, incessantly breaking through realms would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation, adversely affecting future practices. It is essential to solidify each realm step by step to journey further in the days to come. It is time to forge a magical artifact. Chen Qingxuan let out a deep sigh, rose to gather all his cultivation resources, and then departed from his residence, making his way to the outer sect's trading post. Chen Qingxuan exchanged all of his remaining cultivation resources for the mysterious iron used in weapon forging, and then procured 3 sets of medicinal herbs for the spirit-gathering elixir before returning to his dwelling. Chen Qingxuan initially opted to practice with the first-grade gathering spirit pill, in order to avoid wasting materials on weapon forging, as black iron is considerably more expensive than medicinal herbs. The gathering spirit pill, though not of high grade, is capable of replenishing expended true essence in a short period, making it quite practical. Chen Qingxuan initially believed that his first attempt at alchemy would end in failure. However, to his astonishment, he succeeded on the very first try. Not only that, but he managed to produce as many as 12 spirit-gathering pills from a single furnace, each adorned with Azure runes. This signifies that they possess over 90% efficacy, all being extraordinary spirit-gathering pills. Chen Qingxuan gazed in astonishment at the spirit-gathering pills he had meticulously refined, rendered speechless by the unexpected outcome. To his utter amazement, the subsequent 2 rounds of alchemy yielded 12 pills each, resulting in a total of 36 exquisite spirit-gathering pills from the 3 batches. In terms of sheer quantity, not only among the younger generation of the sword-wielding sect, but across the entirety of the Great Xia dynasty, none could rival this achievement. How terrifying could celestial-level techniques truly be? Chen Qingxuan's heart trembled, for he had never engaged in alchemy before. Only the celestial-level techniques could elucidate this. The distinction between the celestial and the mortal is not merely a matter of higher realms, but rather, it is predetermined from the very beginning. Upon this thought, Chen Qingxuan's fists clenched suddenly, his eyes brimming with intense hatred and madness. Zhaohan, Li Muqin, do you not wish to kill me? Then I shall see, after 10 days, who will ultimately be the one to perish. What you owe me must be repaid in blood. Qingxuan. At that moment, a weary voice resonated from outside the room. Chen Qingxuan's gaze flickered as he rose and stepped out of the courtyard. At that moment, a woman clad in white, her demeanor serene and composed, stood outside the door, none other than his revered master, Mu Shuiwei, an elder of the inner sect of the Asking Sword sect. Master. Upon seeing Mu Shuiwei, Chen Qingxuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. 5 years ago, he had joined the Asking Sword sect, and Mu Shuiwei had taken him under her wing, imparting her knowledge without reservation. Even after he had become a cripple, she never once considered abandoning him, frequently seeking out spiritual herbs to mend his damaged meridians. Upon learning of Chen Qingxuan's tragic loss of his parents and the existence of a younger sister who relied on him, Mu Shuiwei personally visited to invite them to the main peak of the outer sect, providing various resources for cultivation. This profound kindness had always been etched in Chen Qingxuan's heart. Brother. A faint voice emerged from behind Mu Shuiwei. Sister. Chen Qingxuan's eyes trembled as he beheld the blood-soaked maiden upon the back of the fiery beast behind Yi Qingyun. His pupils constricted abruptly, and his gaze turned crimson with fury. A tempest of murderous intent erupted within him. Who has harmed you? Qin Ro's complexion was ashen, yet she remained silent. Mu Shuiwei sighed softly. It was Lu Zihao. Chen Qingxuan felt as if struck by lightning. His vision momentarily clouded. Lu Zihao? the son of the esteemed elder Lu Yuan of the Sword Sect, a figure of considerable influence. This matter should be set aside for now. Mu Shuiwe shook her head. Despite my position as an elder of the sect, I cannot take action against Lu Zihao because of his status. No, this cannot be left unresolved. Just because he is Lu Yuan's son, does that make him superior? Is my sister not human? We must demand an explanation today. Chen Qingxuan's eyes seemed ready to burst into flames as he strode purposefully towards the outer gate. Stop right there. Mu Shuiwe exclaimed with a fierce glare. Lu Zihao is the foremost disciple of the outer sect, possessing the cultivation of the divine sea realm. Are you seeking your own demise? Chen Qingxuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. If death is to be, so be it. How dare they humiliate my sister? I will annihilate his entire family. Upon witnessing the unwavering murderous intent emanating from Chen Qingxuan, Mu Shuiwe momentarily froze, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. It was not that she was unwilling to assist, but rather that she was truly powerless. Lu Zihao was the son of the esteemed elder Lu Yuan. Having only just entered the elder pavilion, her voice carried little weight, rendering her incapable of challenging Lu Zihao. At that moment, a deep and chilling snort echoed from outside the courtyard. Humph! A mere lowly servant dares to speak of exterminating an entire family? Chapter 4. How dare you, worthless fool, be here? Who are you? Chen Qingxuan turned to look, his gaze fixated on a middle-aged man. Not far away, a formidable presence emanating an aura of coldness approached slowly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mu Shuiwe furrowed her brow sharply. Elder Lu, as the grand elder of the outer sect, you ought to lead by example. Is it appropriate for you to meddle in matters among the younger generation? The arrival was none other than Elder Lu Yuan of the outer sect. Huh. The rules are set by me, so what rules are being broken? Lu Yuan scoffed coldly. My son has taken a liking to that girl, and I came with good intentions to request her, yet I arrive only to hear your disciple plotting to annihilate my entire family. Such audacity. I would like to see how a mere waste can threaten my family. Lu Yuan's voice was chilling to the bone. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted with a thunderous force. In an instant, that immense weight bore down upon Chen Qingxuan. Bang! It felt as though an immense force of countless pounds was suddenly pressing upon him. Chen Qingxuan's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and the ground beneath him trembled, sinking 3 inches. Mu Shuiwe exclaimed furiously, Lu Yuan, you truly show me no respect. Respect you? Lu Yuan snorted dismissively, retracting his oppressive aura. If it weren't for someone from the inner sect speaking up, you wouldn't even qualify to join the outer elder pavilion. A waste who has failed to break through to the golden core stage after 10 years dares to demand respect from me? If it weren't for my son taking an interest in that girl, I wouldn't bother seeking you out. The disdain in Lu Yuan's words was utterly unmasked. Mu Shuiwe trembled with rage. Old dog, how dare you speak of my master? You have no right to dictate anything. At that moment, Chen Qingxuan struggled to raise his head, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan. The sect competition is in 10 days. Your son, Lu Zihao, will be on stage as well, won't he? Just wait. I will show you how your son and your 2 disciples meet their demise at my hands. Lu Yuan's expression turned icy. You, a mere waste, dare to claim such things? You have only just begun to cultivate and already exhibit such arrogance. Zhao Han's choice of Li Mukan was indeed correct. Someone as presumptuous as you is unworthy of becoming my disciple's son-in-law. Oh, is that so? Chen Qingxuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh. You should watch closely. In 10 days. This so-called waste will demonstrate how I can annihilate your son and your 2 disciples on stage. Lu Yuan snorted disdainfully, his expression replete with contempt. As the grand elder of the outer sect, how could he be provoked by the words of a mere invalid? His gaze drifted to the unconscious Qin Ro, who had lost all color, but before he could examine her further, Mu Shuiwe stepped forward, effectively blocking his view. How absurd to cherish someone on the brink of death. If she values her so highly, then she ought to tend to her properly. With a sneer, Lu Yuan turned to leave. A person destined to perish was unworthy of his son, especially if they were a disciple of Mu Shuiwe. He had never regarded Mu Shuiwe with any respect. Mu Shuiwe's face darkened, her humiliation palpable as she, too, was an elder of the outer sect, yet here she stood, openly humiliated by Lu Yuan before her own disciple. Despite the fury that surged within her, she found herself powerless. Lu Yuan's status and strength were beyond her current capabilities to confront. With her thoughts lingering on this, Mu Shuiyue's eyes dimmed slightly. Qingxian, you should embark on your journey of training. There is no need for you to participate in the outer sect competition in 10 days. She understood that given Chen Qingxuan's severely weakened state, even if he could cultivate with the true essence he had gathered within, 10 days would hardly suffice for a significant recovery. Lu Tianyan had already reached the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. With such prowess, even if Chen Qingxian possessed the cultivation of the initial stage of the Divine Sea from 3 years prior, his chances of survival in the competition were virtually non-existent. Master. Chen Qingxian gazed earnestly into Mu Shuiyue's eyes and declared, I shall not retreat nor evade. 10 days hence, I will undoubtedly participate in the grand competition. The essence of cultivation lies in the unwavering pursuit of one's true path. If I cannot conquer the fears that reside within my heart, how far can my journey in immortality truly extend, and what purpose does it serve? Upon hearing these words, Mu Shuiyue felt a tremor in her heart, profoundly moved. Indeed, if one lacks the courage to confront adversity, what justification remains for the pursuit of immortality? Has her inability to break through over the years not stemmed from her own trepidation? Very well. Mu Shuiyue clenched her fists, a newfound pride illuminating her face. My disciple, Mu Shuiyue has never been a wastrel. Why should we cower before anyone? Rather, it is they who should shun our brilliance. Come, Qingxian. Let us return to the outer sect. Indeed, in Chen Qingxuan's eyes blazed a fierce determination for battle. In 10 days, he was resolute in his intention to vanquish Lu Zihao, Zhao Han, and Li Mukan beneath his sword, to exact vengeance for the blood feud. Chen Qingxian carried Qin Ro as he followed Mu Shuiyue into the inner door's main peak. After ensuring Qin Ro was settled, Chen Qingxian entered the cultivation chamber to continue his practice. Although successive breakthroughs could lead to an unstable foundation, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Even if he could not step into the Divine Sea realm, he must attain the pinnacle of the profound understanding realm. This session of cultivation unfolded much like the previous ones. In a mere 3 hours, Chen Qingxian ascended to the peak of the profound understanding realm, exhibiting an astonishing speed that eclipsed all notions of realm comprehension, faster even than consuming medicinal elixirs. Were it not for his deliberate effort to compress his true essence and solidify his foundation, the results would have been even more extraordinary. Chen Qingxian felt that a retreat of 3 years might lead him directly to the golden core stage. In an instant, as Chen Qingxian opened his eyes, the black and white energies within his dantian surged tumultuously. Chen Qingxuan's expression flickered, as if he sensed a peculiar guidance, and his gaze immediately turned towards a specific direction. To the southwest, there lies the Spirit Beast mountain range. Within it reside numerous spirit beasts, and even cultivators who recklessly venture in would find themselves facing perilous dangers. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Qingxuan's eyes. The realm within him was undoubtedly the domain of a celestial being, yet it was capable of sensing the external world. Could it be that an unparalleled treasure was destined to emerge from the Spirit Beast mountain range? It seems that pursuing magical artifacts must take a back seat. The priority now lies in acquiring spiritual devices. Chen Qingxian furrowed his brow, acutely aware that entering the Spirit Beast mountain range unarmed posed an exceedingly high risk of death, akin to courting disaster. It was imperative for him to acquire some means of self-defense. In the past, he would have been unable to afford even a rudimentary magical artifact, relegated to crafting with mere materials. However, the circumstances had changed. Even though he could only concoct the relatively inexpensive first-grade spirit-gathering pills, the exquisite patterns adorning the premium pills would undoubtedly command a price not far removed from the ordinary. Resolute, he decided to take action. Chen Qingxian donned a mask to conceal his identity and proceeded directly to the sect's trading post. There, he exchanged the 36 exquisite spirit-gathering pills he had meticulously crafted, albeit in batches, for spirit stones. To his disappointment, despite the rarity of the pills, their price had only doubled, transforming from 20 spirit stones to a mere 40. However, he found solace in the fact that the acquired spirit stones could be utilized to purchase medicinal materials, allowing him to return to his cave abode to refine more pills, then exchange them once again. Although the price was low, Chen Qingxuan's remarkable speed and prolific output compensated for it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. With each transaction, the accumulation grew, and soon, Chen Qingxuan's pockets brimmed with over 13,000 spirit stones. With 7 days remaining until the grand competition, He had amassed an ample supply of spirit stones. Chen Qingxuan did not linger and proceeded directly to the treasure pavilion to purchase a spiritual instrument. However, before he could step inside, he overheard the murmurs of the few individuals around him. It seems that a prodigious alchemist has recently emerged in our outer sect. Each spirit-gathering pill he concocts is inscribed with intricate alchemical patterns, possessing 3 times the efficacy of a standard spirit-gathering pill. You were unaware? This news has been circulating wildly since yesterday. Yet, I have heard that it was the trading post that released the information. I suspect it was crafted by an elder of the outer sect. Stop speculating. It certainly was not an elder who made it. The master of the trading post has personally issued an order for all disciples to seek out this alchemist, promising a reward of 8,000 spirit stones for those who find him. Listening to the fervent discussions of those around him, Chen Qingxuan's eyes flickered momentarily. Although he currently possessed a substantial sum of spirit stones, this stirred a certain temptation within him to disclose his own identity. 8,000 spirit stones indeed represented a significant investment. Even the most esteemed cultivation families would scarcely possess such wealth. However, now was not the time to reveal himself. He could showcase his alchemical prowess once he gained entry into the inner sect. Chen Qingxuan, what is this waste doing here? Just as Chen Qingxuan approached the counter of the trading post to procure a magical artifact, a sharp voice echoed from the entrance. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's expression darkened as he turned to cast a cold glance in that direction. It was Zhao Han, who was sauntering over, arm in arm with Li Muqin. Zhao Han's mocking laughter immediately drew the attention of several onlookers. Isn't that the one who was crippled 3 years ago and sent to the servant peak as a menial laborer? What is this good-for-nothing doing at the outer sect's trading post? This waste claims he will take revenge during the sect's grand competition and intends to kill Zhao Han and Li Muqin. Huh, does he really think he stands a chance? I doubt he will even survive the first round before being humiliated on stage. The crowd unabashedly hurled their derision, completely disregarding Chen Qingxuan. You worthless fool. Instead of waiting to meet your demise in your doghouse, what brings you to the trading post? Every single magical artifact or elixir here is beyond your means. Are you hoping to come here as a servant? Li Muqin looked down at Chen Qingxuan with disdain, sneering. How do you know what I can or cannot afford? Chen Qingxuan cast a cold glance at Li Muqin before turning back to the attendant at the counter and declared, I shall take the Fire Lin sword priced at 12,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among those present. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. A lowly servant dares to purchase the Fire Lin sword. Is this a joke? His meager savings after 3 years of menial labor must barely amount to 100 spirit stones. And yet he has the audacity to claim he will buy a low-grade spiritual weapon. Has his mind been crushed by the door? The attendant's expression darkened instantly. Young man, are you jesting with me? Hurry in. However, before he could finish his reprimand, a loud bang resonated through the air. Chen Qingxuan took out a black cloth pouch from his storage bag and slammed it heavily onto the counter, causing several spirit stones to leap out from the opening of the pouch. How could this be possible? Witnessing such an abundance of spirit stones, everyone present was left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Li Muqin and Zhao Han, too, could not maintain their composure. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones was beyond their immediate capability to acquire. How could this seemingly useless Chen Qingxuan possess such a fortune? Had he ceased all business endeavors? Chen Qingxuan gazed at the astonished reception disciple and spoke in a cold tone. The disciple, jolted from his shock, hurried to retrieve the Fire Lin sword. It was not until the transaction was completed that everyone emerged from their stupor. 12,000 spirit stones. Chen Qingxuan, a mere servant, possessed an astonishing quantity of spirit stones, utterly shattering their perceptions. How could a lowly attendant amass such wealth? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. You are nothing but a useless wretch, the most despicable of subordinates. From where could you possibly have acquired so many spirit stones to purchase weapons? Zhao Han, incredulous, stepped forward to confront Chen Qingxuan, his voice laced with fury as he demanded, Speak. Did you steal these spirit stones? To pilfer such a vast number of spirit stones, even 10 lives would not suffice for your punishment. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those around shifted dramatically. A mere lowly servant could never possibly possess over 10,000 spirit stones, and if it were not through theft, how else could it be explained? Everyone hastily reached into their storage pouches to inspect their belongings, fearful that their spirit stones had been pilfered by Chen Qingxuan. faced with Xiao Han's aggressive demeanor. The tension in the air was palpable. Chen Qingxuan curled the corners of his lips into a cold smile. Steel, you truly overestimate yourselves. Are you unable to discern your own worth? Among the outer sect, aside from the elders, who among you possesses 10,000 spirit stones? The expressions of the crowd instantly darkened. Indeed, while 10,000 spirit stones may not seem excessive, no one in the entire outer sect could truly present such a sum. You wretched creature, facing your demise, yet still dare to be defiant. Li Mukin suddenly bellowed. You are nothing but a mere servant. If it is not theft, could it possibly be profit? Given your lowly status, where could you possibly acquire such a fortune? Speak up, or face the consequences. Chapter 6. I will help you eliminate them. As Li Mukin's shout echoed, an overwhelming aura of a late-stage sea of qi surged forth from his being. Directed at Chen Qingxuan. Boom. In an instant, Chen Qingxuan, standing not far across, felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. This aura was not unfamiliar. 3 years prior, when he was the outer sect's foremost prodigy, he had nearly reached this level of strength. Alas, Chen Qingxuan was compelled to retreat several steps under the formidable pressure exerted by Li Mukin, ultimately coming to a halt with a resounding thud as his left foot struck the ground. With a fierce glare, he inwardly pondered his fortune. Had he not attained the pinnacle of the profound realm, he would have either perished or sustained severe injuries from such an onslaught. Initially believing that Chen Qingxuan would be swept away by his overwhelming force, Li Mukin was taken aback to witness him stabilize his form after merely a few steps back. Both Li Mukin and Xiao Han, along with others, were equally astonished by this turn of events. Chen Qingxuan not only managed to cultivate, but astonishingly possessed considerable strength. Li Mukin and Xiao Han exchanged glances, both wearing expressions that conveyed their determination to no longer allow Chen Qingxuan to remain. Meanwhile, Chen Qingxuan perceived the subtle shifts in the expressions of the couple, already contemplating a counterattack in his mind. Chen Qingxuan was acutely aware that should he confront Li Mukin head-on, he would undoubtedly face a devastating defeat, potentially leading to his demise. However, seizing an opportune moment for a swift ambush could provide him with a chance to eliminate Li Mukin. He resolved to remain steadfast and await Li Mukin's approach, intending to strike with the utmost speed of his blade to vanquish his adversary. 3 years prior, his master, Mu Shuiwe, had imparted to him a particular sword technique known as the stabbing immortal sword art, renowned for its swiftness. The technique was devoid of flamboyance, merely a singular thrust, pure and uncomplicated. Its essence lay in one word: speed. As Li Mukin advanced, he deftly drew a long sword with his right hand, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Fixated on Chen Qingxuan, the two were irreconcilable foes, each harboring thoughts of eliminating the other. Now that Chen Qingxuan had regained some of his cultivation and could once again practice, he could not be spared. Business beckons. At this tense juncture, a hearty laugh echoed from afar, growing ever closer. The crowd turned to behold a figure of grace approaching with measured steps. Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow, not recognizing the sudden appearance of the young man. However, Li Mukin and Xiao Han immediately identified him. Jin Ri, a disciple of the inner sect of the Sword Inquiry sect, was also the young master of the Jin family, a clan wealthy enough to rival nations within the great Xia dynasty. Brother Jin, may I inquire as to your intentions? Li Mukin's expression darkened as he regarded Jin Ri, who had approached Chen Qingxuan. In terms of strength, status, and background, Jin Ri surpassed him significantly. Yet he was determined to find a way to eliminate Chen Qingxuan regardless. Jin Ri disregarded Li Mukin and turned his gaze to Chen Qingxuan. Junior brother Chen, return the sword and exchange it for the 12,000 spirit stones. In return, I shall assist you in eliminating these two. Does that sound agreeable to you? Upon finishing his statement, he smiled slyly at Chen Qingxuan. This declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned, their hearts racing. Jin Ri was indeed a renowned disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect, and in his view, any problem could be resolved with money. Just as he could engage others for assistance with payment, so too could others pay him for his services. Moreover, as an inner sect disciple, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Li Mukin's expression grew increasingly grim. He was well aware of Jin Ri's reputation, following his typical modus operandi. Should Chen Qingxuan acquiesce and return the 12,000 spirit stones, the situation could take a drastic turn. It was even possible that Jin Ri would indeed eliminate him. In that moment, fury surged within Li Mukin, and the veins on his right hand, gripping the sword hilt, bulged ominously. Brother Jin, this matter pertains to the grievances between Chen Qingxuan and myself. I hope you might extend me some face, and in the future, I shall ensure your kindness is repaid. Jin returned to him with a derisive laugh. Extend you face? And you think you deserve it? Oh, it seems our revered saintess, Chu, said something similar just days ago. Indeed, you do not warrant my consideration, nor does anyone, even your father, deserve it. Jin Ri scornfully retorted. Junior brother Chun, hurry in exchange for the spirit stones. I will take care of these two wretches for you. Initially, I could simply kill them outright, but that would contravene my principles. I operate on a pay-for-service basis. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback, perceiving that this Jin Shixiang from the inner sect was utterly unreliable. A change was out of the question. At that moment, Li Mukin was ablaze with fury. He was the esteemed first genius of the outer sect, the scion of the illustrious Li family, yet within a mere few days, he had been publicly humiliated time and again by others. In all his years, had he ever endured such indignity? All of this was the fault of that accursed Chen Qingxuan. His murderous intent was unabashed, his gaze seething with rage. It appeared that today would not be the day he could eliminate Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan, I shall allow you to linger for a few more days. In the grand competition of the sect, I will personally ensure your demise. With a huff of indignation, Li Mukin turned on his heel and departed. Zhao Han dared not utter another word. Even the favor of Li Mukin held no sway over her, leaving her feeling utterly disheartened. To speak now would only invite further embarrassment. Nevertheless, before leaving, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Qingxuan. As she observed the frustrated retreat of the two, Jin Ri sighed and shook his head. What a pity 12,000 spirit stones have just slipped away. The onlookers gradually dispersed, their spirits dampened. Did Chu Yinchi send you here? With only Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri remaining, Jin Ri chuckled, though I am acquainted with the esteemed Chu saintess. We have yet to reach a level where I might assist her for free. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback. He had just overheard the other party mention Chu Yunqi and mistakenly believed that she had sent him to assist her. The events of today were merely coincidental. The once renowned prodigy of the outer sect had been betrayed by his own woman and schemed against by his own brother. Such a melodramatic occurrence piqued his curiosity. Jin Ri seemed to clarify his earlier actions, stating, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then monetary compensation would suffice. Of course, there is no need for the extravagant sum of 12,000. Simply offer whatever you can spare. He smiled amiably at Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow, exclaiming, I have nothing left. I spent every last penny on this sword. Jin Ri shook his head in dismay. What a loss, what a loss. As he simultaneously took his leave. Thank you, senior brother Jin. Chen Qingxuan called out to Jin Ri's retreating figure. He understood that the other party genuinely intended to assist him. No need for thanks. Consider it a debt, Jin Ri replied, turning his head back and gesturing dismissively. If you are fortunate enough to enter the inner sect in the future, I shall come to collect. Chen Qingxuan smiled, finding this senior brother Jin quite intriguing. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome was indeed the most favorable. There was no need to take reckless risks. He could continue to grow stronger during the next 7 days. He must strive to reach the pinnacle of the divine sea realm before the grand competition of the sect. With a firm grip on the flame sword, Chen Qingxuan hastened towards the Spirit Beast mountain range outside the Wenjian sect. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Encounter. The Spirit Beast mountain range is an expansive expanse of 100,000 mountains, vast and boundless. The range is divided into 3 primary zones, the outskirts, the interior, and the forbidden area. Within these territories, numerous demonic beasts roam, with the danger escalating as one ventures deeper. The beasts inhabiting the periphery typically possess strengths equivalent to the first 6 realms of human cultivators. The interior is home to even more formidable spirit beasts, whose powers align with the 3 great realms beyond the 6th level of human cultivation. As for the forbidden area, it is inhabited by extraordinarily powerful ferocious beasts. Beasts ranked from 1 to 6 are referred to as demonic beasts, while those from 7 to 9 are known as spirit beasts, with each rank corresponding to a realm of human cultivation. This knowledge was gleaned by Chen Qingxuan from the sect's library. Bang! Crack! At the very edge of the forbidden zone, Chen Qingxuan wielded his sword, sending a second-tier demonic beast, the soul-guarding steel leopard, soaring through the air. The massive creature crashed heavily into a giant tree, splintering it instantly. With a thud, Chen Qingxuan descended from the heights. Casting a glance at the dozen or so corpses of first and second-tier beasts sprawled on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. Having entered the Spirit Beast Mountain range 3 days ago, he had spent nearly all his time engaged in life-and-death battles with those first and second-tier demonic beasts. Save for occasional moments of rest, his rapid rise in cultivation had felt somewhat superficial, prompting Chen Qingxuan to seek solidification through actual combat. The results were unexpectedly favorable. In these 3 days, he vanquished 50 to 60 demonic beasts of the second tier or lower, not only consolidating his cultivation, but also achieving an unforeseen breakthrough. Chen Qingxuan has now returned to the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, reminiscent of his most spirited self from 3 years prior. He had initially anticipated that only after concluding his journey in the Spirit Beast Mountain range would he reach the Divine Sea realm. Yet he found himself surpassing that expectation by several days. Moreover, this breakthrough, born from the crucible of battle, dispelled any concerns of superficiality. How splendid! With this progress, it is conceivable that I might truly strive for the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm before the sect competition. Chen Qingxuan, filled with anticipation, collected the corpses of the demonic beasts lying on the ground into his personal realm. Low-tier demonic beasts are incapable of forming inner cores, a feat reserved for those of the 5th tier and above. However, the remains and blood of these lower-tier beasts still possess considerable value upon returning. They can be refined into essence or utilized for cultivation. Certain unique demonic beasts possess skins, blood, or other body parts that serve special purposes, fetching a handsome price in trade. After harvesting the remains of the demonic beasts, Chen Qingxuan leaped onto a giant tree. At present, my stabbing immortal sword technique has reached a remarkable level, allowing me to draw my sword with a speed that surpasses even my peak performance from 3 years ago. Additionally, the power of both the Frost Sword technique and the Azure Sky Sword has significantly increased compared to before. If I were to confront Li Mukin now, I would possess the strength to engage him directly. Chen Qingxuan pondered deeply. However, he felt that this was insufficient. He yearned to completely annihilate Li Mukin. Moreover, there was the formidable Lu Zihao, who stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. If I were to engage him in combat, it would be utterly impossible to defeat him. As the son of the Outer Sect's Grand Elder, he would undoubtedly possess an array of powerful martial techniques and life-preserving measures. With this thought, Chen Qingxuan immediately sensed the urgency of time, and a surge of battle intent ignited within him. I must eliminate all 3 of you during the sect's grand competition. He gritted his teeth and leaped down. With a swift motion akin to a striking leopard, Chen Qingxuan darted through the dense forest, heading deep into the Spirit Beast Mountain range. The outermost areas were inhabited by 1st and 2nd-tier demon beasts, which held little significance for someone of his caliber. He sought to confront 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier demon beasts to engage in fierce battles with them. 2 days later, in a slightly deeper region of the Spirit Beast Mountain range, a thunderous crash echoed as Chen Qingxuan's body slammed heavily against a massive boulder. With a sharp crack, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread outwards. Ugh! A surge of blood welled up, and he stifled a groan, forcing himself to suppress it. Roar! Directly opposite him stood a colossal red-furred giant ape, letting out a furious howl. This giant python ape, a 3rd-tier demon beast, possessed brute strength comparable to that of a 4th tier. Moments ago, the beast had repelled Chen Qingxuan with a single strike, and now, with a mighty roar, its immense body thundered toward him. A gigantic red fist descended upon Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan found himself ensnared upon the colossal rock, rendered momentarily immobile. As he beheld the impending strike, teetering on the brink of disaster, he gripped his sword in his right hand and, with a sudden surge of strength, forcefully struck the stone. Clash! Chen Qingxuan's body became agile, instantly employing his martial arts technique as a colossal crimson fist grazed past his azure robe. Boom! In an instant, a vast crater materialized, with debris scattering in every direction. Chen Qingxuan, seizing the opportunity presented by the debris swirling through the air, stealthily maneuvered behind the colossal python ape. Stab of the immortal sword technique. He bellowed with fervor, as the fire sword in his grasp darted forth like a bolt of lightning, aiming for the creature's right knee. Chen Qingxuan was acutely aware that this was a vulnerable spot on the massive beast's body. With a splatter, crimson blood erupted, cascading like rain. The giant python ape let out a mournful howl and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan had already leaped into the high skies, his entire form inverted, merging seamlessly with the sword in his grasp as he plunged downward. The Azure Sky Sword Technique. This technique emphasizes immense force, possessing a formidable destructive capability. Coupled with the celestial grade cultivation method coursing within Chen Qingxuan, the power of the Azure Sky Sword transcended its limits, further amplifying its might. Bang! The tip of the sword erupted with a thunderous roar, the tremendous force shattering the surrounding air. Below, the colossal python ape had just collapsed, although it was immensely powerful. Its speed was lacking. At this moment, it could not react in time, its enormous crimson eyes wide open, helplessly witnessing the sword of the human youth descending upon it. Boom! The sword struck fiercely at the forehead of the giant python ape, instantly creating a gaping hole, blood and brain matter mingling together, spraying forth like a colossal fountain. However, before succumbing to death, the giant python ape still managed to raise its massive paw, swatting at Chen Qingxuan in the air as one would swat a fly. The tremendous force sent Chen Qingxuan flying a considerable distance, leaving him severely injured and rendering him unconscious. After a night, Chen Qingxuan gradually awoke. Perhaps due to the influence of the celestial grade cultivation method, he recalled the severe injuries he had sustained before losing consciousness. Yet upon awakening, he found himself markedly improved. Despite this, he still felt as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. Fortunately, he had already reached the mid-stage of the Divine Sea realm. Had he been at the early stage, that single strike would likely have obliterated him. Chen Qingxuan rose from the ground, a wry smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. What an unexpected surprise to encounter you here. Chen Qingxuan had just risen when he suddenly heard a mocking voice. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to find Lu Zihao. Chapter 8, A Tenfold Return. What a surprise it is to encounter you here. Chen Qingxuan had just risen from the ground when he turned his gaze upon the sound, only to discover that it was Lu Zihao. Accompanying Lu Zihao were several young men. From the attire of the few individuals, it is evident that they are disciples of the inner sect of the Wanjian sect. It is likely that Lu Zihao is accompanying these inner sect disciples on a sect mission. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan's heart grows increasingly heavy. I have heard my father speak of it. Lu Zihao, noticing the solemnity etched on Chen Qingxuan's face, chuckled. You wish to avenge your sister and annihilate my entire family. The inner sect disciples remained silent at that moment, yet their faces betrayed a mocking demeanor, although they did not recognize the young man before them. Upon hearing Lu Zihao's words, they realized that he was none other than the once renowned outer sect genius, Chen Qingxuan. Naturally, they were also somewhat aware of the melodramatic events that had transpired in his life. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, contemplating his escape. Chen Qingxuan, I stand before you now. Why not take the opportunity to end my life? Lu Zihao taunted, slowly advancing. If you were to kill me, I would instruct my senior brothers to inform my father, urging him not to pursue the matter further. Chen Qingxuan fixed his gaze upon Lu Zihao, acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by his adversary. Lu Zihao stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, accompanied by several inner disciples of even greater prowess. While Chen Qingxuan had only recently advanced to the mid-tier of the Divine Sea realm, rendering him utterly incapable of matching Lu Zihao and his companions. Rest assured, Lu Zihao. When the time for the Outer Sect's grand competition arrives, I shall take your life, he vowed. For the strike you dealt to my sister, I shall repay you tenfold. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him, the fervent desire to vanquish Lu Zihao burned fiercely within Chen Qingxuan's heart. Lu Zihao let out a boisterous laugh. In fact, you could kill me right now. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he stepped forward, closing the distance to Chen Qingxuan in an instant. Simultaneously, he brought his sword, raised high in the air, crashing down with great force. He deemed further conversation unnecessary. After all, to him, Chen Qingxuan was merely a worthless opponent, easily disposed of. Chen Qingxuan had long been on guard. The moment Lu Zihao made his move, he had already raised his sword to shield himself. A thunderous sound resounded. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen Qingxuan merely took half a step back without being sent flying. Lu Zihao opened his eyes wide, staring incredulously at Chen Qingxuan, who stood not far ahead, his heart filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, several inner disciples behind him expressed their surprise, remarking on the impressive feat of the former Outer Sect's top genius, who had managed to withstand 30% of Zihao's power. To achieve such a feat, this Chen Qingxuan was indeed commendable. While their words seemed to commend, they were laced with mockery. However, Lu Ziheo's thoughts diverged from those of his inner sect seniors. Was that strike truly only 30% of his strength? Though it was not his full power, it was undoubtedly more than a mere 30%. Lu Ziheo was acutely aware of this fact. Yet, despite not having unleashed his full strength, given his current pinnacle cultivation in the Divine Sea realm, it was illogical for Chen Qingxuan, who had been rendered almost incapacitated for 3 years, to so easily block his earlier strike, even 3 years ago, at his peak. Chen Qingxuan should not have been able to do so. It must have been a coincidence. It had to be a coincidence. Lu Ziheo struggled to accept this reality, mentally reassuring himself. Yes, I was merely at 30%. Now, with the remaining 70%, let us see if you, Chen Qingxuan, can withstand it. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan felt a weighty gravity in his heart. Having just repelled the adversary's strike, he had nearly reached his limit. At this moment, had he not been gravely injured, leveraging his celestial-level techniques along with Lu Ziheo's underestimation, and employing the stabbing immortal sword technique unexpectedly, he could have inflicted severe damage upon Lu Ziheo, if not vanquishing him entirely. Lu Ziheo had already approached Chen Qingxuan, raising his sword. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth from nowhere, propelling Lu Ziheo through the air. In mid-flight, he was caught by several inner disciples, narrowly escaping further injury. Who is it? Lu Ziheo bellowed. The inner disciples of the Wanjian sect behind him were equally perplexed and incensed, all turning to identify the newcomer. However, upon recognizing the individual, both Lu Ziheo and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Qingxuan was also taken aback. Chu Yunxi, with a surge of energy, she sent Lu Ziheo flying and stood before Chen Qingxuan, her face as cold as ice. Lu Ziheo, you have repeatedly employed lethal force against your fellow disciples. The chilling words fell from her lips as she raised her elegant hand. Lu Ziheo's complexion changed drastically. After all, Chu Yunxi was the holy maiden of the Sword Inquiry sect, possessing formidable strength capable of extinguishing his life as easily as crushing an ant. Holy maiden, please show mercy. Lu Ziheo is the son of the outer sect's grand elder. A fellow inner disciple hastily reminded, his tone fraught with urgency. In truth, this admonition was entirely superfluous. Within the esteemed Sword Inquiry sect, the status of the Holy Maiden far eclipsed that of any outer sect grand elder. Not to mention the grand elder. Even the outer sect's sect leader could not hope to compare before her. Indeed, Chu Yunxi coldly declared, with such a malicious heart, you are unworthy of being a disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect. Just as it seemed she was about to strike, a voice interrupted, Holy Maiden, let them depart. To everyone's surprise, it was Chen Qingxuan who spoke. Chu Yunxi, puzzled, turned to look at Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan raised his gaze, his expression resolute. Let Lu Ziheo depart. He reiterated his command. At that moment, Lu Ziheo and his companions hesitated, for although Chen Qingxuan had spoken, Chu Yunxi had yet to voice her opinion. Who would dare to leave? Chu Yunxi regarded Chen Qingxuan, and after a pause, finally spoke. Do not let me witness your misdeeds again. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ziheo and his companions promptly turned to leave. Thank you, Saintess. After they had departed, Chen Qingxuan took a deep breath and slowly remarked, you have saved me once more. Do not overthink it. The previous incident and this one are merely coincidences, Chu Yunxi replied indifferently, her tone devoid of any trace of concern. Chen Qingxuan paused internally, a wry smile gracing his lips. He had indeed overthought the situation. Chu Yunxi, as the saintess of the Wanjian sect, the foremost among the 10 great sects of the Daxia dynasty, situated to the north, was not only extraordinarily gifted and immensely powerful, but also possessed a beauty that could rival that of a celestial being. Clad in a flowing white robe, cinched at the waist with a blue sash, her graceful figure was accentuated, and her long hair cascaded like silken threads, dancing in the breeze. She exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a fairy descending to the mortal realm, making her the epitome of beauty among the outer disciples of the Wanjian sect. 6 years prior, the two had entered the Wanjian sect together, embarking on missions side by side. Subsequently, Chu Yunxi revealed her formidable talent, advancing to the inner sect ahead of schedule and attaining the status of saintess. At that time, Chen Qingxuan felt a deep sense of inferiority, hesitant to entertain any notions of affection towards her. However, with the acquisition of a mysterious and powerful realm and the attainment of celestial-grade cultivation techniques, His prowess had surged within a mere 10 days, surpassing even his peak strength of 3 years prior. Confidence now filled his heart. It was prudent to make a swift exit from the Spirit Beast mountain range. Should he encounter them once more, fortune may not favor him as it had before. Chu Yunxi coldly uttered another remark. Then, without waiting for Chen Qingxuan's response, gracefully soared into the air, heading deeper into the mountains. Chapter 9. Pinnacle of the Divine Sea Realm. Chen Qingxuan gazed at the graceful figure of Chu Yunxi as she floated away, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Was it truly mere coincidence? His expression radiated calmness and confidence. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position and retrieved a healing elixir from a spatial realm, swiftly consuming it. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and its potent essence surged through his body. 2 days later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Qingxuan found himself deeper within the outskirts of the Spirit Beast mountain range, his blue robe now stained crimson. He breathed heavily, having just vanquished a colossal python ape. Its massive form was slightly larger than the one he had defeated 2 days prior, and its strength was considerably greater. Chen Qingxuan's prowess has already transcended the late stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Otherwise, he would not dare to confront the mightier giant python ape. Standing before the lifeless body of the creature, he gazes into the depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range. He cannot venture any further. Beyond lies a realm teeming with fourth-tier and above beasts, far beyond what he is capable of contending with. A unique guidance awaits within the profound depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range. Chen Qingxuan once again felt the clear guidance emanating from the world within him, resonating with the Spirit Beast mountain range. His prior intention to enter this place was twofold. On one hand, to solidify his strength through the hunting of demonic beasts and simultaneously to advance his cultivation. On the other hand, a significant motivation lay in pursuing this guiding force. Regrettably, his power remains insufficient. Chen Qingxuan gazed deeply into the heart of the Spirit Beast mountain range, letting out a sigh. He decided it would be prudent to explore further only after he had strengthened his abilities. He felt a profound curiosity about what lay within the depths of the mountain range that resonated with the mysterious realm within him. It is worth noting that this realm harbored the potential to birth celestial-level techniques. Shaking off his thoughts, Chen Qingxuan settled into a meditative posture and retrieved a healing elixir from his inner world. Determined to expedite the recovery from the injuries sustained during his recent battles with third-tier demon beasts, he then focused all his energy on surging towards the pinnacle of the Divine Sea Realm. Although injured, his condition was not overly severe. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Wanjin sect, atop the majestic Wenyang Peak in the Hall of Supreme Vision, a statuesque woman with an alluring figure donned a strikingly revealing red outfit. The garment barely concealed her curves, exposing a glimpse of her fair, rosy thighs through a thigh-high slit in her short skirt. Her long, fiery red hair cascaded down to her pronounced hips, embodying an enticing allure. This was Ling Fengji, the matriarch of the Phoenix Peak and one of the esteemed elders of the Wanjin sect. Despite her status as an elder, she possessed an ageless beauty and youthful vigor. "Old man," she boisterously called out to a gray-haired elder seated in the high place. "I've been appointed as a supervising elder for tomorrow's outer sect competition." The elder squinted. "You? What are you planning to do?" Ling Fengji ranked among the top 2 in strength among the inner elders, but was notoriously known as a harbinger of chaos. The elder was apprehensive that her presence at the event could disrupt the competition. "What else could I do?" Ling Fengji retorted, her nostrils flaring with indignation. "There isn't a single disciple from my Phoenix Peak among the 36 peaks of the Wanjian sect. Since you refuse to allocate me any disciples, I shall find my own." The elder's expression shifted, revealing his concern. As night enveloped the Spirit Beast mountain range, the air was filled with the resonant roars of various beasts echoing through the darkness. Chen Qingxuan had kept his eyes closed for 3 full hours, and at this moment, he suddenly opened them. A brilliant light instantly flashed through his gaze and shot forth, striking a nearby large tree with a resounding crash, severing it in two. "Is this the power of the pinnacle of the Divine Sea Realm?" Chen Qingxuan lowered his head, simultaneously clenching his fists several times, feeling the surging power within him. Excitement and exhilaration swelling in his heart. 3 years ago, although I was the foremost genius of the outer sect, my cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Now, I have far surpassed the pinnacle I reached 3 years prior. Moreover, I achieved this in just 10 days. What an astonishing pace of cultivation. Tomorrow marks the grand competition of the sect. Zhao Han, Li Mukan, Lu Zihao, await your fate. For I shall surely vanquish you. Chen Qingxuan rose to his feet, contemplating a departure from the Spirit Beast mountain range. Yet, he hesitated, turning to gaze into the inky depths of the mountains. He felt once more the resonance within this realm. Standing there, motionless, he pondered briefly before resolutely heading towards the heart of the Spirit Beast mountain range. In a secluded valley deep within the mountains, Chu Yunxi was meditating, striving for a breakthrough. She had been diligently executing a task assigned by her sect when, having reaped the rewards, her aura surged uncontrollably, compelling her to break through. Indeed, she was the saintess of the sword-asking sect, a true celestial being. Unbeknownst to her, two figures lurked in the shadows, fixating on the unsuspecting Chu Yunxi. Under normal circumstances, she would have easily detected their presence. However, at that moment, fully engrossed in her breakthrough, she was unable to divert her attention to her surroundings, rendering her oblivious to their existence. Quickly, unleash the 7 emotions flower poison, one man commanded, and the other promptly produced a black flower from his garments, forming a seal. The ominous bloom silently dissolved into the air, drifting toward Chu Yunxi. With her beautiful eyes closed, she exerted all her energy, her true essence revolving at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She opened her eyes wide, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. A muffled thud resonated within her as a powerful force raged uncontrollably. Haha. At that moment, the two men stepped out from the shadows, their faces stretching into grotesque grins. The saintess of the sword-asking sect. What a treasure! Their greed was palpable, almost splitting their faces. It is you who have disrupted my breakthrough. Chu Yunxi realized the gravity of the situation, fury igniting within her as she prepared to retaliate. Yet, before she could rise, she collapsed back down. What is happening? Her expression changed dramatically. Even if her breakthrough had been interrupted and she was gravely injured, it should not have left her devoid of the strength to stand. The two men, witnessing her plight, erupted into raucous laughter. In the shadows, Chen Qingxuan observed the entire scene. These two men were undeniably powerful. He knew he could not contend with them. If he were to rescue Chu Yunxi, he must lead her deeper into the Spirit Beast mountain range. Chen Qingxuan swiftly devised a plan to rescue Chu Yunxi. Boom! A resounding crash echoed from the dense forest opposite them moments later. The two men felt a jolt of alarm and immediately turned their heads to investigate. Could it be that the disciples of the Wanjian sect had discovered their presence? Just then, a piercing sound whistled through the air, and when they looked back, they were astonished to see a young man swiftly carrying the saintess of the Wanjian sect, making a hasty escape. The two furrowed their brows, instantly realizing that the earlier noise had been a ruse to divert their attention. Chase. Chu Yunxi, on the brink of unconsciousness, recognized her savior as Chen Qingxuan. You cannot escape. The two men, possessing formidable strength, quickly closed in on Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan's cheeks tightened, and his expression grew grave. He had initially intended to escape the two men by fleeing deeper into the Spirit Beast mountain range, but he was taken aback by their astonishing speed. This was a companion talisman. Chu Yunxi produced a talisman and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 10. Unintentionally sleeping with the saintess. Chen Qingxuan received the talisman, and before he could exhale in relief, he noticed that Chu Yunxi in his arms had succumbed to a deep slumber. The saintess? He called out in concern, fearing that her internal injuries had rendered her unconscious, unaware that she had fallen victim to the 7 emotions flower-inducing poison. Bang! Chen Qingxuan leaped between the two trees, cradling Chu Yunxi in his arms. Almost in the same breath, the two men followed suit. Kid, with your strength, my brother and I could let you run. But you won't get far, a voice reverberated ominously close to his ear. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan held the accompanying talisman, feeling a sense of calm within. Who are you? How dare you lay a malicious hand on the holy maiden of the Sword Inquiry sect? You are courting death. The Sword Inquiry sect stands as the most formidable cultivation sect in the northern region of the Great Xia dynasty. Yet here you are, two individuals daring to harm the holy maiden, which is a blatant affront to the Sword Inquiry sect. Should I eliminate you? Even if the Sword Inquiry sect were to be ever so powerful, it would be impossible for them to ascertain the identity of your assailants. Chen Qingxuan suddenly comprehended that the other party harbored such intentions. He let out a cold laugh, forming a hand seal, and the accompanying talisman immediately transformed into a beam of radiant light, entering his body. In an instant, Chen Qingxuan felt as though he had become as light as a swallow, as if he had shed dozens of pounds. Simultaneously, he raised his gaze, and everything around him appeared to slow down. He could even discern the tiny flying insects amidst the darkness. A gust of wind arose beneath his feet. Chen Qingxuan's speed surged instantaneously, akin to a bolt of black lightning, as he darted away. The two men behind him, witnessing this, were taken aback and abruptly halted their pursuit, staring in disbelief at the youth who vanished in mere moments. After a prolonged silence, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear mirrored in the other's expression. With the questioning sword sect Saintus alive and that unexpected young man also unscathed, it was now their turn to face peril. "Run!" they exclaimed, intent on fleeing the Spirit Beast mountain range, seeking to distance themselves as much as possible from the questioning sword sect. The potential repercussions for their own sect were no longer their concern. Utilizing a teleportation talisman, Chen Qingxuan successfully evaded the two men trailing him and arrived at a secluded cave. At this juncture, he harbored no fear of being pursued. The Spirit Beast mountain range was replete with dense forests, and given his remarkable speed moments ago, tracking him would be a futile endeavor. Now, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Qingxuan gazed at Chu Yunqi, who lay unconscious on the ground, and could not help but furrow his brow. The interruption of her breakthrough should not have resulted in such severe injuries. What on earth is happening with the Saintess? Just then, Chen Qingxuan noticed Chu Yunqi suddenly open her enchanting eyes, though they appeared hazy. Moreover, her exquisitely beautiful cheeks began to flush with a rosy hue. This. Chen Qingxuan opened his mouth, clearly noticing the unusual behavior of Chu Yunqi. "It is so hot, so hot." Upon waking, Chu Yunqi murmured to herself while beginning to remove her garments. Chen Qingxuan finally comprehended that Chu Yunqi had fallen victim to a venomous toxin. Otherwise, a mere interruption during her breakthrough would not have inflicted such severe harm. Realizing this, he swiftly grasped Chu Yunqi's left hand and, indeed, discovered a dark line creeping up her palm. The seven emotions floral poison. Previously, Chen Qingxuan had heard whispers of this emotional toxin, but he never expected to encounter it firsthand today, especially with Chu Yunqi as its victim. What could be done? This toxin possessed no antidote. The sole method of counteracting it was through the union of male and female energies. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Qingxuan was taken aback by his own audacity. At that moment, however, Chu Yunqi clung to him tightly, exclaiming, "It's so hot. I feel utterly unwell." Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow, observing the dark line on Chu Yunqi's left hand gradually spreading. If he did not halt its advance, once the line crossed her elbow, even if she were to be saved, she would be rendered a mere shell of her former self. "I am sorry, holy maiden." He gritted his teeth. "This is for your own salvation. Should you wish to blame me afterward, I will accept any punishment you deem fit." With that, Chen Qingxuan cast aside his doubts and forcefully pinned the partially disrobed Chu Yunqi to the ground. In the cave, an air of springtime blossomed. An hour later, Chu Yunqi exclaimed, "I have saved you twice, yet you treat me this way. I never expected you to be such a person." Her eyes widened in fury as she brandished her sword, pressing it against Chen Qingxuan's throat. "Yunqi, silence." Chen Qingxuan paused momentarily before promptly altering his address. "I understand that regardless of my reasons, my actions towards you were. I said be quiet. Did you hear me?" Chu Yunqi shouted, the blade of her sword inching closer to Chen Qingxuan's throat, the razor-sharp tip grazing his skin. "Utter another word, and I shall end your life immediately." Chen Qingxuan immediately fell silent, hesitant to utter another word. Although he resigned himself to the whims of his adversary, he still harbored a desire to survive. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, and Chu Yunqi did not utter a word either. For a moment, the cave was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chu Yunqi fixed her gaze on Chen Qingxuan, yet her sword remained poised, unyielding in its descent. Deep down, she comprehended that it was Chen Qingxuan who had saved her moments ago. She was indeed afflicted by the poison of infatuation. However, even though he had assisted in alleviating her plight, such actions warranted no justification for what he had done to her. She would rather embrace death than succumb to such a method of cure. As this realization ignited a fiery indignation within her, she was momentarily calmed by the sight of Chen Qingxuan's face, recalling that his intentions stemmed from goodwill and acknowledging the dire circumstances they faced at that moment. Ultimately, with a heavy sigh, Chu Yunqi relinquished her sword. This matter must remain a secret. The revelation would spell certain doom for both of them. Reflecting on Chen Qingxuan's motives, she reminisced about the 6 years since they had joined the sect together and frequently undertaken missions side by side. Indeed, her impression of Chen Qingxuan was quite favorable. Thus, she reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to a third party. First, it pertains to your reputation, and second, as the Holy Maiden, you have many suitors." Chen Qingxuan spoke. Chu Yunqi suddenly let out a cold laugh. "When I say it is certain death, I do not refer to those tedious so-called pursuers. Rather, it is my family behind me. If they were to discover our affair, they would undoubtedly take your life." Chen Qingxuan was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Chu Yunqi was backed by a formidable family. However, he soon came to terms with it. Given Chu Yunqi's astonishing talent, it would be rather inconceivable for her to emerge from an ordinary family. Suddenly, Chu Yunqi shook her head and sighed, stating, "Even if we do not speak of it, such matters will inevitably come to the attention of my clan. If you wish to survive, you must strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful will you have even the slightest chance of enduring. The best opportunity at present is for you to enter the inner sect of our Sword Inquiry sect and strive to become the chief disciple." The chief disciple, to a certain extent, represents the prestige of the Sword Inquiry sect. Should you truly attain that position, I would also consider granting you the opportunity to become my partner. Chapter 11. The sect competition commences in a courtyard of the outer sect of the Sword Inquiry sect. Chen Qingxuan bathed and changed into a new blue robe. As he pushed open the door, he encountered his master, Mu Shuiwei, and his younger sister, Qin Ro. Due to her previous severe injuries and her lack of cultivation, Qin Ro, as an ordinary mortal, was unable to utilize the healing elixirs typically consumed by cultivators. For a mere mortal, those potions possessed overwhelming potency, capable of causing one's body to explode. "Brother, do not participate in the sect's grand competition," Qin Ro uttered weakly, her delicate face etched with concern. "Qingxian, after contemplating these past few days, I too believe you should refrain from entering the competition," Mu Shuiwei stated calmly. "Now that you have the opportunity to cultivate again, I will exhaust all my efforts to secure resources for you. Once you have grown powerful, you may seek vengeance." After these days of reflection, Mu Shuiwei had regained his composure. Chen Qingxuan bent down and placed his large hand on his younger sister Qin Ro's small head, giving it a gentle rub. He then stood up, his gaze resolute as he addressed Mu Shuiwei. "Master, sister, you need not worry. In the upcoming sect competition, witness how I shall vanquish Xiao Han, Li Mukan, and Lu Zihao. Brother, Qingxian." "Enough," Chen Qingxian interjected, revealing a confident smile. "Trust me, I am no longer the Chen Qingxian of the past." With that, before they could utter another word, he stepped forward and exited the courtyard. "Brother," Qin Ro turned, her eyes filled with concern. Mu Shuiwei, realizing she could not dissuade him, sighed deeply. "Very well. Even if it costs me my life, I shall protect you." She resolved that when the time came, she would ascend the arena, willing to engage Lu Yuan in a fierce battle to ensure Chen Qingxuan's survival. The outer sect competition of the Wanjian sect occurs once every 3 years, with the top 32 participants gaining entry into the inner sect, becoming true disciples of this vast and powerful sect. Additionally, the competition determines the top 10, who receive substantial rewards. Due to the multitude of participants, the competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a collective elimination round. The participating outer sect disciples enter a designated area on the back mountain, tasked with collecting a spiritual herb known as the purple flame treasure leaf within a single day. The top 22 disciples will advance to the second phase's individual elimination round the following day. Each sect competition selects 10 seed contestants in advance, allowing them direct entry into the second phase. These seed contestants, determined a month before the competition, are typically the top 10 disciples of the outer sect, each having attained the peak or later stages of the Divine Sea Realm. Lu Zihao and Li Mukan are among these 10 seed contestants. In addition to combat, the outer sect competition also includes an alchemy contest. Outer sect disciples can enter the inner sect not only through martial prowess and cultivation talent, but also through their alchemical skills. While countless cultivators exist, powerful alchemists, particularly grandmasters, are exceedingly rare. Each sect, especially the major ones, places great emphasis on nurturing alchemical disciples. Following the martial phase, the alchemy contest will commence. When Chen Qingxuan, along with his master and sister, arrived at the outer sect square of the Wanjian sect, they found themselves amidst a throng of participants, all gathered in the center, awaiting the formal commencement of the competition. Here he comes. This is the once prominent genius of the outer sect, Chen Qingxuan. Initially deemed a cripple, he dares to participate in the competition. Many are eager to eliminate him. Are you not aware? Chen Qingxuan has resumed his cultivation. Indeed, but what of it? He only resumed 10 days ago. Can he possibly recover to the peak he once was 3 years prior? Humph. Even if he regains that level, it holds no meaning. The current top genius of the outer sect, Li Muqin, and the foremost disciple, Lu Zihao, far surpass his former strength. He is courting death. As Chen Qingxuan's figure appeared, whispers erupted among the participants gathered in the square, as well as among the onlookers. Mu Shuiwei, do you truly allow your disciple to walk into death? Mu Shuiwei, an elder of the outer sect, had just taken her seat at the podium when she heard the mocking voice of the Grand Elder Lu Yuan. Rest assured, my disciple will not fall so easily. Mu Shuiwei retorted coldly. When he meets his end, do not wail and create a ruckus, Lu Yuan chuckled. Senior Sister Shuiwei, I am worried for my brother. Qin Ro, pushed to the side of the podium by Mu Shuiwei, expressed her anxiety, tears welling in her eyes. Do not fret. I shall ensure everything is well, Mu Shuiwei reassured her, resolutely determining that she would rescue her disciple Chen Qingxuan, even if it meant defying the competition's rules. Chen Qingxuan remained utterly unfazed by the peculiar gazes and unkind remarks directed at him. Calm and composed, he stepped into the ranks, positioning himself at the rear. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up, Li Muqin remarked with a sneer, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingxuan. You certainly cannot afford to be eliminated in the first round. Lu Zihao added with a chuckle. You must advance to the second round. We are counting on you. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Chen Qingxuan retorted with a cold smile, casting a glance at Li Muqin and Lu Zihao before his gaze settled on Zhao Han. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. As seed contestants, Li Muqin and Lu Zihao were exempt from participating in the collective elimination of the first round. Yet Zhao Han was obliged to compete. Then let me first deal with you, you wretched person. Chen Qingxuan silently vowed to himself. What are you looking at, worthless fool? I hope I never cross paths with you, for if I do, I shall surely end your life. Zhao Han's disdainful gaze was equally fixed upon Chen Qingxuan. Indeed. I almost forgot that Zhao Han might encounter you. Li Muqin chuckled heartily. Zhao Han, should you really meet him, do not let old affections cloud your judgment. Rest assured, Brother Muqin, I am entirely yours. When the time comes, I will certainly eliminate this worthless fool. Just watch, Zhao Han declared as she nestled into Li Muqin's embrace. Very well, I shall observe, Li Muqin replied, his hand teasingly gliding along Zhao Han's alluring back, casting a taunting glance at Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan offered a cold smile, utterly indifferent to the deliberate antics of the two individuals. At that moment, the audience around him began to stir, and all the elders from the outer sect rose from their seats. The leader of the outer sect had arrived. However, he was bowing deeply, grinning at a strikingly beautiful woman beside him, who towered over him with an impressive figure. Many in the crowd recognized her at once. Elder Fengji. It was unexpected that such a grand event would draw the attention of Elder Fengji from the inner sect. Elder Fengji, indeed, ranks among the most formidable of the inner sect elders. With the appearance of Ling Fengji, the atmosphere within and outside the square erupted into fervor. Chen Qingxuan had certainly heard of Ling Fengji's illustrious reputation, recognizing her prowess as formidable even among the esteemed sects like the Wanjian sect. He merely cast a fleeting glance her way, his thoughts consumed by a singular focus, to eliminate Zhao Han and his companions during the competition. Once Ling Fengji settled into the premier chair under the guidance of the sect leader, the assembled attendees finally took their seats. Sect leader, let us dispense with unnecessary words. There is no need to reiterate the rules of the competition. We have held this event countless times, and I trust all participants are well versed in the regulations. As the sect leader prepared to outline the competition rules, he was interrupted by Ling Fengji's interjection. Indeed, Elder Ling, the sect leader replied with a chuckle. There is no need to introduce my identity. They are already familiar with me. Furthermore, there is no need to elaborate on the rewards, as they will discover them upon the conclusion of the event. The sect leader stood momentarily in astonishment, realizing that Elder Ling was indeed a person of straightforward demeanor. The other elders exchanged amused or resigned glances. The outer sect competition, held every 3 years, typically warranted an important address from the sect leader at its inauguration. Yet Elder Ling had succinctly concluded the matter in mere moments. Very well, We shall proceed as Elder Ling suggests. I hereby declare the sect competition officially commenced. Except for the 10 designated seed participants, all other competitors may now proceed to the back mountain. Chapter 12. Encounter with Zhao Han with the sect leader's proclamation. All disciples participating in the first round hastened into the back mountain. In the square, the 10 seed participants were seated in a row on adjacent chairs. Senior Lu. I have heard whispers, Li Mukin murmured to his companion Lu Zihao. Elder Ling, aside from overseeing the competition, has another significant purpose, to select a disciple from this sect competition. I believe you are the prime candidate. Their camaraderie had already been strong, but the presence of a common adversary in Chen Qingxuan only served to fortify their bond. As the son of the outer sect's grand elder, Lu Zihao was among the first to catch wind of such news. His aspirations were firmly set on becoming Elder Ling's sole disciple. Fear not, Junior Li. Once this competition concludes, we shall enter the inner sect together. Once I become Elder Ling's direct disciple, I shall look after you, Lu Zihao declared, a triumphant grin illuminating his face. Upon hearing such words, Li Mukin felt no discontent. Instead, a broad smile spread across his own. It was well known within the Wanjian sect that Elder Ling Fingji was among the most formidable of the inner sect elders. Are those 10 individuals the seed participants? Ling Fingji inquired, her posture poised as she surveyed the 10 seated below her on the dais. Indeed, Elder Ling, the sect leader replied with a smile. At that moment, the outer sect's grand elder, Lu Yuan, interjected eagerly. Elder Ling, the one seated farthest to the left, is my son, Lu Zihao. He stands at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, recognized as the foremost among our outer sect. He was keen to promote his son to Elder Ling, envisioning the remarkable prospects that would unfold if his son could become her direct disciple. Such an achievement would undoubtedly catapult Lu Zihao's career, and perhaps even pave a path for himself into the inner sect, potentially as a steward. In that eventuality, the Lu family would truly be blessed. The pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, quite impressive, Ling Fingji replied with a nod, her gaze lingering on Lu Zihao for a few moments. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan was elated, nearly leaping from his seat. Meanwhile, the sect leader feigned joy, internally grappling with envy. Why was it that he had no sons? Had he been blessed with one, perhaps it would have been his child standing as Elder Ling's disciple instead of Lu Zihao. The exchange between the three was not lost on the other outer sect elders seated on the dais, each resolving to curry favor with Lu Yuan from this day forth. Only Mu Shueiyue bore an exceedingly grim countenance. Should Ling Fengji truly favor Lu Zihao, then in the event of a confrontation between Chen Qingxuan and Lu Zihao, she would be utterly powerless to intervene. With the formidable Elder Ling as their ally, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Qingxuan, this time I fear even my life may not suffice to save you, Mu Shueiyue thought gravely, her gaze fixed on the vast spirit stone above the square, its surface displaying an array of scenes depicting the disciples participating in the competition in the back mountain. At that moment, more than 500 outer sect disciples had dispersed across various locations within the competition area. Chen Qingxuan did not immediately seek out Zhao Han. The elimination of Zhao Han was merely a matter of time. The pressing concern was to ensure his own emergence from the ranks of 500 disciples to advance to the second stage of the competition. The Xian Beiyoi, a crucial ingredient for crafting a unique healing elixir by the Wanjian sect, was his objective. This diminutive plant, with its purple roots and fiery red leaves, aptly earned the name Xian Beiyoi due to its resemblance to flames. Although 500 disciples were participating, the size of the outer sect's rear mountain was vast, and even after an hour, Chen Qingxuan had yet to encounter another soul. However, he found himself disheartened, having collected only 5 Xian Beiyoi during that time. If this pace continued, it was likely he would not place among the top 22 by the end of the competition. A look of concern crossed his face. Chen Qingxuan? Suddenly, a voice resonated from a short distance away. Chen Qingxuan lifted his gaze, thinking to himself that he had finally encountered another person. Before he could utter a word, the individual opposite him broke into a slight smile. Senior brother Lu expressed his hopes that you would succeed in the first stage of the competition. I shall spare your life, provided you hand over the collected Xian Beiyoi. I can let you off the hook. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's eyes immediately brightened, revealing a radiant smile. Look, someone exclaimed from the square outside the back mountain of the outer sect. Someone had taken action against Chen Qingxuan. However, wasn't it said that as long as Chen Qingxuan surrendered the purple flame treasure leaf, he would spare him his life? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Brother Lu, do you think Chen Qingxuan will relinquish the purple flame treasure leaf? Li Mukin observed Chen Qingxuan on the crystal screen and chuckled coldly. If it were me, I would eliminate Chen Qingxuan first and then seize his possessions. In truth, Lu Zihao did not necessarily intend to kill Chen Qingxuan on the arena. Anyone who dispatched him would suffice. On the podium, Ling Fengji was also watching Chen Qingxuan on the crystal screen with great interest. Prior to this, she had never heard of him, nor was she aware of his circumstances. Yet, she sensed that many here harbored animosity towards this disciple named Chen Qingxuan, particularly Lu Zihao, who claimed to be the foremost of the outer sect. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, while Mu Shueiyue and Qin Ro exchanged worried glances. The back mountain loomed ominously. Chen Qingxuan swiftly drew his long sword with a flick of his wrist. The disciple opposite him, upon witnessing this, shook his head and chuckled. Chen Qingxuan, do you truly believe you are still? His words trailed off abruptly, silenced by the sight of Chen Qingxuan now looming before him. Slowly lowering his gaze, his eyes widened in horror, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he realized that the long sword in Chen Qingxuan's hand had already pierced his abdomen. You! Bang! Without waiting for him to continue speaking, Chen Qingxuan flicked his wrist, sending the opponent flying. In the square, a profound silence fell. No one could believe that Chen Qingxuan had become so formidable. Li Mukin and Lu Zihao exchanged subtle frowns. Lu Yuan, though slightly taken aback, remained unconcerned. To him, regardless of Chen Qingxuan's prowess, he could never surpass his own son. Mu Shueiyue and Qin Ro were utterly astonished, lost in a daze. Chen Qingxuan, having severely injured his opponent with a single strike, advanced slowly and stated, "Surrender the purple flame treasure leaf, or face death." The disciple, devoid of any fighting spirit, hastily produced the 8 gathered specimens and presented them to Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan approached with a satisfied smile and took a step forward. However, not far ahead, a familiar figure emerged 100 meters away, eliciting a mix of emotions within him: hatred, unwillingness, and anticipation. The opportunity had finally arrived. It was Zhao Han standing before him. Chapter 13. I am also in the Divine Sea realm. As the crowd marveled at Chen Qingxuan's formidable prowess, a crystal image appeared in midair, depicting his encounter with Zhao Han. The outer sect square of the sword-questioning sect erupted in excitement. Brother Lu, it seems neither of us will have the chance to personally eliminate this worthless Chen Qingxuan, Li Mukin remarked with a grin, observing the scene unfolding on the screen. Lu Zihai nodded in agreement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was already aware that just days prior, Li Mukin had a confrontation with Chen Qingxuan at the sect's trading post. Given the circumstances at that time, Chen Qingxuan's cultivation was at the peak of the Tongxian realm. Yet, in merely a few days, he had astonishingly recovered from being a seemingly irredeemable waste to the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm. However remarkable this recovery might be, Lu Zihai believed it was the limit of Chen Qingxuan's abilities. It matters not who brings about his demise. What is important is that he must perish. Lu Zihai's gaze remained fixed on the image of Chen Qingxuan. My junior sister has recently broken through to the initial stage of the Divine Sea realm. Dealing with a peak Tongxian realm practitioner like Chen Qingxuan should pose no challenge for her. Li Mukin nodded in agreement, affirming with a sound of approval. At the head table, Mu Shueiyue and Qin Ro's previously joyous expressions froze upon witnessing Chen Qingxuan's encounter with Zhao Han. While Chen Qingxuan's displayed strength had indeed been impressive, it had only been 10 days since he resumed cultivation. No matter how strong he might be, he could not have improved significantly in such a short span. I've heard that Zhao Han has recently broken through to the Divine Sea realm. Mu Shueiyue's voice was low, uncertain if she was speaking to herself or to Qin Ro. Having grown up alongside her brother Chen Qingxuan, who occupied her thoughts and heart entirely, Qin Ro could not hold back her tears upon hearing her masteress' words. At that moment, Lu Yuan wore a smile as he gazed at Chen Qingxuan on the screen, as if viewing a corpse. In his mind, his disciple Zhao Han, now in the initial stage of the Divine Sea realm, would find it effortless to eliminate a mere waste like Chen Qingxuan. With this thought, he glanced toward Mu Shueiyue's direction. Sensing someone looking at her, Mu Shueiyue turned her head and met Lu Yuan's gaze, her expression suddenly turning unfriendly. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's smile widened, displaying a hint of disdain and provocation towards Mu Shueiyue. The sect leader, observing Chen Qingxuan, furrowed his brow slightly. In truth, he felt a fondness and pride for Chen Qingxuan, who had once been the Outer Sect's top talent 3 years prior. However, the subsequent events had taken an unexpected turn. As sect leader, he felt compelled to intervene, yet the instigator was Li Mukin, whose family was part of a prominent sect in the northern county, making him hesitant. Of course, the Li family's strength paled in comparison to the sword-questioning sect, but the sect leader deemed it unnecessary to act on behalf of a so-called genius. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. Had the events of 3 years ago not transpired, Chen Qingxuan would undoubtedly surpass the current top Outer Sect disciple, Lu Zihai. The sect leader's eyes remained fixed on Chen Qingxuan, his heart heavy with sighs. Meanwhile, Ling Fengji, seated at the head table, wore a neutral expression, her gaze calmly resting on Chen Qingxuan's image. Both the sect leader and Lu Yuan noted her behavior, pondering her thoughts. On the back mountain, Zhao Han spotted Chen Qingxuan and paused for a moment before a disdainful smile spread across her face. Chen Qingxuan, you worthless fool. I never expected to encounter you so soon. What a pathetic individual. She was convinced of her ability to eliminate Chen Qingxuan. Zhao Han, I too did not foresee this. Chen Qingxuan replied with a cold smile. For years ago, it was you who approached me, but I never anticipated you harbored such malicious intent from the very beginning. His smile faded, his expression turning icy, his eyes equally frigid. That cannot be labeled as malicious. Zhao Han retorted nonchalantly. If you wish to assign blame, then blame your own ineptitude. You are nothing but a worthless wretch. Unlike my brother Mukin, who not only possesses great talent but also hails from a powerful cultivation family, I naturally chose him over you. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's heart was ablaze with fury, yet simultaneously filled with a sense of unwillingness. Had it not been for this vile woman before him administering poison 3 years ago, he would not have fallen prey to Li Mukin's ambush. Nor would he have lost his cultivation, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self. His current prowess would not merely be at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. It could very well have ascended even higher. He might have already entered the inner sect. 3 years ago, you could have simply departed from me and embraced Li Mukin. I would not have obstructed you. Why then? Did you choose to strike me with such malice? Huh. Upon hearing this, Zhao Han displayed a brazen smile, chuckling disdainfully. Why? Because I accompanied you for a year. Because you, Chen Qingxuan, are nothing but a wretched fool. Because brother Mukin desires the treasures you possess. Yet, alas, it is merely a broken jade pendant. With that, Zhao Han scoffed. Enough of this idle chatter. In the past, there were several who intervened to save you. Today, I shall see who else can come to your rescue. Clang. As her words trailed off, her sword gleamed ominously in her hand. Ha ha. Chen Qingxuan suddenly lowered his head, his shoulders trembling as laughter erupted from him. Initially, it was a soft chuckle, but soon he raised his head and burst into a hearty laugh. At that moment, I truly felt blind to reality, having chosen you. Having placed my trust in such a treacherous woman, I had once believed that Zhao Han's change of heart was merely a consequence of becoming a cripple. If that were the case, Chen Qingxuan could somewhat understand. However, just 10 days ago, I learned that the true reason behind his downfall was the very woman he had sincerely cared for. Previously, there had been no opportunity to inquire deeply, but now, upon hearing Zhao Han express his past feelings for me, a pang of sorrow pierced Chen Qingxuan's heart. If that is the case, then do not blame me for discarding old sentiments. Chen Qingxuan ceased his laughter, his expression turning icy, his gaze as lifeless as the void as he looked at Zhao Han across from him. How absurd. Do you truly believe that your restored cultivation grants you the audacity to boast? Zhao Han scoffed and shook his head. Allow me to enlighten you. I have already transcended to the Divine Sea realm, and killing you would be like swatting a mere insect. The Divine Sea realm? Chen Qingxuan let out a derisive snort. Forgive me, but I too am of the Divine Sea realm. As the words left his lips, he stepped forward with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously appearing before Zhao Han. At that moment, Zhao Han was still in disbelief, utterly astonished, lost in a daze. The Divine Sea realm? Chen Qingxuan claimed to be at the Divine Sea realm? How could that be possible? Just as her pupils constricted, a shadow of a sword rapidly enlarged. It was the Fire Lens sword. Chapter 14, A Regret That Lasts a Lifetime. Chen Qingxuan afforded Zhao Han no opportunity to react. Immediately after declaring himself to be at the Divine Sea realm, he seamlessly executed the piercing immortal sword technique, harnessing the formidable power of the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. In Zhao Han's perspective, Chen Qingxuan moved with unparalleled speed at that moment. Before she could even comprehend the situation, a dull thud resonated from within her body. Subsequently, A searing pain erupted from her chest, sweeping through her entire being like a tidal wave. Thud. Zhao Han fell heavily to the ground. Unable to utter a single cry for help, having been gravely injured by Chen Qingxuan's sword. Indeed, it was merely a grave injury. Chen Qingxuan did not slay her with a single sword strike. Chen Qingxuan, how is it possible for you to have also transcended to the divine sea realm? Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Zhao Han gazed up at Chen Qingxuan hovering above her, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Qingxuan looked down at her from a lofty height, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is the divine sea realm truly so difficult? 3 years ago, I had already attained that level. Now, I have merely returned to my former cultivation. Impossible! Impossible! Zhao Han could not accept such a reality. You have only resumed your training for a mere 10 days. How could you possibly have reached the divine sea realm, even if you had achieved it before? It is utterly inconceivable to attain it so swiftly now. Zhao Han was visibly agitated, her expression turning somewhat ferocious. Ha. Chen Qingxuan suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Han, seeing you in such a frantic state, so utterly unable to accept this truth, I have changed my mind. He withdrew the sword that had been pressed against Zhao Han's throat. Zhao Han was left in a state of confusion and doubt. I shall not kill you. Chen Qingxuan remarked nonchalantly. Not only will I spare your life, but I also hope you can live well. Then, you shall witness me entering the inner sect, step by step transforming into a formidable being. I want you to regret the malicious actions you took against me. I want you to be engulfed in remorse and uncertainty every single day. As his words fell, Chen Qingxuan deftly lifted the storage bag from Zhao Han, holding it in his hand. In truth, he held little interest in her possessions and resources. He merely desired the purple flame leaf contained within. Meanwhile, Zhao Han remained oblivious to the theft of her storage bag, her mind echoing with Chen Qingxuan's words. To witness him ascend as a powerful figure? Then to regret for a lifetime? No, this cannot be. No. Zhao Han screamed desperately. Chen Qingxuan, you cannot enter the inner sect, nor can you become strong. Tomorrow, during the sect's individual elimination tournament, Brother Mu Chen will kill you. He will surely help me eliminate you. Chen Qingxuan had taken a few steps outside when he halted abruptly, disdainfully snorting. Just watch. Witness how I annihilate your brother Mu Chen. He was brimming with confidence regarding the extermination of Li Mu Chen. Moments ago, he had merely showcased his prowess at the mid-stage of the divine sea realm. Yet his true cultivation had already transcended the pinnacle of the divine sea realm. Li Mu Chen? A single sword stroke would suffice. At that moment, the entire square fell into silence, although they were merely viewing through the spirit stone screen. Everyone could distinctly perceive that the strength Chen Qingxuan had displayed was undoubtedly at the mid-stage of the divine sea realm. That speed, the might of that one sword. Even Zhao Han, at the initial stage of the divine sea realm, had stood no chance of resistance. Lu Zihao and Li Mu Chen were both struck dumb, gazing at the screen where Chen Qingxuan was advancing slowly. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and then fury washed over them. They had initially intended to kill Chen Qingxuan, but now he had not only revealed his formidable cultivation but had also severely injured Zhao Han. Zhao Han was connected to both of them. One was a senior brother, the other a partner. Chen Qingxuan must be eliminated. Li Mu Chen glared fiercely at Chen Qingxuan, stating vehemently. Lu Zihao nodded in agreement. In just 10 days, he has recovered to a state even stronger than 3 years ago. Chen Qingxuan cannot be spared. Once the top genius of the outer sect, he has returned, finally returned. This was going to be quite a spectacle. How had Chen Qingxuan achieved such progress in a mere 10 days? Indeed, even advancing one minor realm each day would not account for his current strength. After a moment of silence, the outer sect square erupted into fervent discussions. On the podium, Mu Shuiwei and Qin Rou found it also surreal, both staring blankly at the advancing figure of Chen Qingxuan on the screen. Master, when did my brother become so powerful again? After a while, Qin Rou still stood with her mouth agape, weakly inquiring. Mu Shuiwei remained in a daze. She too wished to know the answer, hoping someone could reveal what had transpired with her disciple. Lu Yuan could no longer sit still. His eyes narrowed, attempting to see through Chen Qingxuan's facade. He felt a slight astonishment. How long had it been since then? Chen Qingxuan, once a mere waste, has astonishingly transformed into a prodigious talent. Could it be that he has merely been feigning incompetence for the past 3 years? At this moment, Lu Yuan is utterly unconcerned about the plight of his disciple Zhao Han. His focus rests solely upon Chen Qingxuan. Should Chen Qingxuan be granted entry into the inner sect, with his exceptional gifts, it is likely he would become a favored disciple of a prominent elder. The implications of this scenario terrify Lu Yuan. For given the enmity between himself and Chen Qingxuan, retribution would undoubtedly follow. With this thought, Lu Yuan surreptitiously glanced at Ling Fengji beside him. And a chilling idea struck him. What if Ling Fengji were to take an interest in Chen Qingxuan? He shuddered at the notion. The outer sect leader observed Chen Qingxuan's remarkable transformation with mixed emotions, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The murmurs of the crowd naturally reached Ling Fengji's ears. And for the first time, her enchanting eyes regarded Chen Qingxuan with a peculiar glimmer, though she remained silent. In the rear mountains, Chen Qingxuan was aware that his performance had likely caused quite a stir, yet he remained indifferent. He wandered leisurely through the woods, no longer seeking the purple flame treasure leaves, instead confidently traversing open spaces, awaiting those ill-intentioned disciples drawn to him, especially those closely aligned with Lu Zihao and Li Muqin. Upon spotting Chen Qingxuan, they were as frenzied as bulls seeing a red flag. The outcome was predictable. They were easily subdued and robbed by Chen Qingxuan. As a day passed, Chen Qingxuan effortlessly secured first place in this collective elimination round. Everyone acknowledged that his strength had not only been restored, but had surpassed that of 3 years prior, when the sect leader announced the results of the elimination round. Revealing the top 22 who would advance to the next phase, the grand competition of alchemy commenced. The sect leader stood upon the dais, addressing all participating disciples in the plaza. Chapter 15, The Talented Alchemist. To establish oneself within the realm of cultivation, one must not only pursue the path of cultivation but also delve into alchemy, artifact forging, and other avenues. After announcing the upcoming alchemy competition, the sect leader continued, stating that becoming a master alchemist would grant one formidable connections within the cultivation world, equating to immense power. Every disciple displaying a talent for alchemy would receive focused cultivation from the sect, and those with extraordinary gifts would be nurtured with utmost dedication. As the sect leader spoke, hundreds of outer sect disciples eagerly anticipated their turn. Observing their excitement, the sect leader displayed a glimmer of hope, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Silence fell over the crowd. Now, I would like to introduce our esteemed judge for this alchemy competition, Elder Chang Han. I believe everyone is familiar with him, as he is one of our outer sect elders, responsible for guiding our disciples in alchemy. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the elder seated beside the sect leader. Now, any disciple who believes they possess alchemical talent, please step forward. You will see 5 cauldrons arranged before you. You may attempt to refine elixirs. After discussions with Elder Chang, we have chosen the simplest elixir, the Gathering Spirit Pill, for this test. The sect leader concluded and returned to his seat. Elder Ling. Just a few days ago, we discovered a disciple in the outer sect possessing exceptional alchemical talent, the sect leader remarked, glancing at the seemingly bored Ling Fengji with excitement. Although Ling Fengji was not well versed in alchemy, she felt intrigued by his words. She may not have understood the intricacies of alchemy, but she recognized that disciples with such talent were exceedingly rare among the major sects, appearing perhaps once in hundreds of years. Oh, what makes this talent so exceptional? Ling Fengji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In response, Elder Chang, who had significant authority in this domain, eagerly leaned forward to address her. This disciple recently produced dozens of Gathering Spirit Pills, which were then traded at the sect's exchange. These were not ordinary pills. They were top-tier Gathering Spirit Pills adorned with Azure patterns. Upon hearing this, Ling Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment. Pills with patterns? Created by a single disciple? Indeed. Are you suggesting this individual is one of our disciples from the Sword Inquiry sect? Absolutely. Both the sect leader and Elder Chang nodded vigorously in affirmation. While the identity of this disciple remained unknown to them, they were certain he belonged to the Sword Inquiry sect. Correct, he is our disciple. Not an elder from the Alchemy Pavilion, Elder Chang added. With a resounding thump, Ling Fengji slammed her palm onto the table, nearly shattering it. As a unique figure within the Sword Inquiry sect, her physical prowess surpassed that of her peers. If we can locate this disciple, I will personally bring him to the inner sect and introduce him to Elder Shi. You two will also be credited for this discovery. Although Ling Fengji lacked knowledge in alchemy, she understood that a disciple capable of producing top-tier Gathering Spirit Pills with patterns was a rarity beyond measure. The sect leader and Elder Chang exchanged glances, both elated and slightly embarrassed. They thought to themselves that only Ling Fengji would dare to address Elder Shi so casually. Others might fear being crushed by her hand. Elder Shi, whom she referred to, was the esteemed leader of the Sword Inquiry sect, a figure revered like a sage among its members. Meanwhile, the outer sect's grand elder, Lu Yuan, felt a surge of excitement and anticipation as he surveyed the eager disciples below. He wondered whether the talented alchemist might emerge from his own ranks. If so, it would be a monumental occasion, elevating his standing within the sect. With keen eyes, Lu Yuan sought out the alchemical genius while envisioning the possibilities. I shall step forward. At that moment, a disciple from the outer sect boldly approached, settling in front of the leftmost cauldron. He began the process of refining the gathering spirit pill, incorporating various rare materials into the cauldron. However, as he progressed, black smoke billowed from the cauldron, and a burnt odor wafted through the air, signaling a clear failure. Next, standing beside the alchemical furnace, a disciple of the alchemy pavilion shook his head and shouted aloud. The first volunteer to attempt alchemy bowed his head and retreated in disappointment. As he stepped away, the eager disciples behind him began to follow suit, one by one, to try their hand at concocting the spirit-gathering pill. An hour passed, and 30 disciples had already attempted the process, yet all met with failure. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed across the square as the alchemical furnace on the far right erupted in a violent explosion. The disciple closest to it was instantly propelled like a cannonball into the sky. The risks of alchemy were undeniable. On the podium, Ling Fengji's beautiful eyes drooped in weariness, nearly succumbing to slumber. The resounding blast jolted her awake, prompting her to turn sharply to the sect leader and Qingxuan. Is this the so-called genius disciple capable of refining a spirit-gathering pill imbued with alchemical patterns that you both spoke of? Her expression was one of utter disbelief. The sect leader and Qingxuan exchanged nervous smiles, too apprehensive to respond. Allow me. At that moment, Li Mukin stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the observing dignitaries, declaring, I am but a humble disciple, yet I have previously succeeded in refining the spirit-gathering pill. His words rendered the audience silent for a brief moment before erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Ah, so it is Li Shixiang, the prodigious alchemist. Excitement surged among the crowd, with many calling out in fervor. Standing to the side, Chen Qingxuan wore a peculiar smile. His gaze filled with mockery as he watched Li Mukin approach the alchemical furnace. A genius alchemist? Him? On the podium, the sect leader watched Li Mukin walk steadily toward the furnace, initially taken aback, then filled with exhilaration as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. How could I have forgotten? This talented alchemist is indeed Li Mukin. What do you mean? Qingxuan asked, puzzled. The sect leader, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, I recall that when Li Mukin first joined our Wanjian sect, his father, the head of the Li family, mentioned that he possessed innate talent for alchemy. Chapter 16. What is happening? He seems to be the outer sect's foremost genius, named. What did you say his name was? Ling Fengji had begun to take an interest in the confidently striding Li Mukin. Li Mukin, came the reply from Lu Yuan. Elder Ling, this disciple is named Li Mukin, and he is in a romantic relationship with my disciple Zhaohan. Lu Yuan felt a surge of delight, seeking to establish a connection with Ling Fengji. Who was Ling Fengji? She was one of the top 3 elders in the inner sect of Wanjian. Gaining her favor would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Ling Fengji nodded. Let us see if he truly is the alchemical genius you claim. The sect leader and Lu Yuan both displayed expressions of eager anticipation, while Qingxuan appeared troubled, his heart filled with doubt. Li Mukin? Can he truly refine an exceptional spirit-gathering pill? That seems implausible. Despite his inner skepticism, he hesitated to voice his doubts. Noticing the unwavering confidence on the faces of the sect leader and the elder, junior sister, is Li Shidi truly that alchemical prodigy? Asked Lu Zihai, casting a curious glance at Li Mukin's retreating figure. Zhaohan appeared perplexed, uncertain how to respond to her senior brother. In the 3 years spent alongside Li Mukin, she had never witnessed him engage in alchemy, let alone display prodigious talent. Could it be that Brother Mukin had secretly honed his alchemical skills? Perhaps he had initially revealed an exceptional spirit-gathering pill to showcase his talents, only to perform before the inner sect elders, including Ling Fengji and the sect leader. Today, during the grand competition, Zhaohan stared blankly at Li Mukin, who was now seated at the alchemical furnace, her mind racing with possibilities. Yes, that must be it. Only in that way could Brother Mukin surpass Senior Brother Lu and catch the attention of Elder Ling, becoming her personal disciple. With that thought, Zhaohan's heart swelled with joy as she turned to Chen Qingxuan, who wore an enigmatic smile. You aspire to soar after entering the inner sect, don't you? What of your recovery? Hearing Zhaohan's voice, Chen Qingxuan glanced over in surprise. What an enigma. Why has she suddenly erupted again? That wretched woman. Allow me to enlighten you. The alchemical prodigy who appeared out of nowhere a few days ago is none other than my brother, Mu Chun. Not only does Mu Chan possess superior cultivation talent compared to you, but his alchemical abilities far surpass yours by leaps and bounds. Once he successfully concocts the exquisite spirit-gathering pill, Elder Ling will undoubtedly accept him as his personal disciple. At that point, even if you manage to enter the inner sect, Mu Chun will be able to easily dominate you. Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow, nearly bursting into laughter. You claim Li Mukin is a genius in alchemy? Junior sister, are you speaking the truth? Lu Zihao widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing at Zhao Han. Of course, what I said is true, Zhao Han replied with unwavering certainty. How could I jest about such a matter? Consider this. Both the sect leader and Elder Chong have investigated and confirmed that the alchemy genius is indeed our outer sect disciple. Meanwhile, those who claim to possess alchemical talent have already attempted and failed. The only one left is Brother Mukin. If you say it isn't him, then who else could it be? After listening to her analysis, Lu Zihao found it somewhat convincing and fell into contemplation. It seemed he ought to treat Zhao Han with greater kindness in the future. No, he must treat her even better. After all, her partner was a top-tier alchemical genius. On the other side, Chen Qingxuan, upon hearing Zhao Han's reasoning, found it to possess a degree of validity. However, as for the facts, a playful smile crept onto his face as he observed Li Mukin, who had already begun the alchemical process. Mukin raised his hands to perform a technique. The first step was to ignite the flames. His technique was remarkably proficient. Everyone present could see this. Haha. Mukin's method of ignition is far more adept than those of the previous disciples. The sect leader chuckled. Indeed, based solely on that skill, I am confident that the alchemical genius is Mukin. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. This child, Mukin, is quite the hidden talent. After a moment's pause, he added, Ling Fengji also seems to notice. Yes, this Li Mukin indeed appears to surpass the previous batch of mediocre disciples. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. It seemed likely that Li Mukin would be accepted as a direct disciple by Ling Fengji. Although his own son may have slim chances, it mattered not. After all, Li Mukin was also his daughter's fiancé. With this thought, he nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Zhao Han, who stood beside his son. He resolved to treat Zhao Han well upon their return. Perhaps he should simply adopt her as a goddaughter? Yes, that is settled. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he envisioned his own illustrious rise within the Jiangwen sect. At the edge of the square, all the disciples were enthusiastically discussing how Li Mukin's abilities were indeed superior to those of the previous disciples. Naturally, Li Mukin heard their words and felt elated. He was acutely aware that his alchemical skills had vastly improved compared to the previous dozens of disciples. Even if the outcome revealed he was not the recently famed alchemical genius, he would still be recognized as a talented individual. After all, even a general chosen from a group of dwarfs is still a general. Thus, Elder Ling would surely regard him with greater esteem, and perhaps even accept him as a disciple. This was precisely the reason Li Mukin had stepped forward to demonstrate his alchemical talents. He harbored a glimmer of hope to become Ling Fengji's direct disciple. As time passed, Li Mukin meticulously controlled the heat, tossing various rare materials into the alchemical furnace. Finally, with a resounding thud, the elixir was formed. Soon, a disciple from the Pill Pavilion approached to retrieve the elixir. Upon opening the furnace and discovering several elixirs lying quietly inside, the disciple paused momentarily before turning to Li Mukin. Li Mukin's expression shifted. What is it, senior brother? Did it not succeed? It has succeeded, but... The senior brother began, but hesitated, reaching out to retrieve 5 spirit-gathering pills from within. Li Mukin, you have successfully refined 5 spirit-gathering pills. As his words echoed, the entire square fell silent. All present understood that, typically, each batch of ingredients prepared by the Pill Pavilion should yield 10 pills. Yet, Li Mukin had only produced 5. Everyone was bewildered. Was this truly the so-called top-tier genius capable of refining exceptional spirit-gathering pills? This could not be. What happened? Ling Fengji's brows furrowed as she turned to the sect leader. The sect leader was left speechless. He quickly turned to Elder Chong. Elder Chong, what is the meaning of this? Did you not tell me Li Mukin was highly likely to be that alchemical genius disciple? Now it was Elder Chang's turn to be at a loss for words. Sect leader, did I ever say that? It was you who insisted it was Li Mukin. I hardly said anything at all. The sect leader's attempt to deflect blame was understandable. Ling Fengji was well known for her combat prowess and explosive temper. One wrong move, and she would strike without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for rebuttal. Despite the sect leader's cultivation level far exceeding the golden core stage, he could not withstand Ling Fengji's near semi-holy strength. A mere flick of her finger could extinguish him. While the sect leader swiftly shifted blame, Lu Yuan was not so fortunate. There was no one to whom he could pass the blame. He immediately quieted down, even lowering himself slightly, hoping Elder Ling would not notice him. What on earth is going on with this Li Mukin? If he is not an alchemical genius, why did he come forward to pretend to be one? You've caused me great trouble this time. Damn it, I'll confine Zhao Han for 3 months when we return. Fortunately, Ling Fengji did not linger on the matter. In the square, what could have produced 10 pills had yielded only 5, and the quality was not particularly impressive. It could only be said that Li Mukin had some alchemical ability, but his talent could not be deemed extraordinary, let alone comparable to that of the genius capable of refining exceptional spirit-gathering pills. What happened, junior sister? Lu Ziheo's expression was equally grim. Zhao Han, looking bewildered, replied, "Senior brother, this." At that moment, she realized her earlier assumptions had been misguided. She lowered her head in disappointment. How could a waste dare to come forward and embarrass himself? At this moment, Chen Qingxuan stepped forward, sneering. A waste? Returning now? Li Mukin shot a cold glance at Chen Qingxuan. You speak arrogantly. Do you not know that I have refined 5 spirit-gathering pills, the best among all those present? Chen Qingxuan laughed heartily and shook his head. A potion capable of producing 10 pills is deemed acceptable, yet you forcibly managed to concoct only 5. How dare you, Li Mukin, even utter such a claim? And to call it the finest? If I were to meet my demise, I would rather do so by crashing headfirst into the ground. Upon hearing this, Li Mukin was instantly filled with rage, but he soon regained his composure, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Chen Qingxuan, I perceive your jealousy. Your inability to refine elixirs has led you to speak thus, slandering my reputation in an attempt to sway others into believing that my alchemical talent is lacking. Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head with a smile. Jealous of you? Very well. Today I shall prove my worth and show you what true alchemy entails. He strode purposefully towards the alchemy furnace previously used by Li Mukin and settled down in a cross-legged position. What was he planning to do? Engage in alchemy? Surely not. After 3 years of being deemed a failure, only recently resuming his cultivation, Chen Qingxuan could not possibly believe that understanding cultivation equated to mastery in alchemy. Could he? He had lost his mind. The crowd in the square began to murmur among themselves. Li Mukin stood in shock, unable to fathom Chen Qingxuan's audacity to attempt alchemy. A mocking grin spread across his face. Chen Qingxuan, I await the moment you slap yourself in the face. Such a fool. Did he genuinely believe that mere knowledge of cultivation would allow him to succeed in alchemy? This latter remark was directed toward Zhao Han, who readily echoed, indeed. Chen Qingxuan is nothing but a failure. Brother Mukin, you are already quite formidable, undoubtedly the most talented alchemist among the outer disciples. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Lu? Lu Ziheo cast a sidelong glance at Li Mukin, choosing to remain silent. On the podium, the sect leader observed as Chen Qingxuan commenced his alchemical endeavor. This time, he had learned his lesson and refrained from boasting. Moreover, to prevent Ling Fengji from becoming irate upon witnessing a potential failure, he preemptively set the stage with caution. What on earth was happening with Chen Qingxuan? Had he truly believed that regaining some of his cultivation would render him invincible? After a brief pause, he turned to Chang Han, adopting a grave expression. Elder Chang, in the future, we must establish a threshold before testing disciples' alchemical talents. We cannot allow the uninformed to participate in alchemical competitions indiscriminately. Elder Chang, equally apprehensive of Ling Fengji's wrath, nodded vigorously. Yes, sect leader. Lu Yuan also refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yet upon witnessing Chen Qingxuan's attempt at alchemy, he felt a sense of relief, albeit overshadowed by a surge of delight. Chen Qingxuan is actively seeking to attract criticism. How could alchemy be so effortless? Even Master Mu Shuiwei and his sister Qin Ro gaze at the already engaged Chen Qingxuan with immense concern. Qingxuan, why are you so impulsive? After a slight provocation from Li Mukin, he hastily embarked on the path of alchemy. Alas, Ling Fengji furrowed her brow, casting an exasperated glance at Chen Qingxuan. In terms of technique, no one could discern any remarkable skill from Chen Qingxuan compared to others. His methods were merely as adept as Li Mukin's. Soon, Chen Qingxuan cast all the spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace. He meticulously controlled the flame, and before long, A plume of luminous white smoke wafted from the furnace. Then, it was the fragrance of medicine, a rich, potent aroma. The disciples in the square became agitated. The expressions of Ling Yukin, Zhao Han, and Lu Zihao shifted dramatically, their mouths slightly agape as they beheld Chen Qingxuan's silhouette. Chen Qingxuan truly possesses the skill of alchemy, the three individuals thought in astonishment. At the head table, the sect leader and Elder Chong were rendered speechless, particularly Elder Chong, whose face was a canvas of disbelief. The potent fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting through the air was something he felt incapable of producing himself, yet here was Chen Qingxuan, who had managed it. Lu Yuan's expression shifted as his gaze sharpened, his heart trembling. Could it be that Chen Qingxuan was the renowned prodigy in alchemy? If that were the case, Ling Fengji, though unversed in the art of alchemy, had sampled and encountered numerous high-quality elixirs. At this moment, the intense aroma enveloping the air signified that a highly refined potion was in the process of being concocted. Her gaze towards Chen Qingxuan transformed in an instant. "Master, what is happening with this Chen Qingxuan?" The sect leader inquired, his mouth agape. Suddenly, a dull sound erupted from the alchemical furnace. The elixir was complete. A senior brother from the elixir pavilion hurried over, and upon peering inside, his pupils widened in shock. "Fang Quan, what is it?" Chang Han, who had risen from his seat, observed his disciple's stunned silence and urged him anxiously. He realized that Chen Qingxuan was likely the exceptionally talented alchemist who had recently emerged. Lu Yuan, too, found himself standing unconsciously, his hands clenching slightly. If Chen Qingxuan was indeed that genius, trouble was brewing. "Fang Quan, quickly bring out the elixirs concocted by Chen Qingxuan. Are you trying to give your master a heart attack?" "Oh, right, master." Fang Quan finally snapped to attention. Hastily reaching for the gathering spirit elixir, he plunged his hands in and then raised them high above his head to showcase to everyone. Chapter 18. You are the only direct disciple of Ling Fengji. Exquisite gathering spirit elixirs. And there are 15 of them. Chang Han, who had already stood up, gaped in astonishment. It turned out that Chen Qingxuan was indeed the prodigious alchemist. Moreover, judging by the quantity of elixirs he produced, his talent surpassed their expectations. Chang Han became so excited that his words faltered. The sect leader, too, was astonished, his mouth agape, having truly found the recently emerged genius in alchemy. And it was none other than Chen Qingxuan. Ling Fengji recognized the gathering spirit elixirs adorned with intricate patterns on their surfaces, confirming them as top-tier elixirs. Chang Han, what do you mean by that? For Ling Fengji, who had little understanding of alchemy, Chang Han's explanation was somewhat perplexing. Returning to Elder Ling, Chang Han bowed slightly. The gathering spirit elixirs crafted by Chen Qingxuan are indeed of the highest quality. A competent alchemist can produce 10 elixirs per batch. If one can create 11, their talent surpasses 80% of alchemists. 12 signifies a talent exceeding 90%, while 13 is exceedingly rare. As for producing 15, even in the entire Great Xia dynasty, I have neither witnessed nor heard of such a feat. Ling Fengji's phoenix eyes widened, her beautiful gaze flickering as she looked at Chen Qingxuan below. Does this mean that Chen Qingxuan is an extraordinarily rare talent in alchemy? Precisely. Lu Yuan, listening nearby, felt as if his breath was caught in his throat. His expression grim. The alchemical talent of Chen Qingxuan is indeed formidable, which poses a significant concern. A sense of gravity weighed upon him. As expected, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that the elegant Ling Fengji, who had been seated beside him, had vanished without a trace. Despite his cultivation far exceeding the Golden Core realm, he had failed to notice Elder Ling's departure. At that moment, the sect leader was also taken aback. Witnessing the tall figure of Elder Ling Fengji suddenly materialized beside Chen Qingxuan. As Chen Qingxuan rose to his feet, still yet to take a step forward, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. He instinctively paused. "Ling, Elder." Ling Fengji materialized in front of Chen Qingxuan, her exquisite visage radiating a brilliant smile. "Chen Qingxuan, you are now my disciple. You are the sole direct apprentice of me, Ling Fengji." Her voice rang out with a vibrant clarity. Boom! The square reverberated as if struck by a colossal bomb, leaving every onlooker's mind buzzing. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. Chen Qingxuan has unexpectedly become the disciple of Ling Fengji, one of the 3 most formidable elders of the Wanjian sect. Furthermore, she is his sole direct disciple. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, where the faintest sound could be heard. Envy, Jealousy and hatred permeated the air. Lu Zihao, Li Mukin, and Zhao Han wore expressions of utmost discontent. Zhao Han, in particular, appeared most troubled. He had initially favored Li Mukin, choosing him over Chen Qingxuan. At that time, Chen Qingxuan was merely regarded as the top talent of the outer sect, a title that held little weight. Meanwhile, Li Mukin, although not significantly less gifted, was the heir of a prominent cultivation family in the northern prefecture. But now what has become of that? Chen Qingxuan's cultivation has not only been restored, but has also grown stronger. He is a prodigious alchemist with extraordinary talent and the sole disciple of the immensely powerful inner sect elder, Ling Fengji. In terms of identity and status, he far surpasses even Li Mukin, the young master of the esteemed Li family, and indeed, the entire Li family pales in comparison to Chen Qingxuan. His master could effortlessly obliterate the entire Li family with a mere gesture. Upon realizing this, Zhao Han's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Qingxuan. It turned out that what he had said earlier on the back mountain was indeed true. After today, not only has Chen Qingxuan become an inner sect disciple, but he is also a cherished apprentice of an inner sect elder. Coupled with his terrifying alchemical talent, he is bound to receive the full support of the Wanjian sect, elevating his status to an exalted level. Zhao Han felt as though she was helplessly witnessing him ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. How could she have been so foolish? How could she have forsaken Chen Qingxuan in favor of Li Mukin? At this moment, her heart was filled with regret, wishing she could weep but finding no tears. A sense of dread surged within Lu Zihao. If Chen Qingxuan were to command Ling Fengji to act against him at this moment, what would become of him? His father, Lu Yuan, shared similar sentiments. Feeling both astonished and enraged, Li Mukin clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingxuan, filled with resentment. Despite being the young master of a prominent cultivation family, he found himself perpetually outshone by this commoner, born of humble origins. 3 years ago, it was the same, and today, it remained unchanged. In the square, Chen Qingxuan was still in a daze. To be honest, he had never anticipated that Ling Fengji would take an interest in him. Noticing his silence and lack of response, Ling Fengji let out an unhappy hum. Are you unwilling? Chen Qingxuan finally came to his senses, his face brimming with joy as he exclaimed, I am willing. I am willing. Disciple pays respects to master. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed deeply to Ling Fengji. Ha! Excellent. From this day forth, I, Ling Fengji, shall finally have my very own direct disciple. Good pupil, rise. Quickly rise. Thank you, master. Chen Qingxuan rose to his feet, gazing in disbelief at his master, who embodied beauty, grace, and formidable strength. Witnessing this moment, Mu Shueiyue and Qin Ro were reduced to tears. They both understood that from this day forth, Chen Qingxuan would no longer endure oppression. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, Lu Zihao, and Li Mukin experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Particularly Lu Zihao and Li Mukin, who had initially believed they would become the esteemed disciples of the powerful inner sect elder, Ling Fengji. To their astonishment, Chen Qingxuan had outpaced them in this pursuit. Furthermore, it was not due to his extraordinary strength or talent in cultivation that he was favored, but rather his aptitude for alchemy. This realization ignited a sense of frustration within Lu Zihao and Li Mukin, akin to being filled with energy yet striking nothing but soft water. Their eyes glinted with resentment, their hearts steeled with determination. In the upcoming elimination match, they vowed to vanquish Chen Qingxuan. Now that the alchemy competition has concluded, we shall proceed to the drawing of lots to determine tomorrow's opponents, declared the sect leader. His voice soft, yet resonant in the ears of all present. Wait. Chen Qingxuan turned to the sect leader and spoke loudly. Master, I have a request. Ling Fengji displayed a look of confusion and inquired, Disciple, what troubles you? Master, I wish to. As Chen Qingxuan spoke, he suddenly turned, brandishing his sword, directing its point at Li Mukin. Li Mukin, come forth for a duel. Chapter 19. One sword to annihilate Li Mukin in the Hanstone Square of the outer sect of the Sword Sect. Chen Qingxuan pointed his sword at Li Mukin below. The crowd stood in stunned silence, casting bewildered glances at Chen Qingxuan. Was this individual not in his right mind? Having already taken the formidable elder Ling Fengji as his master, he could easily seek revenge against Li Mukin and his ilk with just a word. Alternatively, one could ascend to the inner sect, cultivate diligently for a time, and then exact vengeance upon Li Mukin, a far more prudent course of action. Yet, This current approach was evidently the least wise choice. Lu Yuan, who had previously harbored concerns about eliminating Chen Qingxuan, was taken aback by this reckless display of self-destruction. Excellent. A wave of delight washed over Lu Yuan as his gaze fell upon Li Mukin. You must ensure his demise, at the very least crippling Chen Qingxuan. Lu Zihao, who had been gripped by fear, now found himself unexpectedly at ease and filled with anticipation, a smile unintentionally gracing his features. After this battle, the threat would be vanquished. Zhao Han rejoiced, realizing that he would no longer be trapped in a lifetime of regret and remorse, as long as his brother Mukin triumphed over Chen Qingxuan in the square. Meanwhile, Li Mukin, the focal point of the confrontation, was taken aback, unable to believe his own ears. Why would Chen Qingxuan choose this moment to confront me? Could it be that his sudden decision stems from his recent elevation as Ling Fengji's personal disciple? A wave of exhilaration surged through Li Mukin's heart. He had been contemplating the possibility of eliminating Chen Qingxuan in the upcoming competition, and now, unexpectedly, the latter had initiated a challenge. This was indeed fortuitous. While Chen had yet to grow formidable, now was the perfect opportunity to vanquish him. With this thought in mind, Li Mukin's gaze turned mocking as he approached Chen Qingxuan with measured steps. Master, why would my brother act in such a manner at this juncture? Qin Ro nearly toppled from her wheelchair in her urgency. Mu Shuiwe furrowed her brows, perplexed, unable to fathom her disciple's intentions. In the square, Chen Qingxuan and Li Mukin stood face to face, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Qingxuan immediately unleashed the formidable power characteristic of the late stage of the Divine Sea realm. With a resounding force, his azure attire billowed, releasing a wave of energy that surged outward. Come forth, Chen Qingxuan. Li Mukin bellowed. 3 years ago, I could incapacitate you. Today, even if you have resumed your training and surpassed your pinnacle from 3 years past, you remain merely at the mid-stage of the Divine Sea realm. And you shall still face a dismal defeat at my hands. Li Mukin was no fool. He was acutely aware that Ling Fengji was observing from the sidelines and would undoubtedly intervene to rescue Chen Qingxuan. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full strength in a single, decisive strike. As his furious shout echoed, Li Mukin's figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance to the immobile Chen Qingxuan in an instant. With a swift thrust, he executed the immortal piercing sword technique. The speed of this strike surpassed even that of the fateful blow Chen Qingxuan had once delivered to Zhao Han during their previous encounter. This very technique had been imparted to Li Mukin by Chen Qingxuan himself, one of numerous martial arts he had taught him in the past. Chen Qingxuan was utterly taken aback. Lu Yuan, Lu Zihao, Zhao Han, and the others were overjoyed. Qingxuan, brother, haha, may Chen Qingxuan perish. Li Mukin shouted frantically as his sword grazed Chen Qingxuan's deep blue robe. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed. A figure was sent flying, crashing onto the square from a distance. Lu Yuan, Lu Zihao, and Zhao Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Ro covered her mouth with her delicate hand. To their surprise, it was Li Mukin who had been sent flying, while Chen Qingxuan remained utterly unperturbed. Below the stage, Ling Fengji raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How is this possible? Li Mukin, still on the ground, narrowed his gaze at the lightly smiling Chen Qingxuan. You are merely at the mid-stage of the Divine Sea realm. How could you possibly send me flying with a single strike? Chen Qingxuan moved, stepping forward. Who informed you that I am at the mid-stage of the Divine Sea realm? Upon hearing this, Li Mukin's body trembled. Could it be that you have also reached the late stage of the Divine Sea realm? Chen Qingxuan let out a cold snort and shook his head. Late stage of the Divine Sea realm? Upon hearing this, Li Mukin's expression changed dramatically. Lu Yuan, Lu Zihao, Zhao Han, and others also exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. Chen Qingxuan cannot possibly be. You truly underestimate me, Li Mukin. As the words fell, Chen Qingxuan took a heavy step down. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and dust and mud soared around the ground. Boom! Immediately after, a force even more formidable than Li Mukin's earlier presence erupted, sweeping outward and howling across the square. Peak of the Divine Sea realm. The entire venue fell silent, only to erupt moments later. Lu Yuan and the others stood in a daze. Li Mukin's complexion changed, his gaze trembling with uncertainty. How could this be possible? How could this be? In just 10 short days. How could you, Chen Qingxuan, transform from a worthless individual into a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Sea realm? Chen Qingxuan laughed heartily. Li Mukin, the immortal sword technique is something I taught you, and you just executed it. However, Your speed is truly abysmal. You are indeed a worthless fool. Now, I shall impart this knowledge to you one final time, and I hope that in your next life, you may improve." As his words lingered in the air, Chen Qingxuan's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, a perilous thought surged within Li Mukin. An overwhelming sense of dread washing over him as he realized that he was undeniably destined for annihilation at the hands of Chen Qingxuan. Clang! He hastily discarded the long sword he held, raising his other hand in a desperate plea, shouting, "I acknowledge." Yet, at that very moment, a brilliant flash of sword light appeared before him. Li Mukin's heart sank in terror. So fast, with a piercing sound, a long sword pierced through the void, plunging into Li Mukin's chest. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the now revealed Chen Qingxuan, a look of complex emotions crossing his face. "You," he managed to utter before collapsing to the ground, his vitality swiftly ebbing away. Chen Qingxuan spared Zhao, not out of a lack of desire to eliminate her, but rather to condemn her to a lifetime of living with her past mistakes, ensuring her perpetual regret. As for Li Mukin, Chen Qingxuan harbored no such thoughts. He simply longed to end his life. All onlookers bore witness to this scene, their emotions profoundly intricate. One sword strike, followed by another. Chen Qingxuan consecutively vanquished Zhao, who was in the early stages of the Divine Sea realm, and Li Mukin, who had reached the later stages, demonstrating the formidable strength of the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. Everyone realized that the once celebrated outer sect genius had returned. No, he was even more extraordinary than before. "Chen Qingxuan, how dare you ruthlessly slay your fellow disciples in the sect competition?" Li Mukin had already conceded, shouted Lu Yuan, filled with righteous indignation as he abruptly rose from his seat. In an instant, he appeared above Chen Qingxuan, striking down with a powerful palm. Before Chen Qingxuan could react, he realized that he was rendered immobile. Moreover, he discovered that as Lu Yuan's palm descended, the very heavens and earth around them seemed to shift in hue. Chapter 20. Forceful seizure of the first place. Lu Yuan contemplated devising a grandiose rationale to seize this opportunity and eliminate Chen Qingxuan. He was acutely aware that once Chen Qingxuan gained entry into the inner sanctum, it would become exceedingly difficult to bring about his demise. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback by Lu Yuan's sudden lethal intent towards him. As he felt Lu Yuan's palm descending from above, the world around him instantly transformed. While he was struck with fear, he also keenly sensed the terrifying power of a true master. A menacing aura enveloped him in an instant. However, in the next moment, he felt the oppressive weight on his body dissipate. Moreover, the surrounding darkness of death had vanished. Boom! Ling Fengji also struck forth with a palm, effortlessly shattering the formidable force of Lu Yuan's previous attack. "Lu Yuan, who grants you the audacity to act against my disciple right before my eyes?" Ling Fengji's cold voice resonated. Chen Qingxuan finally realized that it was her master. Her master, so formidable. Chen Qingxuan's heart brimmed with joy. Lu Yuan stumbled backwards several paces after descending from the heights, his expression grave as he cast a glance at Ling Fengji. He had intended to seize the opportunity, particularly to target Ling Fengji and then strike Chen Qingxuan. However, he had underestimated the formidable prowess of Elderling. This child, Chen Qingxuan, harbors a wicked heart. Just now, Li Mukin has already conceded, yet he still struck to kill. Such a ruthless disposition disqualifies him from being a disciple of our Sword Inquiry sect. Thus, I must eliminate him. Truly, the Grand Elder is most righteous. Chen Qingxuan interjected, preempting his master Ling Fengji, with a cold sneer. If it were I who had been killed, I wonder if the Grand Elder would still display such righteous indignation towards Li Mukin. Lu Yuan coldly regarded Chen Qingxuan, stating, "I, Lu Yuan, am forever impartial to persons, only to matters. If it were Li Mukin, I would similarly eradicate him." Ling Fengji stood beside her disciple, her exquisite features betraying a hint of difficulty. Indeed, Chen Qingxuan had acted with lethal intent even after Li Mukin's concession. This was intolerable in any sect. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to defend her disciple. "How eloquently the Grand Elder speaks," Chen Qingxuan remarked solemnly. "But why do you then permit your son to harm my sister?" Lu Yuan seemed unfazed, having anticipated this retort. "I am well aware of your sister's injury. However, we are currently addressing your brutal slaying of a fellow sect member. All other matters shall be discussed later." Later, indeed, Chen Qingxuan countered. "Pray tell, who among you heard Li Mukin clearly utter the words I concede?" Upon hearing this, Ling Fengji's eyes brightened, and she promptly asserted, "Indeed, Li Mukin only stated I concede, not that he would surrender. Did any of you hear differently?" She turned her head, her eyes radiating a dangerous aura, sweeping over all present disciples. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming pressure and threat. By heavens, in such circumstances, how could we possibly have heard anything? No one dared to utter a word. Elder Ling Yu. Lu Yuan recognized that Ling Fengji's actions were a threat to everyone, rendering him speechless with indignation. What? Lu Yuan, did you hear it? Ling Fengji challenged, pointing directly at him. If you truly heard it, then we must have a serious discussion. I have not engaged in a proper match in quite some time. Upon this, Lu Yuan's countenance turned ashen. Who in the Sword Inquiry sect did not know that Ling Fengji was one of the most formidable intersect elders? He was acutely aware that he would never match her strength. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary. He wished to confront Chen Qingxuan, but realized he could not contend with Ling Fengji. Foolishness. The sect leader glared at Lu Yuan, berating him. Lu Yuan, you have lost your senses, contemplating the assassination of her disciple before Elder Ling. It is nothing short of courting death. The sect leader internally chastised Lu Yuan, contemplating a rescue, but dared not speak out, well aware of Ling Fengji's temperament. Any utterance from him now would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. With the sect leader's furious admonition, Lu Yuan regained some clarity, understanding that it was not the opportune moment to eliminate Chen Qingxuan. He cast a deep glance at Chen Qingxuan, then with a swift flick of his sleeve, huffed in indignation and departed. Today, I have acquired an excellent disciple, and my spirits are lifted. Consider this a warning. Otherwise, I shall incinerate you. Ling Fengji remarked coldly as she watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure. Sect leader. Ling Fengji turned to address him. The sect leader, still reeling from Lu Yuan's predicament, was startled into awareness upon hearing Ling Fengji call to him. Elder Ling, he stammered. That was purely Lu Yuan's own actions, and has nothing to do with me. He hastily distanced himself from the matter. I am well aware it has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you would have been burned to ashes long ago, Ling Fengji replied straightforwardly. What is the prize for this year's outer sect competition? Present it to me for my disciple. The sect leader's mouth fell open in disbelief. Elder Ling, the second round of the competition has not yet commenced. Is it not rather inappropriate to bestow the first prize upon Chen Qingxuan at this juncture? Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Was his master truly securing rewards on his behalf? Was there even a need for a competition? Ling Fengji raised an eyebrow, displaying her impatience. With the prowess of my disciple, could there be anyone from the outer sect capable of matching him? As her words fell, the sect leader and all present felt there was a semblance of truth to her statement. Yet, that could not be entirely accurate. Wasn't Lu Zihao also at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm? Elder Ling, I recall that Lu Yuan's son, Lu Zihao, is indeed at the peak of the Divine Sea realm. If the first place reward were to be bestowed upon Chen Qingxuan now, he would be the first to object. Oh, Ling Fengji paused for a moment. Yes, you mentioned earlier that Lu Zihao is the foremost in the outer sect, and he too is at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. Very well then, let him face my disciple in combat. The victor shall be declared the first in this grand competition. Bring him forth. The sect leader immediately glanced toward Lu Zihao's previous position, only to discover it was utterly vacant. Even Zhao Han was nowhere to be seen. The sect leader's lips twitched slightly. This rascal has actually slipped away. Curse that so-called first of the outer sect. The others soon realized that Lu Zihao had stealthily made his exit, eliciting a wave of discontent. Is this really the so-called first of the outer sect? Ling Fengji narrowed her beautiful eyes in exasperation. Can we now award the first place reward to my disciple? The sect leader's expression contorted, revealing his predicament. Very well. Ling Fengji, dissatisfied, insisted, summon a competing disciple to face my disciple in battle. As her words echoed, her gaze swept across the outer sect disciples participating in the competition. The outer sect disciples dared not meet Ling Fengji's eyes, hastily lowering their heads and retreating. Setting aside the fact that they could not possibly defeat the recovering Chen Qingxuan, would any of them dare to step forward? Even the formidable elder of the outer sect was intimidated. The sect leader, witnessing the disciples' reaction, understood that no one would dare take the stage. And it was abundantly clear that Chen Qingxuan was undoubtedly the first of the outer sect. Very well. I hereby announce that Chen Qingxuan is the first place winner of this year's outer sect competition of the Wanjian sect. There we go. Enough of the delays. I was almost ready to snap my fingers. Ling Fengji beamed, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on the sect leader. The sect leader felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Good heavens, she was already planning to seize it forcefully and still had the audacity to ask me. Chen Qingxuan was bewildered. Is this truly the first place in the sect's grand competition? My dear disciple, go bid farewell to your family and friends, and then accompany me back to the inner sect. I shall retrieve your reward at once. Chapter 21. Tremendous gains. As the foremost of the 10 cultivation sects north of the Great Xia dynasty, Wanjian sect boasts not only formidable strength, but also an expansive territory. The outer sect is merely the tip of the iceberg. The inner sect harbors a universe of its own. Within the inner sect, there are not only 36 peaks, but also numerous towering summits yet to be fully explored, alongside the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Among the 36 peaks of the inner sect, Phoenix Peak belongs to Ling Fengji. As the sole disciple of Ling Fengji, Chen Qingxuan naturally assumed the role of the elder brother of Phoenix Peak. Thus, I have become the elder brother of one of the 36 peaks within the inner sect. Now settled at Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan sat in the courtyard of his myriad tower, shaking his head with a smile. After all, he was a solitary elder brother. With a sigh, he crossed his legs and began his cultivation. The prize for the first place in the outer sect competition was, surprisingly, a Wujing pill, a miraculous elixir that guarantees 100% breakthrough for peak divine sea realm cultivators into the foundation establishment stage, and astonishingly, it possesses no side effects. Though this elixir may not appear particularly advanced, it is remarkably scarce in circulation outside. It is not difficult to concoct, yet the main ingredient, a rare spiritual herb, is exceedingly hard to come by, a treasure that one can only encounter by chance. Chen Qingxuan produced a black gold pill and, without uttering a word, placed it into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of unique true essence that surged towards his dantian. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from within his dantian. In an instant, he felt as though his dantian might explode, engulfed in excruciating pain that made his teeth clatter. It seemed that the claim of no side effects was misleading, for the process of breakthrough was undeniably torturous. An hour later, a thunderous roar resounded. Chen Qingxuan's dantian emitted a tremendous muted roar once more. Immediately thereafter, an immense aura erupted from within him, sweeping through the surroundings and sending the trees, stream, and flowing water in the courtyard into a chaotic frenzy. It was a scene of utter disarray. Chen Qingxuan suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a flash of black and white light flickered in each eye. With a swift whoosh, 2 beams of light shot forth, piercing through the void and soaring into the heavens. Is this the sensation of reaching the foundation establishment realm? Chen Qingxuan clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within him, a look of joy illuminating his face. Before he could indulge in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the realm within him. His consciousness swiftly entered that inner world. Indeed, he beheld a brilliant golden light emerging from the originally dim void, writhing incessantly, as if it sought to break free from the emptiness surrounding it. Chen Qingxuan gazed with anticipation at the undulating mass of golden light in the sky. Having already bestowed a celestial-level technique during their first encounter, he pondered what remarkable treasure might emerge this time. As he spoke, the golden light finally broke free from the void and plummeted towards the earth. With a sound akin to a crack of lightning, the radiant mass plunged into the ground. To Chen Qingxuan's astonishment, a delicate seedling emerged from the spot. Almost instantaneously, it grew at an astonishing rate, transforming into a towering tree that surpassed Chen Qingxuan's height by several heads. This tree was peculiar. Its trunk and branches were devoid of leaves, appearing withered and desolate. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback. At that moment, a segment of golden text appeared suspended in the void. Bodhi Ancient Tree. Under the Bodhi Ancient Tree, cultivating can significantly enhance a cultivator's comprehension and the success rate of their path to enlightenment. After reading, Chen Qingxuan was astonished. He never anticipated that this withered tree was, in fact, an ancient Bodhi tree. Legend has it that the Bodhi tree can assist great cultivators in comprehending the profound truths of the universe, transcending the mundane to attain sanctity. The last recorded sighting of a Bodhi tree dates back several millennia. Now, to his amazement, he discovered one within his own being. Following his shock, Chen Qingxuan was filled with excitement and elation. Did this imply that in the future, he would not encounter obstacles in his cultivation? Would mastering martial techniques, or even divine abilities, become significantly more effortless? Martial techniques are classified into 5 levels: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and divine. Regrettably, he currently lacked any new martial techniques. Otherwise, he would have tested whether this Bodhi tree truly possessed the miraculous qualities of legend. As soon as Chen Qingxuan Sai faded, he suddenly sensed a surge of true essence emanating from outside. He promptly withdrew from this realm, his consciousness returning to the tangible world. My dear disciple, come to the Phoenix Hall at once, conveyed the true essence of his master, Ling Fengji. Chen Qingxuan had entered the inner sect for 3 days, but it was only now that he had his first meeting with his master. He soon arrived at the Phoenix Palace's Grand Hall, where he beheld Ling Fengji reclining on a phoenix chair, sipping wine. Her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and the 2 delicate orbs of jade at her chest were scarcely concealed. Her long legs extended alluringly to her curvaceous hips. Master, Chen Qingxuan could not help but swallow hard. Ah, my esteemed disciple, you have arrived. Ling Fengji immediately sat up, neglecting to adjust her flowing red gown, and gracefully lowered her impossibly long leg, descending with measured steps. For the past 3 days, I have tirelessly endeavored to secure formidable sword techniques and divine abilities for you. Yet those old fossils in the sutra repository stubbornly refused to acquiesce. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback, recalling the moment 3 days prior when she had helped herself secure the first place in the grand competition ahead of time. Master, you do not intend to seize everything for your disciple, do you? As for me, I am primarily focused on physical cultivation. The divine arts you possess are beyond your grasp. Upon reflection, the only thing I can impart to you is a spear, though I am uncertain whether you are willing to refine your skills in spear wielding. As her words fell, she elegantly waved her slender hand, and a golden spear materialized out of thin air, gliding slowly towards Chen Qingxuan. It was known as the dragon-slaying spear, an imperial-grade weapon. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. An imperial weapon, an imperial artifact. Such privileges are typically reserved for the holy sons and daughters of grand sects. Weapons are classified into several tiers: magical tools, spiritual artifacts, Dao instruments, and imperial artifacts. Of course, there are further classifications, but those are meant for suppressing sect-level powers, and even the highest-ranking leaders cannot easily wield them. Additionally, there are 2 accompanying martial techniques, one of celestial grade and the other having reached the level of divine abilities. My dear disciple, whether you choose to refine your spear is entirely up to you. At the sword questioning sect, on the cliff of the falling moon, Chu Yunqi stood poised at the edge of a sheer precipice, her white gown billowing gracefully in the wind, the fitted fabric accentuating her tall figure. Not far away, 2 palace-attired maidens approached with measured steps. Why has the young lady returned so hastily this time? One inquired. Indeed, according to the plan, she was not due back for another month. They exchanged hushed whispers until one of them turned pale. Could it be that the young lady has lost her maidenhood? There is no mistaking this scent. Just then, a jade slip flew towards them, accompanied by Chu Yunqi's icy voice. Go to Phoenix Peak and find Chen Qingxuan. Instruct him to master this body technique within a month. Also, remind him not to forget that matter. One of the maidens took the jade slip, both looking bewildered but asking no further questions as they turned to leave. Once they departed, Chu Yunqi's beautiful eyes fell, staring blankly at her dantian. What is happening? Logically, if I have lost my maidenhood, my cultivation should decline, yet I have unexpectedly broken through. After a moment of silence, she murmured softly, could it be that Chen Qingxuan possesses some peculiar quality? Chapter 22. Martial techniques. The young lady has lost her maidenhood. This is a significant matter. Should we report this to the clan? After leaving the cliff of the falling moon, the 2 palace-attired maidens immediately headed towards Phoenix Peak. One of the maidens in a blue gown spoke up, while the other, dressed in red, shook her head. It is best not to report this just yet. Such an important matter should be left for the young lady to decide herself. Moreover, we do not even know who has caused her loss. The blue-clad maiden nodded in agreement. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Sister Hong, do you think it could be that young man Chen Qingxuan from Phoenix Peak? The red-clad maiden remained silent for a while, her gaze turning sharp. It is highly likely. Otherwise, why would the young lady inexplicably send us to deliver martial techniques to him and remind him not to forget that matter? You are correct, Sister Hong. It must be Chen Qingxuan. The blue-clad maiden's expression hardened. The 2 transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards Phoenix Peak. Chen Qingxuan gazed upward as a crimson flame ascended into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. After bestowing upon him the Panlong spear and 2 forms of martial techniques, Ling Fengji had departed to attend to her own affairs. Only when she disappeared from sight did Chen Qingxuan lower his gaze to the two jade slips in his hands, feeling a sense of unreality wash over him. Merely half a month prior, he had been a discarded waste, stripped of all cultivation. Yet now, he had not only ascended to become a formidable outer disciple of the Wenqing sect, but also the esteemed senior brother of one of the 36 peaks. His cultivation had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. His master had even gifted him an imperial artifact, a heavenly grade martial technique, and an extraordinary divine skill. This sensation felt like a divine blessing. Chen Qingxuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, a profound sense of crisis surged from his heart. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he beheld a pale hand emerging from the void before him, reaching toward his chest with astonishing speed. Chen Qingxuan had no time to evade. He raised his hand and struck with the palm. A muffled thud resounded, the air shattered, and a ripple spread outward in concentric circles. Chen Qingxuan swiftly retreated 5 steps before managing to come to a halt. Raising his gaze, he beheld 2 elegantly attired women from the court materializing in the void, one clad in azure and the other in crimson. It was the azure maidservant who had struck first. To withstand my palm strike indicates some degree of prowess. Yet it remains insufficient. Chen Qingxuan was filled with rage as he gazed at the 2 women who had suddenly appeared and immediately attacked him without uttering a word. In a cold voice, he inquired, "Who are you?" "The young lady has sent us to remind you not to forget that matter." The red-clad maid replied with a grim expression, before tossing a jade slip towards Chen Qingxuan. "Master the martial techniques contained within it within a month. Otherwise, regardless of whether the young lady decides to deal with you, we shall not spare you." The blue-clad maid let out a chilling smile, declaring at that time, "I shall peel your skin off in one piece and fashion it into a human lantern." As her words faded, the 2 maids transformed into streaks of light. Soaring into the sky, they came without a trace and departed without leaving one. Humph, with his caliber, he wouldn't be able to master the martial techniques in that jade slip even if given a year. A voice drifted down from above. It belonged to the blue-clad maid. Chen Qingxuan felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he had just emerged from a dream. Yet the white jade slip in his hand served as a reminder that the recent events were indeed real. He soon realized that the 2 maidens were attendants of Chu Yunxi. Was this a test orchestrated by Chu Yunxi? The jade slip had undoubtedly been sent by her, signifying a high level of importance. However, the thought of the slip being a means of evaluation, coupled with the attitudes of those 2 maidens, left Chen Qingxuan feeling quite displeased. A year's time, was it? At that moment, he lifted his gaze towards the direction in which the 2 had departed. But they had already vanished. With disdain, he thought to himself, "You shall realize that you have willingly invited a slap to your face." He recalled the ancient Bodhi tree within the realm inside him. Immediately, he returned to the Myriad Tower's training room, entering seclusion as his consciousness delved into that inner world, where he began to cultivate the movement technique sent by Chu Yunxi under the Bodhi tree, floating light and shadow. Meanwhile, at a grand hall outside the Wanjian sect, Lu Zihao, who had stealthily left the competition site 3 days prior, wore an expression of discontent as he addressed his father, Lu Yuan, who was seated on a high platform. "Father, is there truly no way to eliminate Chen Qingxuan?" Chen Qingxuan had now become an inner sect disciple and was a direct disciple of Ling Fengji. Should he grow in power, he would undoubtedly seek revenge upon us. Lu Zihao expressed his concerns. Indeed, it was no longer as convenient as it had been in the outer sect. Lu Yuan replied coldly, "Even though he has entered the inner sect, there are still ways and opportunities to deal with Chen Qingxuan. I will coordinate with the internal sect's Gongshang, and when Chen Qingxuan ventures out on a mission, I will arrange for an assassination. Every inner sect disciple must undertake at least 1 mission per month, especially those who are direct disciples of the inner sect elders, whose tasks tend to be even more arduous." This was the final method Lu Yuan devised over the past 3 days to eliminate Chen Qingxuan. He had initially believed that Chen Qingxuan would perish during the competition and had never anticipated his entry into the inner sect. The Gongshang was precisely where missions were assigned to inner sect disciples. The steward, Mu Zhangchu, had been Lu Yuan's disciple during his time in the outer sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihao felt a surge of joy. "Excellent. Father, please arrange it swiftly. Rest assured, direct disciples are required to undertake missions in their first month. I have already contacted Zhangchu, and we are simply awaiting Chen Qingxuan's arrival to accept his sect task." Days passed, and before long, it had been 20 days since Chen Qingxuan entered the inner sect. Except for the first 3 days, He had spent the remainder of his time in the training room of Mingyue Pavilion, immersing his consciousness in the inner realm beneath the Bodhi tree, diligently practicing martial techniques. In addition to honing the movement technique, floating light and shadow, which Chu Yunxi had tasked him with mastering, he also trained in 2 martial techniques associated with the Panlong spear bestowed upon him by his master, Ling Fengji, the heaven-level technique, breaking spear form, and the divine ability, dragon battle in the wild. After nearly 20 days of cultivation, with the assistance of the Bodhi tree, Chen Qingxuan had essentially mastered these 3 martial techniques. It seemed the Bodhi tree was indeed as formidable as the legend suggested, capable of imparting enlightenment and aiding cultivators in their pursuit of transcendence. Chen Qingxuan had withdrawn from his state of cultivation, standing beneath the ancient Bodhi tree, resembling a withered branch, gazing upward in astonishment. He was acutely aware that without the assistance of the Bodhi tree, it would have been utterly impossible for him to attain such divine abilities in such a brief span of time. As he pondered the passage of time, nearly a month had elapsed since he entered the inner sect, and it was now appropriate to visit the Merit Pavilion to receive his assignment. With these thoughts, Chen Qingxuan exited this realm and departed from Phoenix Peak, heading towards the Merit Pavilion. Chapter 23, The First Mission. Upon Chen Qingxuan's arrival at the Gongshan Pavilion, he observed that the place was rather sparsely populated. As the month drew to a close, many inner disciples had already departed early to undertake their assigned tasks. Those inner disciples who failed to fulfill the sect's monthly missions would face certain repercussions. Furthermore, accumulating more than 3 failures within a year would result in the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the Wanjian sect. This may seem somewhat heartless and harsh. Yet the Wanjian sect has, through extensive experience over the years, arrived at this approach deemed most conducive to its development. A measured degree of pressure and healthy competition enables the inner disciples to enhance their personal prowess in the shortest possible time. Senior brother, I have come to receive my sect mission. Chen Qingxuan approached and handed over the token that symbolized his identity as a direct disciple to a young man on duty. The senior brother accepted the token, verified his status as a direct disciple, then glanced at Chen Qingxuan with a hint of indifference before returning the token. Please select one from the tasks listed at the top, he instructed, gesturing towards a large crystal screen nearby. The tasks assigned by the sect varied in difficulty according to the disciples' ranks. Thus, the assignments for a direct disciple like Chen Qingxuan were undoubtedly more challenging than those given to ordinary inner disciples. Chen Qingxuan approached and stood before the grand screen, casting his gaze upon the remaining 4 tasks listed at the top. As he examined each one, his brow gradually furrowed tighter. The first 3 tasks were increasingly formidable. They involved either slaying peak-level demon beasts of the 5th realm or hunting down notorious murderers at the pinnacle of the 5th realm. Yet here he was, merely at the initial stage of the 4th realm of foundation establishment, nearly 2 entire realms beneath the challenges presented. What use was there in attempting such tasks? Chen Qingxuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixating on the most favorable mission, the task of hunting the 5th-tier demon beast. The dual polar elemental dragon required the participation of 4 disciples, with the necessity of a leader who had reached at least the early stages of the 5th realm. Upon seeing this, Chen Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was undoubtedly the least challenging of the 4 options. Senior brother, I shall undertake that mission. Chen Qingxuan pointed at the 4th task. Very well, the duty officer replied, subsequently taking down the task to assist Chen Qingxuan with the registration and coordination. Chen, this task has already been claimed by 3 individuals. With you joining, there will be precisely 4. Please wait here for a moment while I promptly inform the other 3 to arrive. After that, you all shall set forth to Wushuang City. The location of this task lies just 300 miles beyond the borders of the Wanjian sect, outside Wushuang City. Chen Qingxuan responded politely and then stepped aside to await in silence. Before long, 3 individuals arrived. Upon seeing one of the individuals, Chen Qingxuan was somewhat taken aback. Jin Ri, I never anticipated it would be you. Jin Ri, upon spotting Chen Qingxuan, was equally delighted and approached with a smile, placing a hand on the latter's shoulder. In fact, I visited Phoenix Peak in search of you, but alas, you were nowhere to be found. Chen Qingxuan squinted and cast a glance at him, inwardly pondering whether he had come to solicit money from her. Chuckling softly, she thought to herself, heavens, Chen Shitty. You are overthinking. Jin Ri, perceiving her thoughts, chuckled warmly, stating that he merely felt a connection between them and wished to deepen their bond. Chen Qingxuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fortuitous connection. "Allow me to introduce you," he said. Jinri draped his arm around Chen Qingxuan's shoulder and turned to face the other two disciples involved in this mission. "This is senior brother Qi Xiuming, a direct disciple of the Sunward Peak, currently in the late stage of foundation establishment. And this is senior brother Zhang Shi, a direct disciple of the Celestial Peak, at the initial stage of the fifth realm, the condensed Dan realm. He is our team leader for this endeavor." Chen Qingxuan greeted the two individuals in turn. Qi Xiuming merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, it was Zhang Shi, the most formidable among them, who, with a warm smile, exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Qingxuan. Subsequently, the four of them set forth on their swords. 300 miles is not an insurmountable distance, even when journeying on their swords. It posed little challenge to the four of them, all of whom had already entered the foundation establishment stage. What Chen Qingxuan was unaware of was that shortly after he departed with the other three, the duty-bound young man promptly summoned a talisman, transforming it into a streak of luminous light that soared from Gongshan Pavilion toward the outer gate of One Sword Sect. They set off at noon, and by the time the quartet arrived at Wushuang City, twilight had already fallen. The city lord, Ying Qing, personally came to the city gate to welcome them. After a round of cordial pleasantries, Lord Ying led Chen Qingxuan and his companions into the city lord's mansion, where they were naturally treated to a lavish banquet that evening. In the room, as Chen Qingxuan was about to immerse himself in his inner world, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Jinri waiting. "Junior brother Chen, let us take a stroll through Wushuang City." Without waiting for a response, Jinri seized Chen Qingxuan's hand and exited the city lord's mansion. "By the way, junior brother, I have inquired about your exploits in the outer sect competition," Jinri remarked as they walked side by side. "Having severely injured and killed that vile couple, you must feel quite exhilarated, don't you?" Meanwhile, in an alcove of the city lord's mansion, a figure stood quietly, a playful smile gracing their lips as they observed Chen Qingxuan gradually departing the premises. 15 minutes later, at Wamanlu, the most renowned brothel in the Twin Cities, Chen Qingxuan gazed in bemusement at Jinri seated across from him in the second-floor private room. "What expression is that, junior brother?" Jinri chuckled mischievously. "Rest assured, I may not have much, but I certainly have an abundance of wealth. Tonight, all of your expenditures will be covered by me. Come now, Ruhua, you must ensure my junior brother enjoys himself thoroughly tonight. As long as he is satisfied, the money here is yours." With that, Jinri slapped a thick stack of banknotes onto the table. Ruhua, seated beside Chen Qingxuan, immediately brightened with excitement, while Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Get lost." Just then, a furious voice rang out. "Ruhua is reserved for me tonight. I must see which blind fool dares to snatch her away from me." As the voice reached its crescendo, a burly man strode up to the second-floor private room, his expression fierce and filled with rage as he glared at Chen Qingxuan. "What the hell? Just a wet behind-the-ears brat. Get out of my way now," the man bellowed. Chapter 24. Undercurrents. Chen Qingxuan and Jinri furrowed their brows simultaneously, having just listened to the boisterous cries of the burly man approaching them. However, the proprietress of the brothel had failed to inform them upon their entrance that the enchanting Ru Hua had already been reserved by another. "Good sir, it seems you are mistaken." Jinri did not hesitate to express his indignation. Regardless of his status or strength, he could easily assert himself in this establishment. The burly man shot him a disdainful glance. "Mistaken, my foot. Is this not Ru Hua? You two brats, be gone." "Ah, that does not seem quite right." Jinri replied with a calm smile. "My brother and I have not been informed that Ru Hua was booked for the evening." At this moment, Ru Hua and several other graceful courtesans hurriedly retreated to the side, their expressions a mixture of concern and confusion as they beheld the imposing figure advancing towards them. Enough with the nonsense. The burly man snapped impatiently, drawing a massive blade from behind his back and swinging it menacingly toward Jinri. Jinri, taken aback, realized the peril at hand. Yet, it seemed excessive to draw a weapon over a courtesan. Bang! Jinri stepped back just in time as the heavy blade struck the table, shattering it into countless splinters that flew in all directions. A master of foundation establishment. At that moment, both Chen Qingxuan and Jinri, having been propelled several meters back, felt a simultaneous chill run through their hearts. After Chen Qingxuan stepped aside, he did not draw his sword. Instead, Jinri immediately wielded his sword, flicking his wrist, causing the blade to soar into the air. A hand seal was executed, and the sword in midair produced an innumerable array of shimmering sword shadows that rained down like a tempest upon the burly man. The man, upon witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict sharply as he brandished his hefty blade, slashing and hacking, raising it defensively against his chest. Yet, the relentless sword shadows surged forth, unyielding, forcing him to retreat continuously. Just as it seemed the man could no longer withstand the onslaught, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Boom! A powerful force abruptly disrupted Jin Ri's 100-sword technique. Several figures materialized beside the burly man, each gazing coldly at Jin Ri and Chen Qingxuan. The two exchanged glances, their brows furrowing once more. Here we were, merely seeking a moment's respite in a brothel, and suddenly, a multitude of Foundation establishment experts had appeared. Chen Qingxuan had already drawn his sword, realizing that this matter could not be resolved amicably. Both sides, without further ado, engaged in battle. Chen Qingxuan took a decisive step forward and thrust his sword, employing the supreme footwork of the Wanjian sect's outer disciples, executing the stabbing, immortal sword technique. He nearly reached the state of unity between man and sword, resembling a fleeting flash, as if he had vanished into thin air. He aimed directly at the first large man who appeared. Most of the attention from the others was fixated on Jin Ri, given his superior strength. However, upon witnessing Chen Qingxuan's lightning-fast strike, the large man was instantly thrown into a state of panic. He abandoned any thoughts of counterattack and hastily raised his blade in defense. With a swift motion, as his massive sword was only halfway raised, his throat was pierced, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Third brother, the remaining companions exclaimed in alarm. Simultaneously, 3 of them lunged at Chen Qingxuan. 100-sword technique. Jin Ri was also taken aback by Chen Qingxuan's swift action, but before he could revel in his astonishment, he noticed the 3 adversaries abandoning him. He immediately formed a seal, summoning countless flying swords that clanged as they surged toward the 3 attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingxuan swiftly maneuvered to the side, crashing through the wooden wall with a resounding thud, landing on the bustling street of Wushuang City. The 3 adversaries deflected the flying swords and leaped in pursuit. Jin Ri hastily ascended and landed beside Chen Qingxuan at the roadside. The once lively street, upon witnessing the celestial conflict, swiftly dispersed in fear of being caught in the fray, their lives hanging in the balance. Junior brother Chen, there is something amiss. Jin Ri remarked coldly, casting a stern gaze at the trio before him. Chen Qingxuan remained silent. Yet it was evident that he had also discerned the intentions of their adversaries. Junior brother Chen, you shall contend with the gaunt individual. I will take on the other 2, Jin Ri declared sharply, drawing his sword and charging forward. Merely a month prior, Chen Qingxuan had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. The combat prowess he had just unleashed was akin to that of a nascent Foundation establishment stage. Jin Ri surmised that this was indeed the zenith of junior brother Chen's capabilities. As for himself, being at the late Foundation establishment stage, he was expected to face the 2 most formidable opponents. With a flick of his wrist, Jin Ri sent his long sword soaring through the air, and with a deft hand gesture, it veered towards the 2 strongest adversaries. Chen Qingxuan did not hesitate in the slightest. As his senior brother Jin Ri made his move, he 2 stepped forward, brandishing his longsword, once again thrusting towards his opponent with remarkable speed. Youngster, I am aware of your swiftness. Just moments ago, my 3rd brother perished beneath your rapid onslaught. However, speed alone is not omnipotent. The slender man bellowed furiously, his figure flickering as he eerily conjured a perfect doppelganger of himself. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Qingxuan remained utterly composed, a faint, mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. The diminutive man, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a sudden surge of foreboding thoughts arise within his mind. However, he swiftly quelled this unsettling influence on his combat prowess. Do not feign the supernatural, you brat, he exclaimed, and as his voice fell, 2 identical figures simultaneously drew forth weapons resembling crescent-shaped sabers, their blades glinting ominously. Azure Sky sword technique. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan suddenly exerted his strength, channeling an immense amount of true essence into the fire scale sword in his hand. The sword, originally a deep black, transformed into a vibrant azure hue, radiating an intense blue light in an instant. The 2 figures of the thin man changed their expressions simultaneously. This is bad. They immediately turned to flee. This time, The thin man clearly sensed that this strike was significantly slower than the previous one, yet its power was magnified exponentially. He felt enveloped by an extremely perilous aura. Just as he turned, the azure light on the fire scale sword erupted violently. Boom! The blue light surged forth like a cannonball, sweeping outward and instantly engulfing the two figures of the thin man. Whoosh! The air crackled with the sound of combustion. As the azure light dissipated, there was no trace left of the thin man's presence. Upon witnessing this, Chen Qingxuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With his cultivation having successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, both the stabbing immortal sword technique and the azure sky sword technique had significantly enhanced in power. Moreover, as his inner essence was released following the breakthrough, the characteristic strength of the azure sky sword technique was fully manifested. My goodness, junior brother. At that moment, Jinri had also concluded his battle and approached Chen Qingxuan, astonished. Although you are merely in the early stages of foundation establishment, your combat prowess rivals that of the mid-stage and is even stronger than many late-stage cultivators in the outside world. Chen Qingxuan glanced at the two men on the ground, almost torn apart, one in the mid-foundation stage and the other in the late stage, and couldn't help but smile. Brother Jin, your strength is equally impressive. Let us return and inquire with Lord Wushuang about what transpired tonight. As the two departed, a pair of eyes stealthily emerged from a room on the third floor of a brothel, watching their receding figures with keen interest. The initial foundation stage cultivator possessed remarkable speed and strength. Chapter 25, Rising to the Surface in the City Lord's Mansion. Lord Yingqing sat at the head of the Grand Hall. On either side of him were Chen Qingxuan, Jinri, Qi Xiuming, and Zhang Shi. Gentlemen, I have already dispatched someone to investigate the backgrounds of the four individuals. They are not from Wushuang City, but rather four rogue cultivators from distant lands. Jinri was not surprised by this revelation. During their earlier confrontation, he had discerned that they were unlikely to be disciples of any notable sect. However, this raised an intriguing question. It is evident that their conflict was not genuinely instigated by that enchanting maiden, but rather directed at me and Brother Chen, he pondered. Brother Jin, Brother Chen, have either of you harbored grievances with anyone previously? It seems those individuals have come seeking vengeance, spoke Zhang Shi. Chen Qingxuan glanced at him momentarily. He sensed that the quartet had come specifically for him, even harboring suspicions that Zhang Shi, the strongest member of their group, was colluding with them in secret. As for why Zhang Shi would target him, it could either involve the Outer Sect's Grand Elder Lu Yuan of the Sword Sect or the Li family. However, at that moment, he suddenly spoke up to offer a reminder. Could it be that he was not the one they sought? Chen Qingxuan gazed at the carefree smile adorning Zhang Shi's face, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. Alas, they have all perished, otherwise we might have gleaned some insights regarding the perpetrator from their lips. Yingqing sighed softly. After a brief exchange, the group gradually dispersed. Junior Brother Chen, those individuals were indeed targeting you this evening, Jinri cautioned as they strolled along the tranquil path. Chen Qingxuan nodded in silence. I stand with you, he said. After walking a short distance, Jinri continued. Moreover, I wish to mention that I am not well acquainted with Qi Xiuming or Brother Zhang Shi, so I am unaware of their attitudes towards you. Chen Qingxuan understood. It implies that he is uncertain which of the two is the spy sent by the Grand Elder. At present, it is indeed difficult to ascertain. Chen Qingxuan spoke softly. The two continued walking for a while until they reached the eaves of a house. About to part ways and return to their respective rooms, Junior Brother Chen, Jinri suddenly called out, glancing back at the latter. Rest assured, I shall protect you. With that, he gave Chen Qingxuan's shoulder a gentle pat before turning to leave. Chen Qingxuan gazed at the receding figure of Jinri, a subtle frown etching his brow. Why does he treat me with such kindness? He recalled how, even when he was still in the outer sect, Jinri had taken the initiative to assist him. Now, he professed to protect him. It was only when Jinri vanished around the corner that Chen Qingxuan turned to depart. Creak. Chen Qingxuan pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, a menacing aura descended upon him from above. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly employed the technique of fleeting shadows. Chen Qingxuan transformed into a series of shimmering lights. A resounding thud echoed as a palm struck empty air above. The Azure Palace attire descended, revealing the figure of a blue-clad maid beside Chu Yunqi, her lips slightly parted and her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief. Have you truly mastered the ethereal flicker? How could this be? It has only been a little over half a month. How did you achieve this? The blue maid gazed at Chen Qingxuan in utter astonishment. This technique, the ethereal flicker, was a highly esteemed martial skill of the Chu family, and even some core disciples found it exceedingly difficult to acquire. Moreover, it required immense effort to cultivate. Even their young mistress, blessed with a once-in-a-millennium talent, took 2 months to master it. Yet, Chen Qingxuan astonishingly accomplished this feat in less than a month. Although not yet fully proficient, reaching such a level was deemed impossible. Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the fact that Chu Yunqi's maid was actually trailing him. Was it surveillance? Mastering a set of agile martial arts techniques was hardly a challenge. Chen Qingxuan spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the other person, a surge of anger swelling within him as he recalled the day when the young maidservant had unexpectedly attacked him. Were it not for the fact that he was still unable to overpower her, he would undoubtedly have pressed her to the ground in a fit of retribution. Chen Qingxuan's words were evidently a self-deprecation, causing the expression of the young maid Qing to immediately turn icy as she glared at him. Indeed, it is merely a set of martial arts techniques. Mastering them is not particularly remarkable. It merely signifies a slight superiority over the average individual. Let it be known that my young mistress achieved mastery in just 7 days, and she reached the pinnacle of success. The young maid spoke with a proud demeanor, her chin raised defiantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan was taken aback. Indeed, Chu Yunqi's ability to ascend to the position of the Holy Maiden of the Sword-Seeking sect revealed her extraordinary talents. While he managed to cultivate the technique of flickering light in merely 20 days, it was solely due to the assistance of the Bodhi ancient tree. Without its aid, he could only wonder when he might achieve such mastery. This comparison starkly illuminated the sheer magnitude of Chu Yunqi's innate gift. The attendant, noticing the subtle expression of astonishment on Chen Qingxuan's face, could not help but chuckle inwardly. After a moment's contemplation, as if arriving at a resolution, she added, "Furthermore, I must caution you. During this mission, do not place your trust in anyone." Chen Qingxuan suddenly raised his head. "Do you know something? Are you aware of who is plotting to take my life?" The maid, observing the anxious expression on Chen Qingxuan's face, chuckled softly and said nothing more. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Chen Qingxuan initially intended to press for further inquiries, but ultimately could only let out a sigh. Chuckling in a self-deprecating manner, how could she possibly divulge anything to me? She would rather see me perish, so her esteemed lady would no longer be entangled with me. What Chen Qingxuan articulated was precisely what the green-clad maiden harbored in her heart. Her intention was not to kindly alert Chen Qingxuan, but rather to instill a sense of trepidation within him, to be aware that someone sought to take one's life, yet remain oblivious to the identity of the assailant, renders every glance at others a potential confrontation with a killer. The following morning dawned. Chen Qingxuan and Zhang Shi, accompanied by 2 others, set forth on their swords towards the Stone Ox Mountain Range, located outside Wushuang City. The formidable 5-tiered demon beast, the twin extremes Su and Jiao, had previously been sighted in the vicinity. What shall the city lord do? Zhang Shi, in the early stages of the condensation realm, surpassed our expectations. On the eastern city wall of Wushuang City, a gaunt man respectfully inquired of Ying Qing. Ying Qing narrowed his eyes, fixated on 4 figures in the sky, now reduced to the size of yellow beans. With a calm smile, he replied, "Fear not, we shall proceed as planned. You are to lead a contingent to confront Chen Qingxuan and his companions. Leave Zhang Shi to me." The gaunt man, the deputy city lord, felt a chill at Ying Qing's words. "City lord, could it be that you?" Ying Qing snorted softly, offering no response. Chapter 26. The emergence of crisis. The Stone Ox Mountain Range, while not comparable to the back mountains of the Sword-Seeking sect, stretched endlessly for countless miles. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan and Zhang Shi, along with their companions, had ventured into the depths of the mountains. Given the dense foliage and the abundance of demon beasts, it was unsuitable to continue flying on their swords. Thus, the 4 were compelled to proceed on foot. Although the sect's intelligence indicated that the most powerful beast in the vicinity was the 5-tiered twin extremes Su and Jiao, there remained a possibility of missing crucial information, potentially encountering a 6-tiered beast or even a 7-tiered spirit beast. Many core disciples of prominent sects had perished each year due to such oversights. The quartet advanced in a line formation, with Qi Xiuming leading the way, followed closely by Chen Qingxuan and then Jin Ri. The most powerful, Zhang Shi, took up the rear, ready to defend against any sudden attacks from formidable beasts. As they progressed, Various demon beasts occasionally leapt forth, attempting to assault them. However, the four dispatched them with ease, each slain by a single strike of their swords. After traversing the towering, sun-blocking trees of the mountain for half a day, fatigue began to set in. "Let us rest for a moment," suggested Qi Xiaoming, who was leading the group. Chen Qingxuan and the other two concurred. "Have you noticed that we have traversed the mountains for half a day? Although we have encountered a few demonic beasts along the way, their levels are rather low, and their numbers are not significant." Zhang Shi furrowed his brow. This observation had also caught the attention of Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri, though they had not given it much thought previously. However, with Zhang Shi now bringing it to light, they could not help but feel puzzled, particularly Chen Qingxuan, who became increasingly cautious, aware that there may be someone intent on their demise. The current anomaly could very well be related to that threat. His gaze subtly shifted towards Zhang Shi. Logically, if there were someone in the group wishing to harm him, Zhang Shi would be the most likely candidate, given that his cultivation level surpassed Chen Qingxuan's by an entire realm. Yet, it was peculiar that Zhang Shi had proactively raised this concern. It seemed rather illogical. Chen Qingxuan contemplated silently. "Perhaps we should separate to rest, forming pairs. One group can take a respite while the other remains vigilant. Although it is daytime, the surroundings are shrouded, offering only a slight improvement over the night. I am apprehensive that danger may arise at any moment." Jin Ri proposed. "Agreed." Chen Qingxuan and the other two expressed their agreement. "I am quite familiar with junior brother Chen, as we are in the same group." "No objections." Zhang Shi nodded. Qi Xiaoming, who had been rather taciturn throughout the journey, also nodded in assent. "As my cultivation level is the highest, I will team up with junior brother Qi for initial vigilance." With that said, Zhang Shi and Qi Xiaoming rose and proceeded ahead. During this time, Chen Qingxuan remained silent, observing the expressions of Jin Ri and the other two nearby. "Junior brother, take a moment to rest. I fear that something is about to occur." Jin Ri whispered to Chen Qingxuan, glancing back at Zhang Shi and Qi Xiaoming, who had already walked out of sight. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, merely nodding gently. At this moment, he was wary even of Jin Ri. Although Jin Ri had previously aided him, the looming crisis compelled Chen Qingxuan to exercise caution. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi and Qi Xiaoming advanced nearly a mile before halting. "Junior brother, what do you see?" After a brief pause, Zhang Shi suddenly pointed ahead, astonished. Qi Xiaoming followed his gaze, but found nothing of significance. "I see nothing." "No, junior brother, come here." As Zhang Shi approached, Qi Xiaoming leisurely followed. "Senior brother, there is nothing here." He only noticed a patch of wild grass. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Qi Xiaoming's chest, swiftly radiating throughout his body. MMM. His mouth was forcefully covered by Zhang Shi, stifling any sound, leaving him only able to utter muffled cries. With wide eyes, he gazed in disbelief at Zhang Shi, who had thrust a dagger into his chest. "I'm sorry, junior brother Qi," Zhang Shi whispered, pushing the dagger deeper. The unfortunate Qi Xiaoming, entirely oblivious to his fate, fell victim to Zhang Shi's treachery. After swiftly and discreetly handling Qi Xiaoming's lifeless body, Zhang Shi concealed himself in the shadows, preparing to strike at Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri. Commissioned by others within the sect, the true objective of this mission was to eliminate Chen Qingxuan. To maintain secrecy, he intended to dispatch the others accompanying him as well. Zhang Shi lurked in the darkness, his gaze fixated on Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri. With Chen Qingxuan merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, eliminating him posed little challenge. However, Jin Ri, having reached the late stage of foundation establishment and being the young master of the Jin family, undoubtedly possessed means of self-preservation. He murmured to himself, contemplating the plan for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, the Vice Lord of Wushuang City, accompanied by a group of skilled warriors, had already encroached upon the outskirts of the Xinyu mountain range. Zhang Shi aimed to eliminate 3 of his fellow sect members, while the Lord of Wushuang City sought to eradicate the 4 tasked with the mission, including Chen Qingxuan. Their group advanced swiftly through the mountains, having previously refrained from getting too close to avoid detection. Soon, half an hour had elapsed. "Junior brother Jin, junior brother Chen. It seems the trouble now falls upon you too." Zhang Shi approached with a congenial smile, his pace unhurried. Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri rose simultaneously, turning to find only Zhang Shi standing alone, a gentle frown gracing his brow. "Zhang Xixiang, where is junior brother Qi?" Jin Ri inquired. "He is behind." Having just returned midway, junior brother Qi mentioned the urgency of nature, Zhang Shi replied with a smile, shaking his head. Indeed. Junior brother Qi could have held on during the half-hour of vigilance earlier. Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri did not feel any particular concern and thus stepped forward. Chen Qingxuan stood on the left, while Jin Ri occupied the right, with Zhang Shi positioned between them. A natural smile adorned Zhang Shi's face as he addressed his junior brothers, urging them to remain vigilant and prioritize their safety during their watch. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, they were to issue a warning immediately, assuring them of his readiness to respond swiftly due to his superior cultivation. Understood, Brother Zhang. I will certainly. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. At that moment, as they approached Zhang Shi, he unexpectedly drew a dagger and lunged at them. Chapter 27. The breaking gun technique. As Jin Ri and Chen Qingxuan advanced toward Zhang Shi, Jin Ri was taken aback when he witnessed Zhang Shi thrusting a dagger towards him with alarming speed. He cried out and instinctively attempted to retreat. However, it proved insufficient. Despite his prior preparations, he had not anticipated such a brazen attack from Zhang Shi, especially directed at himself. He had assumed that if any treachery were to occur within their ranks, it would likely be aimed at Chen Qingxuan. Thus, although Jin Ri was somewhat prepared, he had not regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. The dagger pierced Jin Ri's chest with a sickening thrust. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed sharply. On the other side, Chen Qingxuan gasped in horror. Brother Jin. A spray of crimson blood erupted forth as Jin Ri was sent reeling, colliding violently with a massive tree. The tree shuddered under the impact, and leaves cascaded down like falling rain. In that moment, no further words were necessary. Chen Qingxuan has discerned the identity of the specter. With a resounding clang, the fiery Lin sword manifested in his grasp, and he executed the immortal sword technique, the sword tip piercing through the air, emitting a series of piercing shrieks as it aimed directly at Zhang Shi, who had his back turned. However, Zhang Shi was a master in the early stages of the Dan condensation realm. Just as the fiery Lin sword was about to strike, he countered with a swift sword of his own. In an instant, a flurry of sword shadows surged forth, countless silhouettes colliding against the fiery Lin sword, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. The tremendous force of the impact sent Chen Qingxuan reeling backward. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a sword shadow shot forth like a shadowless arrow, aimed directly at Chen Qingxuan's head as he staggered. As Chen Qingxuan regained his senses, the shadow of the sword loomed larger in his vision, perilously close. A chill ran down his spine, and raising his sword to defend himself was futile. He hastily turned his head aside. With a sharp hiss, blood splattered like crimson blossoms in the air. The sword's shadow carved a long gash across Chen Qingxuan's face, yet he narrowly avoided a more grievous wound. However, before he could even sigh in relief, a deluge of sword shadows surged forth once more, encircling him with an overwhelming multitude. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a tempest, countless sword shadows hurtled towards Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan was struck with profound terror, simultaneously filled with astonishment. Is this the formidable power of the Dan formation realm? It seems I can only defend myself, devoid of any means to retaliate. He cast a glance at the multitude of sword shadows soaring towards him, realizing that there was no semblance of an escape route. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Shi observed the countless sword shadows unleashed by his 100 swords technique relentlessly assaulting the cornered Chen Qingxuan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In truth, it would not be difficult to eliminate Chen Qingxuan. The challenge lay in also vanquishing his companions, Qi Xiuming and Jin Ri. However, his plans had already come to fruition. Only Jin Ri remained. Junior brother Jin. Jin Ri, clutching his chest, had just risen to his feet when he witnessed Chen Qingxuan being bombarded by Zhang Shi's 100 swords technique. He had not perished, yet his chest had indeed been perilously close to being pierced. Fortunately, the golden robe he wore had mitigated part of Zhang Shi's earlier assault. Otherwise, death would have been inevitable. I knew it. Junior brother Jin, as the scion of the wealthiest family in the great Xia dynasty, must possess means for self-preservation, just as I suspected. Zhang Shi turned, a cold sneer directed at the increasingly feeble Jin Ri. Brother Zhang, who exactly summoned you here? Jin Ri inquired, his voice heavy with gravity. Zhang Shi replied with a chilling laugh, since the dead cannot speak, why burden yourself with such inquiries? Even if you remain silent, we can trace the true culprit. An icy voice laced with anger emanated from behind a great tree. Both Zhang Shi and Jin Ri's expressions shifted dramatically. In a moment of shock, Zhang Shi was bewildered, while Jin Ri's face lit up with joy as he swiftly turned to see Chen Qingxuan emerging with measured steps, showing no signs of injury. Junior brother Chen Yu? Jin Ri's face beamed with delight, unable to fathom how Chen Qingxuan had evaded the lethal 100 swords technique. Zhang Shi wore a composed expression, yet his eyes betrayed disbelief as he regarded Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan approached Jin Ri with measured steps, casting a glance at the wound on the latter's left chest. Though it was deep enough to expose white bone, it was not life-threatening. In that fleeting moment, he had exerted his full strength to execute the elusive technique known as floating light and fleeting shadow, narrowly evading the onslaught of countless sword shadows. This profound martial skill, originally devised by Chu Yunxi to test his innate talent, had unexpectedly become his means of salvation. Truly a twist of fate. It was fortunate that the level of this technique was sufficiently high. Zhang Shi fixed his gaze upon Chen Qingxuan, lost in contemplation. No wonder the Grand Elder sought to eliminate this young man. Despite being an entire realm beneath me, he managed to escape from my 100-sword technique. It is indeed peculiar. I must ensure his demise here. With this thought, Zhang Shi drew his sword, his steps light as a feather, akin to a leaf falling without a trace, drifting unpredictably. He formed a hand seal, and the long sword emanated a brilliant azure light, akin to the sun. With a thunderous roar, a colossal sword shadow materialized from thin air, hurtling directly towards Chen Qingxuan. The terrifying aura locked onto both Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri with an iron grip. Jin Ri felt an overwhelming pressure force him down to the ground. Damn it! Is this the might of the condensation Dan realm? I am utterly immobilized. In despair, Jin Ri cursed vehemently. Chen Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically, having already sensed the formidable power of Zhang Shi at the condensed Dan realm. Yet, the sword wielded now was even more potent than before. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow. His thoughts surged as the sword in his hand transformed into a golden spear. Jin Ri, catching a glimpse of the sudden flash of gold, turned to look, his eyelids twitching in surprise. A golden spear? Instantly, he perceived that this golden spear in Chen Qingxuan's grasp was extraordinary. A golden dragon coiled around the spear's shaft, its movements agile and lifelike, akin to a true dragon. What caliber of weapon is this? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the golden spear, Zhang Shi also felt a surge of exhilaration. It was evident that this was no ordinary item. If he were to eliminate Chen Qingxuan, it would belong to him. Zhang Shi's heart brimmed with joy. As the spear was unveiled, Chen Qingxuan's true energy erupted violently. Boom! The immense true essence nearly sent Jin Ri flying. Unable to contain himself, Jin Ri couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Chen Qingxuan paid no heed to Jin Ri and took a decisive step forward. With a resounding thud, his foot sank into the ground. The spear in his hand thrust forward with ferocity. A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, a radiant golden light burst forth, akin to the explosion of a sun. The technique, known as the breaking spear, summoned the golden radiance that rapidly coalesced into a magnificent golden spear, hurtling towards the colossal shadow of a sword that descended upon him. In stark contrast, the spear formed of golden light resembled an arrow of divine precision. As the spear collided with the sword shadow, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, reverberating through the air. Golden brilliance radiated outward, unleashing a formidable force that swept across the surroundings. Jin Ri, filled with terror, attempted to utter a retort, but before he could articulate a word, he was violently propelled away. Amidst the swirling golden light, a golden arrow shot forth with a piercing whistle, slicing through the air. Chapter 28. Run, Junior Brother. A sharp sound pierced the air, resonating with clarity amidst the enveloping golden glow. Zhang Shi's heart raced with panic, his eyes wide with fear, when suddenly, a streak of lightning-like golden light zipped past. Before he could react, the golden flash had already struck him. It was a golden spear that pierced through his body, penetrating his chest. Zhang Shi was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a halt. His life extinguished. It was only at that moment, as he lay mortally wounded, that Zhang Shi comprehended the gravity of Chen Qingxuan's previous strike. It was, in fact, a celestial-grade martial technique. As the golden light dissipated, a fatigued Chen Qingxuan was revealed, gasping for breath. With a clang, he drove the coiling dragon spear into the ground, using it to support himself and stave off collapse. The consumption of such a celestial-grade technique proved to be immensely taxing, leaving his inner essence utterly depleted. Chen Qingxuan smiled wryly. If the heavenly-tier martial arts were already so formidable, then what of the divine-level spear technique imparted to him by his master? Surely, it could cost him his very life. A sense of helplessness surged within him. Goodness, Brother Chen, was that strike of yours a heavenly-tier martial art? Jean Ri arose from a pile of rubble, clutching his wounded chest, and slowly approached, his heart filled with astonishment at the devastation surrounding them. Chen Qingxuan, exhausted and reluctant to speak, silently nodded. Indeed, it is a celestial-level martial skill. Jean Ri expressed his envy. I have been an inner disciple for several years, yet I still lack the qualifications to attain such a prestigious level of martial technique. You, having just become a direct disciple, have already mastered a celestial-level skill. Furthermore, I suspect that your spear has also reached the level of an imperial artifact. This time, Chen Qingxuan did not deny it. If I had known, I would have chosen to join Phoenix Peak, for then Elder Ling Fengji would have passed down the treasures you possess to me. Jean Ri momentarily forgot his injuries. Filled with regret, Jean, do you have any high-grade medicinal pills for healing and restoring true essence? Chen Qingxuan disregarded his complaints and instead inquired. He was proficient in alchemy, yet had not attended to it during this period, as he had been engrossed in his cultivation. Of course, he had some. Jean Ri promptly produced 2 pills. Half an hour later, where's the person? In the aftermath of the fierce battle between Chen Qingxuan and Zhang Shi, the deputy city lord, accompanied by a group of individuals, surveyed the desolate scene before him, furrowing his brow as he cast his gaze around. Despite their thorough search, they uncovered nothing but a few pools of blood on the ground. The tall and slender deputy city lord felt a sense of bewilderment and rising panic as he beheld the utter devastation surrounding him. The magnitude of destruction hinted at the formidable strength of the combatants, far surpassing his own capabilities. This was unexpected. With narrowed eyes, the deputy city lord reflected on the 4 individuals dispatched by the sword sect, realizing that only Zhang Shi possessed the cultivation level of the elixir formation stage. Perhaps his combat prowess could account for such devastation. Could it be that other unknown powerful entities had emerged in this locale? After a moment's contemplation, the deputy city lord suddenly sensed the peril his group was in and exclaimed urgently, "We must retreat." Once their figures vanished into the depths of the forest, Chen Qingxuan and Jean Ri emerged slowly from the dense thicket. Jean Ri remarked with mild surprise. Observing the direction in which the deputy city lord and his entourage had departed, it seems we have unexpectedly attracted their attention. Initially, we feared that the sounds of your confrontation with Zhang Shi would lure formidable beasts towards us, prompting us to evade the area. Yet, it appears that the beasts were not drawn in, but rather, those from Wushuang City arrived instead. What is your perspective on this matter, junior brother? He turned to regard Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan pondered for a moment. Initially, it was stated that the inhabitants of Wushuang City would not accompany the 4 of us into the mountains, yet they have unexpectedly appeared. I suspect that their presence cannot solely be attributed to the sounds of battle resonating from this location. Furthermore, the skirmish concluded merely half an hour ago, and yet the deputy city lord has arrived with his entourage, indicating that they must have already ventured into the mountains. Jean Ri responded with a faint acknowledgement. Gently nodding his head, Chen Qingxuan continued, "Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot meet with the people of Wushuang City." Jean Ri concurred with this assertion and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Chen Qingxuan lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then lifted it to gaze at Jean Ri. "Senior brother Jean, regardless of the circumstances, our mission here is to hunt the 5th-tier monster, the dual elemental Wangjiao. Should we fail to accomplish this task, we risk facing repercussions. Therefore, I propose we focus on completing the mission first. Junior brother, I concur with your suggestion. Let us proceed deeper and fulfill the sect's assignment." The 2 turned and ventured further into the depths of the mountain range. Before long, the tall and slender deputy city lord emerged at the edge of the Xinyu mountain range, accompanied by a group of individuals. The city lord, Ying Qing, awaited them there. "City lord, the situation appears dire." The deputy city lord approached immediately to report. Ying Qing listened intently, a slight frown creasing his brow. If what his subordinate stated were true, the matter indeed seemed perplexing. Among the 4 disciples from the Sword Inquiry sect, only Zhang Shi had achieved a breakthrough to the condensation dance stage. "Take me to the scene." After a moment of contemplation, Ying Qing resolved to personally assess the situation. Yes, City Lord. The deputy City Lord responded and turned to lead the way back into the mountains. With the City Lord's presence, he felt reassured, knowing that Qing's true strength lay in the mid-condensation dance stage, surpassing even that of Zhang Shi. As they re-entered the mountain range, Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri had already approached the dwelling of the dual elemental Wang Jiao. From a distance, they could distinctly hear the creature's breathing. Upon hearing this sound, Jin Ri's brow furrowed slightly as he grasped Chen Qingxuan's arm, who was about to step forward, and whispered, "Junior brother, I sense something amiss." Chen Qingxuan turned around and halted, similarly speaking in a very low voice. "Senior brother, what is the matter? I have read in books that the breathing sound of a fifth-tier demon beast, the dual-element Wenjiao, is not like this when it is asleep." Chen Qingxuan felt a sense of bewilderment, for he had not encountered any records regarding such a beast. "What kind of demon beast do you think this breathing sound belongs to?" he inquired. Jin Ri shook his head, confessing that he only knew it was not the fifth-tier demon beast, the dual-element spirit flood dragon. As for what kind of beast it could be, he had never laid eyes upon it. "What should we do now?" Chen Qingxuan asked. Jin Ri furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. "Perhaps I should stealthily advance and ascertain what it truly is." Chen Qingxuan nodded, turning around to cautiously advance, his footsteps even lighter than before. The two moved forward like treading on thin ice, progressing deeper for several hundred meters before crouching behind a massive stone. Less than 200 meters ahead lay the habitat of the enigmatic five-tiered demon beast, the dual elemental Wang Jiao. Unsure of the exact nature of the creature, they dared not proceed recklessly. After resting against the boulder for a moment, Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement before stealthily peeking out to observe. Jin Ri's eyes widened in alarm. "We must flee, junior brother." Chapter 29, An Unexpected Encounter with the Unrivaled City Lord. Could it be that other powerful beings have entered the Shinya mountain range? Before the ruins forged by Chen Qingxuan and Zhang Shi, the formidable city lord Qing and the lanky deputy city lord, along with a retinue, had gathered. Qing surveyed the desolate landscape, his heart filled with trepidation and his countenance grave. The intensity of the confrontation clearly indicated that both parties possessed strength at the condensation pill realm. Otherwise, such devastation would be unattainable. Could it be that other formidable experts had suddenly arrived to eliminate Zhang Shi and Chen Qingxuan along with their companions? While this possibility was not to be dismissed, where were the corpses of Chen Qingxuan's group? Logically, with Zhang Shi being at the early stage of the condensation pill realm, there should have been some trace left behind, even in the event of his demise. Qing pondered in confusion, while the deputy city lord remained silent. Previously, Qing had dispatched his subordinates to scour the area extensively, yet not a single clue had been uncovered. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, reverberating with a booming intensity. Deep within the Shinya mountain range, towering trees collapsed one after another with a resounding crash. Viewed from above, it appeared as though an entire row of colossal trees had been instantaneously consumed. A magnificent golden beast, dragging its immense form, charged forward in a frenzy. Before it, two diminutive figures scurried in frantic disarray, none other than Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri. By heavens, this is no mere fifth-tier bipolar elemental serpent. We have been deceived. Jin Ri shouted in a fit of rage as he sprinted for his life. What shall we do about our junior brother? He glanced back at Chen Qingxuan, who was nearly keeping pace beside him. Brother, it seems that the Gu Feng Fen Luo Jiao has fully matured, its power nearly reaching the sixth tier, far beyond our capacity to contend with. Chen Qingxuan's expression was grave as he unleashed the true essence within him, his speed rivaling that of Jin Ri. In truth, he had the means to employ the divine ability of dragon battle in the wild, which could potentially inflict severe damage upon the monstrous beast. However, he was uncertain of the consequences that would follow. A previous strike using a celestial-level martial technique had nearly brought him to his knees. That was divine power. Boom. The colossal body of the Gu Feng Fen Luo mongoose did not hinder its agility. Its massive hand, akin to a small mountain, swung towards them, nearly sending the two flying away, as if swatting at flies. The wobbling Jin Ri lamented, "Junior brother, if this continues, we shall surely meet our end." Chen Qingxuan glanced back at the Gu Feng Fen Luo Diao. With a furious roar, the Gu Feng Fen Luo Diao, upon catching sight of Chen Qingxuan's gaze, seized a large tree and hurled it forward with a whoosh. "Be careful, senior brother." Chen Qingxuan forcefully swatted Jin Ri aside with a single hand, swiftly evading to the side himself. Jean Ri's body swayed through the air before crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing the two human boys part ways, the massive figure of Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao paused momentarily. With a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens, it plunged forward, thundering after Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically, but he quickly recalled the technique of floating light and shadow that he possessed. Alone, he believed he could evade this formidable beast, which, despite its tremendous power, was slightly slower in comparison. Thus, he shouted to Jean Ri on the other side, "Senior brother, find a way to escape the mountains. We shall meet at the city lord's residence." Upon hearing this, Jean Ri was struck with terror, fearing that Chen Qingxuan might be devoured by the demon beast. Just as he was about to shout back, he suddenly saw Chen Qingxuan transform into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. His speed was significantly greater than when they had fled together moments ago. I nearly forgot about Chen Shidi's swiftness, Jean Ri thought, recalling how Chen Qingxuan had previously evaded Zhang Shi's lethal strike. With that realization, he immediately turned and fled at full speed. Knowing that if the Gu Wind Powder Ferret noticed it could not catch up to his junior brother and decided to pursue him instead, he would surely meet his doom. In the dense forest, Chen Qingxuan's figure flickered intermittently among the trees. Fully employing floating light and shadow, he moved with astonishing speed. However, not far behind him, trees were uprooted in large numbers, accompanied by thunderous roars. The Gu Wind Powder Ferret was not as slow as Chen Qingxuan had presumed, closely trailing him. Roar! The Gu Wind Powder Ferret was enraged. It had relentlessly pursued this young man for so long, yet it could only watch from behind, unable to reach him. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the unparalleled city lord's residence, Ying Qing and others suddenly heard a deafening roar echoing into the sky. Instantly alarmed, their gazes flickered towards the front. "That roar does not resemble that of the bipolar elemental pattern flood dragon," remarked the tall and slender deputy city lord. Boom! The ground shook violently, and Ying Qing and all others noticed that large swathes of trees were falling in the distance, presenting a scene reminiscent of an unstoppable force. Ying Qing immediately sensed something was amiss, his expression changing drastically. Yet, before he could shout for everyone to flee, he suddenly saw a figure darting through the dense forest as swiftly as lightning. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through resonated. It was none other than Chen Qingxuan. Ying Qing was immensely shocked, and the deputy city lord and others were equally bewildered. Chen Qingxuan is actually alive? What about the other three from the sword sect? Chen Qingxuan had initially focused all his attention on the Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao behind him, and thus failed to notice Ying Qing and the others in advance. Upon emerging from the dense forest, he was unexpectedly confronted by a throng of individuals, including the Lord and Deputy Lord of Wushuang City, along with a group of key players. Doubts surged within Chen Qingxuan. Why were they present in this location? If they had been outside the mountains or on the periphery, it would have made sense. However, the place where he had just battled Zhang Shi was evidently deep within the mountain range. Logically, Ying Qing and his companions should not be here. The thought flickered through his mind, and Chen Qingxuan sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Thus, after merely glancing at Ying Qing and the others as if he were a stranger, he continued to unleash his full power, employing the technique of floating light and shadow, transforming into a mere afterimage, vanishing into the air. Such incredible speed! A sense of astonishment gripped Ying Qing and the others. Roar! Just as their shock began to dissipate, a thunderous roar erupted not far in front of them. Startled, Ying Qing and his companions turned abruptly, only to be met with an overwhelming sight. Countless gigantic trees came crashing down. Run! Escape! It was only then that the personnel from the Lord's Manor of Wushuang City realized the gravity of the situation and scattered in every direction. Unfortunately, many reacted too slowly and were struck by the falling giant trees, their screams echoing in the air. Boom! The Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao pounced upon those who managed to flee, swatting them away like flies, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Some were even reduced to mere blood mist. Witnessing this scene, Ying Qing and the slender lord were filled with intense fury. "Beast, stop!" Ying Qing bellowed. Soaring in front of the Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao, his hand shimmering with light as he brandished his sword, striking down with a single blow. Chapter 30. Comparable to the sixth tier, having swiftly evaded to a considerable distance, Chen Qingxuan suddenly sensed a stillness behind him. He turned back to observe that the trees had not toppled en masse, there were no tremors, and the colossal form of the Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao had vanished. Soon after, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Perching himself on a tree, Chen Qingxuan pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate further. He stealthily approached a location not far from the ruins, concealing himself atop a massive tree, and watched as a man and beast clashed. Observing the formidable aura emanating from Lord Yingqing, Chen Qingxuan distinctly felt that Yingqing's strength surpassed that of Zhang Shi by a considerable margin. His cultivation was undeniably no less than that of the early stage of the Dan formation realm. A deception was at play. Chen Qingxuan murmured softly. Previously, both the whispers from outside and the words of those within the city lord's mansion had asserted that Yingqing was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, a brilliant sword radiance erupted from Yingqing, colliding with the colossal hand of the Gufeng Fenluo Diao. The violent energy unleashed surged forth like a tempest. Damn it! Is that brat Chen Qingxuan deliberately luring this beast towards us? Yingqing cast a glance at the scattered remnants of the city lord's mansion personnel. And with only a few still alive, he cursed furiously at the heavens. Had I known, I would have resolved the matter with you four right there in the city lord's mansion. As his curses echoed, Yingqing let out a fierce roar, his surroundings ablaze with swirling sword shadows that surged toward the Gufeng Fenluo Diao. Infuriated, the Gufeng Fenluo Diao opened its massive jaws wide, inhaling an unfathomable amount of air from the surrounding expanse. Then, with a sudden release, it bellowed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. A dark beam of light erupted from its maw, scattering countless sword shadows and hurtling directly towards Yingqing. Chen Qingxuan listened in trepidation, his heart pounding in fear. Indeed, there was something amiss with Yingqing. He had always harbored intentions to eliminate us, perhaps because if we perished within the city lord's mansion, it would be an unexplainable matter to the Wenjian sect. Why did Yingqing seek our demise? Chen Qingxuan found himself perplexed. If Yingqing and Zhang Shi both sought to take his life, it was evident that their motives diverged. This left Chen Qingxuan in a state of bewilderment. The mere intention of Zhang Shi to eliminate him had already raised suspicions. Now, the involvement of the Lord of Wushuang City only deepened the intrigue. Who were the forces lurking behind both of them? As Chen Qingxuan pondered and speculated, the battle between a man and a beast in the arena seemed to be reaching its climax. It must be acknowledged that Yingqing's strength was formidable. Even when faced with the formidable Gufeng Fenluo Diao, whose power rivaled that of a sixth-tier demon beast, he managed to hold his ground until now. The Gufeng Fenluo Diao was equally powerful. However, at this moment, both combatants had sustained grievous injuries. Yingqing's left side was nearly stripped of flesh and skin, torn away by the Gufeng Fenluo Diao. Meanwhile, the creature was riddled with countless wounds from sword strikes, with dark blood continuously gushing forth. Yingqing lacked the strength to rise, leaning against a severed tree trunk, gasping for breath and bleeding profusely. The massive form of the Gufeng Fenluo Diao lay on the ground, equally incapacitated. Beast, I never imagined that my unmatched city lord's manor would meet its demise at your hands. Yingqing's face was ashen, consumed by rage. Just then, Chen Qingxuan stepped forth slowly. Chen Qingxuan? Yingqing seethed with fury. I regret it. I should have killed you all back then, and this would not have come to pass. Clang. A long sword manifested in Chen Qingxuan's hand, its tip resting against Yingqing's neck. Speak. Why do you wish to slay us? At that moment, Yingqing's heart felt as though it had turned to ashes. Nearly his entire city lord's mansion had been annihilated here, and he no longer cared for his own life. Humph, Chen Qingxuan. Whether you kill me now or choose to save me, it bears no significance. Do you truly believe that threatening me in such a manner still holds any weight? Chen Qingxuan gently furrowed his brow, taken aback by the drastic change in Yingqing's demeanor. However, I can inform you that Yingqing let out a cold laugh. In truth, the only life we seek to extinguish is yours alone. The other three are merely collateral. We wish to eliminate them to prevent news of your demise from leaking. Are you curious to know who wishes to see you dead? I shall never reveal that. Not even in death. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan felt a sense of helplessness but realized that he could extract no further information from Yingqing. He coldly declared, Then perish. With that, a sword descended, severing Yingqing's head and sending it soaring through the air. Subsequently, Chen Qingxuan turned and approached the critically wounded Gufeng Fenluo Diao, its massive head looming before him. The Gufeng Fenluo Diao's gaze remained sharp, recognizing the human youth before it. It understood that had it not been for this young man, it would not have engaged in a fierce battle with the earlier human powerhouse and would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Chen Qingxuan cast a glance at the Gufeng Fenluo Diao, merely shook his head without uttering a word. and swiftly ended its life with a single stroke of his sword. After scouring the battlefield and acquiring some valuable resources, he absorbed the immense corpse of the Gu Feng Fen Luo Jiao into his inner realm before departing from the Xinyu mountain range. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted Jin Ri rushing towards him in haste. "Junior brother Chen," Jin Ri exclaimed excitedly from a distance. "Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" As he approached Chen Qingxuan, he scrutinized him with concern. Upon seeing Jin Ri safe and sound, Chen Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief. Having previously harbored concerns that he might have fallen victim to the machinations of the city lord's mansion. "Junior brother, after we parted ways, did you encounter Qing and his companions?" Chen Qingxuan interjected before Jin Ri could finish his thought. Jin Ri's expression faltered. "Junior brother, did you kill Qing and the others? I just returned from the city lord's mansion and learned that Qing was, in fact, a mid-stage condensation realm cultivator. Their intention was to eliminate the four of us." Chen Qingxuan nodded, acknowledging, "I am already aware of all this. The one who killed Qing is none other than that Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao." Chen Qingxuan recounted the recent events in detail. "We have turned misfortune into fortune," Jin Ri exclaimed. "Had it not been for the formidable Gu Fengfen Luo Jiao, comparable to a sixth-stage demon beast, both of us would have perished here today. However, it is unfortunate that we remain unaware of the identities behind Zhang Shi and Qing. Brother, there is no need to dwell on that now," Chen Qingxuan replied. "Once we return to the Wanjian sect, we shall naturally be able to investigate." Indeed, Jin Ri clapped his hands in agreement. "This mission clearly has its complications. Upon our return, we will follow the clues and undoubtedly uncover those behind it." Chapter 31. Newly admitted intersect disciples upon returning to the sword-seeking sect. Chen Qingxuan first met with Jin Ri at the Gongshan Pavilion to hand over the current assignment. During this time, they did not encounter the previously mentioned seated disciple. Jin Ri, having entered the inner sect earlier, was aware that this seated disciple was named Wu Liang. Upon inquiring, they learned that Wu Liang had departed on a mission 2 days prior. Chen Qingxuan and Jin Ri exchanged a glance. It was not unusual for every disciple of the sword-questioning sect to undertake tasks, and Wu Liang's departure was nothing extraordinary. However, the peculiar timing raised their suspicions. After completing their task, they received a substantial reward in spirit stones. The sword-questioning sect ensured that their disciples were compensated for their efforts. "Brother Chen, you should keep the spirit stones. You are in greater need than I am." When Chen Qingxuan offered to share half of the spirit stones with Jin Ri declined with a smile. "Have you forgotten that I am the wealthiest second-generation heir of the great Xia dynasty? Besides, your contribution was paramount in accomplishing this task. I hardly did anything at all. Moreover, you saved my life." Jin Ri's face reflected gratitude. Chen Qingxuan was not being pretentious. He genuinely required the spirit stones more than his counterpart. Within the inner sect, everything necessitates spirit stones, and resources are exorbitantly priced. "Thank you, Brother Jin," Chen Qingxuan replied with a light smile. "We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities," Jin Ri remarked, patting Chen Qingxuan on the shoulder. "Leave the matter of investigating the individuals behind this to me. I entered the inner sect before you, and I am acquainted with more people. Moreover, given my status, it will undoubtedly be more convenient for me to take action. You should focus on your cultivation." Jin Ri was well aware of Chen Qingxuan's diligent training. He had visited him several times at Phoenix Mountain, only to find him immersed in his practice. Even during this mission, Chen Qingxuan seized every opportunity to cultivate. "All right, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Jin." With that, the two parted ways, each returning to their respective peaks. Upon returning to Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan discovered the absence of his master, Ling Fengji. He was uncertain whether she was merely away or had ventured elsewhere again. With his master not present, the vast mountain peak felt desolate and solitary. Chen Qingxuan decided to immerse himself once more in his cultivation. He retreated to the cultivation chamber, seated himself in a meditative posture, and allowed his consciousness to transcend into another realm. This boundless domain was shrouded in a dim and desolate ambience. The ancient Bodhi tree stood there, stripped of leaves and seeds, its branches bare, had it not been for the connection it afforded him in his cultivation and enlightenment. Chen Qingxuan would have surely believed it to be lifeless. Despite the perils encountered during his recent excursion, the rewards were substantial. The intensity of life and death struggles he faced was incomparable to the so-called competitions within the sect. The experience gained from these harrowing encounters not only honed his proficiency in various martial techniques and the timing of their execution, but also cultivated a keen awareness for combat. Through the life-or-death duels with Zhang Shi and the desperate flight from the pursuit of Gu Feng and the Powdered Weasel, Chen Qingxuan developed a profound understanding of the spear and the fleeting shadows. He felt more adept with the spear than with the sword. Chen Qingxuan reminisced about his battle with Zhang Shi and spoke softly. Moreover, I have now mastered the heavenly grade spear techniques and even possess skills of a divine caliber. In truth, switching to a spear is indeed a commendable choice. After further contemplation, Chen Qingxuan resolved to adopt the long spear as his primary weapon. The Panlong Spear, a weapon of imperial status, far surpasses his own Fireland sword by countless degrees. The mere thought of the Panlong Spear reinforced his determination to transition to the long spear. He then began to assess the gains from his venture in Wushuang City. Whether the city lord acted with malice or not, this turn of events had inadvertently bestowed upon him considerable rewards. Naturally, spiritual stones and elixirs were abundant, however. The quality of the elixirs was rather modest, which is to be expected. After all, it is not a major sect or a powerful force that could offer high-grade elixirs. Additionally, there were several martial techniques, encompassing both sword and saber forms. Chen Qingxuan glanced briefly and discerned that the same tier was not particularly high. And given his transition to the spear, sword techniques no longer piqued his interest. Ultimately, his attention was captivated by a jade slip, the Phoenix Feather Spear technique, a terrestrial-level martial art. Upon seeing this, Chen Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing a sense of serendipity as if what he lacked had suddenly materialized. How splendid! Currently, he possessed only 2 spear techniques, both of which were at the heavenly level, and one was a divine art. At his present cultivation level, executing a heavenly martial art was quite challenging, and he could only imagine the consequences of attempting the divine art even once. Thus, the arrival of a terrestrial-level martial art was indeed fortuitous. Chen Qingxuan immediately immersed his consciousness into the jade slip, and in an instant, information regarding the wind feather spear technique flooded his mind. In a realm of his own, aided by the ancient Bodhi tree, Chen Qingxuan began his relentless cultivation day and night. While he diligently honed his skills within this personal sanctuary, 100 young disciples gathered at a remote Hanstone square within the inner sect of the Sword Inquiry sect, clad in white Taoist robes with golden sashes. They formed groups of 3 or 5, or occasionally stood alone. This 100 comprised the newly initiated inner sect disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect for the year. Among them, 50 had entered from the outer sect, over 20 were prodigies selected from distant lands, and the remainder were descendants of the sect's higher echelons who had been nurtured within the inner sect from a young age. Damn, Chen Qingxuan is truly fortunate. Having caught the eye of Elder Ling Feng, before even entering the inner sect, he has already become a direct disciple of a peak. So what if he is the best from the outer sect? What is so remarkable about that? I will teach him a lesson when he arrives. This sentiment was voiced by a young man named Zhuo, who possessed a striking appearance with sharp brows and bright eyes. He had been discovered by a high-ranking member of the Sword Inquiry sect during an expedition, recognized for his talent, and brought back directly to the inner sect. Once this new batch of inner sect disciples completed their training, it was highly likely he would also become a direct disciple. He held a disdainful view towards those who transitioned from the outer sect, and even towards the descendants of the inner sect's higher-ups who had long resided there. At that moment, Zhuo cast a scornful glance at the gathered inner sect disciples, many of whom had gained entry due to their family connections. Among them, approximately 30 were divided into 2 factions. They naturally noticed Zhuo's derisive gaze. Tang Laoda, this Zhuo, a country bumpkin, thinks he is talented enough to ascend to the heavens. Let me step in and teach him a lesson, so he knows he is nothing in our inner sect. The leader of one faction, Tang Zhong, directed his cold gaze towards Zhuo, similarly unimpressed by him. Chapter 32. The contest for the first position. Their eyes locked, and Tang Zhong perceived the provocation in Zhuo's gaze. He had always held a grudge against Zhuo, and now his irritation intensified. Damn it. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will genuinely believe that we, the inner sect members, are nothing but useless fools. With an angry huff, he drew his sword and strode forward. Zhuo, witnessing this, also unsheathed his sword, moving towards his opponent in unison. The crowd parted, creating a clearing for the duel. The disciples who had ascended from the outer sect gathered together, remaining silent. for they felt the least competitive compared to the prodigies from distant lands and the direct disciples of the inner sect. Tang Laoda, teach him a harsh lesson. Show him they are just a bunch of village brutes. The shouts from both sides rang out. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong and Zhuo Xuelin stood in silence, glaring at each other. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. With a rush, both moved simultaneously. Their swords lunged towards each other, clashing with a resounding ring that sparked a flash of light. They brushed past each other in midair, each executing a swift slash behind them. From the outset, both fought with all their might, intent on overpowering the other. The sound of clashing swords filled the air, sparks flying as their figures darted about, leaving trails of sword shadows. The onlookers fell silent, astonished at the fierce exchange. After dozens of strikes, a loud crash echoed, and one figure was sent flying backward, spitting blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Zhong had been defeated. Zhuo Xuelin descended gracefully, his left hand resting behind his back. The tip of his sword lowered, his gaze cold and disdainful. Which of you from the direct disciples or outer sect dares to challenge me? I, Zhuo, stand here, ready for battle. The disciples from the direct and outer sect exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. The direct disciples vastly outclassed the outer sect members. And since Tang Zhong, the strongest among them, had fallen, they knew any attempt would only lead to humiliation. Tang Laoda is magnificent. Tang Laoda reigns supreme. The outer sect prodigies cheered, surrounding Tang Zhong in celebration. We've shown you that your direct disciples are not all that. Remember, from now on, Tang Laoda is the true champion here, and you all must bow your heads in his presence. The direct disciples seethed with discontent, yet none could match Zhuo Xuelin's strength. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to confront him. You outer sect members too, take heed, or face the consequences. One disciple turned, casting a disdainful glance over the outer sect. The outer sect members knew they were no match for the two factions and were equally frustrated but silent. Isnt, there's still the outer sect's top disciple. Chen Qingxuan? Someone whispered from within their ranks. Oh, is that so? Then bring Chen Qingxuan here. I, Tang Zhong, will teach him what true dominance looks like. It's merely a case of good fortune. If Elder Ling Feng had met Tang Laoda first, that direct disciple wouldn't even have a chance. I reckon Chen Qingxuan knows he is just mediocre, which is why he dares not come to this training, fearing he'd be humiliated. Damn, what a farce. How can you claim to be the outer sect's top disciple when you saw your inner sect champion defeated by our Tang Laoda? Huh? Does anyone truly believe the outer sect's top disciple surpasses the inner sect's? Listening to the voices of his underlings, Tang Zhong felt a spark of interest in the elusive outer sect champion, the senior brother of Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan. Of course, it was an interest rooted in the anticipation of overpowering him. Silence. Suddenly, an aged figure emerged in the square. He was the Taoist Sikong, tasked with imparting teachings to the newly initiated inner disciples for a duration of 3 months. Following this period, assessments and evaluations would be conducted to ascertain their qualifications for becoming direct disciples. The gaze of Taoist Sikong fell upon Zhuo Xuelin, distinctly different from his scrutiny of the others. Over the past month, he had been closely observing Zhuo Xuelin, whose exceptional talent was undeniable. In fact, Taoist Sikong had arrived earlier and had been secretly watching the duel between Zhuo Xuelin and Tang Zhong. It could be said that Zhuo Xuelin was undoubtedly the foremost among this year's newly admitted disciples. In addition, he had heard whispers of Chen Qingxuan, who had never appeared at these gatherings. The first among the outer sect, he had been accepted as a direct disciple by Ling Fengji on the day of the outer sect competition. Taoist Sikong was well aware of Ling Fengji's stature. It was likely that her chosen disciple would not be particularly remarkable. Furthermore, the title of the so-called first of the outer sect held little weight. Was it not evident that even Tang Zhong, the top disciple of the direct ascent faction, had been easily defeated by Zhuo Xuelin? Thus, Taoist Sikong did not regard Chen Qingxuan with any significance. Even his absence from the training camp for an entire month elicited a nonchalant response from Taoist Sikong. 3 days had passed. Chen Qingxuan finally emerged from his secluded cultivation in a distant realm, a smile gracing his countenance. With the assistance of the ancient Bodhi tree, his progress had been remarkable. In a mere span of 3 days, he had mastered the earth-level martial technique, the flying feather spear technique, achieving a level of great proficiency. Now he possessed 3 types of spear techniques, spanning from divine to heavenly, with the lowest being of earth level. Was this not a tad excessive? in sparring with others, it would hardly be appropriate to unleash heavenly or divine techniques at the outset. Even earth-level skills seemed a bit too formidable. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek one or two techniques of a slightly lower caliber. Thus, his repertoire of martial arts would attain a more harmonious balance. Chen Qingxuan departed from Phoenix Peak and made his way to the sect's scripture repository. Before the repository lay a modest square, at the center of which stood a 3-story octagonal pavilion, serving as the trading post for the scripture repository. Disciples could purchase or exchange martial arts techniques here. Upon the arrival of Chen Qingxuan, he noticed numerous disciples bustling about. After a brief glance, he proceeded directly to the trading post. After perusing the offerings, he set his sights on a profound-grade spear technique known as the Spirit Sun Spear formula. Having exchanged spirit stones for the jade slip, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, "Please hold a moment, fellow disciple. Our leader is also interested in purchasing this spear technique, but has arrived a moment too late. Might you be willing to part with it?" Chen Qingxuan raised his gaze and beheld 3 young disciples surrounding a dashing young man, who approached with an air of elegance. Had Chen Qingxuan attended the training session, he would have instantly recognized the individual as Zhuo Xuelin. Chapter 33. I was just looking for someone to fight. Chen Qingxuan had just completed his purchase of firearm skills and was about to depart from the plaza when he was intercepted by a group of individuals. He turned his head, his gaze indifferent. "I happen to require firearm skills. They are not for exclusive sale. Fellow practitioner, please state your price. We can afford it." As Chen Qingxuan was about to take flight on his sword, he was intercepted once more. This time, he furrowed his brow slightly and said, "I have made it clear that I require this marksmanship." His tone grew noticeably heavier. Upon witnessing his expression and hearing the impatience in his voice, Zhuo Xuelin suddenly let out a cold laugh. He extended his hands, pushing aside those in front of him, and declared, "Young man, I am here to purchase your marksmanship with spirit stones, not to seize it from you. I am already showing you considerable courtesy. Do not be ungrateful. Otherwise, you will find yourself devoid of your skills and your spirit stones, and may even face bodily harm." Zhuo Xuelin himself favored the sword, yet his sister, who resided far away in their homeland, had always cherished the use of the spear. While the spear is not an obscure weapon, there are still few techniques of substantial caliber associated with it. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingxuan felt a surge of anger within, his gaze turning icy and his expression darkening. Zhuo Xuelin immediately sensed the other's rising fury and the fierce energy emanating from his body, and with a cold sneer remarked, "In that case, I shall not hold back my subordinates." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword suddenly gleamed in his hand, thrusting forward. At that moment, Chen Qingxuan also brandished a long spear, which shimmered with a golden hue, and thrust it forth with equal swiftness. To Zhuo Xuelin and his companions, it appeared as if a golden lightning bolt had sliced through the void. The clash of metal rang out with a piercing sharpness, sending ripples of force radiating outward. Both combatants were simultaneously forced to retreat, with Zhuo Xuelin stepping back 2 paces. Chen Qingxuan retreated 4 steps. Zhuo Xuelin was slightly taken aback. As a mid-stage foundation cultivator, he had expected to send his opponent flying with a single strike, yet the other had merely stepped back. Furthermore, the individual appeared to be of similar youth, leading Zhuo Xuelin to initially believe that he was merely a disciple who had spent his life within the inner sect. His abilities perhaps insufficient for even a direct promotion to an inner disciple. However, with that last exchange, he distinctly sensed that the other had indeed reached the foundation stage, albeit at the initial level. Indeed, initial foundation stage, unfortunate for you have crossed paths with me. I see your spear is quite impressive. I shall claim it as well." With that proclamation, Zhuo Xuelin unleashed a sword strike, the shadow of the blade flickering as a radiant arc surged forth, crashing towards Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan smiled coldly, declaring, "You are just the perfect target to test my newly perfected marksmanship." He immediately soared into the air, his right hand gripping the gun, his entire body taut like a drawn bow. With a sudden burst of energy, he aimed and thrust the gun downward at Zhuo Xuelin below. Lingyang gun technique. The golden spear shimmered, conjuring several illusory spear images, each gleaming with golden brilliance. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of piercing air echoed as the formidable spear images descended with tremendous force. Boom. The golden spear collided violently with the sword shadows, creating a dazzling spectacle. The sword shadows were instantly dispersed, and the radiant light was extinguished in an instant. However, amidst the chaos, one golden spear remained, teetering precariously yet still emitting a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, tracing a brilliant arc downward. Feeling a sudden tightening in his chest, Zhua Xuelin swiftly turned to evade, but alas, halfway through his maneuver, he was struck by the descending golden spear and sent hurtling through the air. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as Zhua Xuelin's figure traced an arc in the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking a deep breath, just as he attempted to rise, a sharp sound pierced his ears, and he felt a cold blade pressed against his throat. Surrender everything you possess. Chen Qingxuan had already descended beside him, with his left hand gripping a firearm, the glinting muzzle aimed menacingly at Luo Xuelin. Caught off guard and still struggling to catch his breath, Luo Xuelin looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. You little brat, I underestimated you and lost. How dare you resort to forceful theft? Chen Qingxuan chuckled coldly. Do not impose upon others that which you do not desire for yourself. Wasn't your earlier action nothing short of robbery? First, it was your marksmanship, and now, this long gun pressed against your throat. Luo Xuelin, disregarding his own previous actions, replied in a low voice, Do you truly intend to go to such lengths? Chen Qingxuan's gaze sharpened, and the panlong spear advanced a few inches, slicing a gash across Zhua Xuelin's throat, blood gushing forth. Let me ask you, do you believe that in the next moment, your head might soar into the air? Zhua Xuelin's heart raced violently as he perceived the subtle, yet palpable aura of death emanating from the other. This young man truly intended to take his life. At that moment, Zhua Xuelin was acutely aware of his peril. He quietly observed Chen Qingxuan for a moment before ultimately producing all of his cultivation resources. After receiving the items, Chen Qingxuan turned and approached the trio, standing with Zhua Xuelin, coldly stating, If you wish to avoid physical suffering, promptly present all your cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, the three showed no signs of resistance and hastily surrendered everything to Chen Qingxuan, not daring to utter a word. It was only after witnessing Chen Qingxuan's figure transform into a streak of light and vanish into the sky that they collectively exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Zhua Xuelin, who remained on the ground, gazing toward the direction of Chen Qingxuan's disappearance, his eyes glinting with malice as he gritted his teeth, vowing, I shall repay this humiliation tenfold. 5 days later, at the remote Hanstone Square, all the newly initiated inner disciples gathered once more to listen to Elder Sikung impart his teachings. Almost all disciples had arrived. Have you heard? Zhua Xuelin was beaten up a few days ago at the square in front of the scripture pavilion. Yes, I heard that too. Apparently, he was defeated in a single move. Oh, how splendid. Do you know who that person was? No, I don't. According to those present, it ended so swiftly that no one got a good look at him. Damn it. He truly believed himself to be the foremost among the newly initiated inner disciples, only to be taken down in one blow. Now he can finally grasp his true worth. Who said Zhua Xuelin is the top newcomer this year? Our outer sect's top disciple, Chen Qingxuan, hasn't even faced him yet. Who says our outer sect's champion cannot defeat him? Shoo, Zhua Xuelin is coming. Stop talking. Suddenly, someone whispered a warning. Zhua Xuelin, accompanied by his 3 lackeys, strode onto the square. His expression was far from pleasant. Having already overheard the disparaging remarks from the outer sect and the direct promotion faction. Get lost. Zhua Xuelin deliberately approached a few outer sect disciples, bellowing angrily as he kicked them aside. I'm in a foul mood today. You'd best not provoke me. Furthermore, that so-called top disciple of your outer sect better show up today. I'm in the mood for a fight. Chapter 34. You are my senior Zhua Xuelin. You lost a fight outside and were humiliated. Now you come here to vent your frustrations on us. What kind of nonsense is that? Besides, do you really consider yourself the top disciple? An outer sect disciple, unable to tolerate Zhua Xuelin's arrogance, stepped forward to rebuke him. Zhua Xuelin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening. Yes, I am here to unleash my anger upon you worthless fools. What of it? Anyone with the guts can step forward and challenge me. As he spoke, he took a step forward, unsheathing a long sword with a sharp gleam that glinted ominously. The outer sect disciple who had just confronted him turned pale with rage, but knew he could not match Zhua Xuelin, clenching his teeth in frustration. The other outer sect disciples shared similar sentiments. The direct promotion disciples, too, were unable to bear the sight, yet no one dared to step forward. Humph. If you lack the courage to face me, then cower like dogs. Zhua Xuelin scoffed, feeling somewhat relieved. Damn it. I will reclaim my dignity at the expense of you worthless wretches. Suddenly, the outer sect disciples began to stir, for they had spotted a familiar figure. Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan was aware of the training event, but he had been unable to attend due to prior commitments. Recently, he had just completed a sect mission and found himself with some free time, prompting him to come and take a look today. He has finally arrived. Our esteemed first among the outer disciples has graced us with his presence, and we hope he can restore our pride. Indeed, let us bring that arrogant Zhuo Xuelin down a peg. However, it's worth noting that even Tang Zhong was defeated by Zhuo Xuelin. What chance does Chen Qingxuan have against him? Many outer disciples chatted among themselves as they swiftly approached. These individuals had maintained a good rapport with Chen Qingxuan during their time in the outer gate. Qingxuan, you have finally come. Today, you must stand up for the outer disciples, they urged. Indeed, it has been over a month of frustration for us. Surrounded by a group of about 10, Chen Qingxuan stepped onto the Hanstone Plaza with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. He was bewildered. What does it mean to stand up for the outer disciples? Why the frustration? As Chen Qingxuan's figure ascended the plaza, suddenly, bang! A sharp metallic sound echoed as Zhuo Xuelin's sword clattered to the ground. Upon hearing the noise, everyone turned to see Zhuo Xuelin's face turn pale and green, as if he had seen a ghost. His 3 companions trembled in fear. Everyone was perplexed. At that moment, Zhuo Xuelin and his 3 followers realized that this Chen Qingxuan was the esteemed first among the outer disciples. Furthermore, he was the very individual who had defeated Zhuo Xuelin with a single strike just days prior, seizing all his cultivation resources. Good heavens! How could fate be so cruelly ironic? At this moment, Zhuo Xuelin felt as though he wished for death. It was all over. He would never be able to hold his head high in the Jian sect again. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan also noticed Zhuo Xuelin and his 3 companions. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a slight smile. Qingxuan, that is Zhuo Xuelin, a formidable opponent who recently defeated the foremost disciple of the direct ascension sect, Tang Zhong. He is now considered the top newcomer among us this year. However, we harbor resentment. Zhuo Xuelin carries an air of arrogance. Indeed, his haughty demeanor is irksome, yet no one has been able to best him. Qingxuan, as the foremost disciple of our outer sect, and now a personally mentored student, your strength should have grown even greater. You should challenge him to a duel. Boss, do you think Chen Qingxuan can defeat Zhuo Xuelin? Someone from the direct ascension sect could not help but inquire. Are you foolish? That is impossible. Chen Qingxuan, the outer sect's top disciple, cannot even best our Tang Laoda. How could he possibly win? Ugh, it's infuriating to see a newcomer, who seemingly emerged out of nowhere, flaunting his power in our territory. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Chen Qingxuan began to grasp the situation. Coupled with the incident a few days prior in front of the scripture pavilion, where this Zhuo Xuelin attempted to seize his belongings without hesitation, it became evident that he considered himself the ruler of this domain. Chen Qingxuan chuckled softly, casting a glance at the timid Zhuo Xuelin, who dared not meet his gaze. Zhuo Xuelin, he murmured, who is the top newcomer among the inner disciples of the sword sect this year. As he spoke, he took a few deliberate steps forward, intrigued. Zhuo Xuelin, shall we engage in a duel right here? With a voice imbued with mirth, Chen Qingxuan's words fell, leaving the disciples from the outer sect and the direct lineage utterly astonished. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, it was the talented disciples from distant sects who could no longer remain composed. Zhuo Laoda, teach him a lesson and let him know the true might of the foremost contender. Yes, Zhuo Laoda, give him a thorough beating. Do not hold back on my account. Zhuo Laoda, bring this so-called top disciple of the outer sect to his knees. One by one, they could not help but cry out in fervor. Zhuo Xuelin, hearing the cacophony, inwardly cursed and lamented, his complexion turning a shade of green with rage. Damn it, will you all shut up? Do you wish for my demise? I haven't wronged any of you during this time. I've merely flaunted my prowess before the other 2 factions. Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle. Zhuo Xuelin, come on. Your little brothers are already shouting like this. If you don't fight, how will you ever lead them? At this moment, Zhuo Xuelin timidly lifted his gaze to meet the figure standing just a short distance away, clearly poised for a confrontation. His brows knitted together in anxiety. Fight? What nonsense! If a brawl were to ensue, he would surely be dispatched in a single move once more. If Chen Qingxuan were to truly unleash his full strength, it could very well spell his demise. Suddenly, Zhuo Xuelin clasped his fists together and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, respectfully exclaiming, Lord Chen, Your humble disciple Zhuo Xuelin fails to recognize the mountain of your greatness. I beseech you to overlook my shortcomings." The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Chapter 35. The master takes a disciple. As everyone stood enveloped in a mix of shock, suspicion, and curiosity, the figure of the Taoist Sikong quietly materialized in the square. Chen Qingxuan. Though initially oblivious to his sudden appearance, the sound of his voice sent a ripple through the crowd, and they turned to look. In their hearts, they marveled at the formidable strength of the elder Sikong, who seemed to appear without a trace, leaving no one aware of his approach. Disciple Chen Qingxuan pays his respects to Master Sikong. Chen Qingxuan immediately cupped his fists and bowed, displaying a demeanor of humility and politeness. The elderly Sikong, whose face had been taut, subtly relaxed and nodded imperceptibly. Such minute gestures, of course, went unnoticed by Chen Qingxuan and his companions. Maintaining his composed tone, he inquired, "As you are a newly admitted disciple of our Asking Sword sect, why have you not participated in the 3-month training session over the past month?" In response, Chen Qingxuan explained, "Having just entered the inner sect, my master, Ling Fengji, bestowed upon me an opportunity that prompted my eagerness to cultivate. Thus, I entered seclusion. Upon emerging, I had to fulfill the tasks assigned by the sect, and, along with my 3 senior brothers, ventured out for several days. Consequently, it is only today that I find the time to come here. This is my fault, and I am willing to accept the consequences." Chen Qingxuan's sincerity and earnest attitude greatly pleased the elder Sikong, who nodded in approval. In fact, prior to this meeting, he had already gathered sufficient information regarding the altercation that had transpired a few days ago in front of the scripture pavilion, involving Chen Qingxuan and Zhuo Xuelin. It was Zhuo Xuelin who instigated the conflict and ultimately suffered defeat in a single strike. Until this incident, the elder Sikong had little knowledge of Chen Qingxuan, merely recognizing him as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. There were even suspicions regarding the validity of this claim, as the higher-ups of the inner sect were aware that on the first day of the outer sect competition, Ling Fengji had assisted Chen Qingxuan in securing the title of first place. Consequently, the senior members harbored doubts about Chen Qingxuan, the former top disciple of the outer sect. However, after witnessing the recent battle, Elder Sikong realized the true strength and remarkable talent of Chen Qingxuan, who had triumphed over Zhuo Xuelin despite being at a lower cultivation level, achieving victory in a mere strike. Reflecting on this, Elder Sikong regarded Chen Qingxuan with renewed approval, his expression revealing satisfaction. As Chen Qingxuan admitted his fault and voluntarily accepted punishment, many in attendance felt a mixture of concern and regret for him. Meanwhile, the group of talented disciples from other regions, led by Zhuo Xuelin, wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating how Elder Sikong would choose to discipline Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, waiting for the Taoist Sikong to speak once more. At that moment, the elder's expression shifted as he contemplated the remarkable talents of Chen Qingxuan, who had chosen to apprentice under Ling Fengji. A sense of regret and concern welled up within him. Setting aside the fact that Ling Fengji was a body cultivator incapable of imparting the necessary skills to Chen Qingxuan, one must also consider the nature of Ling Fengji herself. What kind of disciple could she possibly nurture? Should she lead Chen Qingxuan astray, it would not only be a personal loss for him, but also a detriment to the entire Wanjian sect. With this thought, the elder let out a sigh and said, "Chen Qingxuan, while Ling Fengji possesses formidable strength, she is not suited to be your master. Join my sect. The teachings, divine abilities, and resources available to you will be abundant." As his words echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, quickly followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. What was happening? Wasn't the intention to punish Chen Qingxuan? How had it transformed into Taoist Sikong's desire to accept him as a disciple? This was extraordinary. If that were the case, Chen Qingxuan would indeed become a direct disciple of Taoist Sikong. All eyes turned to Chen Qingxuan, filled with envy, jealousy, and even resentment. Chen Qingxuan himself was equally astonished, unable to fathom such an unexpected turn of events. He understood that Taoist Sikong was one of the prominent elders of the inner sect of the Wanjian sect, holding a status even higher than that of his own master. To become a direct disciple of Taoist Sikong would undoubtedly elevate his standing and access to resources within the sect significantly. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Taoist Sikong had not taken on disciples for many years. This was indeed an exceptional circumstance. "Well, Chen Qingxuan?" Taoist Sikong inquired again, noticing his silence. Disciple Chen Qingxuan expresses his gratitude to Taoist Sikong. Chen Qingxuan replied respectfully. However, having already pledged myself to Master Ling Fengji, I shall remain with her. The saying goes, once a master, always a father. The other disciples present exchanged incredulous glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Was this young man out of his mind? He had dared to reject Taoist Sikong. Taoist Sikong was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a different response from Chen Qingxuan. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the young man's choice, as it demonstrated his unwavering loyalty to the Wanjian sect. Good, very good. The elder nodded with satisfaction, repeating his approval. Just as Taoist Sikong was about to commence his teachings for the day, a sudden, thunderous voice echoed from afar, swiftly approaching. Everyone turned in unison, curiosity mingling with surprise. Who would dare to address Taoist Sikong with such disrespect within the Wanjian sect? Surely, even the sect leader would not shout so boldly. Taoist Sikong's brow furrowed slightly as he sighed in resignation. This was bound to create some trouble. Upon hearing that voice, Chen Qingxuan was both startled and elated. It was the voice of her revered master. She had finally returned. Old Sikong, how dare you cast your greedy eyes upon my disciple? Ling Fengji descended from the heights, trailing a long, crimson flame behind her, which instantly elevated the temperature of the entire square. All the disciples felt as though they were ensconced within an immense furnace. Overwhelmed by the oppressive heat, struggling to breathe, they promptly knelt down with a thud. Seeing this, the old man Sikong panicked and exclaimed, Ling Fengji, quickly extinguish your divine fire. Do you wish to incinerate our newly initiated inner disciples? Ling Fengji, unfazed, responded languidly, let them burn if they must. What significance does it hold? You. The elder Sikong's face turned a shade of green with indignation. Master, please, do quell the flames, otherwise, I too shall be consumed. Upon hearing her disciple's weak and intermittent pleas, Ling Fengji was suddenly jolted to attention. Oh dear, I completely forgot my apprentice was here too. Very well, I shall extinguish it at once. In the blink of an eye, the flames dissipated, allowing everyone to finally breathe freely once more. Chen Qingxuan squinted in resignation as he glanced at his master standing beside him. Suddenly feeling a pang of regret for having just declined the offer of the Taoist Sikong to take him as a disciple, he sensed that this master of his was somewhat unreliable. Old man Sikong, it seems you haven't faced a beating in quite some time. Allow me to assist you in that regard today. Ling Fengji, with her slender jade fingers, pointed at the Taoist Sikong seated in the void, and suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson fire, soaring skyward. Chapter 36. The clue is cut off. Although Taoist Sikong held the esteemed position of the sect's elder, placing him above Ling Fengji in rank, their powers were comparable. In fact, due to Ling Fengji's innate possession of divine fire, she subtly exerted a suppression over Taoist Sikong. The fierce battle between these two formidable beings unfolded vigorously above the small square. Chen Qingxuan and a group of newly initiated inner disciples gazed skyward, where a crimson glow engulfed the heavens, resembling a magnificent painting of red landscapes. Yet, they could not discern the specifics of the battle between the two formidable figures. Alas, the levels of Sikong Dao Run and Ling Fengji were far too elevated. Chen Qingxuan and his companions could hardly perceive even the faintest trace of their movements. All they could hear were the resounding blasts echoing downwards, so thunderous that it felt as though the very sky would collapse upon the conclusion of this clash. Enough, Ling Fengji. I am one of the esteemed elders of the sect. My status surpasses yours, and yet you dare. Sikong, as long as you are aware of your position, how dare you disrespect your elders and claim my disciple? A hoarse, anguished cry reverberated from the heights. Enough, Ling Fengji. Do not presume that I cannot contain your innate divine fire. I merely... my beard, my eyebrows. Sikong Dao Ren's lament echoed once more. Madman, you lunatic, Ling Fengji. His enraged shouts grew fainter, vanishing almost instantaneously into the horizon. With a thunderous crash, a blaze of red descended from the sky, coalescing like a flowing gown of flames, revealing Ling Fengji's beaming visage. Well done, my disciple. She clapped Chen Qingxuan's shoulder with vigor, nearly dislocating it in the process. I heard your refusal of Sikong's words just now. Truly, you are deserving of being my splendid disciple. Chen Qingxuan suppressed the internal injury inflicted by his master's slap, pondering quietly. Master, Are you truly unaware of your own strength? If you strike me a few more times, your prized disciple may very well be lost. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Fortunately, he had refrained from speaking out of turn earlier, for had he done so, his fate would assuredly have been far worse than that of Qingxuan. He might have ended up charred like a roasted pig. Come, my good disciple, let us return. There is no need for you to participate in this so-called training for new disciples. Just look at how battered Qingxuan, who was meant to impart wisdom to disciples, has become. With a master as formidable as I, is there truly any necessity to engage in such a tedious training session? Before Chen Qingxuan could respond, Ling Fengji grasped his hand and transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the sky. Goodness! I have always heard that Elder Ling Fengji is exceptionally formidable. But witnessing it firsthand is a revelation. She has reduced one of the sect's elders, Qingxuan, to wails of despair. If Ling Fengji were my master, I would not only refuse Qingxuan, but even if the leader of the sword-seeking sect offered to take me as their sole disciple, I would still decline. My word, this Elder Ling Fengji is simply too exquisite, too audacious. Indeed, her breathtaking beauty, her statuesque figure, and those nearly 2-meter-long legs, good heavens. Does Phoenix Mountain still accept spirit children? I would abandon my status as an inner disciple in a heartbeat if I could merely become a spirit child of Phoenix Mountain. I envy her. I long to be a disciple of Elder Ling Fengji. Everyone is nearly green with envy. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuilin appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. He realized that he would never again have the hope of avenging himself against Chen Qingxuan. What revenge could I possibly seek? Chen Qingxuan has already grown exceptionally powerful, and his master is even more formidable. Even one of the esteemed elders of the sect, Qingxuan, strikes without hesitation or mercy. From now on, whenever he sees Chen Qingxuan, he must address him as senior. Left Shuilin silently reminds himself. After his master Ling Fengji returned from her outing and spent 2 days on Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan regretted his decision to refuse Qingxuan's offer to take him as a disciple. This was primarily because all the spirit stones he possessed had been taken by his master. Ling Fengji had a penchant for drinking. She indulged not in ordinary wine, but in spirit wine, which was exorbitantly expensive, costing 100 spirit stones per ounce. The gourd she carried at her waist seemed like a bottomless pit. Chen Qingxuan had witnessed it once, and even after filling it with 10 pounds of wine, it still appeared far from full, due to her extravagant drinking habits. Ling Fengji had become quite impoverished. Chen Qingxuan sighed, his gaze lingering on his master with a hint of melancholy. Master, perhaps you should venture outside, he murmured softly, cautious not to let Ling Fengji overhear, lest he earn himself a severe reprimand. Junior brother Chen. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the heavens above. Chen Qingxuan looked up, and a radiant arc gracefully descended. Before Chen Qingxuan had the opportunity to speak, Ling Fengji suddenly appeared before the newly landed Jin Ri with a swift motion. I recognize you. You are Jin Ri. Are you here to confront my disciple? Jin Ri, utterly bewildered, shifted his gaze from Ling Fengji to Chen Qingxuan, his expression reflecting utter confusion about the situation. Chen Qingxuan forced a smile. No, Elder Ling, you misunderstand. My relationship with junior brother Chen is quite amicable. I assisted him once in the outer sect, and we recently undertook a mission together, Jin Ri explained. Ling Fengji nodded, her delicate hand gently resting on Jin Ri's shoulder. Suddenly, she found her hand empty and looked down to see Jin Ri sprawled on the ground like a dog. What are you doing? Jin Ri lamented. Elder Ling, are you not aware of your own strength? I am not a body cultivator. My physique cannot withstand such force. Ling Fengji chuckled awkwardly, quickly helping Jin Ri to his feet. My apologies, I'm just accustomed to it. Jin Ri suppressed the surge of blood within him, shaking his head in disbelief. By the way, Jin Ri, I know you are the wealthiest young master of the Great Xia dynasty. Come, lend me 100,000 spirit stones. With a splutter, Jin Ri could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. 5 minutes later, Ling Fengji, with the 100,000 spirit stones obtained from Jin Ri, merrily hummed a tune as she headed off to purchase spirit wine. Chen Qingxuan sighed, lamenting how his master was truly a burden to his disciples. Junior brother Chen, he began, recalling the incident with the disciple from the Gongshan Pavilion who had also been tasked in Wushuang City. Tragically, he had perished during the mission. The Jinri family was affluent. A mere 100,000 spirit stones were insignificant to them. At this moment, his expression was grave as he addressed Chen Qingxuan. Is this a case of silencing witnesses? Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow slightly. Even if one person is killed, there should be higher-ups involved. we can still investigate further. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Of course, we can pursue this." Jinri nodded, but his tone shifted abruptly. "The troubling matter is that Qi Xiaoming, who was on this mission with us, is from the discipline department. They are furious over his death and harbor doubts about our account of the mission. So, if we encounter any members of the discipline department soon, you must exercise caution." Jean reminded him. Chapter 37. The Discipline Department's Inquiry. Senior Brotherling. Are we truly bringing Chen Qingxuan back to the discipline department for questioning? Within the inner sect of the Wanjin sect, the discipline department was situated atop a mountain peak, where several large buildings were constructed at varying elevations, designed to be easily defensible. Almost every structure was guarded by powerful senior members of the sect, housing disciples who had erred or those who had offended the sect. In the main hall of one of these edifices, several disciples from the discipline department turned their gazes toward a young man named Lang Wuchang. As the captain of the third squad, he was subordinate only to the department's steward, a figure of considerable authority within the inner sect. Listening to one of his team members speak timidly, Lang Wuchang frowned slightly and shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Indeed, senior brother Ling, Chen Qingxuan is the disciple of elder Ling Fingji. Another team member, equally apprehensive, chimed in. We all know elder Ling's temperament. Just a few days ago, she fought with Sikong Daoren over Chen Qingxuan, forcing him to flee. The unspoken implication was clear. If she could overpower Sikong Daoren, how could they, mere junior disciples, hope to withstand her wrath? If we dare to act against Chen Qingxuan, we might be incinerated by elder Ling's divine fire. Fear not. Lung Wuchang's countenance was grim as he surveyed his 5 subordinates. We are merely conducting our duties, bringing Chen Qingxuan back to clarify the specifics of their mission and ascertain how Qi Xiaoming and Zhang Shi were killed. Qi Xiaoming had been a member of the third squad and shared a close bond with Lung Wuchang. They had entered the outer sect together years ago, ascended to the inner sect simultaneously, and subsequently joined the discipline department. But this case is not under our squad's jurisdiction. Another disciple protested, unwilling to offend Chen Qingxuan. What can that group of incompetent fools from the second squad uncover? Lung Wuchang maintained his stern demeanor. Rest assured, I am well aware of elder Ling Fengji's disposition. I will not recklessly confront her by bringing Chen Qingxuan back before her. We shall wait until she is absent from the sect to approach him. Once we uncover the truth behind Qi Xiaoming's murder, even if elder Ling returns and seeks retribution, she will require a valid reason. We, as junior disciples, are not of equal standing with her. Surely she would not act against us so brazenly. Even if she indulges her temperament, she would refrain from such actions. Moreover, would she dare to act in such a manner with the other elders, particularly the Grand Elder Yin Nantian, watching? After hearing Lung Wuchang's reasoning, his team members nodded in agreement. Senior brother Lung is right. We cannot simply stand by as Qi brother's demise remains unresolved. Indeed, we must seek justice for him and bring the murderer to account, ensuring they understand the consequences of attacking members of our squad. Each one of them had already convinced themselves that Chen Qingxuan was responsible for Qi Xiaoming's death. At Luoyue Peak, atop the mountain, the full moon hung high, seemingly within reach. The night breeze gently lifted Chu Yunxi's white skirt, causing it to sway gracefully, her long hair dancing in the wind. Miss, a maid approached from behind. Kneeling slightly, her head bowed as she called out. Chu Yunxi, with her back turned, gazed at the starry sky with her enchanting eyes shimmering like waves. How did Qi Xiaoming and Zhang Shi meet their end? I'm sorry, miss, the maid replied, her brows furrowing. I did not follow them into the Xinyu mountain range and am unaware of the specific circumstances. Silence enveloped the pair. Only the whispering night breeze could be heard. Miss, I truly believe it is impossible for Chen Qingxuan to have killed Qi Xiaoming and Zhang Shi, the maid suddenly declared. Although Chen Qingxuan has recently attained fleeting shadows, his cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, having just broken through a few days ago. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi has already reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Chu Yunxi also felt it improbable that Chen Qingxuan could have defeated Zhang Shi. Yet she was curious about the mission. Senior brother Long, I have learned that Elder Ling left the Wanjian sect last night and will likely be away for 10 to 8 days. In the discipline department. Upon hearing the words of a lower-ranked team member, Lung Wuchang's face broke into a cold smile. Excellent. Let us proceed to retrieve Chen Qingxuan. Leading his 5 subordinates, he made his way toward Phoenix Peak. Meanwhile, atop Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan was reflecting on how his master, Ling Fingji, who was notorious for being a hardship to her disciples, had finally gone on a sect mission, allowing him a moment of respite. Suddenly, he noticed 6 streaks of light arcing through the air, landing right before him. 6 inner sect disciples appeared, clad in matching blue and white robes adorned with 3 characters: Discipline Department. Chen Qingxuan immediately responded with a cold smile, inwardly contemplating, have they arrived? Cold Wu Chang stepped forward, speaking solemnly, we are from the Inner Sect Discipline Division, and we must take you back to continue the investigation regarding the recent deaths of Zhang Shi and Qi Xiaoming during your recent mission. Chen Qingxuan cast a glance at Lung Wuchang and the others, realizing they were not the individuals who had previously addressed him. He inquired, may I ask which squad of the Discipline Division you belong to? To which another team member huffed in response, what does it matter which squad? Just come with us. Chen Qingxuan immediately discerned the underlying issue. This was merely an unwarranted investigation. He chuckled softly, if I recall correctly, it is the 2nd squad that handles such inquiries. And you are not members of that squad. Moreover, your timing is rather fortuitous, arriving just as my master has stepped out. Enough of this idle chatter, take him away. Cold Wuchang's gaze was piercing as he coldly uttered these words. 2 of the team members promptly moved forward to apprehend Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan's gaze suddenly darkened, and with a flicker of intent, the golden dragon-patterned spear materialized in his hand. He thrust the spear forward, piercing the shoulder of an unsuspecting team member. With a swift motion of his wrist, the spear swept horizontally, sending another assailant flying with a resounding thud. The intentions of those who dared to approach him, especially in the absence of his master, were unmistakably malevolent. If they intended to provoke him, he had no choice but to strike first. In his heart, Lang Wuchang rejoiced at this turn of events, for it provided him with ample justification to apprehend Chen Qingxuan. Yet, on the surface, he feigned outrage. Chen Qingxuan, how dare you? We merely sought to invite you back to assist in our investigation, and you have the audacity to injure a member of the Discipline Division while on duty. Chapter 38. Did I ever say I would let you go? Chen Qingxuan had long suspected that this was a deliberate ploy by the other party. However, he was utterly unfazed. Regardless of whether it was a trap, anyone daring to provoke him would face his wrath. The person he had become today was no longer the useless individual he had been for the past 3 years. Without waiting for Lung Wuchang to speak, Chen Qingxuan thrust his long spear once more. The remaining 3 disciples had long been prepared. One of them slashed down with a sword, successfully intercepting the spiraling lance. Seizing the opportunity, another disciple lunged forward with a thrust. Clang! Sparks flew. Those who could become disciples of the Discipline Department were not lacking in strength. In terms of sheer cultivation, Chen Qingxuan was at a disadvantage, and after that clash, he was forced to retreat several steps. Taking advantage of this moment, the other 2 disciples unleashed a flurry of sword light, descending upon Chen Qingxuan before him. A flicker of ethereal brilliance. Chen Qingxuan immediately unleashed his martial skills, transforming into a fleeting silhouette of light and shadow. 2 disciples thrust their swords, piercing through the figure of Chen Qingxuan before them, their faces initially alight with triumph. Yet, in the next instant, their smiles froze in disbelief. They beheld, to their utter astonishment, the figure of Chen Qingxuan, which had been struck, gradually dissolving into nothingness. With a resounding thud, the sharp weapons penetrated flesh, and the 2 disciples fell lifelessly to the ground. Among the remaining 3 disciples, the last one, upon witnessing this scene, was struck with terror, rooted to the spot. Too daunted to advance, his gaze remained fixated, ablaze with astonishment, upon Chen Qingxuan, who wielded the long spear. Isn't Chen Qingxuan merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Furthermore, he has only recently achieved a breakthrough, so how can his strength be so formidable? At this moment, Lung Wuchang's expression was equally grim. He had initially intended to force Chen Qingxuan into a state of rebellion, yet the current situation was far from his expectations. Chen Qingxuan's prowess far exceeded his anticipations. Consequently, it was indeed highly likely that junior brother Qi had fallen victim to Chen Qingxuan's hand. Lung Wuchang mused inwardly. Brother Lung. The remaining team member who had yet to succumb glanced at Lung Wuchang, implying that it was now his turn to take action. Lung Wuchang remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingxuan with a brooding intensity. Chen Qingxuan, not only have you resisted the enforcement of our discipline hall, but you have also consecutively injured our law enforcement team members. You have gravely violated the regulations of our sword-seeking sect. Chen Qingxuan called out, raising his long spear, its tip aimed at Lung Wuchang, and sneered, Is this what you wish to witness? Enough of the idle chatter. Let us engage in battle. Lung Wuchang's expression turned icy as he unsheathed his long sword with a clang. With a swift stroke, a radiant beam of sword light surged toward Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan similarly thrusts forth a beam of golden light. Boom! Radiance bursts forth as the figure of Lung Wuchang is engulfed within the luminous brilliance. Chen Qingxuan also plunged into the fray. The sound of clashing swords and gunfire resonated as sparks flickered amidst the brilliant light, resembling a constellation of stars. Suddenly, a prolonged metallic clang echoed through the air. Following this, a figure flew out from the radiant glow, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. It was none other than Chen Qingxuan. In the air, Lung Wuchang emerged as well, casting a disdainful glance down at Chen Qingxuan. A cold smile gracing his lips. Chen Qingxuan, your combat prowess is quite impressive. You hardly resemble someone who has just broken through to the initial stage of Foundation establishment. However, a practitioner in the initial stage of Foundation establishment will always remain in that realm. No matter how formidable your strength, you cannot hope to defeat me. I am in the mid-stage of the core formation realm, a full major realm above you. With that, Lung Wuchang's sword radiated an overwhelming brilliance before he swung it down fiercely towards Chen Qingxuan. A colossal sword shadow descended with an overwhelming force, ready to obliterate all in its path. Chen Qingxuan's gaze was solemn, showing no fear whatsoever. Indeed, the strength of the cold Wuchang surpassed that of Zhang Shi in the initial stages of the condensed Dan. However, having slain Zhang Shi, it was not impossible to defeat the cold Wuchang, even if it meant not being able to kill him effortlessly. It would simply require the use of earth-level martial techniques. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Chen Qingxuan. His expression changed as he recognized the red-clad palace made beside Chu Yunqi. With a swift motion, she thrust forth a blue sword, unleashing a terrifying azure sword shadow that sliced through the air with a whoosh. A resounding boom echoed as the unmatched sword shadow of the cold Wuchang dispersed. Enraged, the cold Wuchang bellowed, "Who dares to obstruct the enforcement of the law enforcement division?" As the light and smoke cleared, he finally discerned the visitor in the sky, his expression faltering and brows furrowing. "You are the maid beside the saintess." He too recognized the red maid. Was this the saintess's intent? The cold Wuchang's countenance darkened. If it were indeed the saintess seeking to protect Chen Qingxuan, then capturing or even killing him today would be an unfeasible task. The two maids beside the saintess were immensely powerful. The red maid's gaze was indifferent as she addressed the cold Wuchang. "You cannot kill Chen Qingxuan today?" She refrained from stating that it was the saintess's directive. The cold Wuchang's fury simmered. He had almost justified killing Chen Qingxuan under the pretense of resisting the enforcement of the law enforcement division, only to find himself confronted by the saintess's maid. Wasn't Chen Qingxuan the one who had entered the Wanjian sect alongside the saintess? Why did the saintess hold him in such high regard? Now, she was willing to offend the law enforcement division to save him. The cold Wuchang's gaze shifted back to Chen Qingxuan, his murderous intent unabated. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Consider yourself fortunate today, Chen Qingxuan, for the saintess protects you. However, you have indeed resisted the enforcement of our law enforcement division, injuring 4 of our officers in the process. I shall remember this debt. I do not believe the saintess can shield you for a lifetime, nor that you can evade us forever. We shall take our leave." With that, the cold Wuchang turned to depart. "Wait." Chen Qingxuan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke coldly. Both the red maid and the cold Wuchang turned in surprise to face Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan called out, raising the long spear in his hand, pointing it at Lung Wuchang. "Did I ever say you could leave? Do you think you can rampage at Phoenix Peak at will, coming and going as you please? I, Chen Qingxuan, the senior brother of Phoenix Peak, am not someone you can simply capture at your whim. Now that you find yourself unable to contend, you wish to depart? I wonder if you are foolish or merely naive." Upon hearing Chen Qingxuan's words, both the red-clad maid and Lung Wuchang were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. The red-clad maid's brows knitted together in discontent, pondering to herself, "Did Chen Qingxuan's recent fall render you mentally impaired? It was I who aided you in repelling Lung Wuchang, not you. Lung Wuchang has already chosen to withdraw, yet you dare to emerge, eyes wide with greed, proclaiming yourself the eldest disciple of Phoenix Peak? Do you truly expect that I will lend my hand again to eliminate Lung Wuchang for you? That last strike was the utmost I could do to assist you." Lung Wuchang paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "What a splendid claim. the eldest disciple of Phoenix Peak. You would do well not to let me escape. At this juncture, he hesitated, lowering his gaze to the red-clad maid, who coldly interjected. I shall intervene only once. Thereafter, Chen Qingxuan's fate is of no concern to me. Chapter 39. Inflicting severe damage on Lung Wuchang, the red-clad maid's voice was devoid of warmth, her gaze towards Chen Qingxuan tinged with disdain. Out of respect for my mistress, I may extend my hand to save you this once, but you, Chen Qingxuan, must not presume to wield me as a weapon. The very thought of you expecting my assistance in murder is laughable. Upon hearing the maid's words, Lung Wuchang chuckled softly, a mocking expression gradually appearing on his face. He regarded Chen Qingxuan with derision, pondering how profoundly regretful he must feel at this moment. Little did he expect that the maid beside the saintess harbored no intention of further assistance. How delightful! In that case, I shall first eliminate Chen Qingxuan and deal with the ensuing complications, including Elder Ling Fengji, later. Chen Qingxuan cast a fleeting glance at the red maid, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lung Wuchang. He was acutely aware of their thoughts, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had never contemplated that the red maid would take action, nor did he entertain the notion of utilizing her to eliminate Lung Wuchang. Lung Wuchang was a foe he could vanquish himself. Come forth. With a sudden exclamation, Chen Qingxuan leaped into the air, his true essence surging and resonating within him. The deep blue robe he wore inflated instantaneously, and his aura ascended dramatically. The coiling dragon spear was drawn behind him, radiating a brilliant golden light that dazzled like the sun. Below, Lung Wuchang could clearly sense that Chen Qingxuan's presence had grown significantly stronger than before, and the martial technique he was about to unleash appeared to be of a much higher caliber. Nevertheless, he remained composed, unperturbed. No matter how fiercely you explode forth, you are merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Elder Ling Fengji is merely a physical cultivator, devoid of swordsmanship, let alone the more esoteric spear techniques. What grounds do you have to contend with me? As his derisive words fell, Lung Wuchang swung his sword towards the airborne Chen Qingxuan. In an instant, a colossal shadow of the sword emerged from thin air, resonating with a thunderous roar, its unmatched aura cleaving towards Chen Qingxuan with overwhelming might. Chen Qingxuan, let us see how you shall defend against this strike. Previously, it was merely the maidservant of the saintess who aided you. Now, you stand alone. Prepare to meet your end. Chen Qingxuan, perched high above, cast a disdainful gaze with a cold smile gracing his lips. Lung Wuchang, my confidence in defeating you is precisely why I dare to spare you. With a swift motion, he brandished his long spear, thrusting it towards Lung Wuchang. A resounding roar echoed as a colossal beam of golden light erupted forth, seemingly tearing through the fabric of reality itself, carrying an overwhelming force that struck against the enormous silhouette of a sword. Earth-tier martial skill. Both the red maid and Lung Wuchang gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Chen Qingxuan has surprisingly cultivated earth-tier martial arts. Chen Qingxuan had only recently established his foundation, yet he was capable of executing earth-tier martial techniques? How could this be possible? Normally, practitioners at the foundation establishment stage are unable to wield techniques above the earth tier. Even Chen Qingxuan found this perplexing. Ultimately, he attributed his remarkable ability to his celestial-grade cultivation method in the mysterious world within him. Boom. The colossal shadow of the sword was swiftly obliterated by a terrifying golden light. Then, with astonishing force, it surged towards the unsuspecting Lung Wuchang below. In that moment, Lung Wuchang's mind was utterly blank. He had yet to recover from the shock of Chen Qingxuan's ability to perform earth-tier martial arts when the threat of death descended upon him. No, he could only manage a terrified scream, and before he could do anything else, his cry was swallowed by the deafening roar that followed. Boom. The ground trembled, mountains shook, and clouds of dust surged skyward. Lung Wuchang's fate remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the red-clad maid stood with her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed up at the panting Chen Qingxuan in the sky. After the initial shock, she bit her red lip, feeling a surge of unwillingness. She had never anticipated that Chen Qingxuan's talent and combat prowess could be so formidable. It turned out he had long intended to eliminate Lung Wuchang, rather than relying on her assistance to accomplish the deed. Why is Chen Qingxuan's talent so extraordinarily high? Was he not a waste who had been unable to cultivate for the past 3 years? At this moment, the Crimson Maid felt more acutely that Chen Qingxuan's innate abilities exceeded her expectations. Taking a few deep breaths, Chen Qingxuan gradually descended from the heights, somewhat unsteady on his feet. Utilizing Earth-level martial skills at the Foundation establishment stage was still a considerable strain. If he could not defeat his opponent in a single strike or inflict significant damage, the danger would, in fact, befall him. He chuckled bitterly, murmuring softly. As the dust settled, a deep pit revealed itself on the ground, with the tattered robes of cold Wuchang lying at the very bottom. He still breathed. He was not yet dead. Chen Qingxuan cast a cold glance at Lung Wuchang, yet he harbored no intention of taking further action. He mused inwardly that Lung Wuchang's prowess indeed surpassed that of Zhang Shi by a considerable margin. For instance, the sword strike from earlier, along with his resilience against physical blows, was evidently of a higher caliber than Zhang Shi's. At that moment, the 4 team members who had been wounded by Chen Qingxuan, along with one who remained unscathed, approached the edge of the deep pit. Initially, they gazed at Chen Qingxuan in trepidation, but upon realizing he made no further move, they hastily leaped into the abyss to rescue Lung Wuchang and swiftly took to the skies on their swords. Chen Qingxuan's gaze remained fixed on the departing figures of Lung Wuchang and his companions. In truth, he harbored no desire to let them escape. Yet, his own strength was severely diminished at the moment. Should they choose to fight to the death, as he had contemplated earlier, it would be he who found himself in peril. Chen Qingxuan. At that moment, the voice of the red-clad maid echoed in his ear. Chen Qingxuan then withdrew his gaze, directing his attention to the crimson maid beside him. The talents you have exhibited thus far can barely be deemed satisfactory. Upon my return, I shall convey the events here to the young lady with utmost fidelity. Hearing her frigid tone and observing the lingering disdain on her face, Chen Qingxuan felt a surge of displeasure within. How infuriating! Once I attain true strength, I shall surely bring you and that other maid down to the ground. However, I must remind you that with your current talent and abilities, you are far from qualifying as the chief disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect. Individuals like Lung Wuchang are merely among the more esteemed inner disciples of the sect, not the true top-tier disciples. In comparison to the genuine prodigies of the Sword Inquiry sect, you still fall considerably short. Chen Qingxuan's gaze was heavy as she coldly remarked, "Did you come here merely to say these things to me?" The red-clad maid, upon hearing this, remained silent, quietly observing her. Chen Qingxuan let out a cold smile. "Very well, I understand. You may return now." The red maid, observing Chen Qingxuan's arrogant demeanor, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. "It seems you truly believe yourself to be remarkable." With those words, a disdainful smile graced her face as her figure gradually faded away, departing from Phoenix Peak. Chapter 40. The beauty that brings disaster. Regarding the red maid's contemptuous attitude towards her, Chen Qingxuan naturally felt displeased. Yet, despite her displeasure, she was acutely aware of the reality. Setting aside her innate talents, when it came to cultivation, she recognized that she fell short compared to the few top prodigies within the inner sect. Although she could leverage her superior martial skills to challenge and defeat some of the direct disciples, she was likely to falter when faced with the elite few who possessed comparable earth and heaven-tier martial techniques. Furthermore, those top prodigies undoubtedly wielded heaven-tier martial arts and divine abilities. In many ways, they represented the prestige and future of the Wangjin sect. Lacking several premier martial techniques and divine powers would be utterly unacceptable. At present, her most urgent desire was to find a way to swiftly enhance her cultivation. Compared to those top prodigies, her cultivation remained a significant weakness. Chen Qingxuan sighed and remarked that in terms of talent, he felt no inferiority to anyone. Moreover, within the realm residing in his body, he possessed the ancient Bodhi tree, which could assist him in enhancing his cultivation and understanding of the Tao. Elixirs. Chen Qingxuan reflected on the fact that it had only been a little over a month since he had made his breakthrough to the initial stage of foundation establishment. If he wished to advance further, it would necessitate the consumption of medicinal pills. As long as he possessed the recipe and the necessary materials, he could concoct them himself. At this moment, the advantages of being an alchemist became manifest, particularly as he was an exceptionally gifted one. He needed to discover a pill that could enhance his cultivation without any adverse effects. Chen Qingxuan pondered for a moment before speaking again. "It is unfortunate that my master has been away recently, having only entered the inner sect for a month. I am yet to familiarize myself with the alchemists of the pill refining pavilion. How could I possibly acquire such a recipe?" As soon as he finished speaking, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. He thought of someone who could undoubtedly assist him in locating such a formula. Without hesitation, he decided to seek him out immediately. Chen Qingxuan could hardly contain his eagerness as he departed from Phoenix Peak. You seek a pill recipe? Atop a mountain. Jinri gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly arriving Chen Qingxuan. Despite Chen Qingxuan's remarkable alchemical talents displayed during the outer sect competition, Ling Fengji, though often brash, was by no means a fool. Had Chen Qingxuan's exceptional alchemical talent been revealed at such an early stage? Given the profound regard that various sects hold for their disciples who are adept in alchemy, it is highly likely that the sect leader would have never permitted Chen Qingxuan to become his disciple. Therefore, at that time, Ling Fengji firmly declared to everyone that the knowledge of her disciple Chen Qingxuan's remarkable alchemical aptitude must remain a secret. Otherwise, she would unleash her innate divine fire upon anyone who dared to speak of it, reducing them to a state akin to roasted pig. Consequently, none within the inner sect were privy to Chen Qingxuan's alchemical prowess. Indeed, I am in urgent need of an alchemical formula. Chen Qingxuan spoke earnestly. Jinri furrowed his brow and asked, what do you need the recipe for? Do you possess the ability to refine it? Chen Qingxuan cast a serious glance at him and said, in any case, just find it for me. All right, Jinri replied. What kind of elixir formula do you desire? I require a formula that enables a cultivator to break through to the first level of the foundation establishment stage without any side effects, Chen Qingxuan stated. Jinri was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Chen Qingxuan. Junior brother Chen, although the foundation establishment stage is considered quite lowly in the realm of cultivation, the type of elixir and formula you mentioned is exceedingly rare. For instance, even in our esteemed Asking Swords sect, such an elixir certainly exists, but the conditions to obtain it are indeed quite stringent. I dare say, even if your master, Elder Ling Fengji, were to hang Elder Pei up and burn him, it would still be unattainable. Elder Pei, whose full name is Pei Qian, serves as the head of the alchemy peak within the inner sect of the Asking Swords sect and is also one of the inner sect elders. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although he had anticipated the difficulty, he had not expected it to be this formidable. Junior brother Chen. Jinri furrowed his brow, appearing perplexed. I recall that you only broke through to the initial stage of foundation establishment just a little over a month ago. Are you seeking another breakthrough already? What is the situation? Chen Qingxuan let out a wry smile. Today, the discipline department came to trouble me. Just before I arrived here, Jinri was momentarily taken aback. What? That was quick. Are you all right? He scrutinized Chen Qingxuan from head to toe. Chen Qingxuan shook his head and replied, it's nothing. The one who came is Lang Wuchang from Team 3. I have severely injured his entire squad. Upon hearing this, Jinri's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chen Qingxuan. I recall that Lang Wuchang has already advanced to the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm. Brother Chen, you managed to defeat him as well? Chen Qingxuan sighed, remarking that defeating Lang Wuchang was hardly surprising, considering he possessed Earth-level martial arts. Was it not merely a consequence of utilizing advanced techniques? If someone equally endowed with Earth-level, Heaven-level, or even divine abilities were to confront him, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Jinri's mouth fell agape, his eyes gazing intently at Chen Qingxuan. You speak so lightly. Yet I have never heard of any prodigious disciple capable of wielding Earth-level martial arts at the foundation establishment stage. Only you, Chen Qingxuan, are such an anomaly. With that, Jinri patted Chen Qingxuan on the shoulder. I shall exhaust every means to procure a formula for you. As for the elixirs, do not harbor any illusions. In the realm of cultivation, there is nothing that money cannot resolve, save for one, insufficient funds. In the blink of an eye, 2 days swiftly passed. During this brief interlude, a significant matter began circulating among the disciples of the Asking Swords sect. Chen Qingxuan shares a profound connection with the Saintess. This revelation, of course, was disseminated by Lang Wuchang and his companions. On the day when Lang Wuchang sought to eliminate Chen Qingxuan, one of the Saintess's handmaidens stepped forth to aid him. Naturally, they chose not to mention their expedition to find Chen Qingxuan. How absurd. This Chen Qingxuan, akin to a wretched toad, dares to pursue our Saintess. Is he truly the so-called foremost disciple of the outer sect? What a farce. I sincerely hope our paths do not cross, otherwise I shall reduce him to a quivering wretch sprawled upon the ground. Humph. I have heard that his title as the foremost disciple was actually reclaimed by our master, Ling Fengji. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would hardly retain that status. The Saintess of Chu is the dream goddess of the majority of disciples within the inner sect of the Sword sect, and now, Upon learning of a disciple who has barely entered the inner sect for just over a month, maintaining a close relationship with her, they are all incensed and vow to deal with Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan had been residing atop Phoenix Peak for the past few days, completely isolated in solitude. Consequently, he remained utterly oblivious to the recent tumult at the Asking Sword sect. At that moment, having just concluded his cultivation, he pondered when Jean Ri might procure that particular alchemical formula for him, and whether it was even feasible. Suddenly, he caught sight of several streaks of light soaring through the sky, heading directly towards Phoenix Peak. Chapter 41. Young Master of the Discipline Hall, Long Outyan. Chen Qingxuan gently furrowed his brow as he observed several streaks of light descending, revealing a trio of young men clad in the robes of the inner sect of the Wanjian sect before him. Among them, the foremost youth exuded an air of arrogance, his nose almost tilted skyward in haughty disdain. With a condescending demeanor, he looked down upon Chen Qingxuan and proclaimed, "I am Long Outyan, son of the Peak Master of the Discipline Peak, an inner elder in charge of the Discipline Hall." His tone reeked of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's brows furrowed even deeper. Once again, it was the Discipline Division. Moreover, this time the heir of the Discipline Division had personally arrived. Did they truly intend to pursue him relentlessly until his demise? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingxuan initially assumed that Long Outyan, the heir of the Discipline Division, had come regarding the matter of Qi Xiaoming. However, in the next moment, Long Outyan's words left Chen Qingxuan in a state of astonishment for quite some time. Long Outyan pointed at Chen Qingxuan and demanded, "Speak. What exactly is your relationship with Yunqi?" Chen Qingxuan was taken aback. "Chu Yunqi?" He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Long Outyan. Wasn't he this related to Qi Xiaoming? How did it become intertwined with Chu Yunqi? Upon noticing Zhou Yi's perplexed expression, Long Outyan's face twitched in annoyance. "Didn't Ti Yunqi send Hongxiu to help you drive away my senior brother Lung? So, I ask you, what exactly is your relationship with Yunqi? She is my goddess, and I will not allow anyone to tarnish her. Speak quickly. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan roughly deduced the situation. Chu Yunqi, not only blessed with exceptional talent and formidable strength as the holy maiden of the Wanjian sect, but also possessing a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, naturally became the goddess of the vast majority. Is beauty truly a source of calamity? Chen Qingxuan scoffed silently. This insolent brat, Long Outyan, noticing Chen Qingxuan's persistent silence, was immediately consumed by rage. With one hand grasping his sword, he lunged forward, aiming to strike Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan's gaze darkened as the Panlong's spear materialized in his hand, thrusting forward to meet the sword. Clang! Sparks erupted. The immense force bent the long sword. Long Outyan gaped in astonishment. His treasured sword was a prized Earth-grade artifact, yet Chen Qingxuan's spear could distort it? What manner of spear is this? Just as he was lost in thought, the Panlong's spear traced a golden arc through the air, sweeping towards him. "Big brother, be careful." Long Outyan heard the alarmed cries of his two underlings behind him, snapping him back to reality. He quickly raised his eyes, only to see a golden afterimage almost upon him. He hastily lifted his sword to defend, but was still a moment too late. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying. "Big brother!" His two subordinates rushed to catch the flung Long Outyan. "Are you all right? Should we join forces to teach that Chen Qingxuan a lesson?" "Get away!" Long Outyan angrily shoved his supporting underlings aside. "I was merely careless. He is only at the initial stage of foundation building, while I am at the late stage. How could I possibly lose to him?" With that declaration, Long Outyan leapt into the air, forming a hand seal with his left hand while tossing his sword with his right. The sword instantly blazed with brilliance, clanging and transforming into countless long swords that soared into the sky. Then, one by one, the flying swords fused together, resembling a union of form. They expanded at a geometric rate. Boom! A gigantic long sword materialized, still somewhat ethereal, yet already possessing a significant presence. Return to the origin of the 10,000 swords. Long Outyan bellowed from above, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Qingxuan below. "You insolent brat, this technique is among the pinnacle of Xian-level martial arts, verging on Earth-level techniques. Its power is formidable. If you wish to avoid death, do not attempt to withstand it." With a warning issued, Long Outyan flipped his left hand and struck the void with a forceful palm. Go! Boom! The colossal long sword descended with a thunderous roar, shaking the very air as if it were a meteor eclipsing the sun. Chen Qingxuan cast a peculiar glance at Long Outyan, pondering to himself, This young man possesses quite the intrigue. He even fears that he might perish beneath his own techniques. Approaching the Earth Realm, is he? Alas, my skills are of the Earth Realm. Breaking spear technique. Chen Qingxuan wielded the dragon-slaying spear, thrusting it forcefully towards the heavens. At the tip of the spear, a resplendent golden light erupted from the void, surging upward with a deafening roar. The momentum was overwhelming. The instant the golden light materialized, its unparalleled might and terrifying aura were evidently more formidable than the colossal sword descending vertically from above. My goodness, what on earth? Boom. The immense sword was instantly obliterated by the terrifying golden radiance, which then surged straight towards Long Outyin, engulfing the vociferous figure in an instant. Brother! Brother! Thud! Long Outyin plummeted from the sky like a small meteorite, his attire tattered, hair disheveled, and his face as black as coal, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Chen Qingxuan did not strike with lethal intent. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly obliterated Long Outyin. Brother, you're not dead, are you? Two of his younger companions helped Long Outyin to his feet, their gazes piercingly fixed upon him. Cough, cough, cough. Long Outyin erupted in a fit of coughs, incredulously staring at Chen Qingxuan, who stood across from him, bearing a golden spear upon his shoulder. How is this possible? Weren't you at the initial stage of foundation establishment? How can you possibly wield an Earth-grade martial technique? Chen Qingxuan let out a cold laugh, disinterested in conversing with Long Outyin. With a swift motion of his spear, he charged towards Long Outyin and his companions. Instantly, the air was filled with anguished cries. Chen, please refrain from striking my face. And don't hit my backside either. I implore you. Chen. Oh no, I can't see. The whales gradually receded from Phoenix Peak until they vanished at the horizon. In the following 2 days, several groups of oblivious young masters arrived at Phoenix Peak, clamoring for Chen Qingxuan. However, their fates were far less fortunate than Long Outyin's, as they were left with either severed hands or broken legs at the hands of Chen Qingxuan. This situation could not persist. The continuous brawls, while somewhat beneficial for Chen Qingxuan, were becoming quite troublesome. If the inner disciples continued to disturb him incessantly, a demonstration of consequence was imperative. Chen Qingxuan scolded with a sullen expression. Furthermore, the disciples who had arrived in recent days were not the most elite among them. If any of those top-tier individuals were to come, he would find it exceedingly challenging. It was still a significant flaw in his cultivation. Chen Qingxuan felt a sense of unease, uncertain whether there was any good news from senior brother Jin. Chen Shidi. As Chen Qingxuan contemplated matters concerning Jin Ri, a voice resonated from the heights above. Chapter 42. The Alchemy Peak's Senior Brother, Phoenix Peak. In the courtyard of the Mingyue building, the gentle sound of bubbling spring water mingled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. In the center of a serene little lake, within an octagonal pavilion, the alchemical formula was indeed sufficient. Thank you, Senior Brother Jin. Chen Qingxuan clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jin Ri, who sat opposite him. Brother Chen, there's no need for such formalities. We are comrades who have faced the relentless pursuit of a beast of comparable strength to a 6th-tier demon together. Had it not been for your bravery, I might have already perished. Therefore, if it is merely a matter of finances, it is of no consequence. In the realm of cultivation, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with sufficient wealth. If one exists, it simply means the funds are insufficient. Jin Ri raised his cup and clinked it gently against the wine cup beside Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan smiled and silently nodded, cherishing this bond of brotherhood within his heart. As he downed his drink, he poured more wine for Jin Ri and listened to the latter's soft voice. Junior brother, I have acquired the formula for this elixir. I may not be well versed in alchemy, but I took a glance at the recipe, and the several spiritual herbs listed are far from ordinary. Even for us at the Asking Sword sect, they are exceedingly rare. This elixir is called the Qingyun pill, and it can assist foundation-building cultivators in advancing their cultivation level without any adverse effects. Before Chen Qingxuan could respond, Jin Ri sighed and continued, in fact, before seeking you out, I inquired with the senior brothers in our sect's spiritual herb garden, and they too confirmed the absence of these herbs. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's expression momentarily faltered. He lamented inwardly, realizing that such a miraculous elixir was indeed a challenging endeavor to procure, not to mention the finished product. Even gathering all the requisite spiritual herbs was no simple task. The Asking Sword sect is already one of the foremost immortal sects, and it remains difficult. For those lesser sects and families, the challenge is even greater. Noticing Chen Qingxuan's somewhat troubled countenance, Jin Ri added, "Junior brother Chen, I have managed to find out that the senior brother Lu Shuwen from the Alchemy Peak possesses these particular spiritual herbs." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan's eyes immediately brightened. "Then we must devise a way to procure the spiritual herbs from Brother Lu." Jin Ri sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. "Junior brother Chen, acquiring spiritual herbs from Brother Lu is far from a simple task. To be candid, the recipe for the Qingyan pill was obtained from him. I paid him a substantial sum, and he is no longer in need of money. Thus, attempting to purchase those specific spiritual herbs with financial incentives is likely to be futile." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan lightly furrowed his brows, lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, raised his gaze towards Jin Ri. "Everyone inevitably has their desires or matters that require resolution. Are you aware of any recent needs of senior brother Lu?" Jin Ri narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully reflecting on Lu Shuwen's recent circumstances. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, allowing him the space to think. After a moment, Jin Riang raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, there is something. Previously, when I approached him to purchase a formula, I heard that he was attempting to concoct a pill of exceptional quality. However, he has yet to achieve success. This is the only matter that comes to mind, one that senior brother Lu urgently needs to address at this stage." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy within. If it pertains to the matter of alchemy, perhaps he could give it a try. Before Chen Qingxuan could respond, Jin Ri sighed and said, "However, it is futile. Junior brother Chen, the art of alchemy is not our forte. We are unable to assist senior brother Lu." Chen Qingxuan smiled lightly, choosing not to respond directly to his words. Instead, he inquired, "Senior brother Jin, what extraordinary elixir is senior brother Lu hoping to concoct?" "It appears to be called the Entry into Emptiness Pill." Upon hearing this, Jin Rigong felt a surge of confusion and replied, "Wait, junior brother, why are you asking about this?" Chen Qingxuan smiled and said, "Senior brother Jin, there is no need for you to worry. In a few days, please take me to find senior brother Lu. At that time, I will have a way to procure those few spiritual herbs from him." Jin Ri replied, "Procure? How will you do that? Is it a matter of pleasing him to obtain those herbs?" Unbeknownst to Jin Ri, Chen Qingxuan also possessed the skill of alchemy. The Void Return Pill is a potent elixir that enhances the success rate of foundation-building practitioners breaking through to the condensation pill stage to 80%. The reason Chen Qingxuan requested Jin Rima to accompany him in seeking out Lu Shuwen was his desire to reclaim the essence of alchemy within a span of 2 days. Over the past month, he had devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of his martial prowess and skills, neglecting the art of alchemy. After Jin Rima, filled with curiosity, departed to find Lu Shuwen, Chen Qingxuan promptly returned to his training chamber to enter seclusion. He immersed his consciousness into the inner realm of his being, where he began to practice alchemy beneath the ancient Bodhi tree. Following his triumph as the champion of the outer sect competition, the elder alchemist Chang Han had discreetly gifted him a highly esteemed alchemical furnace, which now proved to be most fortuitous. Chen Qingxuan also possessed a variety of spiritual herbs, which he could utilize for his practice. The 2 days swiftly elapsed. Jin Rima led Chen Qingxuan to the secluded courtyard of Lu Shuwen. Each senior brother atop the peaks had their own distinct courtyard. "Junior brother Chen, how do you intend to approach senior brother Lu?" Jin Rima inquired, a hint of concern mingling with curiosity as they made their way to Lu Shuwen's residence on the Alchemy Peak. Chen Qingxuan smiled. "In a moment, senior brother Jin. You shall find out. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now." Jin Ri felt a persistent itch of curiosity these past few days, eager to know what method Chen Qingxuan had to deal with Lu Shuwen. When they departed from Phoenix Peak, he could clearly see the confidence radiating from Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan pondered for a moment as he was nearing senior brother Lu's courtyard. He believed it would not be an issue to inform Jin Ri. "It's quite simple. Does not senior brother Lu aspire to concoct an exquisite void pill? I shall assist him in its creation." Jin Ri's mouth fell agape, staring blankly at the smiling Chen Qingxuan, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Junior brother, you must be jesting. Assisting him in crafting a superior elixir? How do you propose we do that? Are we merely to stand by the alchemical furnace and provide a gentle breath of air?" Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle twice. "Senior brother Jin, you truly have a sense of humor." Without waiting for Jin Ri, he swiftly strode towards the courtyard. Junior brother, wait for me." Jin Ri hurriedly followed suit. Chen Qingxuan and Jean re-entered the courtyard of Mingwei Zaihewen, where a vast pond sprawled before them, adorned with a gracefully winding wooden bridge that extended into the depths. Along with the fragrance of lotus flowers, a rich aroma of alchemical elixirs pervaded the air. This is my first visit to Senior Brother Lu's courtyard, and it truly lives up to its reputation as the abode of the Alchemy Peak's master. The scent of elixirs is so pervasive here that one might feel their cultivation naturally elevate by merely residing in such an enchanting place, Jean remarked with admiration. After a leisurely stroll of about 15 minutes, they arrived at a small pavilion perched above the pond, where they encountered the refined and cultured Lu Shuwen. Senior Brother Lu, Junior Brother Jean, Junior Brother Chen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Shuwen cut straight to the chase, addressing Chen Qingxuan, Junior Brother Chen. I heard from Junior Brother Jean that you sought me for a matter of importance. May I inquire as to the nature of your request? Chen Qingxuan directly said. Senior Brother Lu, I can assist you in refining the exceptional Ru Xiandan. Chapter 43, Refining the Ru Xiandan. Senior Brother Lu, I can aid you in the creation of the exquisite Ru Xiandan. As Chen Qingxuan's words fell, he suddenly felt two pairs of astonished gazes fixed upon him. Jean was bewildered that Chen Qingxuan had indeed approached Lu Shuwen for such a reason. Could it be that he truly wished to stand beside the alchemy cauldron merely to assist with fanning the flames? Such a jest was far from appropriate. Dear Junior Brother, Lu Shuwen, on the other hand, was astonished that despite being the esteemed senior brother of the Alchemy Peak, he had yet to successfully concoct a top-tier entry to Void Pill. How could a disciple from another peak, especially one from the Phoenix Peak, and a newly initiated member of the inner sect for just over a month, claim to assist him in crafting a premium entry to Void Pill? Lu Shuwen wore an expression that seemed to question whether Chen Qingxuan was jesting, staring blankly at him. His gaze then shifted to Jean, silently inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the individual he had brought. Jean awkwardly swallowed, casting his eyes skyward. Seeing their reaction, Chen Qingxuan felt no displeasure within. After entering the inner sect, he had never showcased his alchemical talents before outsiders. Thus, it was entirely natural for Jean and to harbor doubts and skepticism. Senior Brother Lu, in truth, I have practiced alchemy during my time in the outer sect as well. Your disbelief is understandable. There is no need for excessive words. You may allow me to attempt it, and you shall see for yourself. Lu Shuwen's lips twitched slightly, a bittersweet smile forming. Junior Brother Chen, for ordinary elixirs, I might consider permitting you to try your hand at refining them. However, the Void Elixir is an exceptionally high-grade potion, requiring exceedingly rare spiritual herbs. Even disciples of our Alchemy Peak cannot simply concoct it at will. Chen Qingxuan nodded with a smile. I am well aware of this. Rest assured, Senior Brother Lu. Should the refining fail, we shall compensate you for all the spirit herbs at their full value. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuwen furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded Chen Qingxuan, noticing the latter's air of confidence and poise, devoid of any trepidation. Could it be that this junior brother truly possesses knowledge of alchemy? After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that although the grade of the void-entering pill was indeed high and the spirit herbs were precious, they were not particularly difficult to procure, as the Sword Sect's herb garden cultivated them. Indeed, it seems worth a try. Ultimately, Lu Shuwen nodded in agreement. Before Chen Qingxuan could display any signs of joy, Jean leaped up and exclaimed, Junior Brother Chen, the various spiritual herbs required for the Void Elixir are exceedingly expensive. Where do you intend to procure such a sum to compensate? Within Jean understanding of Chen Qingxuan, he acknowledged that this fellow possessed commendable talent for cultivation. However, he had neither heard of nor witnessed any evidence of his alchemical skills. Chen Qingxuan smiled warmly at him. Senior Brother Jean, do I not have you as my support? I shall borrow from you when the time comes. Jean fell silent, while Lu Shuwen remained speechless. The alchemical trial was set to take place in Lu Shuwen's small lotus courtyard. At this moment, the three of them had arrived at the alchemy chamber. It was a modest, standalone structure made of bamboo, not overly spacious. At the center stood an ancient bronze alchemical furnace. Junior Brother Chen, here is a collection of spiritual herbs for crafting the Ru Sudan. That furnace is the one I typically use. You may begin now. Nearby, Jean gazed pensively, silently lamenting, it's all gone, all my spare change this month. He had already incurred significant expenses to acquire the Qingyundan. Now, he was faced with compensating for a set of spiritual herbs for the Ru Sudan, which would undoubtedly be of considerable worth. As he glanced at Chen Qingxuan, he felt a deep regret, wishing he had never accompanied him. With a sigh, he contemplated his misfortune. Just then, he heard Chen Qingxuan speak. "Thank you, Senior Brother Liu. I shall not use your furnace. I prefer to utilize my own." From within his own realm, he produced a completely black alchemical furnace, a gift from Chang Han. Both Lu Shuwen and Jin Ri straightened in surprise, astonished that Chen Qingxuan had brought his own furnace. Could it be that Chen Qingxuan truly possessed the skill to concoct elixirs? In an instant, Jin Ri felt a glimmer of hope that he might escape the burden of compensation. Chen Qingxuan, disregarding the thoughts of his two senior brothers behind him, sat cross-legged and began to concoct the illusory essence pill. He first ignited the alchemical furnace with his true essence. At this moment, while Jin Ri might not discern anything amiss, Lu Shuwen, the senior brother of the alchemy peak, could not help but widen his mouth in astonishment. Chen Qingxuan's techniques were exceptionally refined, surpassing the proficiency of most of his peers from the alchemy peak. At that moment, the gaze directed towards him transformed significantly. Subsequently, Chen Qingxuan meticulously followed the method for concocting the void-entering pill, methodically tossing various spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace. He had naturally discerned which herbs were required for each type of elixir. Moreover, the precise timing for introducing each herb, the appropriate conditions of heat required during the process, and every detail were of utmost importance. None of it could be taken lightly. Each step and nuance could profoundly influence whether the elixir would be successfully refined and the caliber it would attain. However, mere knowledge of these intricacies and their proper execution did not guarantee the successful creation of an elixir, nor did it ensure a superior grade. The alchemist's skill was paramount. Lu Shuwen could already sense that Chen Qingxuan was indeed capable of alchemy and appeared to possess considerable expertise. He attentively observed as Chen Qingxuan added each spiritual herb, noting that every action was executed with precision, timing, and heat perfectly calibrated. An involuntary astonishment surged within him. What was going on with this junior brother Chen? His alchemical prowess seemed to exceed that of most disciples from the alchemy peak. Jin Ri, on the other hand, did not perceive as many subtleties. He merely thought that Chen Qingxuan's alchemical process appeared quite adept, as if he genuinely understood the art of alchemy. As 2 hours elapsed, suddenly, Lu Shuwen gasped, his brows arching, eyes widening in disbelief. Jin Ri was equally astonished, his mouth agape. Although he lacked extensive knowledge of alchemy, the rich, aromatic fragrance wafting from the black alchemical furnace clearly indicated that the elixir was indeed complete. As for its grade, Jin Ri was uncertain if it could be discerned from the aroma alone. His mouth hung open in astonishment as he stared at Chen Qingxuan, thinking, what on earth? This lad truly knows how to refine elixirs. Lu Shuwen's astonishment, however, was even more profound than Jin Ri's. He was exceptionally familiar with elixirs, and from the fragrance alone, he could discern that the quality of the finished product was undoubtedly high. Moreover, it rivaled the void-entering pills he had previously refined. Realizing this, Lu Shuwen inhaled deeply twice, savoring the scent. Once again, his eyes widened. This fragrance was purer and richer than the finest void-entering pill he had ever created. And so, after yet another half hour, the elixir was finally complete. Chen Qingxuan retrieved the elixir from the alchemical furnace, laying it before Lu Shuwen and Jin Ri. Chapter 44, Junior Brother Chen. I yield my position to you. Lu Shuwen was rendered speechless as he gazed down at the Ru Su Dan in Chen Qingxuan's hand. The striking patterns etched upon it unmistakably indicated that it was a superior grade elixir. Moreover, there was not merely one. There were two. The intricate designs symbolizing premium elixirs adorned their surfaces, and the rich, fragrant aroma emanating from them was significantly superior to that of the concoctions he had previously crafted. There was no doubt. These were indeed top-tier Ru Su Dan. Astounded, Lu Shuwen raised his head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he looked at Chen Qingxuan, momentarily at a loss for words. At that instant, Jin Ri was equally dumbfounded. He recognized the intricate patterns encircling the two elixirs resting quietly in Chen Qingxuan's palm and understood their significance. Good heavens! This junior brother Chen truly possesses alchemical prowess. Furthermore, he has successfully produced superior elixirs, something even the senior brother of the alchemy peak struggles to achieve. Could it be that this junior brother Chen is an imposter? Jin Ri stared at Chen Qingxuan, astounded. At that moment, the senior brother of the alchemy peak, Lu Shuwen, finally regained his composure and addressed Chen Qingxuan, saying, Junior brother Qingxian, why not join our alchemy peak? I shall promptly inform our master and recommend you for the position of our senior brother. Chen Qingxuan. Jean Ri's eyes instantly brightened. At Fenghuang Peak, in the courtyard of Mingyue Tower. Junior brother Chen, are you truly unwilling to consider joining the alchemy peak? Jean Ri still found it hard to believe and accept that Chen Qingxian had actually declined Lu Shuwen's invitation. From Lu Shuwen's expression just now, it did not seem like he was jesting. If Chen Qingxian had agreed, he would have genuinely relinquished his position as the elder brother of the alchemy peak. Chen Qingxian chuckled softly and shook his head, having joined Fengfeng. I shall not waver to other peaks. Jean Ri sighed, displaying an expression of frustration at the lack of ambition. Junior brother Chen, please reconsider. That is the alchemy peak. Should you choose to go there, you would still be the grand elder brother of a peak, far superior to your current solitary status. Indeed, it is like comparing heaven and earth. Little did Jean Ri know, not only the alchemy peak, but even Sikong Daoren, one of the revered elders of the sect, wished to take Chen Qingxian as his sole disciple. Chen Qingxian did not wish to linger on this topic with Jean Ri any longer. Suddenly, he extended his left hand, presenting it before the latter. Just as Jean Ri opened his mouth to speak, he was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the ethereal pill nestled in the palm of Chen Qingxuan's hand. Junior brother, what is this? Chen Qingxian smiled as he looked at Jean Rh. Senior brother Jean, this Enrudan is for you. I have sensed that your aura has strengthened significantly these past few days. You must have reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. This Enrudan is perfectly suited for you now. Chen Qingxian was elated, but soon his smile faded. No, junior brother. The entry-level void elixir is incredibly difficult to obtain, especially the top-grade variety, which is a rare treasure. You should save it for the near future when you aim to break through to the condensation Dan realm. This particular void elixir was crafted by you. I have not contributed in any significant way. Chen Qingxian shook his head, saying, No, senior brother Jean. You have assisted me greatly all this time. This single void elixir shall serve as my gratitude to you. If you insist on repayment or monetary compensation, I must confess that I possess nothing of value. The only item of worth I have, which is also suitable for you, is this one elixir. Chen Qingxian was acutely aware that during this period, Jean Ri had offered him considerable assistance. Come on, brother Jean, stop being so indecisive. This is not in keeping with your character. Chen Qingxian forcefully placed the void elixir into Jean Ri's hand. Jean Ri hesitated, saying, Junior brother, if I consume this elixir, what shall we do when the time comes for your need? Chen Qingxian chuckled in disbelief. If I need it, I can simply refine one for myself. Jean Ri was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that? Brother Chen, you possess the ability to concoct exquisite void-entering pills. However, I may still need to trouble Brother Jean to assist me in procuring various spiritual herbs required for the refinement of the void-entering pills. Chen Qingxian smiled gently. Jean Ri's laughter abruptly ceased, and he gazed at Chen Qingxian with a hint of suspicion. You must have been plotting this all along. Yet, he brushed it aside and remarked, well, as long as it can be resolved with money, it's no issue at all. Speaking of which, that senior brother Lu truly understands the art of human interaction. You crafted 2 exquisite void-entering pills and graciously offered one to him. Chen Qingxian held a very favorable impression of Lu Shuwen. As the eldest disciple of the pill-refining peak, he stood out among the many disciples for his exceptional alchemical skills, yet he remained humble, unlike other alchemists who often carried an air of superiority. However, what will you do next, junior brother? Jean Ri furrowed his brow as he gazed at Chen Qingxian. Just before departing from the pill-refining peak, Lu Shuwen had entrusted Chen Qingxian with the remaining spiritual herbs required for the refinement of the Qingyan pill, yet one crucial herb was still missing, the drunken dream lotus. Moreover, Lu Shuwen had informed them that the herb garden of the Wanjian sect did not possess it either. The drunken dream lotus demands an exceptionally specific growing environment. No worries, I shall devise another approach. Chen Qingxian had not anticipated that the entire Wanjian sect would be unable to gather all the necessary herbs for the Qingyan pill. Indeed, I will assist you in your search. Jin Shixiang, for the time being, please refrain from helping me. Focus on consuming the exceptional Ru Shudan to break through to the condensing pill stage. Once your cultivation level rises, you will be able to handle any troublemakers who come my way. Jean Ri could only smile wryly, casting a lingering glance at Chen Qingxian. Do you require my assistance? You are merely at the initial stage of foundation building, yet can already overpower brothers at both the initial and advanced stages of the condensing pill. What help can I provide? After Jean departed, Chen Qingxuan entered seclusion once more, immersing his consciousness in a realm of his own, commencing his cultivation. In the absence of all the necessary herbs for the Qingyun pill, he resolved to focus on his own progress for the time being. As time slipped by, another 7 days had elapsed. Chen Qingxuan emerged from a realm, took a moment to gather himself, and then proceeded to the Gongshan Pavilion to collect the tasks for the new month. This time, he resolved to avoid the assignments that required collaboration with others, in order to prevent a recurrence of the assassination incident from the previous occasion, even if he could handle such matters alone. Returning home would only lead to further complications and troubles. Within the grand hall of the Gongshan Pavilion, Chen Qingxuan's gaze settled upon the task list designated for his direct disciples, meticulously scrutinizing each entry. Arriving early this time afforded him a greater selection of tasks, unlike his previous visit when he was left with only 4 options due to his tardiness. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. A task involving escorting had caught his attention. The reward for its completion was none other than a dreamy lotus. Chen Qingxuan was filled with immense joy. It was indeed a timely blessing. Chapter 45. Young hero Chen, what about you? Upon receiving the assignment, Chen Qingxuan promptly set forth towards Yan City, which lies at a considerable distance from the Wanjian sect. Nestled there is a modest sect known as the Yinyang sect. This escort mission was entrusted to him by the Yinyang sect. Zhou Yi perused the details of the task, which involved accompanying a disciple named Mo Bian to an external office of the hidden family, the Mo clan. The Mo clan is one of the most formidable hidden families in the realm of cultivation, wielding power that surpasses even that of the Wanjian sect. Could it be that this Mo Bian is a scion of the Mo clan, lost to the outside world? Chen Qingxuan wielded his sword, transforming into a streak of luminous light as he soared through the sky towards Yan City. 5 days later, Chen Qingxuan arrived at the Sunfire sect, where he encountered the sect master and his group of disciples. Sect Master Zhang, my name is Chen Qingxuan, hailing from the Inquiry Sword sect. My sect has assigned me to undertake this escort mission. Chen Qingxuan clasped his fists and addressed the leader of the Yinyang sect. Upon hearing that a disciple from the Sword Inquiry sect had arrived, Sect Master Zhang and his disciples were filled with joy and excitement. For a small sect like theirs, it was a rare opportunity to engage so closely with a disciple from such a formidable entity as the Sword Inquiry sect. Moreover, the courteous demeanor of the visitor only elevated their spirits further. Greetings, young hero Chen. How do you do? Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Sect Master Zhang and the disciples all extended their warm greetings to Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan smiled and nodded. Hello, senior brother Chen. At last, a young girl stepped forward from behind, glanced at Chen Qingxuan, and immediately lowered her head slightly. Hello. Chen Qingxuan cast a glance at her, estimating that the individual was indeed Mo Bian. Subsequently, Master Zhang provided a brief overview of the mission at hand, aligning closely with Chen Qingxuan's prior conjectures. Shall we embark now? Upon hearing the introduction from the other party, Chen Qingxuan immediately inquired. His desire for the enchanting dream lotus was overwhelming. Master Zhang chuckled softly. Do not rush, young hero Chen. There is still one more person yet to arrive. Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brows. Seeing the other party chuckle, he continued. In order to ensure the safe and smooth delivery of my disciple to the Mo family's office in Yan City, I have not only entrusted you to inquire with the Sword sect, but have also sought the assistance of the Ritian sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan slightly parted his lips and inquired, Master Zhang, if the escort mission is successfully accomplished, shall we divide the dreamy drunken lotus between the two of us? No, Master Zhang reassured. There is no need for concern, young hero Chen. I happen to possess 2 dreamy drunken lotuses. Provided you successfully escort my disciple to Cloud City, each of you shall receive one. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. The fortune of this young sect leader was truly remarkable, having encountered not 1, but 2 rare plants. Reflecting on his own experience with the formidable sword-seeking sect, which had yet to yield even a single specimen, he pondered whether this elusive luck was indeed a manifestation of unseen fate. Master, the young hero Yan from the Sunlit sect has arrived. At that moment, an exuberant voice echoed from outside the council hall of the Yinyang sect. Hearing this, Sect Master Zhang and the others were filled with joy. Quickly, let us go forth to welcome him. They promptly abandoned Chen Qingxuan and hurried out of the grand hall to greet the disciple from the Sunlit sect. Though the Sunlit sect did not fall within the jurisdiction of the Great Xia dynasty, it possessed formidable strength, standing on par with the sword-seeking sect. In this realm of cultivation, the supreme powers were classified into two distinct categories, the 9 saints and the 10 sects. The 9 saints represented the most powerful forces in this world, while the 10 sects comprised 10 formidable factions that followed closely behind them. Among these, both the sword-seeking sect and the Sunlit sect were counted among the 10 sects. "Greetings, Sect Master Zhang," exclaimed Yin, the young hero, as he entered. "Greetings to you as well." Chen Qingxuan stood atop the grand hall, listening as both parties initiated yet another round of greetings, reminiscent of his previous encounter. He discerned that the young hero from the Retian sect, Yin Xiaoxia, possessed a cheerful voice, exuding an air of optimism. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and an introduction to the task at hand, Master Zhang led Yin Xiaoxia into the main hall. "Yin Xiaoxia, allow me to introduce." Before Yin Xiaoxia could utter a word upon seeing Chen Qingxuan, Master Zhang promptly began his explanation. During this time, Chen Qingxuan took the opportunity to observe his counterpart. Yin Xiaoxia stood a head taller than him, with a robust physique, short black hair, and clad in a black robe. Strapped to his back was an enormous broadsword, truly a formidable weapon. The sword exceeded Yin Xiaoxia's own height and was nearly as wide as his frame. Towering and imposing, coupled with that fearsome broadsword, he certainly commanded an impressive presence. "Greetings, Brother Qingxuan." His voice, though not thunderous, carried a refreshing vigor. "Hello, Brother Letian." Master Zhang had already introduced him as Yin Letian. Chen Qingxuan felt a slight amusement, sensing that some individuals truly embodied their names. Yin Letian appeared to be the epitome of cheerfulness. "Young Master Yin, may I pose a question to you?" Suddenly, a rather timid disciple from the Yin-Yang sect spoke up. Yin Letian turned to him with a broad smile. "Of course. Feel free to ask." The crowd's curiosity was piqued as they gazed at the disciple, eager to discern the nature of his inquiry, which seemed to carry a weight of significance. The disciple continued, "Young Master Yin, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? I have heard that the strength of the disciples from the 10 sects significantly surpasses even that of our sect leader." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other onlookers lit up with excitement. The disciples from smaller sects often devoted their entire lives to their practice. Yet many never even succeeded in reaching the foundation establishment stage. Understanding their fervent and envious gazes, Chen Qingxuan felt a wave of empathy. Mo Bian, a young girl with bright, twinkling eyes, also looked at Yin Letian with unblinking curiosity. Yin Letian chuckled, "Is that the question? You could have asked me directly." "Well, my current cultivation level is mid-stage of the condensation Dan realm." "Wow, the condensation Dan realm. Truly, it is no wonder that a disciple from the 10 sects has already achieved such prowess at a young age, and in the mid-stage no less. Sect leader, it seems you have only reached the peak of foundation establishment, and yet to condense your Dan." Suddenly, a stir arose within the great hall. The young disciples gazed at their peer, astonished that he had transcended to the condensation Dan realm, while they remained merely at the Qi refinement stage, a stark contrast indeed. From the outset, it was evident that they were destined for entirely different worlds. Sect leader Zhang, confronted with such a question from his disciples, felt no embarrassment. He deemed it a perfectly normal occurrence. After all, how could the sect be revered within the cultivation world as one of the 10 sects otherwise? This also elucidated why sect leader Zhang was willing to invest heavily in delegating tasks to the Wunjin sect and Retian sect. "Young Master Chen, what about you? Have you also achieved the condensation Dan realm?" Amidst the chorus of exclamations and reflections, someone suddenly turned to Chen Qingxuan and inquired. As the attention of the crowd shifted to him, Chen Qingxuan stood at the center of their gaze. "Indeed, Brother Qingxuan, what is your cultivation level?" Yin Letian laughed heartily. "Shall we have a friendly spar? Just a light exchange, of course. I suspect that young Master Chen must have reached the condensation Dan realm as well." "Yes, indeed. After all, young Master Chen hails from the Wunjin sect, one of the 10 sects of the cultivation world." The disciples eagerly awaited Chen Qingxuan's response, with Mo Bian's eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Chen Qingxuan cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and then chuckled softly. "My cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment." Upon the conclusion of his words, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Each person stood agape, immobile, unsure of how to respond. Some exchanged glances, bewildered, while others simply stared in disbelief. In their understanding, the disciples of the 10 sects were exalted beings, possessing formidable power, often surpassing even their own sect leader. Particularly, the direct disciples of the 10 sects were regarded with utmost reverence. They had heard that the sect leader had mandated that only the direct disciples of the 10 sects could undertake the escorting tasks. Yet, to their astonishment, a direct disciple of the 10 sects was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and in its initial phase at that. Sir Chen, are you jesting or speaking earnestly? Sect leader Zhang's mouth opened in astonishment, at a loss for words. His gaze betrayed a hint of skepticism. Could it be that Sir Chen was referring to the direct disciples of the Sword sect? Chen Qingxuan gazed at their incredulous expressions and replied with a gentle smile. Master Zhang, rest assured, I am indeed a direct disciple. Otherwise, I would not have the privilege to undertake this escort mission. However, my cultivation level is genuinely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Chen Qingxuan remained indifferent to the reactions of Master Zhang and the others. His status as a direct disciple was rather unique. Thus their confusion upon learning he was merely at the foundation establishment level was understandable. Yet, he felt no need to elaborate further. Brother Qingxuan, before anyone could fully process the situation, Yan Letian approached and cheerfully patted Chen Qingxuan on the shoulder, saying, No worries. I believe it won't be long before your cultivation catches up. Come, let us find an inn in Flame City and enjoy some drinks. Chen Qingxuan gazed with some surprise at Yan Letian before him. Judging by the sincerity etched upon his visage, it was evident that his sentiments were genuine. He did not look down upon Chen Qingxuan despite the latter being a whole realm beneath him in cultivation. Very well, let us share a drink. Chen Qingxuan thought positively of Yan Letian, considering him perhaps a worthy companion. Young Master Yan, allow me to guide you. I know which tavern in Flame City serves the finest wine. Moreover, our local delicacies are quite distinctive. I shall fetch some for you shortly. As they departed, a throng of disciples surrounded the two, yet their admiration was primarily directed towards Yan Letian. What is the meaning of this, sect master? One disciple inquired as Chen Qingxuan and Yan Letian exited the main hall. Why does young Master Chen only possess the cultivation of an early foundation establishment? How is it possible that? Hush, sect master Zhang gestured for silence, signaling that such discussions were ill-timed. It was not until Chen Qingxuan and his companion had completely vacated the Flame Sun sect that Zhang let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. Strange. What is up with this Chen Qingxuan? Has the standard for selecting direct disciples at the Sword Inquiry sect truly diminished? Sect Master. Young Master Chen is merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Even our senior brother and second brother surpass him. How can he escort junior sister Bu Yin to Cloud City? Indeed, Sect Master. I fear we may end up needing to protect him instead. Under the current circumstances, it appears that while the mission to escort junior sister Bu Yin will be successfully completed, it will be entirely by young Master Yan's efforts. Yet Chen Qingxuan will ultimately claim the ethereal Dream Lotus. Is that not? At this, Zhang's cheeks twitched. Should that indeed transpire, it would be quite troublesome. He had never anticipated such a scenario when he had entrusted the task. This is indeed a predicament. Zhang sighed once more. We cannot simply tell young Master Chen that he is no longer needed for the escort mission. That would be an outright dismissal of his cultivation level. Regardless, he remains a direct disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect. We cannot afford to offend him. The disciples, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of utter helplessness. An air of silence enveloped the hall. Suddenly, one disciple brightened and exclaimed, Sect Master, I have an idea. We could arrange for the senior brother or second brother to spar with Chen Qingxuan. During their bout, they could inadvertently strike him a bit too hard, leading to an injury that would render him unable to participate in the escort mission. Upon hearing this, Zhang and the remaining disciples' eyes lit up, their faces radiating joy as if a life-and-death crisis had been averted. That night, upon returning to the Flame Sun sect, Chen Qingxuan and his companions were surrounded by the disciples who had accompanied them, all of whom clustered around Yan Letian. Although they dared not offend Chen Qingxuan, their enthusiasm was somewhat muted. Yan Letian, however, continued to engage him in hearty revelry, treating him as a true friend. Ah, young Master Chen, young Master Yan, you have returned. As they stepped into the Flame Sun sect, they were greeted by the smiling figure of Sect Master Zhang, flanked by a group of disciples, two of whom stood prominently at the forefront. Upon observing the situation, Chen Qingxuan immediately sensed something amiss. and it appeared to be directed towards him. He had a rough inkling of the unfolding circumstances. Master Zhang, are you all awaiting our return? Meanwhile, Yanletian remained utterly oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Master Zhang, your disciples from the Flame Sun sect are indeed exceedingly enthusiastic. Haha. Master Zhang chuckled and nodded, then proceeded to say, young hero Chen. These two are my eldest and second disciples. They are also the most gifted and powerful practitioners within our Flame Sun sect. Aware that disciples from the 10 great powers, namely the Sword Questioning sect and the Sun Heaven sect, were on their way, they have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, wishing to engage in a friendly contest to ascertain the extent of their own abilities in comparison to yours. Chen Qingxuan found the situation amusing. He had been waiting in anticipation, wondering why, upon his arrival during the day, no one had made such remarks. It was only after they learned of his initial cultivation level in the foundation establishment stage that they decided to speak up. Very well, he thought. This is intriguing. Upon hearing this, Yanletian clapped his hands in delight, brimming with excitement and eagerness to engage. Observing this, Sect Master Zhang grew anxious and quickly interjected, young hero Yan. My two disciples are most eager to understand the disparity between themselves and the sword-wielding disciples of the Wanjian sect. They are not accustomed to using blades. Chapter 47. Is this the extent of young hero Chen's strength? Yanletian, taken aback by this statement, expressed his astonishment. Sect Master Zhang, how does your disciples' unfamiliarity with blades relate to our impending contest? Chen Qingxuan cast a glance at this overly optimistic person, thinking to himself how naively cheerful he was, seemingly oblivious to the evident situation. Master Zhang was at a loss for words, his cheeks twitching, unsure of how to salvage the conversation. Chen Qingxuan smiled faintly and cast a glance at the Sect Master Zhang before stepping forward. The Sect Master was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Chen Qingxuan would take the initiative to step up. Who? Suddenly, Yanletian exclaimed in surprise, abruptly turning his head to gaze into the darkness. Everyone was startled by his outburst and hurriedly looked in that direction. Yet, there was nothing there. Chen Qingxuan furrowed his brow slightly, acutely sensing the presence of another amidst the enveloping darkness. Indeed, a figure clad entirely in black, with his face concealed, emerged from the shadows, chuckling. You truly deserve to be a true disciple among the 10 sects, for you have managed to detect my presence. With the arrival of this enigmatic figure, Zhang Zhongzhu and all the members of the Yin-Yang sect retreated, forming a protective circle around Embarking. Only Chen Qingxuan and Yanletian remained in the forefront. Who are you? What brings you here? Yanletian demanded sharply, pointing at the figure hovering above. Chen Qingxuan inwardly expressed his disdain. Was there any need to ask? He had naturally come at this hour to eliminate Embarking and prevent her from returning to the Mo family. The man in black, upon hearing this inquiry, seemed momentarily taken aback. Without a word, he scoffed and thrust his sword downward. Yanletian bellowed furiously, seeking death. He swiftly drew his large machete and swung it with great force. The blade whistled as it descended. With a resounding crash, the figure in black hastily retreated. Yanletian leaped forward, relentlessly pursuing him. In a flash of silver light, a radiant strike surged forth. The man in black retaliated with a beam of rainbow light, turning to flee without a hint of hesitation. Trying to escape? Upon witnessing this, Yanletian shouted and vanished in a flash, giving chase. Below, Chen Qingxuan and the sect leader Zhang, along with the others, exchanged incredulous glances, their mouths agape. Had he truly rushed out after him? What was he thinking? Surely there was something amiss here. Indeed, not long after Yanletian had pursued, a figure in black suddenly landed within the Yin-Yang sect, poised atop the surrounding wall, casting a penetrating gaze towards the safeguarded Embarking. The expressions of sect leader Zhang and the disciples shifted dramatically, silently cursing Yanletian for his impulsiveness. What were they to do now? Although Chen Qingxuan hails from the Wanjian sect, his cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, inferior even to myself and my two disciples. It seems that reliance on Chen Qingxuan is futile. Zhang Zhongzhu gritted his teeth and resolutely made a decision. Dongxiu, Su Exine, you two shall accompany me. We must eliminate him. As the words fell, Zhang Zhongzhu and his two disciples leaped forward, their swords drawn, unleashing 3 beams of light towards the figure in black. At that moment, the black-clad individual produced a peculiar weapon, which instantly emanated a brilliant glow. With a thunderous roar, it deflected the 3 beams of light. Observing this, Zhang Zongzhu formed a hand seal, and his sword flew like an arrow released from its bow, radiating flashes of brilliance that cascaded down like a torrential downpour upon the adversary. In the other two directions, the elder and second disciples executed identical maneuvers, launching a multitude of lights that encircled the figure in black. The black-clad figure let out a cold laugh, forming a hand seal of his own. With a dull thud, the peculiar weapon emitted a sound, followed by the emergence of a glowing sphere that rapidly expanded geometrically. Countless beams of sword light surged towards it, only to be absorbed by the sphere. As the light surged, a sudden sound of breaking air erupted, and the previously consumed beams of light were propelled outward, hurtling towards Zhang Zongzhu and his companions with an alarming speed, far surpassing their earlier assault. Caught off guard, the trio was struck and fell heavily to the ground with anguished cries. Zongzhu Shixiang, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, hurriedly rushed forward to assist them. This situation was dire. Zhang Zongzhu's expression was grave. Disregarding the blood trickling from his mouth, his gaze darkly fixed on the black-clad figure high above. How could that young hero Yin be so reckless, pursuing without a second thought? The elder disciple clutched his chest, despair evident in his sigh. Zongzhu, Shixiang, Shixiang. They must have come for me. At that moment, Mo Bian stepped forward, her tear-filled eyes glistening. I will go with them now. Useless. The black-clad figure scoffed. After taking you, I will slay everyone here as well. Mo Bian and Zhang Zongzhu's expressions turned to one of terror. Suddenly, high above, the cold laughter of the black-clad figure ceased, for from the corner of his eye, he spotted a golden light soaring skyward from the ground, heading directly towards him. The speed was as swift as lightning, and the momentum felt as if it could uproot mountains and rivers. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad figure had no time to react before the golden light struck. Boom! The sound was tremendous. The golden light surged past the figure, continuing its ascent as if it were destined to pierce the heavens. As the golden radiance dissipated, the sky became as dark as ink, and the figure in black vanished without a trace. Zhang Zongzhu, Mo Bian, the elder disciple, and the second disciple stood in stunned silence, like statues, rooted to the spot. Slowly turning their heads downward, they realized that the cataclysmic golden light had been conjured by none other than Chen Qingxuan. At that moment, they beheld Chen Qingxuan wielding a golden spear, poised in an upward thrust. My heavens! That strike was utterly terrifying. Is this the prowess of young hero Chen? Chen Xiaoxia is merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, yet his prowess is astonishing. Is the strength of the Foundation establishment realm truly so formidable? The onlookers were utterly astonished, gazing at Chen Qingxuan in disbelief. How could I have ever looked down upon him? A direct disciple of a prominent 10 sects, yet merely at the Foundation establishment stage. In truth, his combat strength. This is far beyond what someone at the Foundation establishment can contend with. Perhaps even the nascent soul realm pales in comparison. What is happening here? At that moment, a startled voice descended from the sky. Yin Letian had returned. Damn it. That fellow is too swift. I couldn't keep up. What transpired earlier? I heard a tremendous commotion coming from this direction. Master Zhang and the others gazed at Yin Letian in utter bemusement, pondering his mental state. Yin Letian, undeterred by their expressions, or perhaps oblivious to them, cheerfully declared, "Let us resume our previous discussion. Master Zhang, please have your two favored disciples engage in a duel with Brother Qingxian." The senior and junior brothers of the Yin-Yang sect immediately changed color. The senior brother exclaimed, "Master, I've just remembered that we are departing tomorrow, and I haven't prepared my belongings yet." Without waiting for a response, he dashed away. Yin Letian turned to the junior brother. "Then you shall spar with Qingxian first." The junior brother replied, "I must assist the senior brother in packing." His words trailed off as he retreated in the distance. Chapter 48. I noticed this long ago. 3 days later, in Yi City, a small town located 300 miles from Yin City, Chen Qingxuan and Yin Letian, accompanied by Mo Bian, as well as the eldest and second brothers of the Yin-Yang sect, along with 2 other disciples, passed through this area. None of them had yet entered the realm of abstaining from food, and they still relied on sustenance to sustain their vitality. After 3 days of journeying through the wilderness, the group suggested that they visit a human city for a hearty meal and some much-needed rest. They chose a modest inn and requested 2 elegant tables in the hall on the 2nd floor. Chen Qingxuan, Yin Letian, and Mo Bian sat together. The elder brothers occupied one table. "Qingxuanji, allow me to pour you some tea." The polite young girl, Mo Bian, eagerly poured tea for Chen Qingxuan, her small face beaming with joy. Since that fateful night when Chen Qingxuan dispatched the formidable assassin with a single shot, the demeanor of everyone towards him had transformed entirely. Indeed, due to his remarkable combat prowess displayed even at the Foundation establishment stage, coupled with his handsome appearance, he garnered even more admiration from Mo Bian and the others. The elder and second brothers dared not mention the competition any longer. It was Yin Letian who brought it up twice, only to be deftly redirected by the duo. The past 3 days had been excessively tranquil. Yin Letian poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down, letting out a weary sigh. Qingxuan brother, could it be that your overwhelming power that night instilled fear in those assassins? He exclaimed, setting his cup down with a thud, furrowing his thick brows as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan shook his head, declaring, "It will not be that simple. We have merely just embarked on our journey. The fact that we have traversed thus far without incident suggests that we have yet to enter the realm where the assassins lie in ambush. Moreover, at that time, they were unaware of the direction we intended to take. The Mo family possesses more than one operational outpost outside." Indeed. Qingxuan, your thoughts echo my own. You articulated them first, Yin Letian replied, pouring himself a cup of tea with an earnest demeanor. Mo Bian narrowed his beautiful eyes and cast a languid glance at him. You, Letian, are hardly thinking along those lines. The senior and junior brothers blinked in unison, their minds as clear as crystal, fully aware that Yin Letian, in his naivety, had not contemplated such matters. However, they refrained from casting disdainful glances, fearing he might broach the topic of their competition once more. Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the brief silence that enveloped them. As Chen Qingxuan and others turned to the sound, they beheld a young man clad in white, approaching gracefully. A refined gentleman with a jade fan in hand, occasionally waving it with flourish. I am the young lord of this minor city, and I have yet to encounter you and your companions. You must be merely passing through our Yi city. What is your name? Let us befriend one another and engage in a deeper exchange. With a thunderous bang, Yin Letian nearly overturned the table with his brute strength, bellowing at the young lord. If you wish to avoid physical suffering, you best leave at once. A mere young lord of a small city held no significance. Even if his father, the city lord, were to arrive, with the status of a direct disciple of the 10 Doors, he would still compel the young lord to kneel. The elegant young lord, upon hearing this, revealed a disdainful expression, a cold smirk gracing his fair cheeks. Brother, you ought to tread carefully, for you are on my territory. Careful? Yin Letian retorted, his displeasure palpable. Mind your own business. The towering Yin Letian strode towards the young lord, lifting him effortlessly and casting him out through the window. Before the city lord's attendants could react, they were swiftly knocked to the ground by Yin Lishan's powerful strikes. With a resounding crash, the young lord's furious voice echoed, "Just you wait. I shall return to the city lord's mansion to summon help and seal the city." Mo Bian, indeed a beauty, felt a surge of concern upon hearing the young lord's outcry. Brother Qingxuan, what should we do? Her trust in Yin Lishan's raw power and strength was tenuous at best. The senior and second senior brothers exchanged glances with Chen Qingxuan, seeking guidance. Chen Qingxuan smiled faintly. Whether the issue is significant or not, you may rest easy here for a day. Indeed, Sister Bu Yin, you all can relax without worry. My brother Qingxuan and I will handle everything. Should any disturbance arise, I will act promptly. I shall not allow you to fall into peril. Yin Lishan's broad face displayed an enigmatic confidence. The young girl blinked her long lashes, pondering how best to express herself. Objective, the dishes have arrived. At that moment, a jovial waiter clad in gray linen called out cheerfully, hurrying over with a couple of small plates of food. At last, the dishes have arrived. Hurry, young waiter. Yin Letian beckoned the waiter to serve the dishes at his table first. After 3 days of consuming rations and barbecued fare in the wilderness, he was thoroughly weary of it. Mo Bian and the elder brother, along with others, also salivated, swallowing hard in anticipation. The aroma was tantalizing. Suddenly, a jarring metallic sound pierced the air. The moment the panlong spear appeared in Chen Qingxuan's hand, a beam of golden light shot forth. The spear whirled through the air and with a swift thrust, pierced the chest of the innkeeper, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The panlong spear impaled him firmly to the wall. The clatter of dishes and a dagger fell to the ground. Initially, Yin Letian, Mo Bian, and the others were bewildered, questioning why Chen Qingxuan had suddenly attacked the seemingly harmless innkeeper. However, upon seeing the dagger that had clattered to the floor, they quickly understood the gravity of the situation. In an instant, everyone tensed as the eldest and second eldest brothers, along with two others, encircled Immobian protectively. Chen Qingxuan and Yin Letian stood at the forefront. Meanwhile, a group of individuals clad in simple attire surged forth from all directions, including the innkeeper and several other attendants. To our astonishment, despite our efforts to remain inconspicuous, you managed to uncover our presence. The faux innkeeper's demeanor darkened, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Chen Qingxuan. Nevertheless, it matters little, since you have. Humph. Before the innkeeper could finish his sentence, Chen Qingxuan abruptly materialized before him, having retrieved the golden dragon-patterned spear without anyone noticing, and with a swift thrust, pierced through his chest. With a flick of his wrist, the lifeless body of the innkeeper was sent flying. As the golden spear unfurled, Chen Qingxuan struck down another foe. Damn it! I had already sensed your lurking presence. Yin Letian roared, brandishing his massive cleaver as he charged forward, his strikes resembling thunderous might, causing the assailants to be dismembered in a frenzy. Chapter 49. Moon Shadow Pavilion. With the intervention of Chen Qingxuan and Yin Letian, two esteemed disciples of the 10 sects. The adversaries, numbering over a dozen assassins, were swiftly dealt with. The two accompanying disciples from the Yin-Yang sect searched the bodies, but found nothing of value. At that moment, Immobian, the young girl, approached Chen Qingxuan, her large, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Brother Qingxuan, how did you discern that this attendant was suspicious? She inquired. Indeed, how did you manage to uncover it, young hero Chen? I was completely oblivious. The second senior brother echoed in astonishment. The eldest brother and the other two disciples also displayed expressions of curiosity, all turning their attention towards Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan remarked, in truth, when I first entered, I detected no abnormalities. However, when the waiter brought the dishes, I noticed that the tray he held was somewhat unsteady, swaying slightly. This piqued my interest, as it is not typical behavior for a seasoned waiter. Immobian furrowed her delicate brows, but what if the waiter is merely a novice? Wouldn't that mean we might be targeting the wrong person? The crowd nodded in agreement, increasingly curious about Chen Qingxuan's deductions. I had considered that possibility, which is why I refrained from acting immediately, Chen Qingxuan elucidated. From that moment onward, I paid particular attention to him. I later observed that his steps were exceptionally steady. Unlike those of an ordinary waiter, at that point, I had already concluded that he posed a threat. When he attempted to strike, I was well prepared and naturally quicker than him. Immobian's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her small face beaming with delight. Oh, I see. I never imagined that Brother Qingxuan was so astute. Surely, you must have ventured into the world quite a bit before? Indeed. The senior brothers of Yin Yangzong nodded in admiration. You seem remarkably experienced. Unbeknownst to them, considering their previous mission to Wushuang City. This was merely Chen Qingxuan's second time embarking on such an adventure. His ability to discern issues stemmed solely from his keen observation. Precisely. At that moment, Yin Letian, arms crossed and adopting a solemn demeanor, nodded in agreement. I, too, noticed that the waiter seemed suspicious. Immobian interjected, Master brother, second brother. You certainly didn't notice anything. After all, he had just urged the waiter to expedite the delivery of his dishes. Nonetheless, given that Yin Letian was a direct disciple of the 10th sect, despite any shortcomings in his intellect, his formidable prowess at the condensing dance stage commanded respect. And Immobian and the others dared not voice their thoughts further, though they cast him a disdainful glance. Yin Letian chuckled lightly, seemingly oblivious to their gazes, and addressed Chen Qingxuan, Brother Qingxuan, do you think that the young city lord we encountered earlier might also be a source of trouble? Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that the young lord had issues, but those issues were clearly not the ones referred to by Yin Letian. Shall we take the initiative and eradicate the lord's mansion now? Yin Letian suggested after a moment's contemplation. The crowd fell silent. In front of the inn, a furious voice erupted, this is the place. At that moment, the young lord, accompanied by a dozen men from the lord's mansion, stormed into the inn with an imposing presence. Damn it, they threw me down the street, they absolutely. Suddenly, his voice trailed off, his mouth agape and unable to close. He was met with the sight of numerous corpses sprawled haphazardly across the lobby. More crucially, the young lord instantly recognized the recently deceased. They were members of the Moonshadow Pavilion. The Moonshadow Pavilion, notorious and formidable, had a reputation that resonated throughout the realms of cultivation, boasting immense power. There had been instances where several top-tier forces united to obliterate the Moonshadow Pavilion, yet they could not even locate its headquarters. Were these Moonshadow members slain by the very individuals he had just encountered? The young lord's legs weakened in an instant. Could a mere youth like him, the young lord of Yeqing, afford to offend such ruthless beings? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps descending from the second floor. As he looked up, his eyes widened in terror. Coupled with his earlier weakness, the shock rendered him utterly helpless. Thud! The young lord collapsed to his knees. "You little brat." Yin Letian, striding at the forefront, pointed an accusatory finger at the young lord and bellowed, "I just mentioned wanting to annihilate your lord's mansion. And here you are. How delightful." Upon hearing this, the young lord's face drained of color. "Brother, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me." Without hesitation, the young lord prostrated himself in a desperate plea for mercy, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, blood streaming forth. A quarter of an hour later, Yin Letian and Chen Qingxuan strolled along the streets of Yeqing. "Alas, what a pity," Yin Letian sighed. "I never anticipated that this young lord was merely a farce, not affiliated with the Moonshadow Pavilion at all. I had thought he was merely masquerading as the young lord." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan displayed an unusual expression. Mo Bian and the others sighed inwardly, casting a glance at him before turning their attention back to Chen Qingxuan. They could not help but marvel at their fortune. Had it not been for the presence of the young hero, they might have been sold without even realizing it. "My lord, what shall we do? Should we report this upwards?" As Chen Qingxuan and his companions were about to exit the city gates of Yi City, a man bearing a long scar on his face observed their departing figures from the second floor of a tavern at the end of the street. To his astonishment, the Yin-Yang sect had actually enlisted the personal disciples of the 10 Doors to escort the young girl. He did not respond directly. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Report back. Given our Huang designation strength, even if we were to eliminate those 2 disciples from the 10 Doors, we would suffer severe losses, which would not be worth the endeavor." "Understood, my lord." Beneath the headquarters of the Moonshadow Pavilion, forces were categorized according to strength into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, dispersed across various locations. The highest combat capability of the Huang designation was at the Condensation Realm, a level that surpassed many sects and families. However, it was unfortunate that the Yin-Yang sect had spared no expense this time, recruiting the personal disciples from colossal forces such as the Wanjian sect and the Ritian sect. Upon leaving Yi City, Chen Qingxuan's party ventured deeper into the dense mountains and forests. That night, a torrential downpour commenced. In such heavy rain, it was nearly impossible to find shelter for the night. Thus, the group hastened their pace, hoping to discover a cave or some refuge from the storm. There is a temple ahead. After trudging through the rain for a considerable distance, they finally stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. "Let us enter to escape the rain and rest for the night," Yin Letian suggested, leading the way with quickened steps. Chen Qingxuan lingered at the rear, providing cover. Observing the sudden emergence of a temple amidst the deep mountain night, he furrowed his brow slightly before hastening to catch up. Chapter 50, Perilous Moments Creek. Yin Letian pushed open the dilapidated door, stepping inside with his left foot. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door fell to the ground, startling everyone. "Ah, who's in there?" The startled exclamation echoed from within. Yin Letian, undeterred, shouted back boldly. However, the young girl, Mo Bian, was genuinely frightened, pressing closely against her senior brothers. "It's so eerie here. Could there be monsters lurking?" Her voice trembled with trepidation. "Do not fear, Sister Bian. Even if there are demons, I will protect you." Yin Letian reassured her confidently, glancing back with an air of bravado. Yet, Chen Qingxuan, lingering at the back, harbored an unsettling premonition. Boom. Crack. At that moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, cleaved through the night sky. The silver flash momentarily illuminated the crumbling temple, yet no figure could be discerned within. "Young Master Chen, what shall we do now?" The elder brother's teeth chattered slightly. Everyone awaited Chen Qingxuan's command, placing little trust in the carefree Yin Letian. Chen Qingxuan pondered for a moment. If, at this juncture, the dense forest, shrouded in darkness, concealed lurking enemies, then this temple would indeed serve as a favorable refuge. Regardless of the number of adversaries, they would ultimately have to breach the temple to eliminate him and his companions. It would be prudent to seek shelter within. Chen Qingxuan could already sense that the eerie atmosphere foretold an unsettling night ahead. No sooner had he spoken than he hastily moved to the front, addressing Yen Letian. Brother Yen, I shall proceed ahead, you take the rear. Yen Letian, perhaps also sensing the strangeness surrounding them, recognized that Chen Qingxuan possessed a sharper mind and greater insight than his own. He nodded in agreement and obediently made his way to the back of the group. Bayan and the elder brother gradually became aware of the shift in their demeanor, their tension escalating as they dared not breathe too loudly. Chen Qingxuan extracted a luminous spirit stone from a realm, instantly illuminating the entire temple. The structure lay in ruins, with discarded household implements strewn about, and every door and window was in a state of decay. Chen Qingxuan noticed that there was not a single small creature inside on the ground, underscoring the palpable sense of danger that surrounded them. He took a deep breath and slowly made his way towards the main hall of the temple. The entrance was not far from the hall, and soon they all entered, only to be confronted by the sight of an elderly woman and a young girl huddled in a tattered corner. The elderly woman's silver and black hair was disheveled, while the little girl was clad in rags, both too frightened to meet Chen Qingxuan's gaze. Bayan and the others were taken aback by the sight of these two individuals, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Having experienced the unsettling events at the Yi City Inn, they were understandably hesitant to approach them too readily. Let us rest here for a moment, one suggested. Chen Qingxuan cast his gaze towards the opposite corner. Once Bayan and the others settled against the wall, Chen Qingxuan and Yen Letian stood vigilantly on either side, ever watchful. Yen Letian scrutinized the elderly and the young ones hiding in the other corner, then turned his attention back to Chen Qingxuan, his expression inquiring. Qingxuan, what is the situation with those two? Chen Qingxuan glanced at him with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the temple's tiled roof. They have arrived. With a sharp command, Chen Qingxuan unleashed his power. Before his voice could fade, half of the rooftop was sent soaring as 5 figures descended in a fierce assault. Simultaneously, the wall at the front of the temple crumbled with a thunderous crash, allowing another 5 individuals to storm inside. Above me, before the shout could fully escape his lips, Chen Qingxuan's silhouette soared upward, the golden dragon pattern spear gleaming brilliantly in the dim space. With a single thrust, a golden beam shot skyward. The 5 cloaked assailants simultaneously struck down with their swords, unleashing 5 radiant arcs of light that cascaded downward. A resounding roar echoed as brilliance erupted forth. Chen Qingxuan continued his relentless advance, wielding his spear with a sweeping motion, engaging in fierce combat against 5 adversaries. On the ground, Yen Letian gripped his large machete, each strike resonating with formidable power. With a slash to the left and a cut to the right, his seemingly chaotic movements belied a masterful orchestration, showcasing tremendous might. With a resounding clang, the machete cleaved through one of the black-clad assailant's swords, rendering it into 2 fragments. Undeterred, the machete cleaved through the air with such force that it seemed to tear the very atmosphere apart. Before the black-clad figure could comprehend the peril, he was bisected in one swift motion. The scene was gruesome. A scream erupted from Bayan, while a terrified little girl curled up in her grandmother's embrace whimpered, "Grandma, I'm scared." "Fear not, my dear. Let us cover our eyes and ears, so we shall see nothing and hear nothing." In midair, Chen Qingxuan's spear pierced through the chest of another black-clad fighter. Seizing the moment, 2 of the remaining assailants lunged at him from either flank. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chen Qingxuan sent the coiling dragon spear spinning rapidly, flinging the corpse of the black-clad assailant away, colliding with another adversary approaching from the left. In an instant, the golden spear thrust to the right, piercing through the head of yet another black-clad figure with a sickening squelch, causing it to explode like a burst watermelon. Below, Bayan and the others gazed at the fierce battle unfolding on either side, their expressions rendered speechless, particularly captivated by Chen Qingxuan suspended in midair. Previously at the Yin-Yang sect, although they were aware of Chen Qingxuan's formidable prowess, capable of effortlessly dispatching 3 foundation establishment experts in a single move, they had not fully grasped the intricacies of his technique. Now, witnessing Chen Qingxuan engaged in hand-to-hand combat with 5 black-clad foes, they could more acutely perceive that, despite being merely at the foundation establishment stage, and even lacking the cultivation levels of their senior brothers, his combat capabilities far surpassed those of the 2. Just as Bayan and the others were engrossed in the spectacle, a stooped figure suddenly appeared before them. "Be careful!" Chen Qingxuan shouted furiously. The senior and junior brothers were startled and shifted their gaze downward, only to find the previously curled-up old woman standing before them, brandishing a soft sword glinting ominously as it sliced toward their necks. The two brothers widened their eyes in terror, their minds blank, unable to react in time. They had completely overlooked the presence of the old woman. Clang! A long sword descended like lightning from above, colliding with the blade poised before the brothers' throats, producing a dazzling spark. The old woman's lethal strike had failed. After all, the senior and junior brothers were both formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, seizing the moment. They simultaneously swung their swords at the old woman. However, she evaded their strikes with ghostly agility, retreating while a chilling grin spread across her face. The sight of her smile sent a wave of dread through the brothers. This was bad. Before they could utter another sound, a panicked cry echoed from behind them, belonging to Embarking. Unbeknownst to them, the little girl who had been curled up in the old woman's arms had appeared right in front of Embarking, her tiny palm resting against his chest. Chapter 51. Obtaining the Drunken Dream Lotus, as Embarking's startled exclamation rang out. Everyone turned to witness a girl who seemed to be no older than 10, inexplicably standing before him. Moreover, her small hand was now pressed against his chest. In that instant, Chen Qingxuan, the senior brother, and the others were shocked to realize that this timid, fearful little girl was, in fact, the true leader among them. Don't. Junior sister. Chen Qingxuan and the senior brother could only watch helplessly. Whoosh. Just at that critical moment, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly erupted. Everyone caught a glimpse of a golden flash descending from above, aimed directly at the girl's head. The little girl felt an overwhelming sense of danger and gasped in alarm, taking a step back to narrowly avoid the deadly strike. Simultaneously, another figure flashed through the air and landed in front of Embarking. In a blink, Embarking vanished from his spot. 5 meters away, Chen Qingxuan set Embarking down and pulled him behind him. Chen Qingxuan and the others looked on. Breathing a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted with joy. Brother Qingxuan, excellent. The two parties separated, retreating to their respective sides. On the opposite end, the little girl stood at the forefront, her tiny eyes betraying a gaze that was incongruous with her appearance, fiercely glaring at Chen Qingxuan. It seems you have already seen through everything. Her voice, surprisingly, was that of an adult, light and melodious, yet captivating. Chen Qingxuan let out a cold smile, remarking on the peculiarity of an old man and a young girl suddenly appearing in the desolate wilderness. Naturally, he was both engaged in combat and simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the two of you. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Chen Qingxuan replied, exuding an air of someone who had seen through it all. At this moment, the senior brother and Embarking had lost the inclination to silently curse at this individual, as the moment of terror they had just experienced still lingered in their hearts. However, the little girl, instead of showing anger, suddenly broke into a chilling laugh. Even if you have discovered us, it truly changes nothing. If it were only the two of you, we would certainly be at a disadvantage. But now that you are accompanied by your companions, even if we allow you to escape, you shall not succeed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Embarking and the others tightened significantly. Chen Qingxuan maintained his composure, addressing Yen brothers. Enough of these trifles. Let us conclude this swiftly. Very well. That little girl will be entrusted to. Before Chen Qingxuan could finish his sentence, he witnessed Chen Qingxuan's figure flicker several times, creating ephemeral shadows in the air. And he was almost upon the little girl in an instant. What astonishing speed! Is this a method of divine-level agility? Chen Qingxuan was secretly astounded. Equally astonished was the little girl, the leader of the group. Her mouth agape and her small eyes widened in disbelief. She watched as a spear lunged towards her. In front of her, a beam of golden light erupted from the spear tip, initially a small dot that instantaneously expanded into a cataclysmic column of radiance. Boom! The golden light surged forth, crashing into the little girl. A terrifying golden pillar of energy stood out vividly against the night rain, obliterating the girl and simultaneously reducing half of the temple to mere ashes. At that moment, Chen Qingxuan also swung his blade with ferocity. A massive shadow swept across, devouring the remaining adversaries before they could even utter a cry. With a single strike, he annihilated all foes, leaving Chen Qingxuan momentarily agape, his heart reeling. So it was that the night when the blazing sun sect unleashed a golden beam that seemed to pierce the heavens was indeed the work of Brother Qingxuan. But wait, wasn't Brother Qingxuan merely at the foundation establishment stage? Yet that terrifying strike was undoubtedly of heavenly caliber. Could one wield celestial martial techniques at the foundation establishment level? How could it be? Chen Qingxuan was filled with astonishment and burgeoning doubt. Embarking and the senior brothers finally saw clearly how Chen Qingxuan unleashed such world-shattering martial prowess. Despite having previously witnessed that astonishing effect, they remained profoundly shaken, their minds once again beset by unanswerable questions. Is Chen Qingxuan truly only at the foundation establishment stage? Suddenly, a metallic clang resonated. The crowd beheld Chen Qingxuan, who had thrust his spear into the ground, leaning against it, panting heavily. Qingxuan, my brother. Yan Letian rushed forward to support him. Brother Qingxuan, young Master Chen. One after another, they surrounded him. We must leave this place at once. If the Moon Shadow Tower's people emerge again, we will be in dire straits. Without further hesitation, Yan Letian assisted Chen Qingxuan and led the group through the torrential downpour, swiftly navigating the dense forest. The young girl slain by Chen Qingxuan was a formidable figure among the Xian ranks in the vicinity of the Moon Shadow Tower, known as Yi Ji. The news of her demise quickly reached the Moon Shadow Tower. Meanwhile, within the Xian ranks, a middle-aged man was astounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yi Ji possessed mid-stage condensation dance strength and was accompanied by numerous powerful allies. How could those two young men have possibly defeated her? My lord, could it be that they have other strong experts hidden among them? One of his subordinates ventured. The middle-aged man, the leader of the Xian ranks, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Losing a condensation dance expert was indeed a significant blow. He felt a pang of anguish and wrath. Regardless of the cost, those two young men must be eliminated. 2 days later, after traversing mountains and valleys, Chen Qingxuan and his companions had not encountered anyone from the Moon Shadow Tower and finally entered the Mo family's office located in the city of Jin. Upon entering Jin, Chen Qingxuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were still uncertain whether Mo Bian truly possessed the Mo family's bloodline. As long as there was a possibility, the Mo family would not turn a blind eye to the pursuit of Mo Bian. Jin City was a vast metropolis, several times larger than Yin City and Yi City. After wandering through the bustling streets for half an hour, Chen Qingxuan and Yan Letian finally escorted Mo Bian to the Mo family's office. The young girl reluctantly bid farewell to Chen Qingxuan and Yan Letian, as well as to her 4 senior brothers, and followed the Mo family's personnel away. Chen Qingxuan and Yan Letian each obtained a dreamy lotus. They bid each other farewell, promising to reunite in the martial world, and then departed their separate ways. Chen Qingxuan did not hasten to depart from Jincheng. Instead, he chose to linger, seeking a suitable location to concoct the Qingyun pill. He contemplated first elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment before returning to the sect. Chapter 52. A fortuitous encounter. Chen Qingxuan had reserved a private, elegant courtyard in a relatively spacious inn. Initially reluctant, he recognized the necessity of an isolated environment for the refinement of the Qingyun pill. After dedicating an entire day to the endeavor, he successfully concocted the pill. Following a half-day of recuperation to adjust his condition, he promptly ingested the Qingyun pill to facilitate a breakthrough. Perhaps due to the numerous fierce battles he had endured along the way, coupled with the enhancement provided by the pill, this breakthrough unfolded seamlessly. He had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In the room, Chen Qingxuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In just over a month, he had advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage, a remarkable pace indeed. Chen Qingxuan felt a sense of satisfaction within himself. However, the moment he contemplated the competition among the disciples of the sword-seeking sect, he was instantly reminded that his pace fell short. The disparity between him and those exceptional talents was still rather significant. Chen Qingxuan muttered to himself, shaking his head. Having emerged and completed the tasks assigned by his sect, he felt no urgency to return just yet. Instead, he contemplated embarking on a brief journey, hoping to encounter fortuitous opportunities that might facilitate a further advancement in his cultivation before he returned to the sect. Having made up his mind, Chen Qingxuan rose from his bed, pushed open the door, and set out to explore the vast expanse of Gold City. Previously, in his quest for a breakthrough, he had promptly delved into alchemy after escorting Mo Bian to his destination. Now, as he stepped out of the inn and onto the bustling street, he was surrounded by a cacophony of vendors' calls, brushing shoulders with the throngs of passers-by. Chen Qingxuan recalled that it had been a long time since he had entered a grand city in such a manner. He glanced to the left and then to the right, finding many aspects of his surroundings quite intriguing. Suddenly, Chen Qingxuan's gaze sharpened, and he paused for a moment as he spotted a familiar figure. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he quickened his pace and soon saw the individual turn into an alleyway. I must inform you, I am the son of the enforcement elder of the Sword Sect. Chen Qingxuan turned into the alley and immediately heard the voice of Long Aotian emanating from a dilapidated wooden house ahead. You must have heard of the sword sect, right? He scoffed. Of course, we are well aware. It is one of the 10 sects. Chen Qingxuan strolled in, at that moment hearing the voice of a middle-aged man. As long as you are aware, if you take my life, my father will undoubtedly seek you out and exact his vengeance. Not just upon you, but your family shall not be spared either. Long Aotian's tone was fraught with anxiety, starkly contrasting with his previous audacity when he sought out Chen Qingxuan. Ha! Should I end your life now, it is likely your father would remain oblivious to your demise here. Long Aotian was engulfed in a tumult of anger, worry, and fear. His mind a chaotic whirlwind, leaving him utterly at a loss. Brothers, please spare me. The treasures you seek are not in my possession. Bang! Long Aotian was on the verge of kneeling, when suddenly he witnessed a dilapidated door flying through the air, rendering him speechless. Only to be followed by an overwhelming surge of joy that nearly brought him to tears. Brother Chen Qingxuan cast a cold glance at him, saying, Long Aotian, you must remember that you are the son of Elder Long from the enforcement hall of the Wanjian sect. How can you display such cowardice? At that moment, Long Aotian was indifferent to her words. Upon seeing Chen Qingxuan's arrival, he regarded her as a beacon of hope. Unexpectedly, a middle-aged man smiled as he looked towards Chen Qingxuan, exclaiming, another disciple of the Wanjian sect has come to meet their demise. Chen Qingxuan harbored a rather favorable impression of Long Aotian. Recently, when he sought out Chen, despite his somewhat haughty demeanor, indeed, he was a bit of a dandy. He did not wield his status as the son of an elder enforcer to belittle Chen. Furthermore, he had inquired with Jean Ri about Long Aotian and learned that, while he might be a bit of a wastrel, he was fundamentally a decent person who would not engage in nefarious activities. Thus, Chen Qingxuan felt compelled to rescue him, firmly believing that this incident was certainly not Long Aotian's fault. However, he still wished to ascertain the situation before taking action, his gaze drifting past several men to rest upon Long Aotian. What is happening? Long Aotian, upon hearing this, immediately wore a look of grievance. I have no idea. These fellows approached me claiming I was in cahoots with that woman, alleging that she had stolen something of immense importance from them and demanding that I hand it over. I am not involved in any of it. Hand over what? With Chen Qingxuan present, Long Aotian relaxed, allowing his speech to regain a hint of his dandy disposition. Kid, you are staring death in the face and still trying to wriggle out of it. Do you believe I want to cleave you into 18 pieces right now? One of the men retorted, pointing furiously at Long Aotian. Chen Qingxuan paid no heed to the man's words and continued to inquire of Long Aotian, what brings you here? And what is the story with that woman? Long Aotian replied, I am here to complete a task for my sect, and once accomplished, I intend to enjoy some leisure in Chengcheng. As for that woman, I genuinely have no knowledge of her. Chen Qingxuan placed his trust in Long Aotian's words and turned to the several men, saying, You may have misunderstood my senior brother. He should have no connection with that woman. Humph, you insignificant fellow. You come here to ask a few questions and claim there is no relation? What do you expect? Do you really think we would simply allow both of you to leave unscathed? Chen Qingxuan shook his head, saying, Are we to allow the disciples of the sword sect to be humiliated without consequence? I believe that had your demeanor been more amiable, perhaps you would have escaped with your lives. But if, you little brat, the piercing spear technique. At that moment, the golden coiling dragon spear manifested in Chen Qingxuan's left hand, and in an instant, he thrust it forward. Boom! A resounding shockwave reverberated through the air, as the golden light tore through the atmosphere with a ferocity akin to a dragon emerging from the depths. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance surged forward, annihilating the group of men with merciless efficiency. The leading man, caught off guard by the terrifying brilliance, found himself rendered speechless, his intended words lost in fear. The others were equally struck dumb, their minds momentarily blank. Yet they were acutely aware of one thing. They regretted not having heeded the advice to adopt a more respectful attitude. Thunderous. A tremendous explosion followed, obliterating the men into nothingness, their pleas for mercy and expressions of regret silenced before they could escape their lips. Experiencing the unprecedented power of the piercing spear technique, Chen Qingxuan felt a surge of exhilaration, noting that the physical toll of executing the celestial-level martial skill was far less burdensome than before. Indeed, a small breakthrough in cultivation had yielded a significant enhancement in strength. Splendid. Chen Qingxuan pondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Long Aotian gazed at Chen Qingxuan with his mouth agape. How could the power of that broken gun surpass the strength he had experienced when it was directed at him? How much time had elapsed? Half a month? Had he possessed such formidable power during their previous encounter, he would surely have met his demise. Was this Chen Qingxuan even human? Ever since being vanquished by Chen Qingxuan on Phoenix Peak, Long Outyin had commissioned an investigation into his background upon returning. The findings left him utterly astonished. Chapter 53. The Yaostone Gang. Through his inquiries, Long Outyin discovered that Chen Qingxuan was indeed a formidable individual. 3 years ago, he had been rendered a cripple. Yet within a mere 10 days, he rose from nothing to break through to the Divine Sea realm. Having joined the inner sect for just over a month, he had already established his foundation. Such an alarming rate of progress was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. After Chen Qingxuan had slain several men, he approached Long Outyin. After all, they were fellow disciples, and besides, Long Outyin was not truly a threat. Even when he had sought trouble that day, his demeanor had been quite amiable, cautioning Chen to be vigilant and to search more thoroughly for the items they sought. Long Outyin was still processing this unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that Chen Qingxuan would genuinely be willing to assist him, especially considering he had once caused trouble for Chen on behalf of Sainish Chu. Reflecting on it now, he realized his actions were misguided. In a daze, Long Outyin began to search himself once more, thinking, "It can't be, I've already checked." Suddenly, his hands froze in place, his mouth slightly agape. As he looked up at Chen Qingxuan, his face a canvas of astonishment. "What is the matter?" Upon observing his reaction, Chen Qingxuan immediately surmised that he had indeed discovered something of significance. Curious to ascertain its nature, he urged him to reveal it. Long Outyin repeatedly nodded, uttering a soft exclamation as he retrieved a small black orb, no larger than a thumb, from his possession. How peculiar! Gazing at the diminutive sphere in his hand, Long Outyin furrowed his brow in confusion. Just moments ago, he had searched twice without success. How could it possibly have eluded him until now? As he pondered this, he glanced at Chen Qingxuan, reminiscent of a child caught in a misdeed. Chen Qingxuan did not harbor any suspicions towards him. She extended her hand and said, "Let me have a look." Long Outyin, feeling a sense of relief, promptly handed this hot potato over to Chen Qingxuan. Some matters were simply beyond his capacity to handle. Chen Qingxuan picked it up and examined it for quite some time, yet he discerned nothing particularly remarkable. "What faction do those individuals belong to?" Long Outyin replied. "They are from a gang in Jincheng called Yaoshi. Their strength is not particularly formidable. It is merely that I am not strong enough. Which is why." He hesitated, ultimately acknowledging his own inadequacies, realizing he could not, like the son of an elder from the Inquiry Sword sect, navigate the world with such confidence. Chen Qingxuan inadvertently cast a glance at him and nodded, inquiring, "Will you keep this, or shall I take it?" "You may have it." Long Outyin replied, still haunted by recent events and reluctant to possess the item. "Very well, I shall take it for now. You must leave immediately and return to the sect without lingering elsewhere. When one is outside, there are many who do not recognize the grandeur of significant factions. If one were to perish, the identity of the assailant may remain unknown." "Yes, who?" Long Outyin's words trailed off as he and Chen Qingxuan suddenly noticed a figure lurking outside the door. "You must leave quickly, I will pursue him." Before he could finish, Long Outyin witnessed Chen Qingxuan's form vanish from sight, only to reappear in a series of swift flashes, completely disappearing from view. Long Outyin stood agape, astonished, such incredible speed. What formidable agility! To wield celestial-level martial skills at the Foundation establishment stage. Who exactly is this junior brother Chen? We must hurry. With a surge of trepidation, Long Outyin fled the haunted abode that had nearly cost him his life, making his way swiftly toward the city gates, filled with gratitude for Chen Qingxuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Qingxuan exerted himself to the fullest, his figure flickering like a wisp of light in the air. And soon he caught sight of a slender silhouette ahead. Clad in tattered gray garments, the figure was of considerable height, seemingly not affiliated with any gang. He surmised that it must be the woman who had framed Long Outyin. At that moment, the figure was hastily fleeing before him, her delicate features unmistakably feminine. Yet she was dressed in the attire of a tomboy, leaving him baffled. What was going on? How could she match my speed? Furthermore, he realized with alarm that the distance between them was diminishing. With another swift movement, Chen Qingxuan closed the gap further. "Do you not wish to reclaim that item? It is right before you. So why are you running?" The tomboy, irked, glanced back at the ever-approaching Chen Qingxuan and retorted, "This young lady enjoys running. What business is it of yours? If you have the skill, then catch me." Chen Qingxuan let out a cold smile, unleashing the full extent of his mid-foundation cultivation, his speed surging once more. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced apart echoed as he shot forth with unprecedented velocity. The young impostor, unable to retract her gaze in time, was instantly struck with terror upon witnessing this scene. "No!" Bang! Before she could utter the latter part of her exclamation, she collided headlong into an object as solid as a wall. A pained cry escaped her lips as she fell. In the air, she dazedly looked up, only to be horrified to discover that it was indeed the person who had been pursuing her. With a resounding thud, she crashed to the ground, and as she scrambled to rise and flee once more, she found Chen Qingxuan already standing before her, blocking her path. "What on earth is this?" Chen Qingxuan opened his left hand, revealing a black orb nestled within his palm. The tomboy glanced at the ebony sphere, tempted to snatch it away, yet she was acutely aware that she was no match for the individual before her. After all, he had annihilated several Peak Foundation establishment members of the Azure gang. Though she had not witnessed the act firsthand, she was certain that it was he who had dispatched those individuals. Chen Qingxuan gazed intently at her. Her elongated face bore a layer of grime, while her petite lips resembled cherries, and her large eyes sparkled with life. Her nose was high and prominent, dressed like a ragged tomboy. It was difficult to discern her true appearance. "If you refuse to speak, I shall bind you and deliver you to the Obsidian Gang." Chen Qingxuan, noticing her silence, spoke in a low voice, "Do you dare?" The tomboy shot him a glare. Chen Qingxuan let out a cold laugh. "Do you think I would dare?" At that moment, a youthful voice drifted from a distance, accompanied by a light chuckle. Chen Qingxuan and the tomboy turned their gazes, only to behold a young man clad in brocade attire, accompanied by 7 or 8 men, approaching with measured steps. "No need for you to bind us. We have arrived," the young man declared. Upon seeing the newcomer, the tomboy's expression shifted slightly. Chen Qingxuan's gaze also narrowed slightly. "Brother, I am Feng Yuanbai, the deputy leader of the Yaoshe gang. If you simply relinquish the item in your possession and depart, leaving the woman behind, you shall be regarded as a friend of the Yaoshe gang." Chen Qingxuan glanced at the young leader and the formidable individuals behind him, and calmly remarked, "Your suggestion is commendable." The young man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening as he turned to Chen Qingxuan, exclaiming, "You must not hand over the black orb to them." Chapter 54. The Key to the Forbidden Land. "You must not hand over the black orb to them." Chen Qingxuan suddenly heard the cry of the impostor. After a moment's contemplation, she tossed the black orb in her hand to the impostor. The impostor was taken aback, unsure of Chen Qingxuan's intentions, and hurriedly reached out, stumbling as if nearly unable to catch it. Staring blankly at Chen Qingxuan, she then heard the latter's light laughter. "Young master, the black orb you sought is now in her possession. This matter initially had no bearing on me. It is solely a concern between the two of you. I shall take my leave now." Chen Qingxuan is not foolish. As Long Outyin aptly stated, the overall strength of the Radiant Stone Gang is not particularly formidable, yet it is evidently beyond his current capability to confront. If it were merely this pretender, he would have endeavored to ascertain the true nature of this situation. However, with the emergence of the Radiant Stone Gang, it seems prudent to reconsider. The young vice leader smiled faintly. "Brother, you are quite perceptive." Indeed, he had no intention of obstructing Chen Qingxuan. The pretender was utterly bewildered by Chen Qingxuan's maneuvering. Was he truly about to sell himself out? By heavens, had it not been for your relentless pursuit, would I have been cornered by this so-called young vice leader? With resolve, the pretender pointed at Chen Qingxuan, who was about to take his leave. "He just killed several members of your Radiant Stone Gang to facilitate the escape of his fellow disciple." Chen Qingxuan's footsteps faltered, taken aback by the unexpected betrayal of this impostor. Was it not due to her manipulation of Long Outyin as a shield that he had just executed those individuals? His irritation flared as he cast a glare at the impostor. The impostor lifted her elongated neck, emanating an expression that suggested, "If I perish here, you shall not escape unscathed either." Chen Qingxuan was filled with indignation, yearning to strike her down with a single slap. The reason for his earlier decisiveness was his fear of the matter being discovered by the other party. Chen Qingxuan's concerns were indeed validated, as suddenly the somber voice of the young leader echoed, "Brad, you cannot leave. If you obediently come back with us, perhaps you can avoid physical suffering. Otherwise, My men will beat you to near death and then drag you back. The choice is yours. Chen Qingxuan understood that no words of his would matter. Thus, he had no choice but to strike. The golden dragon's spear materialized in his grasp, and with a swift thrust, it pierced the air. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted, accompanied by the rapid clang of metal. The myriad of spear shadows enveloped the sky, dark and oppressive, reminiscent of Mount Tai pressing down upon them. Flying feather spear technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air intensified as golden dragon spears descended like a torrential downpour upon the young vice leader and his companions. They were taken aback, not expecting such formidable earth-level martial skills from their adversary. Armed with various weapons, they struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught of spear shadows. The cacophony of collisions echoed around them, a continuous clanging that filled the air. Yet, the sheer multitude of golden spear shadows proved overwhelming, rendering their defensive efforts futile. With a chilling scream, one man fell, a spear having pierced through his body. Retreat. Chen Qingxuan did not wish to linger in battle. He swiftly seized the tomboy's hand and executed the technique of fleeting light, his figure flickering rapidly before vanishing from sight. The tomboy appeared momentarily dazed, her mouth slightly agape, gazing at Chen Qingxuan with a look of bewilderment. Who exactly is this person? How could he possess such abilities? Before long, the two of them had soared far from Jincheng. In a remote mountain range, Chen Qingxuan unceremoniously cast the tomboy to the ground and reclaimed the black orb. What is this? Tell me, or I shall not hesitate to end your life. Chen Qingxuan coldly warned. Initially, he bore her no significant animosity, yet just moments ago, she had audaciously revealed herself for the sake of self-preservation. The tomboy lifted her head, still regarding Chen Qingxuan with an odd gaze, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke softly. This is the key to a forbidden realm. With it, one can unlock the gateway to the restricted domain. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback, never anticipating that this object was, in fact, a key to a forbidden realm. Its exterior revealed nothing of its significance. What secret domain was this? Where was it located? What treasures lay hidden within its confines? The impassive youth shook his head in bewilderment. I truly have no idea. All I know is that the black orb serves as the key. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan fell silent, his gaze fixed upon her with a cold intensity. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether he could trust her words. After pondering for a while, he inquired, "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? And how did you ascertain that this orb is the key to the forbidden realm?" The girl, with a slight pout, replied, "If I reveal my identity, would it hold any significance for you? For instance, I could merely offer a fictitious name or casually declare an affiliation with some sect or family. As for how I discern that this orb is indeed the key, that is of no consequence to you. I shall simply lead you to that hidden domain. However, I must declare in advance that should we uncover any treasures, I shall require half." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan bowed his head in contemplation, acknowledging the validity of the other's words. The identity and origins of the individual were of little consequence. Even if one were to fabricate a story, it would be impossible to verify its authenticity. It was far more significant to seek treasures within the secret realms. He directed his gaze back to the other party and declared, "Very well, lead me there. Should I discover any deceit or underhanded tactics on your part, I shall not hesitate to end your life." Thus, a consensus was reached, and Chen Qingxuan followed the impostor to a secret realm known as Yixianshan, which lay quite a distance away. "Brother Qingxuan, is the Sword Inquiry sect truly formidable? Is your agility and martial prowess derived from them? How impressive! It even surpasses my own skills. Brother Qingxuan, your spear appears quite formidable as well. What is its name? Is it also a weapon from the Sword Inquiry sect?" 3 days elapsed. Chen Qingxuan traversed mountains and valleys with the self-proclaimed tomboy Qing, gradually distancing themselves from Jincheng. At this juncture, the Yaoshi gang, whether in pursuit of the Black Pearl Key or intent on hunting down both themselves and Qing, would undoubtedly be stirred into action. Should they be discovered once more, evading capture would become exceedingly arduous. Crack! A desiccated branch snapped under the intense heat, emitting a crisp sound. Ah, what a delightful aroma! Clad in her tomboyish garb, Qing had ventured out for nearly an hour, returning now with an air of mystery. Even before she arrived, Chen Qingxuan, who was roasting a third-tier demon beast, could already hear her tinkling laughter. Brother Qingxuan is truly remarkable. Qing plopped down beside Chen Qingxuan. 3 days had elapsed, and their camaraderie had blossomed. Qing no longer held back, interacting with Chen Qingxuan as if they were old friends. Chen Qingxuan's demeanor exhibited no discernible change, remaining neither cold nor warm as he turned to glance at Qing. His pupils instantly constricted and his expression transformed. "Where did you procure this creature?" At that moment, Qing was playfully toying with an adorable little animal, a lively smile adorning her face. "Oh, this. I encountered it just over there. I was contemplating whether to roast it for a meal, but its appearance is so endearing that I find myself reluctant to do so." Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the dense primordial forest. Chapter 55. The Seventh Order Beast. What was that sound? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the vice leader of the Azure gang, accompanied by a group of over 10 individuals wielding luminous spirit stones, had been advancing deeper into the woods when they were abruptly halted by the thunderous roar. The vice leader, Feng Yuanbai, bore a long, ghastly wound across his left cheek, running from top to bottom, a sight to behold. "That is the roar of a demon beast," one of the powerful figures behind him murmured gravely. "The sound is filled with fury, and it must be a beast of exceptionally high rank. It would be prudent for us to retreat and return by daylight to search for the two of them," suggested the formidable figure. At that moment, Feng Yuanbai seethed with resentment towards Zhou Yi and the pretender, unwilling to consider retreating. If they withdrew now, the two might venture deeper into the mountains overnight, rendering them even harder to locate come morning. "No, we must press on," he declared vehemently. "Unless I slay them, my heart's wrath shall remain unquenched for 3 days and nights." Feng Yuanbai's eyes glinted with malice as he gritted his teeth. "Let us proceed, but upon discovery. They must be captured alive." With those words, he took the lead, delving deeper into the forest. In recent days, the Yaoshi gang had indeed mobilized entirely, and Feng Yuanbai seemed to have discerned the trail of Chen Qingxuan and his companion, realizing they had ventured into this mountain range. The proposing figure could only sigh in resignation and follow suit into the depths of the woods. On the other side, Chen Qingxuan swiftly navigated through the dense forest, pulling along the tomboyish Qing. In her hand, Qing held a juvenile specimen of the 7th-tier demon beast, the Tianshu red hunting monkey. "Brother Qingxuan, I was wrong," Qing exclaimed, her tone laced with guilt as she glanced at her brother, who was deftly evading obstacles while dragging her forward. "I thought this little creature appeared so adorable that it couldn't possibly be a demon beast." Chen Qingxuan was rendered speechless, glancing back at the enormous figure, as massive as a small mountain, thunderously pursuing him. "Cute? Just take a look at its terrifying visage, drenched in dark red, molten flames. Would you still consider it adorable?" Chen Qingxuan secretly entertained the thought of tossing this impostor directly in front of the Tianwen red hunter monkey, and then fleeing without a glance back. To think that he even contemplated roasting it for a meal. Goodness, what a world of peculiar individuals. Chen Qingxuan, inwardly cursing, grasped Qing's hand and swiftly leaped forward, propelling themselves a considerable distance. However, much to their dismay, the Tianwen red hunting monkey, with a single bound, swiftly closed the gap, relentlessly pursuing them. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, a force so potent that it uprooted trees and scattered stones within a radius of 500 meters, transforming the landscape into a desolate wasteland in an instant. Chen Qingxuan sensed the impending onslaught of countless stones and trees crashing towards him from behind. He swiftly pulled Qing forward, brandishing his spear, parrying and thrusting to evade the impending strike. In truth, it was merely a matter of seconds. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the celestial patterned red hunter monkey had lunged directly before Chen Qingxuan and Qing. Its colossal paw, ablaze with dark crimson flames, came crashing down upon them. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback. With no time to resist, he swiftly struck out his palm, sending the figure before him flying. Bang! "Brother Qingxuan?" The anxious call of the seemingly insignificant Qing echoed into the distance. Observing as Chen Qingxuan was propelled away by a single blow, he appeared less like a person and more akin to a diminutive fly, hurtling through the air. Boom! Chen Qingxuan plunged heavily into the jungle, akin to a meteorite, creating a desolate wasteland and a deep pit. With a loud gasp, he coughed up blood, feeling as though his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. A roar escaped his lips. Before Chen Qingxuan could catch his breath, he was suddenly met with a thunderous roar, followed by an imposing figure overshadowing him from above. "Damn it!" He cursed vehemently, suppressing his internal injuries with great effort. Channeling his true essence to its fullest, he executed the technique of fleeting light and shadow, transforming into a mere afterimage and vanishing from his original position. Chen Qingxuan swiftly navigated through the dense forest, casting a glance at the small creature in his hand. He dared not to discard it recklessly, fearing that doing so would provoke the formidable being behind him into a lethal pursuit. At present, this small creature was his talisman for survival. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as Chen Qingxuan's figure materialized several hundred meters away. Damn! Just as he intended to employ his elusive techniques to escape, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice emanating from his left. Chen Qingxuan immediately turned his head, momentarily stunned, only to be filled with joy thereafter. The person approaching was none other than Feng Yuanbai, the young vice leader of the Azure gang. At that moment, Feng Yuanbai was equally elated, surprised at how effortlessly he had located the wretch who had marred his visage. At last, I have found you. I shall make you wish for death, yet find no escape. Roar! As he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. His heart skipped a beat as a thought crossed his mind. This roar seems rather unusual. Young master, that roar does not resemble the sound produced by a sixth-tier beast, the powerful figure beside him cautioned. What does that imply? Could it be? Whoosh! Before Feng Yuanbai could finish his sentence, he suddenly witnessed Chen Qingxuan not only refraining from fleeing, but instead charging directly towards him and his companions. Feng Yuanbai was left bewildered. What are you doing? With a flash, Chen Qingxuan appeared before the bewildered Feng Yuanbai and tossed a small creature into his hands. Beaming, young master, I present you with a gift. Do not underestimate it. It is indeed a seventh-tier magical beast. Before the words fully settled in the air, Chen Qingxuan vanished, having already darted several hundred meters away. And in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the members of the Azure gang. It was only then that Feng Yuanbai realized the silvery moonlight enveloping him had dissipated, and the surroundings suddenly turned scorching, the very air seeming to evaporate. The group of Feng Yuanbai looked up in unison, their eyes widening at the sight of a massive creature, its body ablaze with dark red flames. Feng Yuanbai's gaze locked onto the bright red eyes of the Tian and red hunting monkey, and he felt his body tremble uncontrollably. What now? He silently questioned the powerful figure behind him. That formidable individual, equally paralyzed by fear, dared not move. For the colossal creature before them was a bona fide seventh-tier magical beast. The enormous red eyes of the Tianwen red hunting monkey scanned the small creature in Feng Yuanbai's grasp, and then it roared. Its gigantic paw, akin to a mountain, came crashing down. Instantly, the forest echoed with the sounds of terror. Meanwhile, Chen Qingxuan, having fled to an unknown distance, faintly heard the anguished cries of Feng Yuanbai and his companions. Finally, he paused, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was at that moment he became acutely aware of the severe injuries within him, rendering him utterly drained of strength. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. After a while, the disguised youth Qing emerged slowly from behind a massive tree, making his way toward Chen Qingxuan. Chapter 56. The Clash of Airships. Chen Qingxuan gradually awoke, slowly opening his eyes to a dimly lit environment, the space around him rather confined. Where am I? It did not resemble a typical room. Although he had regained consciousness, Chen Qingxuan realized he lacked the strength to rise, rendered helplessly prone on the bed. Is this high-speed travel? He sensed himself moving swiftly through the air. Brother Qingxuan, you have finally awakened. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a melodious voice filled with joy. It was Qing, still presenting as a tomboy, with large eyes, a prominent nose, and a graceful, elongated neck. Her figure tall and slender, clad in a simple gray robe, reminiscent of a beggar. Where exactly are we? Chen Qingxuan's voice was faint, lacking vigor. Qing approached him, cradling a steaming bowl of medicinal concoction, and cheerfully exclaimed, We are aboard a flying vessel, en route to the first city, the location of the secret realm known as the First Heaven. Chen Qingxuan immediately comprehended the situation. The two of them had escaped the relentless pursuit of the Obsidian Gang and boarded a flying vessel bound for the frontline city. Elder brother Qingxuan, please consume the medicine swiftly. I lack healing elixirs, so I can only assist you in gathering these potions. Chen Qingxuan cast a fleeting glance at the Azure before him, uttering a word of gratitude as he consumed the potion in one swift motion. At present, he possessed no healing elixirs, having exhausted his supply during the escort of Mo Bayan, and in truth, he had not carried many to begin with. After finishing the medicine, he took a moment to recuperate before meticulously assessing the extent of his internal injuries. His organs bore severe damage, and his back displayed several gaping wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. Apart from the time 3 years ago when he was covertly harmed by Li Yukin, this marked the most grievous injury he had sustained since embarking on his cultivation journey. Chen Qingxuan silently contemplated that to have escaped a calamity was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Brother Qingxuan, come closer, and I shall assist you in changing the dressing. Chen Qingxuan nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of any pretense. In the absence of healing elixirs, he had no choice but to rely on the readily available herbs for external application. He turned and lay down, soon feeling Qing assisting him in unwrapping the bandages. Brother Qingxuan, I am truly sorry. If it were not for my ignorance, you would not have been harmed. As she unwrapped the bandages, her gaze fell upon the horrifying sight of 3 deep gashes across Chen Qingxuan's back, exposing bone. Guilt welled up within her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Qing understood all too well that had it not been for her rescue, Chen Qingxuan, with his formidable agility and martial prowess, would have had a substantial chance of escaping unscathed. It is not a grave matter. We have both managed to survive this ordeal, have we not? Chen Qingxuan softly reassured her. Qing meekly responded, silently tending to his wounds. In the days that followed, Chen Qingxuan consumed the herbal concoctions that Qing prepared for him and underwent daily dressing changes. Now aboard the flying vessel, even if he wished to procure spiritual herbs to concoct healing elixirs, such resources were beyond reach. However, as his injuries gradually improved, he began to channel his energy for healing, complemented by the herbal infusions and topical applications. After 5 days, his wounds had healed by approximately 70%. Yet he still required ample rest. Brother Qingxuan, it is time for your medicine again. During this period, Qing had reverted to her previous lively demeanor, her voice ringing like wind chimes. Chen Qingxuan opened his eyes and, just as he was about to rise from the bed, noticed a swollen patch on Qing's cheek. He immediately furrowed his brows and inquired, "Has someone struck you?" Qing, initially gazing down cautiously at the steaming bowl in his hands, suddenly looked up, bewildered, and replied, "Ah? No, I merely bumped into something by accident. But enough of that. Quickly drink your medicine, Brother Qingxuan." Chen Qingxuan remained silent as he accepted the medicine, gulping it down with fervor. Upon witnessing this, Qing pouted slightly, exhaling softly. Chen Qingxuan drained the medicine in one breath and set the bowl aside, rising from the bed with determination. With his left hand, he firmly grasped the slender wrist of Qing. "Brother Qingxuan, you." Qing's voice was a mixture of confusion and astonishment. This was neither the time to flee nor to engage in battle, yet Chen Qingxuan had audaciously seized her hand. "I am a genuine girl, after all." Just as she was lost in thought, she heard Chen Qingxuan's deep voice resonate. "Come, take me to confront those who harmed you." Before Qing could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Qingxuan had already pulled her out of the room. This was the first time he had ventured outside after many days. The initial few days had rendered him unable to rise, and he had since been focused on healing. "Brother Qingxuan, it's nothing significant," Qing protested, struggling yet unable to break free. She was concerned that his recently improved injuries might worsen again. Chen Qingxuan turned around and gazed at her earnestly. "If you do not take me, I shall strike them one by one until I uncover the identity of the one who harmed you." Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. "Don't. You are courting death. This airship is quite substantial, and its passengers are formidable, mostly consisting of cultivators. I will take you." Reluctantly, Qing, fearing that Chen Qingxuan might indeed act upon his threat, had no choice but to lead him in search of those who had assaulted her. Chen Qingxuan followed Qing to a door and inquired, "Is this the room of the person?" Qing responded with an affirmative sound and nodded. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Qingxuan as he was about to force the door open. He turned to Qing and asked, "Has the person inside done anything beyond assaulting you?" Upon hearing this, Qing's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Yet a sense of joy blossomed within her heart as she replied, "No, nothing of the sort." Chen Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a resounding thud, he forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, 2 young men were startled, quickly rising to their feet and turning to glare at the entrance. "Who the hell?" As the words hung in the air, they recognized the androgynous figure who had previously clashed with them. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you. This ambiguous creature comes seeking reinforcements. Did you not suffer enough earlier? Now you wish to be dealt with again? Brother, I must say, this androgynous figure possesses quite the charming appearance. Perhaps if she donned female attire, she could indeed be a fine maiden. It has been quite some time since we indulged in such pleasures, and with several days ahead of us, the anticipation is quite unbearable." Chen's temper flared immediately. Pervert, just as the words escaped his lips, Chen Qingxuan stepped inside, revealing a golden dragon-patterned spear in his grasp. Ah, playing for real. Puff. The youth, who had been speaking of unbearable anticipation, was suddenly struck by an agonizing pain in his chest. He looked down in shock to find the spear had pierced through his torso. He never expected his opponent would act without a moment's hesitation. Even more astonishing was the fact that the assailant appeared quite youthful, even younger than himself, yet his strength was overwhelmingly formidable. The speed of his strike was as swift as lightning. The androgynous figure, Qing, gasped slightly. This was not her first encounter with Chen Qingxuan's prowess. She had witnessed it once before in Jinqing. However, that time, he had exchanged a few words with the deputy leader of the Yaoshi gang. Yet now, he had spoken not a single word before unleashing his attack, and not only did he strike, but he also killed without a second thought. Chapter 57. Arrival at the first-line city. As Qing marveled at the scene, another man in the room snapped back to reality after a moment of shock. With a furious shout, he leapt into action, thrusting his long sword towards Chen Qingxuan. Puff! His speed was remarkable, and he managed to pierce Chen Qingxuan's chest with a single thrust, a smile spreading across his face. However, the next instant, that smile froze in place. The sword had descended, yet he did not witness the expected flow of blood. Instead, the figure of his opponent began to dissipate before his eyes. This he instantly realized that it was merely an afterimage. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but it was too late. Clang! A metallic sound rang out from behind him, and he felt something pressing against his back. Such speed! The man was filled with dread and opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Puff! Before he could utter a word, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his back and chest. Chen Qingxuan pierced through another man's chest with a single shot. With a flick of his wrist, the winding dragon spear swiftly spun and was extracted from the man's body. Who are they? He inquired, while the bewildered Qing stood foolishly nearby. He bent down, beginning to search their bodies. Huh? Qing, in a daze, looked up, blinking her large eyes a few times before responding. Oh, I have no idea who they are. I just encountered them while preparing medicine for you, and then we started fighting. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan said nothing further and continued to explore the bodies of the two individuals. Before long, he discovered several unknown elixirs and a letter on them. We must return at once. After Chen Qingxuan acquired the items, he did not immediately examine them in detail. Instead, he rose and took Qing by the hand, leading her out of the room. Brother Qingxuan, what kind of elixirs are these? What did the letter say? Upon returning to their own quarters, Qing, with her large, curious eyes, gazed intently at the several pills on the table, black, red, and white. Beside the three elixirs lay a folded piece of yellowed parchment, quietly resting. Chen Qingxuan had become quite familiar with the medicinal pills. He picked one up and inhaled its scent, stating, "The black one is a healing elixir, the other two. I cannot discern their nature." Despite his familiarity, he realized that merely relying on the aroma of the pills was insufficient for identifying their specific properties. Upon hearing this, Qing's small face lit up with delight. "Isn't that wonderful, Brother Qingxuan? We were struggling to find a healing elixir, and here it is, delivered to us unsolicited." Chen Qingxuan cast a peculiar glance at the beaming Qing and queried, "Could it be that you were aware these two brothers possessed a healing elixir and intentionally instigated a conflict with them?" Qing's smile abruptly faltered, but she quickly resumed her playful demeanor, exclaiming, "How could that be? I would never act in such a manner. By the way, Brother Qingxuan, what does that letter say?" Chen Qingxuan squinted, casting a glance at her, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. He turned to grasp the parchment envelope resting upon the table. Upon arriving in the first-tier city, proceed to a place called Yixing Lu and seek out an individual named Huang Wenshan. He possesses something intended for you and your fellow disciple. It was a brief utterance. Chen Qingxuan gently furrowed his brow. What sort of place is Yixing Lu? Qing raised her delicate eyebrows. Why does it sound reminiscent of a brothel? Chen Qingxuan remained silent as he tucked away the letter along with the two elixirs. Overthinking was futile. He was unaware of the identities of the two youths, the nature of the items bestowed upon him, or the significance of Yixing Tower. Once he reached First-Line City, it was uncertain where he might venture. The paramount concern at present was to utilize this rare healing elixir to restore his injuries. Given his current capabilities, he would struggle against even a formidable foe, let alone a disciple from one of the 10 major factions at the Foundation establishment stage. As for that girl, Qing, her only asset was her impressive speed, which merely stemmed from her exceptional martial techniques. Her cultivation level was hardly remarkable. After a couple of days, the Ark finally docked at the designated location within First Line City, situated in a relatively secluded area of the city. Chen Qingxuan and Qin were among the first to disembark from the flying vessel. They killed 2 individuals aboard, yet their identities remain unknown. Who knows if they were disciples of a major sect, perhaps from one of the 10 sects, or even a higher power among the 9 saints. If that were indeed the case, it would pose a considerable predicament should those sects come seeking retribution. After taking the healing elixir, Chen Qingxuan's injuries did not completely heal. They improved only by 80%. Alas, that elixir was exceedingly subpar. Stepping down from the flying vessel and onto the increasingly crowded street, Qing shook his head and sighed. It seemed evident that the 2 of them could not possibly be disciples of any prominent sect. For I have never seen a disciple from a major sect carrying such inferior elixirs. Qing grumbled in discontent. Entirely forgetting that Chen Qingxuan himself hailed from one of the 10 esteemed sects, the Sword Inquiry sect, yet during this period, he too had been devoid of even a healing elixir. Chen Qingxuan's expression was somewhat vacant, remaining silent as he listened to Qing's incessant chatter along their journey. As they traversed wider streets, the throngs of pedestrians multiplied, leading them to the bustling heart of First Line City. The sight was a veritable sea of heads, predominantly composed of the offspring from various sects and families surrounding First Line City, all gathered in anticipation of the imminent opening of the First Line Celestial Secret Realm. Such a multitude of people. First Line City is quite remarkable. It rivals even the imperial capital of the Great Xia Dynasty, Qing remarked, glancing about with casual observation. Chen Qingxuan turned to glance at her and asked, "Have you ever visited the imperial capital of the Great Xia Dynasty?" The Great Xia Dynasty is situated quite far from here. Logically, given Qing's status, she should not have ventured there. The Great Xia Dynasty, being the foremost among the 10 dominant powers, possesses immense strength. For several generations, its emperors have led the dynasty in challenging the 9 sacred forces. Aside from lacking a single divine artifact, it can be said that the Great Xia Dynasty has already attained the prowess of the 9 sacred level. Qing paused for a moment, then immediately adopted a dismissive demeanor, saying, "Isn't it merely the imperial capital of the Great Xia Dynasty? What is so remarkable about it? I, a seasoned traveler, find it quite ordinary to visit the capital of the Great Xia Dynasty. Just look at that rustic expression on your face." Chen Qingxuan, feeling helpless, cast a sidelong glance at her but remained silent as he strode forward. Qing exhaled softly and quickly caught up with him. "Brother," she remarked, "that impostor seems somewhat familiar. As if I've encountered him before." Just as Qing and Chen Qingxuan were departing, a nearby young man clad in luxurious attire furrowed his brow, observing Qing's silhouette. Another young man nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the face and figure are reminiscent. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe I saw him 6 months ago in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Dynasty. Let us investigate further. Chapter 58. No worries, I have arrived. Let us take up residence in this inn. Chen Qingxuan arrived at a charming inn, accompanied by Qing. As Qing peered inside, she observed a bustling crowd, suggesting the establishment was quite reputable. "You go ahead and secure a room. The crowd inside is rather overwhelming." "I shall take a look around," she said cheerfully, taking a few steps forward before suddenly halting. Turning back to Chen Qingxuan, she added, "Should the hygiene and ambience of the rooms prove unsatisfactory, this young lady shall not stay." With that, she bounded forward with a light-hearted leap. Chen Qingxuan cast a glance at her, shook his head, and entered the inn. "Senior brother, how should we deal with that man?" Just after Chen Qingxuan and Qing stepped inside, a group of young men blending into the crowd had been tailing them. "Forget about that man for now. Let's first confirm whether that fake boy is the one we are after." Upon finishing his words, the leading young man stepped forward, following Qing. Unbeknownst to Qing, danger was drawing near. She stood before a stall, gazing at the array of delectable snacks, her mouth watering with anticipation. "Granny." Just as Qing was about to inquire with the vendor, she suddenly felt a tug on her shoulder, and before she knew it, she found herself dragged into a narrow alleyway. She looked around and realized there was no one else in the alley, only 4 young men blocking her path. "Who are you? What do you want?" Sensing the hostility of the 4 before her, Qing felt a surge of panic and began to cautiously step back, her thoughts drifting to Chen Qingxuan, hoping he would notice and come to her rescue. The 4 men remained silent, their leader scrutinizing her intently. "Is she the one?" After a moment, one of the men inquired. The leader frowned slightly, disguised as a boy, and deliberately dirted her face. It's indeed hard to recognize her. Upon hearing this, Qing's eyes darted, and she quickly exclaimed, Yes, yes. You've mistaken me for someone else. I am not the person you seek. In truth, I am merely a beggar. How could I possibly have any conflict with you gentlemen? Well, if it's a case of mistaken identity, then I shall take my leave. She attempted to slip past the gap between the four men. And where do you think you're going? One of the men at the back reached out to grab her. Sensing this, Qing swiftly employed her agility to evade the grasp, her figure flickering as she vanished from sight. The leader's expression shifted to one of delight. Thunderous sacred step. It is indeed her. This time. We cannot allow this little girl to escape. Qing's heart raced with alarm, realizing she had fallen into their trap. She hastily channeled her inner energy, exerting herself to perform the thunderous sacred step. Though her technique was advanced, her cultivation level was not. While she might outrun the other three in speed, the disparity in cultivation level against their leader rendered her skills insufficient. In just 2 quick movements, she reached the mouth of the alley, her heart soaring with hope. As long as she could escape this dead end and reach the bustling streets outside, she could evade them using the thunderous sacred step and find her brother, Qingxuan. However, just as her thoughts settled, a figure suddenly appeared before her, causing her heart to leap. She hastily slowed down, but it was too late. Bang! She collided forcefully with the man who had blocked her path, bouncing back and rolling on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Qing grimaced in pain as she struggled to rise, glaring with indignation at the leader who stood before her. Who are you? Since you know who I am, how dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid my people will come after you? The leader smirked, revealing a knowing smile. If even you do not know who we are, what makes you think that if we were to kill you now, your people would ever discover the identity of your murderer? They might not even know where you perished. Qing's heart sank further into despair, but she maintained a facade of calm. What do you want? As long as you don't kill me, I can offer you anything. The relentless pursuit by her assailants indicated they had some ulterior motive. If she could provide them with what they desired, perhaps there was a chance. Knowing they were aware of her identity, they must also understand the formidable backing she had. She aimed to negotiate from the perspective of benefit. The leader chuckled coldly. What we desire is your life. No sooner had he spoken than a sword shadow lunged towards Qing, striking with sudden ferocity, swift as lightning. Qing's pupils constricted in terror as her mind screamed for her to flee, yet her body was paralyzed by the overwhelming difference in strength. Am I to perish here? She shut her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable thrust of the sword. Clang! In that split second, a jarring metallic clash rang in her ears, sending a sharp pain through her eardrum. Yet, her body remained untouched. Qing's eyes flew open, and she beheld a familiar golden spear planted before her, a face smeared with grime breaking into an ecstatic smile. To her astonishment, her brother, Qingxuan, had arrived just in the nick of time. As the deadly sword threatened to pierce her, a golden spear suddenly appeared, startling the leader and his 3 companions. They exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in displeasure as they turned their attention to the newcomer beside the spear. They recognized him as the young man who had been accompanying Qing. The 4 men glared at Chen Qingxuan, who met their gazes with an icy stare. Drawing the coiled dragon spear from the ground with a resounding clang and pointing it at them. Qingxuan, Qing exclaimed as she scrambled to her feet, hiding behind her brother, still trembling in shock. It's all right, I'm here. You've come seeking death. One of the men glared at Chen Qingxuan. Had you not arrived, I would have killed her without a second thought. But since you are here, you both shall accompany each other on the road to the underworld. The leader spoke coldly, and his 3 companions immediately sprang into action without hesitation. Accompany? It seems it is you who shall be doing the accompanying. Chen Qingxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he took a step forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, his entire being melded with the Panlong spear, striking forth like a bolt of golden lightning. The 3 men were immediately taken aback. The speed. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as the trio was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the walls of the alley, which crumbled under the impact. Chapter 59. I am indeed a dignified. The first-line city was originally a battleground. Now, with the imminent opening of the first-line Heaven Secret Realm, it has attracted disciples from various nearby factions, drawing even more people. With a single shot, Chen Qingxuan sent 3 young men flying, causing a collapse in the alleyway that laid bare the conflict between the 2 parties before a multitude of onlookers. A dense throng halted in their tracks, gazing at Chen Qingxuan, who wielded a golden spear, and the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from their wounds. Many in the crowd recognized the 4 young men. Were they not members of the Wuji Hall? Indeed, that one is Pang Zun. I had encountered him at a grand event at Wuji Hall previously. It is evident that they have come seeking the secret realm of the one-line sky. With Pang Zun leading, it seems we need not aspire to that coveted treasure. Who is the one wielding the golden spear? How did he incur the wrath of Pang Zun from Wuji Hall? Regardless of their identities, having offended Pang Zun and Wuji Hall, their fate is undoubtedly sealed. Yet, it appears he is quite formidable, managing to take on 3 adversaries and injuring 3 disciples of Wuji Hall. Who is he? He seems unfamiliar, leaving no impression whatsoever. Chen Qingxuan listened to the hushed murmurs of the crowd that surrounded him, finally discerning the identities of the 4 individuals before him. He had indeed heard of the Wujidian, as it was one of the 10 influential sects and possessed strength that surpassed his own Asking Sword sect. As for Pang Zun, he had not encountered any prior mention of him, but that was hardly surprising. For the past 3 years, Chen Qingxuan had merely been an outer disciple of the Sword sect, rarely venturing beyond its confines, and thus had little contact with individuals from the outside world, remaining largely unaware of external affairs. It had only been approximately 2 months since he ascended to the status of an inner disciple. At this moment, Elder Pang regarded Chen Qingxuan with a hint of surprise. From the earlier strike, he could distinctly perceive that the young man was merely at the mid-foundation stage of cultivation. Yet his combat prowess was formidable enough to injure 3 of his junior brothers with a single thrust. Such overwhelming strength, far exceeding one's cultivation level. Who exactly is this lad named Qingxuan? Elder Pang had just overheard the girl refer to him as Big Brother Qingxuan. Are they allies? That seems unlikely. Thus, he mentally dismissed his own thoughts. If this Qingxuan were indeed affiliated with her, it would be unfathomable that he had never heard of him. Brother, this young man is truly peculiar. At that moment, the 3 disciples of the Wujidian, who had been struck down, rose to their feet and approached Elder Pang, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded Chen Qingxuan. Brother Pang, what shall we do? Shall we continue? We should eliminate this Qingxuan fellow as well. The other 2 youths, clutching their chests where they had been wounded, glared angrily at Chen Qingxuan. Silence. Elder Pang hissed quietly, his expression dark as he turned his gaze upon Chen Qingxuan. We are leaving, Brother Pang? The 3 youths were taken aback, yet dared not act recklessly. Ultimately, they cast one last resentful glance at Chen Qingxuan before parting the crowd and hastily following Elder Pang. Brother Pang, why don't we just kill that boy and the girl? Once they had distanced themselves from the crowd, one of the youths burst out in indignation. As a proud inner disciple of the Wujidian, it was utterly humiliating to have been injured by a boy whose origins were unknown. Should news of this reach their sect, it would surely provoke laughter among their peers. Elder Pang shot a glare at this junior brother. Countless eyes were upon us during the confrontation. If we had slain him on the spot, word would inevitably reach their sect, revealing us as the culprits. At that point, rather than achieving merit for the Wujidian, we would only invite calamity. Do you think the sect leader would protect us for fools? Elder Pang, frustrated at having missed the opportunity to eliminate Qing, was further irked by his junior brother's foolish inquiries. The 3 youths opened their mouths, realizing they had been blinded by anger and deserved to be reprimanded. Not daring to utter another word, they lowered their heads and quickened their pace to follow Elder Pang. In the alleyway, the young girl watched as Elder Pang and his companions departed, and as the crowd dispersed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Big Brother Qing, she gasped. Chen Qingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and with a clang, he thrust the panlong spear into the ground, using it as a support for his body. Qing immediately panicked, stepping forward to assist him with both hands. Elder Brother Qingxuan, what has happened to you? This is terrible. It must be that your old injuries have not yet healed, and you have just forcefully channeled your true essence. We must leave at once. Chen Qingxuan gasped for breath. Oh, all right. Qing, in a flustered manner, assisted Chen Qingxuan towards the inn they had just visited. The Life Fu Inn housed a quaint garden within its confines. After cultivating and adjusting his breathing, Chen Qingxuan found some relief from his recurring injuries. How do you feel now, Brother Qingxuan? Asked the young boy Qing, who rushed forward upon seeing Chen Qingxuan awaken. Do not worry, I am much better now. However, I must completely heal before the opening of the one-line heaven secret realm, or else it will be perilous to seek treasures inside. Understood. I shall go procure healing elixirs for you right away, Qing replied. No need, Chen Qingxuan interjected, halting the boy who was about to leave. Since we arrived late, I suspect that all the pharmacies in One Line City have already sold out of healing potions. Qing furrowed his brows in concern. What shall we do then? Wait a moment, Chen Qingxuan said as he rose from his bed, taking up a pen and paper to write swiftly. Qing watched in confusion, wondering what Chen Qingxuan was up to. Before long, she received the paper he handed her, densely filled with the names of various spiritual herbs. Brother Qingxuan, what is this? She asked, puzzled. Go to the herbal shop and purchase these herbs for me, he instructed. Qing appeared even more bewildered, her mouth slightly agape. Do not worry about it. You'll understand once you return with them, Chen Qingxuan reassured her, noticing her perplexed expression. With a blink of her large eyes, she responded with an "oh" and headed out. Wait a moment. He called after her just as she had taken a few steps. It would be better if you did not go yourself. Have the innkeeper's assistant help you instead, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Qing suddenly brightened with realization, her small face breaking into a gentle smile. All right, Brother Qingxuan. She then skipped out of the room with enthusiasm. After handing the paper filled with the names of herbs to the innkeeper's assistant, Qing returned to the room, pouting slightly as she gazed at Chen Qingxuan. Aren't you curious about my identity? Chen Qingxuan initially believed she had something significant to convey, but it turned out to be this. With a slight smile, he remarked. Of course, I am curious. However, if you choose not to share and do not intend to speak up, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Yet, I am aware that your identity is likely quite extraordinary. Surely you cannot be merely the shabby beggar you presently appear to be. Upon hearing this, Qing lifted her elegant neck, her expression brimming with pride as she asserted, of course not. I am indeed. Chapter 60, The Young Master of the Ji Family. I am indeed. The tomboyish Qing began, opening her mouth wide, blinking her large eyes. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, unable to continue. Chen Qingxuan observed her silence for quite some time, a look of curiosity crossing his face. What do you mean by? I, Qing, am the most refined among beggars. How could I possibly be an ordinary beggar? With a twinkle in his eye, Qing concluded with a cheerful smile. Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a silent laugh, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Without the need for conjecture, he was well aware that Qing was far from an ordinary individual. Though her cultivation was not particularly high, her agility and martial skills were remarkably powerful. His own floating light and shadow technique merely surpassed hers by a slight margin. It is worth noting that floating light and shadow was an advanced movement technique bestowed upon him by Chu Yunqi. What kind of power is the Chu family? They are one of the 9 saints. This clearly indicates the exceptional level of the movement technique that Qing had mastered. Furthermore, being inexplicably targeted by the Wajidian, one of the 10 gates, raises the question, would an ordinary person be pursued by such a formidable force? Are they merely indulging in frivolity? Qing smiled sweetly at Chen Qingxuan, her thoughts drifting to the golden, coiling dragon spear he possessed. It was precisely for this reason that she ultimately refrained from revealing her true identity to him. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Gentlemen, I have procured the spiritual herbs you requested, came the voice from outside. Qing immediately responded and dashed out to retrieve the herbs. Upon returning with an armful of spiritual medicines, she curiously inquired, Brother Qingxuan, why did you purchase such a plethora of healing and energy-restoring herbs? Chen Qingxuan offered no explanation, instead retrieving a cauldron for alchemy from one corner of the world, while smiling and saying, you will soon find out. How enigmatic, Qing pouted, feeling quite displeased by her lack of understanding. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the room as a colossal alchemical furnace materialized in the living room, standing imposing before Qing. Her mouth agape and eyes blinking in astonishment, she displayed an expression of disbelief. Brother Qingxuan, are you concocting elixirs? Chen Qingxuan had already settled into a meditative position before the alchemical furnace. Indeed, since ready-made healing elixirs are unattainable, I shall concoct my own, he declared. Upon hearing this, Qing remained in a state of astonishment, her lips parted in disbelief. Wait, Brother Qingxuan, are you truly serious? Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but smile wryly. The celestial herbs had already been procured by the young attendant, and the alchemy furnace was now set up. Was he merely jesting before this little beggar? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden resounding thud emanated from the furnace. His eyes widened in disbelief as the furnace truly ignited. His mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit an apple. Staring blankly at Chen Qingxuan, who had commenced the alchemical process, she was astonished to discover that her elder brother, Qingxuan, possessed the ability to refine pills. This seemed almost surreal. Qing understood well how rare an alchemist was. Cultivators themselves were already a rarity, and an alchemist among them was even more exceptional. The odds of finding both were staggering, highlighting the scarcity of such a talent. Amidst her astonishment, Qing was predominantly filled with joy and excitement. An alchemist, how splendid! The more powerful her elder brother became, the better it would be for everything. At that moment, Qing sat beside the alchemy furnace, cradling her small face in her hands, her smile radiant as she watched Chen Qingxuan earnestly refining pills. In a more upscale inn within Yixin City, only a handful of guests resided. At this time, a young man clad in exquisite garments, adorned with a jade crown, and possessing striking features, sat by the window on the second floor, observing the bustling pedestrians below. He took a delicate sip of tea. This was Ji Wuming, a young master of the Ji family, one of the 10 prominent families. He had reserved the entire inn for himself, accompanied by 2 enchanting maidens. Young master. At that moment, a Ji family attendant rushed upstairs. I have discovered where those 2 are staying. Please report, Ji Wuming replied, nodding slightly and taking another sip of tea. They are residing at an inn called Laifu, the attendant reported. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuming smiled lightly and nodded. Should we take action? He asked, placing his teacup down with a thud. Of course. How dare they steal from me, Ji Wuming? I must see what capabilities this Chen Qingxuan possesses. My friend spoke highly of him, but today, I find myself somewhat disappointed. The attendant's expression tightened as he hesitated, his mouth opening and closing without a word. Speak freely. Even if you err, I shall not hold it against you, Ji Wuming encouraged. Seeing his hesitation, one of the maidens scoffed and remarked, Do you look down upon our young master? The attendant quickly straightened his posture. Of course, I have faith in our young master. I merely worry about the unexpected. The maiden was about to respond when Ji Wuming raised his hand to silence her. Let us go and meet this Chen Qingxuan. In the elegant garden behind the Laifu Inn, Qing was utterly captivated, unaware of how much time had elapsed. It was only when Chen Qingxuan extinguished the mystical fire of the alchemy furnace that she returned to reality. Brother Qingxuan, you have finally completed the pill, she exclaimed, bouncing joyfully before him, her face alight with a brilliant smile. Chen Qingxuan nodded and then took out 10 pills, handing them to the slender hand of Qing. Here are 5 healing pills and pills for restoring true essence. Keep them for later use. Upon hearing this, Qing was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her elder brother Qingxuan to have thought of refining pills for her. He was concerned about her injuries and her lack of true essence. Such thoughtful consideration filled her heart with joy. Thank you, brother Qingxuan. As she spoke, Qing lowered her gaze to the pills in her hand, her voice abruptly halting. Staring in disbelief, her large eyes widened. She could scarcely believe what she saw. At that moment, the 10 pills resting quietly in her palm were adorned with pill patterns. What did this signify? It meant that brother Qingxuan was not only an alchemist, but an exceptional one at that. An alchemist was already a rarity among thousands, and an exceptional alchemist was a rarity among the rare. Qing was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, her eyes bulging as she looked up at Chen Qingxuan, who towered over her. Brother Qingxuan, who exactly are you? With such high cultivation talent, you are also an exceptional alchemist. Chapter 61. Friends. With the aid of the exceptional healing pills, Chen Qingxuan activated his celestial level cultivation technique, and the injuries that had plagued him for some time were completely healed in less than half an hour. Wonderful, brother Qingxuan. Qing bounced around in front of Chen Qingxuan, her elation surpassing even her own recovery. Indeed, being healed greatly boosted her confidence for entering the secret realm of the first-line heaven. Chen Qingxuan nodded, displaying a sense of relief and satisfaction. By the way, brother Qingxuan, Qing suddenly spoke. With only a few days remaining until the opening of the first-line heaven secret realm, should we not pay a visit to Yixing Tower to seek out that Huang Wenshan? Chen Qingxuan suddenly recalled the matter, yet he did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into contemplation. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly raised his head, his expression stern, gazing towards the outside of the room. Ah, splendid. At that moment, the person outside also sensed that Chen Qingxuan had discovered him and chuckled softly. Since the adversary had already come knocking, there was no need for pretense. Chen Qingxuan promptly descended from his bed and walked slowly outside. At this moment, Qing had already furrowed her brows, her demeanor less than amiable, and she followed Chen Qingxuan outside. The visitor was none other than Ji Wuming, the scion of the Ji family. I have heard from friends that brother Qingxuan possesses formidable strength, And indeed, after a brief encounter, it is evident he is not lacking. Ji Wuming smiled gently as he addressed Chen Qingxuan. I am Ji Wuming of the Ji family. The Ji family? Chen Qingxuan felt a shiver in his heart. The Ji family was indeed one of the 10 prominent forces. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan's gaze towards Ji Wuming grew slightly somber. It was evident that Ji Wuming had also come in pursuit of the treasures hidden within the one-line heaven's secret realm. Naturally, he could be regarded as a significant core member of the Ji family, and his cultivation would undoubtedly rival Chen's own. In terms of magical artifacts and abilities, he was likely superior as well. As such, Ji Wuming observed Chen Qingxuan's increasingly solemn expression, his eyes drifting indifferently to the faux boy Qing standing beside him, and remarked, In truth, my primary purpose in coming here is to meet a friend. Qing's delicate face immediately hardened as she retorted, Who is your friend? You are not welcome here. So be gone. Watch your tone, little girl. A male attendant stepped forward, angrily pointing at Qing. However, he was promptly chastised with a smile from Ji Wuming. How rude. Yes, young master. The attendant, displeased, retreated. Chen Qingxuan cast a perplexed glance at Qing beside him, his curiosity regarding her identity deepening. The Wajidian dealt with Qing, and the young master of the Ji family referred to her as his friend. Just who is this girl? Brother Qingxuan, my relationship with this friend is rather unique, so. As he spoke, Ji Wuming suddenly paused, his figure vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Chen Qingxuan. The long sword sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed menacingly at Chen Qingxuan's head. Chen Qingxuan remained utterly composed. Having prepared for a potential confrontation the moment he stepped out, the Panlong spear had already manifested in his grasp, carving a brilliant arc of golden light through the air. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Qingxuan retreated 3 steps in haste, and with a resounding thud, he planted his long spear firmly onto the ground. Finally coming to a halt. Truly formidable. Indeed, he is a vital core disciple of the Ji family. Chen Qingxuan's gaze towards Ji Wuming grew increasingly solemn. A hint of surprise flickered across Ji Wuming's face. He initially believed that even if his sword strike did not send Chen Qingxuan flying, it would at least cause him to roll several times. To his astonishment, Chen Qingxuan merely retreated 3 steps. Seeing this, Qing's expression shifted dramatically. She shouted at Ji Wuming, If you dare to harm Brother Qingxuan, I will not spare you. Ji Wuming turned to face Qing, noticing the tension etched on her delicate features. He chuckled softly. Are you not aware? The more you react this way, the more ruthless my strikes shall become. As his words fell, Ji Wuming thrust his sword once more into the void before him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the emptiness. A radiant light surged forth, cascading violently like a torrential wave, crashing down upon Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he thrust his spear towards the dazzling light descending from above. Breaking spear technique. A resounding boom echoed through the air as a terrifying golden beam seemed to tear through the fabric of reality, surging forth from another dimension to collide with the radiant brilliance. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud that ascended into the heavens. The air crackled with heat, and various hues of light and swirling dust dissipated, the mushroom cloud vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. At that moment, Qing was not concerned for Chen Qingxuan. Instead, he stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at him, lost in thought. Brother Qingxuan, how could he? Ji Wuming was equally stunned, his usual calm demeanor replaced by shock and disbelief. Was that a celestial-level martial technique? But Chen Qingxuan is only in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly perform a celestial-level technique? This defies all logic. Chen Qingxuan was undoubtedly astonished. This was his first experience using a celestial-level martial technique without inflicting death or severe injury upon his opponent. No, the figure before him, Ji Wuming, was not merely unscathed. He was utterly unharmed. This posed quite a predicament. Chen Qingxuan felt a heavy weight in his heart as he gazed solemnly at Ji Wuming. He pondered what it would be like to unleash his divine abilities at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Would he be able to manifest them? Faced with a true powerhouse among the 10 gates, a core member of the clan, a personally instructed disciple, Chen Qingxuan, in a moment of desperation, contemplated employing the divine abilities he had never attempted before. Dragon battle in the wild. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly brandished his spear. and the vast true essence within his mid-stage foundation establishment began to circulate and converge. An aura enveloped him, resonating with a profound intensity. Upon witnessing this, Ji Wuming snapped back to reality and shouted, "Brother Qingxuan, stop! Stop! We shall no longer engage in combat." Chen Qingxuan wore a perplexed expression, gazing at Ji Wuming in bewilderment. To think that he would voluntarily call for a ceasefire. Ji Wuming, upon noticing that Chen Qingxuan had immediately withdrawn his true essence, breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head in bemusement. "Brother Qingxuan, the truth is, I merely wish to gauge your strength, to ascertain whether it is indeed as formidable as my friend has claimed." Ji Wuming took a few measured steps forward, a gentle smile adorning his face. His attire impeccably clean. He had no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with you. Chen Qingxuan gently narrowed his eyes, casting a puzzled glance at Ji Wuming who stood before him. "Your friend? Ah, yes, my friend. Does he know me?" Chen Qingxuan found himself in a state of confusion. Having only recently embarked on his journey in the realm of cultivation, he had scarcely met a handful of individuals. Where could this? He paused abruptly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Ji Wuming, with a smile, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, you have already deduced it." Chapter 62. Ji Wuming's reminder. The friend referred to by the two was Yan Letian. After parting ways with Chen Qingxuan, Yan Letian encountered his companion Ji Wuming on his way back to the sect, during which he recounted the details concerning Chen Qingxuan. "Brother Qingxuan, come. Join me at a window-side table on the second floor of the Kaifuku Inn." At this moment, Ji Wuming and Chen Qingxuan sat facing each other, savoring their drinks. "To be honest, I was skeptical when I heard that scoundrel Yan Letian speak of your prowess," Ji Wuming remarked, downing the contents of his cup with a grin. Chen Qingxuan also drank it all in one go, then revealed a knowing smile. Given Yan Letian's intellect, one cannot fully trust his words, especially for those who are familiar with him, who can ascertain how much of what he states is merely his own embellishment or fabrication. After a brief smile, Ji Wuming expressed his astonishment. "Having witnessed Brother Qingxuan's true prowess just now, I must admit, you truly took me by surprise. Your combat strength far exceeds my expectations." Ji Wuming then clinked his cup with Chen Qingxuan once more. Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but smile wryly. "Brother Wu Ming's strength surpasses mine. My cultivation merely exceeds yours by a slight margin. Once your cultivation catches up, I shall no longer be your match." At this point, Ji Wuming paused momentarily. "In fact, even without catching up, I might already be at a disadvantage against you." He continued, "Now, let us not dwell on this. Instead, let us converse about other matters." As he poured wine for Chen Qingxuan with a hearty laugh, a glimmer of intrigue danced in his eyes. "Are you not curious about the identity of that deceptive lad, Qing?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan immediately discerned what Ji Wuming was up to and nonchalantly replied, "I truly have little desire to know." Ji Wuming, of course, could detect that Chen Qingxuan was feigning indifference and let out a chuckle, saying, "Brother Qingxuan, do indulge in your pretense. Rest assured, I shall never disclose it to you. If your curiosity persists, you might as well inquire directly with her. Furthermore, you may also wish to ask her about the nature of my relationship with her." At this juncture, a mischievous grin crept onto Ji Wuming's face, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Chen Qingxuan's inner puppy was indeed roused by him. Ji Wuming observed his hesitance, a mixture of desire to speak and resignation, and couldn't help but smile faintly as he raised his glass and took another sip. "Brother Qingxuan," he said, setting down his cup, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Chen Qingxuan abruptly set aside his myriad thoughts, as if he understood that Ji Wuming was about to broach a serious matter. He was aware that Ji Wuming had initially come to spar with him, testing his prowess. Subsequently, he had invited Chen Qingxuan for a drink, not solely out of a genuine desire to forge a friendship, but also with ulterior motives to discuss something further. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, patiently awaiting Ji Wuming to speak. The opening of the one-line Heaven Secret Realm was rather abrupt, catching many formidable sects and families off guard, including the other forces within the 10 Doors, who had not even managed to send representatives. However, besides you and me, there are also disciples from 3 major powers within the 10 Doors present. You have already had dealings with the Wajidian. Additionally, there is the Tian Qing dynasty. Both factions will likely harbor ill intentions towards Qing. While they may not take immediate action, given the multitude of people present, any detrimental schemes against Qing would swiftly become public knowledge. Thus, It is imperative to remain vigilant upon entering the one-line heaven secret realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan nodded slightly. In truth, he had already contemplated this issue. But he had not anticipated that there were other forces among the 10 sects plotting against Qing. The presence of the Wuji Hall alone was already quite formidable. He was uncertain if he could prevail against the Hall's leading disciple, Pang Zun, if a similarly powerful entity like the Tianqing dynasty were to join forces with them. Victory would be utterly unattainable. Should the two factions form an alliance and encounter them within the secret realm, the outcome would be dire. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Chen Qingxuan's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze towards Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "You need not look at me. Even with my assistance, the two of us together would still be unable to overcome Pang Zun and Tianqing Xia." Chen Qingxuan shot him a sidelong glance, understanding his implication that his cultivation was insufficient, and in the face of two formidable opponents of equal standing, he had hindered him. "Brother Qingxuan, do not be disheartened. There is no shame in this. In due time, your cultivation will surely catch up," Ji Wuming remarked as he rose. Moving beside Chen Qingxuan and giving his shoulder a friendly pat with a smile. "Qing, I leave it to you. Should we encounter one another in the secret realm, I will be there to assist you. If not, it simply means our fates have yet to intertwine." With that, Ji Wuming descended the stairs, marking the conclusion of their initial meeting. "Brother Qingxuan, you have returned." Chen Qingxuan had not returned to the back garden from the front hall for quite some time when he heard Qing's voice calling from afar. Upon raising his head, he saw Qing hastening towards him, exhibiting a demeanor of palpable anxiety. Chen Qingxuan smiled gently and patted her on the head, saying, "Look at you, so anxious. Rest assured, Ji Wuming has not disclosed anything concerning you." Upon hearing this, Qing finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. "Brother Qingxuan," she said, her eyes glinting with curiosity, "you are merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet you are able to wield heavenly ranked martial techniques. Logically, this should be impossible." Chen Qingxuan cast her a puzzled glance and remarked, "Indeed, this seems impossible. However, I am able to manifest it." Chen Qingxuan would never divulge the fact that he had cultivated celestial-level techniques. To this response, Qing appeared indifferent and instead inquired, "Is there something extraordinary about the celestial-level martial arts that Brother Qingxuan just demonstrated? Moreover, it seems to possess considerable power. What is the name of this celestial-level martial art?" Chen Qingxuan cast a suspicious glance at Qing, sensing an unusual interest in her gaze towards his martial skills, as if something were amiss. Though he could not quite articulate what it was. Logically speaking, given Qing's background, it was improbable for her to have never encountered celestial-tier martial arts. She must have had ample exposure to divine abilities. "What has sparked your sudden fascination with my martial techniques?" Qing hesitated for a moment before breaking into a playful smile. "Well, I'm simply curious. Just think about it. To wield celestial-tier martial arts at the foundation establishment stage, there is likely no one else in this world besides you. Brother Qingxuan, isn't my curiosity quite reasonable?" Chen Qingxuan fixed his gaze upon her and nodded. "What you say does indeed make sense. Isn't that so?" Qing subtly exhaled a breath of relief. "Let us proceed." Chen Qingxuan turned and walked towards the inn's exit. Qing stood frozen in place, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Leave? Where to?" "Yixing Tower, to find that Huang Wishan." Upon hearing this, Qing's confusion deepened. "Brother Qingxuan, didn't you say it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble? Why are we suddenly seeking him out?" Chapter 63, A Successful Attempt in Truth. Chen Qingxuan had no intention of seeking out Huang Wenshan. The journey to the secret realm had already presented ample challenges and complications. Adhering to the philosophy of avoiding trouble, he believed that steering clear of conflict was the wisest course of action. However, upon learning from Ji Wuming that, aside from the Wujidian, there was another force among the 10 gates that posed a threat to Qing, the situation had shifted dramatically. Even with his exceptional combat prowess, it was impossible to contend with two formidable forces simultaneously. Yet, he could not simply stand by and watch as the secret realm opened without venturing in to seek treasures. After much contemplation, he could only place his hopes on Huang Wenshan, hoping he possessed something of great significance that could aid both himself and Qing in navigating the perils of the secret realm. Of course, Chen Qingxuan did not disclose these thoughts to Qing, instead fabricating a casual excuse to deflect the inquiry. As Qing had previously surmised, the Yixing Tower indeed turned out to be a brothel. With their capabilities, it was effortless for Chen Qingxuan and Qing to locate Huang Wenshan within its walls. Who are you two? Huang Wenshan, a man of average stature with a robust build and a thick beard, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Chen Qingxuan and Qing. We are here to exchange goods with you. Where are the items? Chen Qingxuan actually had little information to offer and could only resort to this seemingly universal form of conversation to muddle through. As for whether it would be effective, such considerations had become extraneous. Huang Wenshan cast a glance at Chen Qingxuan, then turned his gaze to the figure beside him, observing her intently for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "You are not the individuals I intend to negotiate with." He instantly recognized that the person beside him was a woman. Chen Qingxuan was evidently aware that the other party had discerned her disguise as a tomboy. With calm composure, she stated, just before leaving, "My junior apprentice was suddenly called away, so I accompanied my junior sister out." Huang Wenshan let out a scoff. "I cannot verify the truth of your words. However, since you have already altered your appearance, this transaction is hereby nullified." With that, he turned to depart. Huang Wenshan, Qing's anger flared, and just as she was about to call out to him, she suddenly heard a shout nearby, the tone unmistakably furious. Qing quickly lifted her gaze, only to find her expression darkening, a bitter sensation welling up within her. Why must she encounter enemies wherever she goes? Chen Qingxuan turned towards the sound and beheld three young men clad in splendid attire, striding forth with an expression of fierce anger, as if they were intent on ending Huang Wenshan's life. Huang Wenshan, taken aback, abruptly pivoted to flee. However, the three youths, evidently formidable in strength, swiftly encircled him in a triangular formation. Still hoping to escape? This time, you are doomed. At that moment, one of the young men glanced at Chen Qingxuan and Qing. "Do you know Huang Wenshan? Are you his friends?" Nay, we merely chanced upon this path," Qing hastily replied, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, he grasped Chen Qingxuan's arm and attempted to lead him away. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenshan's eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. "They are my friends," he exclaimed, pointing at Chen Qingxuan and his companion. "Moreover, they seek a treasure from me." As he spoke, he produced a box from his person and promptly tossed it into Chen Qingxuan's hands. This treasure is connected to the mysterious realm of the one-line sky. Possessing it grants access to the astonishing legacy within the Forbidden Grounds. Upon hearing this, the three young men were momentarily taken aback and immediately approached, their gazes fixated on the dark red brocade box that rested in Chen Qingxuan's grasp. Chen Qingxuan cast a fleeting glance at the three young men before him and remarked, "You have been deceived. Firstly, we are not his allies. Secondly, whether there are treasures within, and the nature of such treasures, remains uncertain." The three young men chuckled derisively, one of them stating, "Whether or not they are treasures, once you hand them over to us, we shall ascertain the truth." Another added, "If you wish to avoid your demise, relinquish them." At that moment, Huang Wenshan, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of delight, realizing that his stratagem was indeed effective. He promptly turned to flee. "Look, Huang Wenshan is escaping," cried Qing. "Aren't you three his adversaries? Hurry and pursue him." A young man scoffed, "Oh, you claim you aren't his friends? Yet you even called out his name. Hand it over, or face death." Chen Qingxuan shook his head, declaring, "It seems reconciliation is beyond reach." "Young man, are you jesting? What is that expression on your face?" A young man, witnessing Chen Qingxuan's demeanor as if he had secured their fates, felt a surge of anger as he contemptuously shook his head. "Do you have any idea who we are? We hail from the heavenly prosperity dynasty, and now your lives are forfeit. Surrender your treasures, and perhaps we shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, we shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." The heavenly prosperity dynasty. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback, not expecting such a fortuitous encounter here, resulting in an unforeseen clash with the people of the Tiansheng dynasty over such a trivial matter. "Kid, have you finally learned to fear?" The three young men remarked with a smirk upon witnessing Chen Qingxuan's astonishment. "We shall relinquish the treasure to you. We are leaving," Qing interjected urgently, fully aware that once their identities were discovered, they would not be spared by Chen Qingxuan and his brother. The three young men shook their heads. "As I mentioned earlier, it is too late. Had you willingly surrendered the treasure from the outset, you might have had a chance at survival. However, now..." Suddenly, the young man's words were cut short as Chen Qingxuan pierced his lower abdomen with a gunshot. The other two youths, still in shock, could hardly react. "You seek death," they exclaimed, quickly drawing their swords and lunging towards Chen Qingxuan. A flash of sparks erupted as a long spear deflected the incoming sword, simultaneously darting toward the chest of one of the assailants like a streak of golden lightning. The impact resonated as the young man's chest was pierced. At that moment, the third young man swung his sword towards Chen Qingxuan's head. In a critical instant, Chen Qingxuan flicked his wrist, raising the golden dragon-patterned spear in defense, resulting in a resounding clash and a shower of sparks. Chen Qingxuan discarded his weapon and seized the young man's head with one hand, exerting tremendous force as he bellowed mightily. With a resounding thud, the youth's head sank deep into the ground, sending shards of stone flying and splattering blood and brain matter. In an instant, he had vanquished 3 members of the Tiansheng dynasty. Let us pursue Huang Wuxian. Before the young man could comprehend the unfolding events, he was whisked away by Chen Qingxuan, who swiftly vanished from sight, pursuing Huang Wuxian with relentless determination. Moments later, in a secluded alley, Huang Wuxian lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment as they fixed intently upon Chen Qingxuan. His bitterness stemmed from the fact that he had entrusted a precious artifact to Chen Qingxuan, only to meet his demise regardless. Chen Qingxuan and Qing Sui acquired the object, yet their expressions were far from pleasant. This was due to the fact that Huang Wuxian had persistently refrained from disclosing the true nature and purpose of the item, even when pressed with threats of death. Chapter 64. The Opening of the Secret Realm. Returning to the elegant garden, Chen Qingxuan and Qing sat in the living room, gazing at the table where a map acquired from Huang Wuxian lay. They had been scrutinizing it for nearly half an hour, yet still could not discern any clues. This enigmatic and tattered map had squandered an entire evening and rendered their efforts futile. Qing, unable to bear it any longer, voiced her disappointment and frustration. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, yet a sense of disappointment stirred within him. Before him lay a disjointed map, utterly devoid of any discernible connection to the mysterious realm of Yixianshan. Even if there were a link, the absence of markings rendered it futile. Thus, not only had he failed to acquire what he sought, but he had also inadvertently sparked a conflict with the people of the Tiansheng dynasty, with numerous witnesses having seen him and Qing enter the Yixianshan. It would pose no challenge for the Tiansheng dynasty to investigate who had slain their comrades. As Chen Qingxuan had feared, the Yixianshan was now besieged by the forces of the Tiansheng dynasty, with no one allowed to leave and no outsiders permitted to enter. After a thorough inquiry, the members of the Tiansheng dynasty had ascertained that the culprits behind the death of their compatriots were none other than Chen Qingxuan and Qing. On that fateful day, many had witnessed the altercation between Chen Qingxuan and the members of the Wujidian, and thus, a considerable number recognized both Chen Qingxuan and Qing. Let us go. We have yet to locate that girl, and she dares to strike at our people first. Upon receiving this confirmed intelligence, Tian Xingxia, a princess of the Tiansheng dynasty and the leader of this expedition, felt a surge of murderous intent emanate from her enchanting phoenix eyes. Regardless of the formidable power behind her, today she vowed that the girl would meet her demise in Yixian City. With her declaration, she stormed out of the Yixianshan, accompanied by the forces of the Tiansheng dynasty, exuding an aura of fierce determination as they set out to confront Chen Qingxuan and Qing. Brother Qingxuan, what shall we do now? Qing felt an increasing sense of peril enveloping her in Yixian City, a sensation so acute it sent shivers coursing through her body. Perhaps we should forego entering the Yixianshan realm and leave Yixian City at once. As Chen Qingxuan was about to speak, he suddenly paused, lightly furrowing his brow, and sighed. It is already too late. With that, he swiftly stood up, grasped Qing's hand, and in an instant, vanished from the room, beginning his flight. Trying to escape? It won't be so simple. Tian Xingxia's piercing gaze followed Chen Qingxuan's figure as she propelled herself forward, chasing after him. Pursue and eliminate Chen Qingxuan and his companion. The people of the Tiansheng dynasty surged forth, brimming with murderous intent. A fierce chase unfolded in midair above the city of Yixian. Tian Xingxia was quite taken aback. She had not anticipated that although Chen Qingxuan's cultivation was not high, his martial skills were remarkably formidable. Despite her significant advantage in cultivation, she found herself unable to catch up with him. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of air being sliced through echoed as Chen Qingxuan and Qing's figures flickered continuously. Yet they could not shake off Tian Xingxia and her subordinates. Qing glanced back and noticed that Tian Xingxia was drawing ever closer. She understood well that for the time being, her elder brother's speed might surpass Tian Xingxia's, but with time, the disadvantage in his cultivation would become increasingly pronounced, and he would inevitably be overtaken. Moreover, a significant factor weighed heavily on her mind. Her presence was hindering Chen Qingxuan's escape. Elder brother Qingxian, you must go, Qing said softly. Tian Xingxia and her people primarily seek to kill me. I believe if I remain, they will cease their pursuit of you. Enough of this nonsense. Chen Qingxuan retorted without looking back. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Upon hearing this, Qing felt a surge of emotion, her large eyes glistening with tears. But there are no buts. Oh, then what shall we do now? If we continue like this, we will surely be caught. In a brief span of time, Chen Qingxuan and Qing had already soared above the walls of Yixian City. Chen Qingxuan, you too cannot escape. Tian Xinxia was now dangerously close, soon to enter the range of attack. Those who dare to harm the people of the Tian Shang dynasty shall ensure that you both endure a fate worse than death. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan bore a grave expression, fully aware that if he continued to flee in this manner, he would inevitably be caught. Suddenly, he made a resolute decision. I will hold back Tian Xinxia and the others. You must escape with utmost speed. Qing was taken aback, rendered speechless. No, brother Qingxian. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. Not far away, the mysterious realm of Yixianshan unexpectedly opened. A magnificent pillar of energy surged forth from this realm, piercing the night sky and illuminating both the heavens and the city of Yixian in an instant. Chen Qingxian, Qing, and all the members of the Tianqing dynasty, including Tian Xingxia, halted their movements and turned their gazes toward the direction of the one-line heaven secret realm. Those within the one-line city also ascended into the air, directing their attention to the same mysterious location. Among them were Ji Wuming and other members of the Ji family, as well as Pang Zun and his entourage from the Wajidian. At that moment, both Ji Wuming and Pang Zun simultaneously noticed Chen Qingxian, Qing, and the others from the Tianqing dynasty, who were closest to the one-line heaven secret realm. Ji Wuming, with his mouth slightly agape, pondered, is Tian Xingxia about to take action against brother Qingxian and his woman? The same question arose in Pang Zun's mind, filled with indignation. At this moment, Chen Qingxian and Qing found themselves in close proximity to the secret realm, the rumbling entrance to the line of heaven unfolding before them. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chen Qingxuan's mind. Let us go, he exclaimed softly, grasping Qing's hand, and utilizing the technique of floating light and shadow. Their figures shimmered and vanished from their original position, racing towards the line of heaven. Qing immediately discerned her elder brother's intention. Realizing this was perhaps their sole chance to evade the relentless pursuit of the forces from the Tianqing dynasty. Pursue, roared Tian Xingxia, swiftly giving chase, followed closely by a throng of others. Excellent. Entering the secret realm presents an opportune moment to strike, Pang Zun sneered, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he too sped towards the line of heaven. Ji Wuming furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and similarly transformed into a beam of radiance, hastening after them. As they surged ahead towards the line of heaven, the remaining individuals also took flight. In an instant, the night sky above the city was adorned with luminous trails, as if a meteor shower graced the heavens. Chen Qingxian and Qing swiftly entered the secret realm, observing a dense jungle below. Without hesitation, they descended and plunged into the verdant depths. Tian Xingxia followed closely, witnessing Chen Qingxian and Qing dart into the lush thicket. Without a word, she leaped down to continue the pursuit. The others swiftly followed suit. Chapter 65, The Forest of Death. Chen Qingxian, with Qing in tow, continuously executed the ethereal movement technique, darting through the dense jungle in erratic patterns, devoid of any discernible direction. He fled towards whichever path promised a greater chance of evasion. However, it was regrettable that while Chen Qingxian possessed remarkable speed in brief bursts, over time, his pursuers, Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun, would inevitably close the gap. Leveraging their superior cultivation. There's no need for you to struggle to the death. It's futile. Tian Xingxia called out mockingly from a short distance behind them. Chen Qingxian, we are both at the nascent soul stage. There is no way you can escape our pursuit, Pang Zun added with a sneer, flying alongside Tian Xingxia. Chen Qingxian remained utterly undistracted, resolutely propelling himself forward. However, Qing, aware that if this continued, both she and her elder brother Qingxian would inevitably be caught, glanced back at the ever-approaching Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun, her delicate face betraying her concern. Brother Qingxian, you must let me go. If this persists, we shall all perish. Your survival is essential. It offers you the chance to aid me in avenging my plight. Qing endeavored to persuade Chen Qingxian from a different perspective. Unfortunately, It seemed as though Chen Qingxuan had not heard her, as he continued his flight unabated. Before long, they had soared out of the dense forest. For ahead lay no more trees. Upon observing the scene before him, Chen Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Before him lay an expansive stone forest, shrouded beneath a sky heavy with dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by bolts of lightning as thick as a man's arm. A thunderous roar echoed as lightning struck the stone forest below. The relentless onslaught of lightning bolts, striking one after another in rapid succession, sent shivers down Chen Qingxuan's spine. This is, Brother Qingxuan, what lies ahead is the deathly stone forest of the one-line sky, Qing exclaimed in a hurry. The deathly stone forest? Chen Qingxuan was not well acquainted with the one-line sky secret realm. Upon hearing its name, he gazed upward at the ominous clouds looming like Mount Tai, coupled with the chaotic and erratic flashes of lightning that indeed resembled a desolate stone forest. Such robust bolts of lightning, should they strike someone directly, would not only spell doom for a Foundation establishment cultivator, but could also be fatal for those of the core formation realm. Run. You two, continue to flee. Tian Xinxia and Pang Zun had caught up, blocking the escape route for Chen Qingxuan and Qing'er. Chen Qingxuan turned around, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Tian Xinxia and the other individual. His mind raced with thoughts, desperately seeking an escape route. To his astonishment, in their frantic flight, they had inadvertently arrived at the stone forest of death. It seemed that even the heavens conspired against their survival. Pang Zun curled his lips in a sardonic smile. Chen Qingxuan cast a glance at Pang Zun, realizing that he could not confront two significant disciples from the 10 sect forces alone. Contemplating this, he turned to look back at the Deathstone forest behind him. Suddenly, a crack of thunder resounded as a bolt of lightning descended from the thick, ominous clouds above. The silver light flickered, and Chen Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is. After a brief pause, he swiftly reacted. Run. With an urgent shout, Chen Qingxuan seized Qing and dashed into the depths of the Deathstone forest. Qing's expression changed drastically. Brother Qingxuan, no. Tian Xinxiao and Pang Zun stood there, dumbfounded, watching as the figures of Chen Qingxuan and Qing swiftly disappeared into the Deathstone forest, shrouded beneath the dark clouds and flashing lightning. Crack! Be careful, Brother Qingxuan. Boom! A thick, silver bolt of lightning pierced through the heavy clouds, hurtling directly towards Chen Qingxuan. Qing noticed it just in time, yanking him back as the lightning struck less than a meter in front of them. By this point, they had already ventured deep into the Deathstone forest, far from its outskirts. Brother Qingxuan, how could you rush in here without even asking me? Qing was frantic, nearly beside herself. Once one enters the Deathstone forest, there is no turning back. One must delve deeper to find a way out. If only you had distanced yourself from me earlier, you could have avoided this fate. To Qing, entering the Deathstone forest was akin to embracing death. Her concern was not for herself, but for Chen Qingxuan's life. He need not have faced such peril. Chen Qingxuan did not respond to his words. He glanced back and noticed that he had indeed distanced himself from Tian Xinxia and Pang Zun. He let out a sigh and sat cross-legged. Seeing this, Qing opened his mouth slightly. Brother Qingxuan, what are you? Chen Qingxuan raised his head, revealing a gentle smile. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall encounter no harm. Upon hearing this, Qing felt an unease in her heart. Merely taking her elder brother Qingxuan's words as a comforting gesture, not to be taken seriously. Elder brother Qingxuan, I have come across some information regarding the secret realm of the one-line sky in my readings. As for this Deathstone forest, no one has ever managed to leave it alive. As she spoke, Qing sighed, finding it difficult to continue. Chen Qingxuan maintained a smile on his face, saying, Then let us rewrite this record. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from the realm he inhabited. Qing, initially puzzled, soon beheld Chen Qingxuan unveiling a map. It was the very map acquired from Huang Wenshan. After a brief pause, her confusion deepened. This is. Chen Qingxuan unfurled the map, scrutinizing it with utmost diligence. Until now, we had been oblivious to the nature of this map. It was only moments ago, just before I pulled you into this place, that I suddenly realized how eerily familiar the Deathstone forest appeared. At that instant, it dawned upon me that it bore a striking resemblance to the map we obtained from Huang Wenshan. Upon hearing this, Qing immediately seized the map, examining it from various angles, her small face illuminating with sheer joy. Indeed, this is truly the map of the Deathstone forest. Perhaps we truly have a chance to escape this place alive. Qing then settled into a cross-legged position, diligently studying the markings on the map alongside Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan noticed that the map was adorned with numerous identical markers. At first glance, they appeared to be quite chaotic, lacking any discernible pattern. Brother Qingxuan, these markers must conceal some information, the girl Qing remarked, having also made the observation. Chen Qingxuan nodded in silence, narrowing his eyes as he began to observe intently. Suddenly, he picked up numerous small stones from the ground and attempted to connect those little markers with them. A spark of realization ignited in his bright eyes as he understood. Brother Qingxuan, if these markers could be accurately linked, it might very well lead to a safe escape from this place. Chen Qingxuan nodded in silence, placing stone after stone upon the map. Soon, all the markers were connected. However, the two soon discovered a troubling predicament. It formed a perpetual loop, yielding no escape route. After completing the connections, they both lowered their gazes, fixated on the markers and stones, yet the rationale eluded them. Surely, there must be an error here. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, rendering both Chen Qingxuan and Qing pale with fright. In the Deathstone Forest, aside from the two of them, a third presence lingered. Who could this individual be? When had they entered? Or were they even human? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, enveloping them in an eerie atmosphere. Startled, they both leapt backward and turned to look. There stood a figure. With disheveled hair, the long, white strands obscured their face, rendering it invisible. Ah, a ghost. Qing, terrified, promptly dove into Chen Qingxuan's embrace. Chen Qingxuan felt a sense of trepidation within, confronted by the sudden appearance of this unknown entity. He chuckled softly. The young girl was indeed quite lively. Yet, your observation is not without merit, the old man replied with a laugh. In my current state, one could indeed liken me to a ghost. Chen Qingxuan then noticed that the figure before him was quite transparent, possessing an ethereal quality. It must be in a spiritual state. Do not be afraid, Junior. The senior will not cause us any harm. Upon confirming that the elder was indeed a spirit, Chen Qingxuan felt a wave of calm wash over him. Moreover, if the elder had intended to inflict harm upon the two of them, he would have surely acted long before now. It was only then that Qing cautiously emerged from Chen Qingxuan's embrace, her face reflecting a palpable fear as she gazed at the elder. At that moment, the elder suddenly sighed, expressing, I have been trapped here for an unknown number of years. At last, I can depart. I am greatly indebted to you two young friends. Hearing the elder's words, Chen Qingxuan immediately understood that the other party was referring to the map he had brought in. Senior, you are too polite. May I ask how you are addressed? How did you come to be trapped here? The old man sighed once more and replied with a hint of melancholy, I am called Fanyanlo. As Chen Qingxuan and Qing followed the elder through the Deathstone Forest, they listened intently to his tales of his past. It was not that the elder possessed a means to escape this place. Rather, he was well acquainted with the route from the map and had an intimate familiarity with the treacherous terrain. After traversing for half an hour, the elder, Fan Tianlu, suddenly came to a halt. Without giving Chen Qingxuan and Qing a chance to speak, he glided towards a cluster of stones on the left. Once behind the gray stones, Chen Qingxuan and Qing observed him bending low, feeling around for something among the rocky outcrop. Chen Qingxuan and Qing exchanged a glance, both perceiving a sense of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Soon, the old man Fanyanla floated back, tossing two items towards Chen Qingxuan and Qing respectively. These were Thunder Thousand fruits, capable of allowing a foundation establishment cultivator to advance a level without any side effects. I sense that both of you are still merely at the foundation establishment stage. It was suitable for you just now. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan was unexpectedly delighted. Though his combat prowess was formidable, his low cultivation level remained a significant drawback, making a breakthrough in his cultivation an urgent necessity. In his pursuit of enhancement, Chen Qingxuan was no longer concerned with the stability of the process. He simply yearned for a swift advancement. Thank you, Senior Fan. Chen Qingxuan uttered a brief exclamation before promptly swallowing a silver thunderberry the size of his thumb. Subsequently, he assumed a meditative posture, channeling the celestial cultivation method to assimilate the formidable essence of the thunderberry. Observing this, Qing also began to consume a thunderberry without hesitation. Meanwhile, Fan Tianlu hovered nearby, silently observing the two young figures as they experienced their breakthrough. In the depths of the one-line sky secret realm, along one of the paths leading to a forbidden area, an endless expanse of desert unfolded. The ground trembled ominously as a dozen colossal demon beasts, akin to mountains, pursued a group of individuals. This group was none other than Tian Xingxia and her companions. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the ranks of the fleeing party. A young man from the Tiansheng dynasty was abruptly ensnared by a massive trap hidden beneath the ground, reducing him to a cloud of crimson mist. "Watch your step," Tian Qingxuan shouted, brandishing her sword to unleash a streak of red light that pierced the earth, causing a giant centipede-like demon beast to be violently expelled from below, its black blood gushing forth. Elsewhere, amidst a vast and serene lake, the members of the Wajidian were gently gliding deeper into the water on a wooden boat. The surface of the lake was tranquil, its waters remarkably clear. What an exquisite lake! The clarity is astounding. One female disciple of Wajidian leaned over the side of the boat, peering down into the water, which reflected her image with greater clarity than a mirror. Suddenly, a loud splash resounded, followed by gasps of horror as the others witnessed the disciple's head being engulfed by a surge of crystalline lake water. As an hour elapsed, Chen Qingxuan and Qing emerged from their state of breakthrough, both visibly exhilarated as they had each ascended to a new level. Chen Qingxuan had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, while Qing was at the mid-stage. Fan Tianlu sensed the successful breakthrough of the two and chuckled. "Let us continue our journey." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down with a resounding crash, landing right beside the three of them. At the same time, there were actually dozens of other bolts of lightning descending, yet none fell upon the trio. They all landed on either side of them. From a distance, one might perceive the three as being encircled by countless silver lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, poised to reduce them to dust in an instant. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chen Qingxuan and his companions could traverse the maelstrom of lightning with remarkable ease. Astonishingly, what appeared to be a perilous ordeal was navigated with a leisurely grace, as if they were taking a casual stroll through a serene garden. After an hour had passed, they finally emerged from the perilous stone forest. "Brother Qingxuan, we are out," Qing exclaimed, gazing ahead at the vast expanse of clear skies, devoid of clouds and thick lightning. Joyfully embracing Chen Qingxuan's arm, Chen Qingxuan also let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head with a smile. "Senior Fan." He turned around, only to suddenly realize that Fan Tianlu's figure had become even more ethereal and translucent than before. "Senior Fan, what is happening to you?" "Senior Fan." Chen Qingxuan and Qing's expressions changed dramatically, filled with anxiety and confusion. Fan Tianlu began to pant. A bitter smile etched on his aged face. "I am uncertain of the cause. Logically, a soul should fear the sun's rays, akin to lightning. Yet I have spent countless eons within, emerging now in a state of profound weakness. My young friend Qingxuan, it seems I shall soon dissipate." As he spoke, Fan Tianlu raised his left hand, his fingers converging, emitting a golden radiance. "This is a martial technique I forged and comprehended during my countless years in the Deathstone Forest, utilizing the exceedingly rare golden lightning within. I had thought it would be a fleeting joy, yet now it appears it can be passed on." Before he finished speaking, he pointed a finger at Chen Qingxuan's forehead. Divine Technique, Heavenly Soul Eye. Chapter 67. Alliance. As Fan Tianlu's finger touched Chen Qingxuan's forehead, immense soul power was instantly drawn from his already frail spirit. In that moment, he became even more ethereal, increasingly transparent. "Ah, my young friend Qingxuan, dear girl Qing. Who would have thought I would form such bonds in my final moments? Fate arises and fades. Alas, it seems we shall not have the chance to meet again." With these words, Fan Tianlu's soul finally faded into oblivion. "Master Fan." Chen Qingxuan and Qing spoke in unison, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Both were deeply saddened. Although their time spent with Elder Fan was merely a few hours, without his assistance, they might never have discovered the way out of the Deathstone Forest. Even with a map, such immense benefits would have been unattainable, particularly for Chen Qingxuan, who not only acquired the Thunder Fruit, but also received Elder Fan's impartation of transcendent abilities. To their dismay, Elder Fan had unexpectedly departed from this world. Had they known this would be the outcome, after the sorrow subsided, a torrent of profound information surged into Chen Qingxuan's mind, the legacy of the celestial soul eye. Briefly scanning the influx of knowledge, he turned to the still pale Qing. "Let us proceed. We must reach the forbidden realm of the secret domain before Tian Qingxia and Pang Zun arrive." Qing nodded in agreement and swiftly followed Chen Qingxuan as they departed from the Deathstone Forest. An hour later, they beheld the entrance to the forbidden realm of the celestial domain in the distance. It appeared as though enveloped by a colossal bell, shrouded in a layer of impenetrable black energy, obscuring what lay within. How could they have arrived so quickly? Chen Bei bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun, who had already appeared at the base of the secret domain. Chen Qingxuan also furrowed his brow slightly. He did not anticipate that they would act so swiftly. However, it appeared that they had incurred considerable losses. Chen Qingxuan observed that both groups had significantly diminished in number. Moreover, Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun both exhibited signs of injury. Indeed, I have noticed that as well, Qing replied with a nod. It seems they encountered perilous circumstances on their journey here. In contrast, we not only emerged unscathed, but also reaped unexpected benefits. Chen Qingxuan chuckled softly. Is this what it means to place oneself in a desperate situation only to emerge reborn? The Deathstone Forest appears to be a place of demise, yet it has become a blessed refuge for the two of us. Brother Qingxuan, what shall we do now? Qing inquired. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, intently observing Chen Qingxuan and the others. There was no choice but to force our way through. With that, he retrieved the key to the forbidden area from a realm and handed it to Qing. If possible, we shall enter the forbidden place together. If not, I will drag Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun with me while you enter alone. What about you, Brother Qingxuan? Qing did not accept the key. If I cannot enter, I will depart immediately after you do. You know my agility and martial skills are exceptionally formidable if I wish to leave. Even the two of them combined could not hinder me. Qing shook her head, but there is no room for hesitation. Chen Qingxuan interrupted her. We have arrived here. Retreat is impossible. What I just stated is our only option. After some contemplation, Qing recognized the gravity of the situation, affirming that Brother Qingxuan was indeed correct. Very well, but Brother Qingxuan, you must ensure your own safety. Having made their decision, Chen Qingxuan and Qing ascended, soaring gently towards the forbidden area. On the other side of the forbidden area, Ji Wuming suddenly stood up, both astonished and delighted. He immediately noticed the distant figures of Chen Qingxuan and Qing approaching. They survived? They actually emerged from the Deathstone Forest? My goodness, Ji Wuming murmured, then furrowed his brow in confusion. What does Brother Qingxuan intend to do? Is he courting death? As he pondered, he glanced at Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun, who had also lifted their gazes towards the high-flying Chen Qingxuan and Qing. They actually emerged alive from the Deathstone Forest? Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun were somewhat bewildered. They must have encountered some fortuitous event. Indeed, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to escape from the Deathstone Forest. How fortuitous. They are bringing treasures to us. It was agreed that the treasures obtained from them would be divided equally between us. Of course, that one is for me to deal with. You may have your way with her. I primarily wish for her demise. Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun exchanged words, each contributing to the dialogue. Although Ji Wuming was unaware of their exact intentions, he could surmise their schemes. He sighed in resignation. It seems this will be a fierce battle. With that, he took to the skies, transforming into a streak of light, charging towards Chen Qingxuan and Qing. Ji Wuming, Qing exclaimed in surprise. I do not know how you two emerged from the Deathstone Forest, Ji Wuming sighed. But I know that your brazen approach to the forbidden area is undoubtedly a path to your demise. Chen Qingxuan inadvertently glanced at him. I recall you mentioned that our combined efforts would be insufficient to withstand the alliance of Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun. Ji Wuming turned his gaze towards Chen Qingxuan and smiled. I did say that. But I never claimed that I wouldn't join forces with you to confront the two of them. Chen Qingxuan was taken aback for a moment. Upon reflection, it seemed that Ji Wuming had indeed never said such a thing. Well, since that is the case, Chen Qingxuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. I might as well share with you. Brother Qingxuan. Qing immediately interrupted Chen Qingxuan. What? Ji Wuming asked in confusion, his gaze quickly shifting to the indignant expression on Qing's face. Do you even understand our relationship? How dare you exclude me while being kind to others? Qing retorted coldly, turning her head away, her intent unmistakable. She did not wish for Chen Qingxuan to divulge the matter of the key to Ji Wuming. Chen Qingxuan also glanced at Qing and said, It is of no consequence. We require Brother Wuming's strength. Enough. Cease your bickering before me. For the sight of it incites a desire to strike you both. Ji Wuming retorted with irritation, Speak quickly. Otherwise, it shall not be merely Chen Qingxuan and Pang Zun uniting against you two, but rather I and those three shall conspire to vanquish you. You dare, Qing retorted, defiantly glaring at Ji Wuming. Silence. You two, Chen Qingxuan interjected, exasperated. Brother Wuming, we possess the key to unlock the forbidden land. Ji Wuming's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. scarcely able to fathom it. He had never heard of any key to the forbidden land within the secret realm of the one-line sky. Brother Ji, let us join forces against Tian Qingxuan and Peng Zun, while Qing devises a method to open the gate to the forbidden land. We shall then enter together, he proposed. Chapter 68. The entrance to the forbidden land opens. Ji Wuming, you had better contemplate this carefully. Nearby, Tian Qingxuan and Peng Zun exchanged amused glances at Ji Wuming, who stood beside Chen Qingxuan. If you choose to side with Chen Qingxuan, once we engage in combat, do not blame us for our ruthless actions. Humph. Your average strength may surpass ours, yet in a one-on-one confrontation, do you dare claim victory over me? Ji Wuming replied, unperturbed. Beside them, Chen Qingxuan remained speechless. You might as well say I am a hindrance to you, Ji Wuming retorted. If I were you, I would prefer death, Peng Zun sneered. Observing the woman he was betrothed to in intimate discourse with another man, Ji Wuming felt a pang of resentment, not only calling him a brother, but now assisting him in confronting adversaries. Chen Qingxuan slightly parted his lips, turning his head in a daze to gaze at Ji Wuming. After a long moment, he finally reacted, exclaiming, Ji Wuming, you and Qing. Now is not the time for such romantic matters. Let us act. Ji Wuming shouted fiercely, his figure soaring into the air. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword, unleashing a radiant arc of light that surged towards Peng Zun and Tian Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan was momentarily lost in thought, and the panlong spear instantly materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he appeared on the battlefield, thrusting his spear towards Tian Qingxuan. Clang! The long spear and long sword collided, producing a spark of light. Outside the arena, Qing stared furiously at Peng Zun, her gaze lingering for a moment before shifting to Chen Qingxuan, who was being overwhelmed by Tian Qingxuan. I wonder if Brother Qingxuan is aware of my betrothal to Ji Wuming, and whether he will still regard me as he did before. Qing murmured softly, her expression turning somber as she turned away and approached the outer layer of the forbidden area's dark energy. The key exists, but one must also locate the entrance to the forbidden zone. Otherwise, the key would be of no use. Boom. In the arena, a colossal sword shadow descended from the heavens, akin to a massive meteor, hurtling towards Chen Qingxuan below. Breaking spear technique. Chen Qingxuan did not evade. Yet he could not escape. He thrust his spear upwards with great force. A golden beam of light surged into the sky. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated through the heavens as a formidable energy swept outward, resembling a colossal tempest. Chen Qingxuan, having been considerably weaker in cultivation, resembled a kite severed from its string, tossed about erratically before ultimately soaring away. Brother Qingxuan. Upon hearing the tremendous commotion, Qing turned to glance back, fortuitously witnessing the scene of Chen Qingxuan being swept away by the force of energy. Brother Qingxuan. Ji Wuming also turned to look, and without hesitation, he unleashed a sword strike, sending countless sword shadows whizzing towards Peng Zun. Simultaneously, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, plunging into the tempest. He then followed the trajectory of the airborne Chen Qingxuan. Brother Qingxuan, are you unharmed? Ji Wuming inquired, his expression filled with concern as he observed the blood seeping from the corners of Chen Qingxuan's mouth. Do not worry, I am mostly unscathed. Chen Qingxuan rose to his feet, exclaiming, alas, the immense disparity in cultivation levels renders even my formidable combat prowess inadequate. He had just unleashed the celestial level martial technique, the breaking spear style, in succession, otherwise he would have long since succumbed. Ji Wuming, torn between amusement and a wry smile, remarked, in truth, you have proven to be exceptionally formidable, Brother Qingxuan. In the entire realm of cultivation, I dare say there are few, if any, in the foundation establishment stage who could contend with a formidable opponent from the core formation stage. Moreover, you have merely encountered a setback. You are neither gravely injured nor slain. In fact, you have already triumphed. Tian Qingxuan, if you possess any potent techniques, now is the time to unveil them. At that moment, Peng Zun and Tian Qingxuan approached Chen Qingxuan and Ji Wuming. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril, should Ji Wuming inflict any harm upon him. It would spell disaster for them all. Peng Zun had to acknowledge Ji Wuming's formidable strength. Even while Ji Wuming remained vigilant and occasionally intervened to assist, he could still suppress Peng Zun. If Ji Wuming were to unleash his full might in battle, Peng Zun would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. Upon hearing Peng Zun's words, Ji Wuming's expression grew grave, his concern for Chen Qingxuan palpable. Despite having known Chen Qingxuan for only a short time, Ji Wuming held him in high regard and considered him a worthy friend. Brother Qingxuan, if it becomes unbearable, I will hold them off alone. You must flee with Qing at once. If there is no place to escape, take refuge in the Deathstone Forest. Chen Qingxuan gazed at Ji Wuming in astonishment, surprised that after only a few days of acquaintance, this fellow was so kind to him. Aren't you afraid I might steal your future wife? Ji Wuming turned to face Chen Qingxuan, the corners of his mouth twitching as he struggled to find words. In the next moment, he erupted into hearty laughter. We must survive and leave this place, brother. Charge! With a thunderous shout, Ji Wuming's aura surged, emanating an unmatched presence, exuding an intimidating murderous intent. I will be serious now. Swish! The sound of slicing air resonated as Ji Wuming thrust his sword forward, his entire being seamlessly merging with the blade. There was an extraordinary sensation of unity between man and sword. Ji family's secret technique, Feathered Divine Sword. Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun's expressions darkened as they acted simultaneously, their swords slashing forth, unleashing a multitude of radiant lights toward Ji Wuming. Boom! Ji Wuming was sent flying. Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun also retreated a few steps. Despite Ji Wuming's strength, he was still unable to withstand their combined might. Brother Qingxuan, the door has opened. Buzz! With a resonant shout. An eerie sound suddenly enveloped the entire one-line heaven secret realm, its grandeur overwhelming. Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun stared in disbelief. Was there truly such an entrance within the forbidden zone of the one-line heaven secret realm? They exchanged a glance before swiftly flying towards it. Whoosh! Unfortunately, Ji Wuming's speed surpassed theirs, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of them, swinging his sword. Boom! Ji Wuming, do you truly wish to court death? Tian Xingxia fumed. Ji Wuming ignored her words and turned to Chen Qingxuan, calling out, Brother Qingxuan, you go ahead. I will follow shortly. Chen Qingxuan did not hesitate. All right, we shall await your return. As his words fell, he swiftly employed the technique of floating light and fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. When it comes to speed, Chen Qingxuan was undoubtedly the fastest among them. Ha, splendid! Ji Wuming exclaimed, observing Chen Qingxuan dart to the entrance in a flash. He turned to glare at Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun, declaring, Let us three engage in a fierce battle, unrestrained. Upon hearing this, both Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun's expressions shifted dramatically. Ji Wuming, have you lost your mind? They exclaimed. That is the entrance to the forbidden realm of the one-line sky. If you wish to refrain, you must not impede us. Without uttering a word, Ji Wuming responded with another strike of his sword. Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun simultaneously countered, successfully parrying the attack. Ji Wuming, you are courting death, they shouted. With a single stroke, Ji Wuming forced them back, and with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a colossal sword shadow that thundered towards the entrance of the forbidden realm. Chen Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically. No. Ji Wuming. Boom. The entrance was forcefully sealed shut, and the figures of Chen Qingxuan and Qing vanished accordingly. Chapter 69. The Forbidden Realm of the Celestial Abyss. Ji Wuming, you seek death. Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun, witnessing the entrance of the Forbidden Realm being sealed by Ji Wuming's strike, were instantly consumed by rage. Kill him. Tian Xingxia, unwilling to waste further breath, disregarded the constraints among the 10 factions in her fury. With a shout, she vanished from her spot, charging towards Ji Wuming. At the same moment, Pang Zun showed no hesitation, also rushing towards Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming. In the Forbidden Realm, Chen Qingxuan shouted in fury. Simultaneously, he relentlessly struck the energy barrier sealing the entrance with his dragon-coiling spear. Brother Qingxuan, what should we do? Qing, anxious beside him, was nearly beside herself. Ji Wuming, facing both Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun alone, would surely meet his demise. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, relentlessly assaulting the entrance of the black energy barrier. However, the barrier was overwhelmingly powerful, and his attacks failed to create even the slightest ripple. Having clashed with Tian Xingxia, he was acutely aware of their formidable strength. Undoubtedly, the strongest among them was Ji Wuming. Yet, facing both adversaries alone would undoubtedly spell his doom. After some time of futile bombardment, Chen Qingxuan finally grew weary, bending over and gasping for breath. Damn it, Ji Wuming. With a low curse, he rose and ventured deeper into the forbidden area. Since he could not break through the energy barrier, his only recourse was to swiftly seek a way to escape this perilous place. The sooner, the better. This was the only way he could rescue Ji Wuming. Qing swiftly grasped Chen Qingxuan's intentions and, without further inquiry, promptly fell and stepped behind him. The forbidden realm unfolded as a hazy expanse. Chen Qingxuan pulled Qing deeper into the interior, feeling as though they were ensconced within a realm of utter chaos. There was no sense of time, no perception of distance. In fact, it seemed as if there was nothing at all in this place. Is this truly the forbidden domain of the one-line heaven's secret realm? After traversing deeper for an indeterminate period, Qing wore a look of bewilderment. This cannot be right. The records from various powerful factions had indicated that the treasures of the one-line heaven's secret realm were meant to lie within this very location. Chen Qingxuan had come to a halt, meticulously surveying his surroundings, yet he found nothing. He felt that this place was exceedingly peculiar, devoid of any discernible patterns or traces to follow. It was as if he were engulfed in an abyss of nothingness. If this stalemate persisted, Ji Wuming would truly meet his demise. Chen Qingxuan felt a surge of urgency as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed an extraordinary feeling arising from within his inner world. In a moment of daze, he allowed his consciousness to plunge deeper, keenly attuning to this sensation. Then, he abruptly raised his gaze, his eyes piercing the murky depths of the forbidden land. There, astonishingly, he found a resonance with the ancient Bodhi tree of his own realm. This, Chen Qingxuan was filled with astonishment and confusion. Brother Qingxuan, what is wrong with you? Qing discovered Chen Qingxuan's unusual demeanor, her delicate face slightly scrunching up in concern. Where are we going? Chen Qingxuan raised his jade-like right hand with his left, executing the ephemeral art of floating light and shadow, vanishing from sight. Outside the forbidden ground, within the realms of the celestial abyss, Ji Wuming's blood continuously gushed from his severely wounded body, cascading like a torrential rain of crimson. At this moment, Ji Wuming's presence had dwindled to an extremely feeble state. His once starry eyes had faded into dullness, and each breath was labored and heavy. Ji Wuming, I fail to comprehend, Tian Shengxiao seethed with uncontainable fury. Despite having nearly brought Ji Wuming to the brink of death, you have only known that Chen Qingxuan for a few days, and yet you assist him so fervently? As a man, I find this utterly perplexing. Pang Zun scoffed. Chen Qingxuan is the very one who has taken your betrothed, instead of exacting vengeance. You choose to aid him in this exchange of lives. As he spoke, Pang Zun shook his head in disbelief. Your actions are not only incomprehensible to us, but surely to the elders of your Ji family as well. Such a course will undoubtedly lead to the failure of the alliance between your Ji family and the Great Xia dynasty. After a brief moment, Ji Wuming seemed to regain some clarity. Drawing in a deep breath, his gaze sharpened with renewed focus. I do not wish to discuss this further with you two. Let us engage in battle. Spare me the trivialities. With a surge of indomitable battle spirit enveloping him, Ji Wuming's form quivered for an instant before he vanished from sight within the forbidden ground. Chen Qingxuan followed the resonance of the ancient Bodhi tree within him in a certain place in the forbidden land, traversing through an exceptionally dim area. He then emerged into a space resplendent with golden light. Chen Qingxuan and Qing were both astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. The golden light around them was so dense that it seemed to take on a tangible form. Qing extended his left hand, which had failed to grasp Chen Qingxuan, and unexpectedly caught a wisp of golden light, as if it were water. This, Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. Chen Qingxuan tightly grasped Qing's right hand while casting his gaze around, his internal vital energy continuously circulating. Should he sense anything amiss, he would immediately execute his utmost effort to escape using the technique of floating light and fleeting shadow. He surveyed the surroundings, but alas, he discerned nothing. It appeared that apart from the dense, almost tangible golden light, there was nothing else present. Moreover, the golden radiance was so intense that visibility extended to less than 3 meters. Brother Qingxuan, let us venture deeper to explore, Qing urged, tugging at Chen Qingxuan's hand. All right. As the words left his lips, the golden coiling dragon spear materialized in his grasp, and Chen Qingxuan led Qing to slowly delve into the depths of this golden ocean. As Chen Qingxuan ventured deeper, he noticed that the surrounding golden light grew increasingly dense, akin to traversing the depths of the ocean. The radiant gold flowed past him like water, yet visibility diminished with every step. After an indeterminate time, both Chen Qingxuan and Qing were astounded to discover that the golden light before them had transformed from a flowing liquid into a solid, a thick, substantial layer of golden substance. What could possibly cause light to crystallize into solidity? Qing could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Suddenly, an unusual sound resonated through the air. Chen Qingxuan and Qing both felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. The sound was immense, deafening. Their eardrums ached. Chen Qingxuan found himself ensconced within an utterly void realm. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, punctuated only by pinpricks of light resembling tiny fingers. A humming sound resonated in his ears, reminiscent of traversing ancient epochs or navigating through boundless voids. The hum seemed to emanate from all directions, as if it were being projected from within solid golden light. It was both ethereal and elusive. Suddenly, as if jolted back to reality, Chen Qingxuan beheld the surrounding golden luminescence, both in liquid and solid forms, rapidly contracting inward. The speed was astonishing, akin to lightning, surpassing even the swiftness of a bolt. With a resonant buzz, that peculiar sound echoed once more. Chen Qingxuan beheld a serene ancient cauldron resting on the ground not far ahead. Chapter 70. The mysterious ancient cauldron. Outside the forbidden land, nearly everyone had departed. What shall we do? Pang Zun inquired, glancing at the standing Chen Qingxuan. With arms crossed and an air of pride, Chen Qingxuan replied, "We wait. Chen Qingxuan and Qing will eventually emerge. We shall remain here." Pang Zun nodded affirmatively. "Very well. When the time comes, we will split the treasures and legacies equally." "No problem," replied Chen Qingxuan, though inwardly she smirked coldly. With Ji Wuming absent, she believed her strength surpassed that of anyone else entering the one-line sky secret realm. Divide the treasures and legacies? She hardly regarded Ji Wuming and Ling Qingxian, let alone a mere Pang Zun. Unbeknownst to Pang Zun, he was oblivious to Chen Qingxuan's thoughts, still naively contemplating how they would later divide the treasures and legacies obtained by Chen Qingxuan and Ling Qingxian in the Deathstone Forest and the Forbidden Land. Meanwhile, outside the one-line sky secret realm, a grand army guarded the now-closed entrance. A formidable middle-aged man clad in golden armor stood resolutely at the forefront of the ranks. Before him stood several young men adorned in resplendent garments, their heads crowned with vermilion and jade. Several princes. "We have learned that Princess Qingxian has indeed entered the one-line sky secret realm," the golden-armored general stated, cupping his fists. "Moreover, according to our intelligence, Princess Qingxian has been accompanied by a young man during these past few days, and they entered the secret realm together. Youth, I have heard that Ji Wuming from the Ji family is also present. Could this young man be Ji Wuming?" inquired a prince clad in purple and gold attire. "If it is Ji Wuming, then I feel somewhat reassured. This Qingxian is truly reckless," sighed another prince. Deep within the forbidden depths of the one-line sky secret realm, as three distinct streams of golden light converged, they unexpectedly revealed an ancient cauldron, quietly resting in its place. Chen Qingxuan slightly parted his lips, gazing in astonishment at the ancient cauldron before him. The cauldron shimmered with a dark golden hue, its surface intricately etched with runes. Yet, he found himself utterly perplexed by these symbols, for they were far too ancient to comprehend. The surface of the cauldron bore occasional patches of gray rust, resembling scars scattered across its form. "Brother Qixuan, this ancient cauldron is truly extraordinary." Qing, filled with curiosity and trepidation, stared at the artifact. Moments ago, the radiant golden light had all been absorbed within it. What treasures could lie inside? As she spoke, she leapt into the air, eager to discover what marvels the cauldron contained. But with a sudden clap, before she could ascend, a large hand pressed firmly upon her shoulder. "Do not pry." It was a caution against the unforeseen accidents and dangers that might arise. Qing pouted slightly, letting out a soft "oh." At that moment, Chen Qingxian had come to realize that the ancient Bodhi tree within his inner world was resonating with the cauldron before him. What connection could there possibly be between the Bodhi tree and this ancient vessel? Chen Qingxian pondered silently. The ancient Bodhi tree was obtained from a certain realm, yet he still had no inkling of how that realm came into existence. The ancient cauldron, on the other hand, manifested in the secret realm of the one-line sky. These two seemed to bear no connection whatsoever. Buzz. At that moment, the ancient cauldron unexpectedly emitted a peculiar sound identical to the one from before. The sound resonated from within the cauldron itself. Chen Qingxian was taken aback. However, what instilled greater fear in him was that the ancient cauldron, after emitting a peculiar sound, suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly slicing through the void and hurtling towards Chen Qingxian. The occurrence was abrupt, and the speed of the ancient cauldron was astonishingly swift. Chen Qingxian had no time to react as he watched the ancient cauldron soar into his body. It was utterly silent. Brother Qingxian. Beside him, Qing also stared in shock as the ancient cauldron vanished into Chen Qingxuan's form, only just beginning to comprehend the situation. Brother Qingxian, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Qing stepped forward, flustered and at a loss, his hands moving restlessly as if unsure of where to place them. Chen Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically. The mysterious ancient cauldron unexpectedly entered his body. Could it be that this cauldron houses an instrument spirit or the soul of a formidable being? Possession? In an instant, a dangerous thought surged through Chen Qingxuan's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. His consciousness immediately sank, following the ancient cauldron into his dantian. He found himself in a realm of his own. Boom! A tremendous thundering sound echoed, shaking the entire realm violently. Dust swirled in the air. Chen Qingxuan's heart trembled, and he slightly parted his lips. His gaze lingered on the ancient cauldron, pondering the enigma of its weight. What could possibly be so immense as to cause an entire realm to quiver? Chen Qingxian once ventured to probe the vastness of this singular realm. His consciousness soared within it for 3 days and nights, yet he never reached its boundaries. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of this world. Still reeling from the shock, Chen Qingxian found himself utterly astounded once more. He beheld the ancient Bodhi tree, which began to levitate slowly. His gaze fixated on the suddenly airborne Bodhi tree, eyes gleaming with intensity as he followed its ascent. To his astonishment, the Bodhi tree floated directly towards the enigmatic ancient cauldron. With a resounding thud, a tremendous sound echoed through the air. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Qingxian, filled with surprise and confusion, the Bodhi tree crashed into the mysterious ancient cauldron. After a moment of tumult, the Bodhi tree was firmly planted atop the cauldron, akin to a meticulously arranged bonsai. In this surreal scene, Chen Qingxian stood dumbfounded. Was your earlier signal simply a plea for me to procure a flower pot for you? Suddenly, another resonant sound emanated from the ancient cauldron, reverberating throughout the entire realm. Following this, a brilliant golden light erupted from within the cauldron. Chen Qingxian gazed in astonishment as the golden light, which had earlier illuminated the surroundings, began to spread along the trunk and branches of the ancient Bodhi tree. This ethereal glow appeared to possess a life of its own, ascending the tree with an almost sentient grace. As if infused with vitality, the Bodhi tree transformed from its previously desolate state. The bark of the trunk and branches seemed to awaken, radiating a soft, golden luminescence. The once bare branches sprouted delicate buds, which, upon emergence, rapidly expanded and flourished. In a mere blink of an eye, a plethora of leaves emerged, shaped like gourds and shimmering with a resplendent golden hue. Chen Qingxian stood in a daze, realizing that this was the complete visage of the ancient Bodhi tree. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy began to swell within him. Chen Qingxian was filled with elation, for his cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace. 2 days had elapsed in the secret realm of the one-line sky. Outside the forbidden area, Pang Zun and Tian Xinxia had yet to depart. Tian Xinxia, how much longer do you think Chen Qingxian and Ling Qingxian will take to emerge from the forbidden zone? Pang Zun inquired, his impatience becoming palpable. Deep down, he harbored doubts about whether the two would ever exit the forbidden land, as the likelihood seemed quite significant. Tian Xinxia, maintaining a composed demeanor with her arms crossed, replied, "They will emerge." Pang Zun furrowed his brow, pondering before asking, "What makes you so certain? Have you forgotten that they came out of the Deathstone Forest?" Tian Xinxia responded nonchalantly, "I surmise they possess some means that will enable their exit from the Forbidden Realm." Upon hearing this, Pang Zun began to recollect, and suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. "Yes, I remember. When they emerged from the Deathstone Forest and appeared before us, they were completely unscathed. Moreover, both Chen Qingxian and Ling Qingxian experienced a breakthrough in their cultivation." Tian Xinxia nodded in acknowledgement. "That is one point. Furthermore, 2 days ago, while we were engaged in battle with Ji Wuming, I suspect Ling Qingxian secretly unlocked the door to the forbidden area. I have never heard of the one-line sky's forbidden zone being opened. This implies that Ling Qingxian must have acquired some treasure capable of unlocking it." Pang Zun's heart began to race with excitement. "Indeed, I had not considered these possibilities. This means Chen Qingxian and Ling Qingxian will undoubtedly emerge. Not only that, but they are sure to gain tremendous benefits within the Forbidden Realm." He paused momentarily, adding, "And those benefits will eventually come into our possession." Despite the passage of 2 days, Pang Zun remained oblivious to the fact that Tian Xinxia had no intention of sharing any treasures with him. Inside the forbidden area, Chen Qingxuan and Qing arrived at the entrance they had previously entered. Chen Qingxuan now comprehends that even if he were to exert his supernatural powers, it would be futile to force open the entrance to the forbidden area. Furthermore, just 2 days prior, he had only employed a celestial-level martial technique. Elder Brother Qingxuan, I wonder how Ji Wuming is faring. As he was on the verge of exiting the forbidden land, Ling Qingxian felt no joy. Instead, a profound sorrow enveloped her. With the passage of 2 days, she believed that Ji Wuming had likely been slain by Tian Xingxiao and Pang Zun. Chen Qingxian remained silent, letting out a quiet sigh. His heart was naturally heavy and sorrowful. He felt that he and Ji Wuming were merely fleeting acquaintances. Yet he never anticipated that he would sacrifice himself to allow Chen Jin to enter the forbidden land. Rest assured, Brother Wuming, if those two do not perish at the hands of the Ji family, I shall personally ensure their demise. Chen Qingxian felt a surge of determination within. He then raised his left hand, pressing his palm against the dark energy layer at the entrance. With a single thought, a radiant golden light emanated from his palm, flowing into the black energy barrier. Thud! A deep, resonant sound echoed as the golden light rippled like concentric waves through the dark energy. Rumble! The entrance to the forbidden area gradually began to open. Outside the forbidden zone, Tian Xingxiao and Pang Zun had just concluded their conversation moments before. They suddenly noticed a disturbance at the entrance. Having remained vigilant nearby, they were waiting for Chen Qingxian and his companion to emerge, hoping to catch any signs of activity. Sure enough, following the disturbance, a thunderous sound reverberated. With hearts filled with joy, Tian Xingxiao and Pang Zun fixed their gaze intently on the entrance. When they finally beheld the figures of Chen Qingxian and Ling Qingxian, exhilaration and delight surged within them. Ha! Chen Qingxian, you two have indeed emerged from the forbidden realm. Chen Qingxian and Ling Qingxian were the first to catch sight of the two. In an instant, fury welled up within them. Chen Qingxian stepped out of the forbidden area and surveyed his surroundings, only to find that no one was in sight. His gaze then fell upon Tian Xingxiao and Pang Zun before him, and he inquired in a somber tone, "Where's Ji Wuming?" Pang Zun chuckled slyly, his voice laced with amusement. Chen Qingxian, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own safety and that of your beloved. Surrender the treasures and legacies you acquired from the Deathstone Forest and the Forbidden Area, and perhaps we may allow you to remain in one piece. Chen Qingxian was filled with fury. What has happened to Ji Wuming? He thundered, as his voice echoed. Pang Zun suddenly noticed that Chen Qingxuan's eyes were ablaze with a golden radiance. It was a most peculiar golden light, dense and palpable, almost as if it possessed substance. Simultaneously, a wave of imminent danger surged within him. Danger! Pang Zun cried out internally, pivoting swiftly to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a resounding roar, at the very moment Pang Zun attempted to turn, the two beams of concentrated golden light emanating from Chen Qingxuan's eyes erupted forth. The sound of the piercing light was deafening. This time, it truly possessed the force of breaking through the void. Both Pang Zun and Tian Xingxiao felt their pupils constrict. They distinctly observed the surrounding space tremble as the two beams of golden light shot from Chen Qingxuan's eyes, nearly shattering the very fabric of reality itself. The might was unparalleled. The energy was terrifying. Though referred to as golden light, it was in fact two slender pillars of golden radiance. They moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to two bolts of golden lightning, surging inexorably towards the already cornered Pang Zun. Pang Zun's eyes widened in disbelief, almost ready to burst. The speed was faster than lightning. This overwhelming energy seemed on the verge of tearing apart the void itself. Clearly, this was beyond the capabilities of a celestial-level martial skill. If it wasn't celestial-level martial arts, then could it be? No. With a deafening crash, Pang Zun reacted with remarkable swiftness, recognizing the peril and attempting to escape. Yet, he was still not fast enough. The golden light emanating from Chen Qingxuan's eyes surged with unprecedented speed and formidable power. In a mere instant, as the golden beam made contact with Pang Zun's body, it erupted violently, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Subsequently, two golden beams obliterated what remained, leaving nothing but emptiness in their wake. With a resounding force that seemed determined to pierce the heavens, the golden beams continued their relentless assault. The overwhelming might felt as if it would not relent until two gaping holes had been carved into the sky. Standing beside, Tian Xingxiao was rendered speechless, her mind buzzing as she witnessed this breathtaking display of power unfold in mere seconds. Like a statue frozen in time, she stood paralyzed, devoid of any thoughts or reactions. consumed solely by an all-encompassing dread. She clearly understood the gravity of the situation. What Chen Qingxuan unleashed was not an art of celestial rank, but rather a divine power. Chapter 72. Emergence from the Secret Realm. Pang Zun has perished, and naturally, Tian Xingxia could not have survived either. After extracting the truth that Ji Wuming had not been slain by their combined efforts, Chen Qingxuan would show no more mercy. Similarly employing the Heavenly Soul Eye, a form of divine ability, Tian Xingxia, much like Pang Zun, offered little resistance and was ultimately annihilated into a cloud of crimson mist by two beams of golden light. The two instances in which Chen Qingxuan demonstrated his prowess were indeed derived from the divine legacy bestowed upon him by Fan Tianlu, the Heavenly Soul Eye. Previously, within the confines of the Forbidden Ground, Chen Qingxuan had sensed that an extensive duration had elapsed. At that moment, even if he managed to escape, it was likely that Ji Wuming had already met his demise at the hands of Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun. Contemplating this, he steeled his resolve, and after breaking through to the initial stage of Dan condensation, he also harnessed the assistance of the Bodhi ancient tree to refine the Heavenly Soul Eye martial technique before emerging. He anticipated that after eliminating Ji Wuming, Tian Xingxia and Pang Zun would undoubtedly be waiting for him and Qing outside the Forbidden Ground. Subsequent events validated Chen Qingxuan's conjecture. However, the sole surprise was that they had failed to kill Ji Wuming. Realizing that Ji Wuming was still alive, a heavy burden was finally lifted from Chen Qingxuan's heart. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled deeply. Fortunately, Ji Wuming had survived. At that moment, Ling Qingxian also released a long breath. Had he perished, I would have lived my life in unease. In such a case, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately casting a furtive glance at Chen Qingxuan before turning her head away. Chen Qingxuan naturally comprehended what she intended to convey and offered a gentle smile. However, he soon recalled a statement made by Pang Zun, whom he had just slain 2 days prior. Qing, who exactly are you? Moreover, what is the nature of your engagement with Ji Wuming? Chen Qingxuan finally broached the subject of Qing's identity. Until now, he had refrained from asking, feeling that their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. However, the circumstances had changed. Moreover, it was revealed that Qing had an engagement with Ji Wuming, who was now a sworn brother to Chen Qingxuan. The situation was indeed intricate. Ling Qingxian, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, realizing that her identity could no longer remain concealed. Even if she chose to remain silent, Brother Qingxian could easily uncover the truth through various means. In fact, he could have done so earlier, but out of respect for her, he had chosen not to pry. With this in mind, her bright, expressive eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Qingxian, reminiscent of a gentle smile. Brother Qingxian, my true name is Ling Qingxian. My real identity is that of a princess of the great Xia dynasty. At this point, she paused, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead locked her gaze onto Chen Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxian remained utterly unfazed, his expression serene. Ling Qingxian, observing his demeanor, delicately arched her slender brows and pouted her lips, inquiring, Brother Qingxian, do you not feel even a hint of surprise or joy? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxian gazed at Ling Qingxian in a state of bewilderment. Ling Qingxuan's petite face scrunched up in frustration. I am a princess of the great Xia dynasty. Our dynasty ranks first among the 10 major powers, comparable to the 9 saints level. As she spoke, her hands animatedly danced in the air, her excitement evident. Finally, her left hand fell in front of her, fingers elegantly pinching together to create a barely visible gap. Brother Qingxian, are you not the least bit astonished, surprised, or delighted? Observing the exuberant Ling Qingxian, who now wore a look of urgency, Chen Qingxian finally reacted, unable to suppress a chuckle. Oh, who would have thought that the tomboy who has been by my side all this time is actually a princess of the great Xia dynasty? All this time, I had no inkling she was a girl. Ling Qingxian let out a long sigh, her small head drooping, her expression one of utter defeat. All right, Chen Qingxian said after a moment's pause. I had already suspected your identity was extraordinary, but to be honest, I am indeed a bit surprised that this tomboy is a princess of the great Xia dynasty. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxian seemed to inflate with newfound energy, as if a deflated balloon had suddenly been filled with air. Isn't it amazing? Hee, I am indeed a princess. In the midst of her laughter, Ling Qingxian suddenly adopted a resolute expression. Brother Qingxian, once we return, I will speak to father and request that he negotiate with the Ji family to annul my engagement with Ji Wuming. Chen Qingxuan felt a subtle stir within, yet maintained a smile on the surface, refraining from saying much. Upon noticing his silence, Chen Qingxuan huffed in irritation. What is your reaction, brother Qingxuan? Fine. I shall ignore you. With that, she strode briskly towards the exit. Yet after a few steps, she slowed her pace, letting out a quiet sigh. She understood that such matters were rarely straightforward. Even without the Ji family, there remained other formidable factions among the 10 sects. However, it could never be the Sword Inquiry sect, as it ranks at the very bottom of the 10 sects. Even if her father were to consent, others would surely oppose. Contemplating these thoughts, Ling Qingxuan suddenly felt the enormity of the situation render it almost unattainable. I mustn't dwell on it, she mentally chided herself, and then recalled another matter of great significance. This was something she had long wished to express, but was perpetually preoccupied. Ling Qingxuan halted her steps and turned to face Chen Qingxuan, her expression grave. Brother Qingxuan, you must attentively listen and remember what I am about to say. Chen Qingxuan's expression momentarily faltered, for it was the first time he had witnessed Ling Qingxuan display such emotion. Please refrain from using your panlong spear as much as possible. It must not be seen by others. Furthermore, the techniques of the broken spear should also remain unexhibited. After a brief pause, Ling Qingxuan reiterated, the panlong spear and the broken spear technique should be reserved for dire circumstances. Brother Qingxuan must not employ them unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan gently furrowed his brows. What does it mean that he cannot use his panlong spear and the broken spear technique? Is it that he must not allow others to know he possesses the panlong spear and has mastered the broken spear technique? What circumstances lie behind this? Yet, both of these were bestowed upon him by his master. Could it be that his master remembers? Qingxuan Gij. Noticing Chen Qingxuan's silence and his expression of confusion, Ling Qingxuan offered another reminder. Chen Qingxuan finally emerged from her confusion and raised her eyes to her companion. Qingxuan, is there some hidden secret within this? In any case, brother Qingxuan, trusting me will not lead you astray. As for other matters, I shall reveal them to you when the opportunity arises. Let us proceed. Ling Qingxuan grasped Chen Qingxuan's hand and headed toward the exit of the secret realm, wishing to evade inquiries regarding the panlong spear's techniques. Qingxuan, that is my younger sister, Qingxuan. Chapter 73. Brother Qingxuan. Ling Qingxuan was taken aback, surprised, shocked, and displeased. She never anticipated that upon emerging from the one-line sky secret realm, she would be immediately confronted by 3 elder brothers accompanied by a battalion. Initially, she had planned to journey alongside brother Qingxuan for a while, even considering returning with him to inquire at the sword sect. But now, alas, it seemed she could not go anywhere. Ling Qingxuan, with a face resembling a bitter melon, sighed deeply within her heart. What expression is that, Ling Qingxuan? One of the young men clad in purple silk scolded with displeasure. Do you realize the trouble you caused by stealthily leaving the palace? Do you have any idea how arduous it was for me, along with second brother and eldest brother, to search for you? We were constantly on edge, fearing the sudden arrival of news that you— Enough, third brother. At that moment, another young man dressed in blue interrupted the one in purple. Isn't Qingxuan safe and sound now? Second brother, you ought to indulge her. But when she inevitably stirs up another mess, I am curious to see how you will handle it. The purple-clad youth huffed in annoyance and turned his gaze toward Chen Qingxuan, his expression unkind. Who are you? Why are you with my royal sister? Where is Ji Wuming? Did he not also come to One-Line City? At this juncture, the 3 elder brothers of Ling Qingxuan had already fixed their attention upon Chen Qingxuan. The third brother, Ling Qi, bore an evidently hostile demeanor. The second brother, Ling Yao, who had interrupted the third, looked on with curiosity but displayed no other emotions. The eldest brother, Ling Tian, with his striking features and piercing gaze, remained inscrutable. I am Chen Qingxuan, a direct disciple of the sword sect, and also a friend of hers. Ling Qingxuan swiftly clarified. Had it not been for brother Qingxuan's protection along the way, I might never have had the chance to see all 3 of you again. Eldest brother, you have no idea. Ling Qingxuan recounted the perilous encounter with Tian Xingxia and Peng Zun, who had sought to harm her. Serves you right. You should not have sneaked out. Third brother Ling Qi retorted, visibly displeased. However, Tian Xingxiao and Peng Zun are courting death for daring to lay hands on my sister. Ling Qi's fury erupted, a powerful aura radiating from him. revealing his peak condensed Dan realm strength. Brother Qingxian, I sincerely thank you for taking care of my sister along this journey. Second brother Ling Yao smiled gratefully at Chen Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan remained silent, offering a faint smile as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The sword sect? A direct disciple? After the storm of his earlier fury, Ling Qi's gaze returned to Chen Qingxuan, sharp and penetrating. Chen Qingxuan also glanced at him, harboring no fondness for her third brother. Qingxuan, since you are unharmed, let us set forth for home at once. At this moment, their elder brother, Ling Tian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it exuded an aura befitting a leader, evoking a sense of sovereign authority. It was evident that he was the heir to the great Xia dynasty, the crown prince. So soon? Ling Qingxuan exclaimed in surprise. So soon? Ling Qi shot a glare at his sister. Father and mother are nearly beside themselves with worry. Qingxuan, be obedient. We must return promptly, or else mother will truly mobilize the army to find you. Ling Yao seemed to dote on his sister Qingxuan eternally, his affection palpable. Recognizing that her second brother's words left no room for dispute, Ling Qingxuan reluctantly acquiesced. Wait. Suddenly, she cried out, beaming as she turned to Chen Qingxuan. Elder brother Qingxuan, please wait for me. With that, she dashed towards a carriage situated at the rear of the army. Chen Qingxuan and the three elder brothers were filled with perplexity, uncertain of what Ling Qingxuan intended. At that moment, Ling Qi stepped forward, standing face to face with Chen Qingxuan. Although you hail from the Wanjian sect, which is one of the 10 sects, it is, in fact, the weakest among them. In contrast, our great Xia dynasty not only stands as the foremost among the 10 sects, but also rivals the 9 saints in stature. He paused momentarily before continuing. As for my sister, you must not entertain any improper thoughts. Even if you are a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect or its chief disciple, you are unworthy. Chen Qingxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he cast a cold glance at Ling Qi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your opinion on whether I am worthy holds little weight. Moreover, your great Xia dynasty, despite being one of the 10 sects and the strongest among them, remains merely part of the 10 sects. Do not adopt such a condescending demeanor. If it were not for your connection to my brother Qingxuan, Ling Qi interrupted with a mocking laugh, laced with disdain and derision. I never imagined that a direct disciple of the sword-asking sect would exhibit such arrogance. If it were not for my sister's presence here, you would have already been brought to your knees. Brother Qingxuan, just as tensions were about to escalate, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, rang out. Chen Qingxuan turned towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening involuntarily, his lips slightly parted. He beheld Ling Qingxuan, now adorned in feminine attire, approaching with brisk steps. Chen Qingxuan had already discerned that beneath her tomboyish facade lay a stunning beauty, but he was unprepared for her exquisite appearance. Dressed in a flowing azure gown, her slender figure was elegantly accentuated. Her long, flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall from the heavens, gracefully swaying with her movements. Her oval face exuded a playful charm, radiating both cuteness and beauty. Her large, sparkling eyes shimmered, playful yet enchanting, reminiscent of a crescent moon, imbued with vitality. Brother Qingxuan, she exclaimed joyfully as she bounded before him, her laughter ringing like melodious chimes. For a moment, Chen Qingxuan was rendered speechless, captivated by her beauty. Brother Qingxuan, do you think I am beautiful? Ling Qingxuan inquired, her gaze lowered, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. This was their first meeting in her true form. Indeed, you are breathtakingly beautiful. Their conversation was brief before they parted ways. Brother Qingxuan, do visit me in the imperial capital of the great Xia dynasty when you have the time. As she joined her 3 elder brothers and boarded the airship of the great Xia dynasty, she leaned over the edge, calling out to Chen Qingxuan below. And remember the 2 things I told you. Do not forget. On the opposite side of the airship, her third brother, Ling Qiqi, stood casually against the railing, arms crossed. His gaze fixed disdainfully on Chen Qingxuan, a shadow of a smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 74. Interception at Sword Questioning Sect Phoenix Peak. Jean Ri sat leisurely in the courtyard of the Mingyue building, savoring a steaming cup of tea. He glanced up at Long Outyin, the son of an elder from the discipline division of the Sword Questioning Sect, who appeared rather disheveled. I truly wonder how you, a privileged scion, have ended up like this, Jean Ri observed, shaking his head at Long Outyin's battered visage. Long Outyin, filled with indignation, retorted, My father has made it clear that he will not indulge me. Thus, The inner sect disciples are not intimidated by my status. Ouch, that hurts, he yelped, wincing as he spoke too animatedly, causing the wounds on his face to throb painfully. You, be gentle. Are you trying to finish me off? He scolded his tall lackey, who was tending to his injuries. Jean-Ri chuckled wryly. That was not my point. You do have a father who oversees the discipline division. Yet how is it that your cultivation is so feeble? You, Long Outyin exclaimed, but was cut off by another sharp pang, causing him to jump up and then crouch down in pain. The inner disciples have been spreading rumors that the top-quality entry-level void pill was concocted by Master Lu Shuwen of the Alchemy Peak. I cannot abide by this. I have already fought with them several times. And you, on the other hand, have never stepped forward to defend me. I cannot even hope for your support in a fight. He lamented. Oh, this pain is unbearable. You too, take it easy. Yes, Big Brother, replied the two lackeys in unison. By the way, is Big Brother in some sort of peril? And then, smack, Long Outyin sprang up and delivered a sharp slap to the head of the shorter lackey. If you utter another word about Big Brother that sounds ominous, I will deal with you immediately. Ever since Chen Qingxuan saved him in the first-line city, Long Outyin had firmly identified him as his elder brother. Though a pampered rich heir, he had been well raised by Elder Long and exhibited none of the negative traits commonly associated with such privileged backgrounds. Rather, he was quite discerning in matters of loyalty and enmity. Chen Qingxuan is not only exceptionally powerful, but also harbors no grudges, having come to the aid of another. As a result, one perceives him as a dependable figure, akin to an elder brother. Recently, due to the extraordinary news surrounding the Supreme Entry Void Pill, the disciples within the inner sect of the Asking Sword sect have been abuzz with excitement. It is widely believed that the illustrious senior brother Lu Shuwen from the Alchemy Peak is the one who concocted this remarkable pill, leading many to regard him as a master alchemist of the highest caliber. Yet, only Jean-Ri is aware that the true master behind it all is, in fact, Chen Qingxuan. He relayed the entire story to Long Outyin, who, to Jean-Ri's surprise, accepted it without a moment's hesitation. Consequently, whenever someone in the inner sect claimed that Lu Shuwen was the supreme alchemist, Long Outyin would step forward to assert that it was his elder brother Chen Qingxuan who deserved the credit. Unfortunately, people were skeptical of his claims. When he insisted too much, it often led to confrontations, especially with those who had a fiery temperament, resulting in brawls. Long Outyin, one could say, was more often on the losing end, a true victim of circumstances. By the way, do you know when my elder brother will return? Long Outyin, pressing his hand against the swollen bump on his forehead, glanced at Jean-Ri, who was sipping tea with a relaxed demeanor, his expression tinged with a hint of frustration. At that moment, Chen Qingxuan stood aboard a flying vessel, gazing at the vast horizon where the sun, as large as a face, cast a fiery glow. A few birds appeared to flit across its surface. He was en route to Asking Sword City, having been in flight for 3 days. According to his calculations, he would arrive in another 7 days. Chen Qingxuan felt the gentle evening breeze caress his face. It had been over a month since he embarked on this sect mission. As he mused to himself, Chen Qingxuan felt a profound satisfaction with this journey. Not only had he gained immensely, but he had also met 2 intriguing friends and encountered Ling Qingxian. The mere thought of Ling Qingxian inevitably brought to mind her elder brother, Ling Qi. Before their parting, he distinctly perceived the unfriendly smile Ling Qi had directed towards him. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from the distant sky. Chen Qingxian turned his head and beheld a colossal warship suspended high in the void. Indeed, it was a warship, not merely a flying vessel. The flying vessel serves solely for transportation, while the warship is designed not only to carry individuals, but primarily for the purpose of warfare. Chen Qingxian gauged with his eyes the colossal size of the warship, which was nearly 3 times that of the flying vessel he occupied. Then, he beheld a flag prominently displayed at the center of the ship, its golden characters elegantly inscribed, dancing like dragons and phoenixes, proclaiming, "Xia." Chen Qingxian let out a cold smile. So they have indeed caught up? Before him loomed a colossal warship. What a magnificent vessel it is. Which formidable power does it belong to? It bore the flag of the Great Xia. Could it be the renowned Great Xia, the leader of the 10 Gates? On the flying vessel, everyone rushed to the deck, crowding the railing and gasping in astonishment. The warship moved with astonishing speed, several times faster than an ordinary manned flying vessel. At that moment, it had already positioned itself before the flying vessel, obstructing its path. Chen Qingxian, step forth, commanded Prince Ling Qi of the Great Xia, who stood at the railing of the warship, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a battle axe. The axe shimmered with a golden light, brimming with a fierce intent to kill. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming spirit of battle. Behind him stood a cadre of soldiers from the Great Xia, all adorned in similar golden armor. These were no ordinary soldiers. Each one was a powerful cultivator, standing tall and exuding an air of authority. They resembled celestial warriors descended from the heavens. The majority of those aboard the flying vessel were cultivators themselves. Yet they found themselves retreating a few steps, intimidated by the formidable army led by the third prince of the Great Xia. Chen Qingxuan's gaze sharpened as he cast a glance at Ling Qi and the armored soldiers behind him. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air, landing lightly on the gilded railing of the Great Xia dynasty's warship with a soft thud. He had long anticipated that a confrontation with Ling Qi was inevitable. It was prudent to maintain a distance from the flying vessel to avoid collateral damage. Chen Qingxuan, my sister is not someone you can covet. Ling Qi's eyes glinted with intensity as he spoke bluntly. Even if you are a direct disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect, you are still unworthy to wed her. Not to mention the likes of Ji Wuming from the Ji family. Chen Qingxuan felt a surge of anger. The condescending attitude of Ling Qi was deeply displeasing to him. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed as the golden dragon spear materialized in his grasp. Whoosh! Chen Qingxuan raised his left hand, directing the gun at Ling Qi. At that moment, Ling Qi stood with his mouth slightly agape. A look of astonishment etched across his face, his gaze fluctuating with uncertainty. Fixated intently on the golden coiling dragon spear in Chen Qingxuan's grasp. Chapter 75. A grand gift from the brother-in-law. Upon glimpsing the golden coiling dragon spear held by Chen Qingxuan, Ling Qi, the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty, was utterly taken aback. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Chen Qingxuan was about to pierce through with a single shot when he suddenly noticed Ling Qi's astonished and incredulous expression, filling his heart with doubt. At that moment, he recalled Ling Qingxuan's repeated admonitions to him, urging him never to reveal the Panlong spear lightly. Could it be that the Panlong spear has some connection with the Great Xia dynasty? Chen Qingxuan observed the astonished expression on Ling Qi's face and secretly pondered, has my true identity been completely revealed? However, the Panlong spear is currently my primary weapon, and my most formidable martial techniques are all spear techniques. Without the Panlong spear, should I resort to using a sword instead? Chen Qingxuan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. How could the Panlong spear be in your possession? Ling Qi, regaining his composure, wore an even more furious expression as he glared at Chen Qingxuan. Do you wish to know? Chen Qingxuan replied with a cold smile. Then defeat me first. As his words fell, Chen Qingxuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Ling Qi, enraged, declared, Very well. I shall bring you down and pry open your mouth. He mused to himself. Isn't it merely a question about the direct disciples of the sword sect? Perhaps to others, Chen Qingxuan seems formidable, but before the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty, you are still. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Ling Qi's heart, interrupting his thoughts. Before him, the void rippled with a gust of pressure, and then he beheld Chen Qingxuan's figure, accompanied by a sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through the very air, aimed directly at his head. Such astonishing speed. Ling Qi's heart raced in panic as he hastily brandished the gilded battle axe in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying in all directions. Stumbling back 3 steps, he felt a tremor course through his hands, a wave of numbness overtaking him. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Chen Qingxuan, who appeared as if he had just materialized from the void. He could hardly comprehend the reality before him. How could the other party be so powerful? Is this Chen Qingxuan truly just at the initial stage of condensation? My goodness, this speed, this strength. How could such prowess belong to someone merely at the initial stage of condensation? He was even faster and stronger than I am at the pinnacle of condensation. With a single decisive move, the tides of battle had shifted. Chen Qingxuan immediately unleashed his celestial martial art, the shattering spear technique. With a swift motion, he thrust his spear from his left hand towards Ling Qi, who was still unsteady on his feet, engulfed in shock and disbelief. In an instant, the golden tip of the Panlong spear pierced the void, erupting with a terrifying beam of golden light that surged forth like a tempest, crashing directly towards Ling Qi. Is this the shattering spear technique? How could this be? Why is he wielding the shattering spear technique? Ling Qi was already taken aback. and upon witnessing Chen Qingxuan's execution of the shattering spear technique, he fell into a deeper state of astonishment. First, he had lost his footing, then he was still unsteady, and now he was further distracted by his bewilderment. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the shattering spear technique, Ling Qi could not react in time, and the fearsome golden light sent him hurtling away. His anguished scream traced a long arc as it vanished into the horizon. On board the warship, the nearly 100-strong golden-armored Daxia army stood agape, their mouths agape enough to fit an apple. They gazed at Chen Qingxuan as if he were a specter. Their own Daxia Empire's third prince had been effortlessly blown away by this individual in a mere exchange. It appeared that their third prince had little defense against such power. This must be a fabrication. Soon, a chorus of anguished cries echoed, trailing long from the heights above. Chen Qingxuan forcefully sent the soldiers of the great Xia dynasty tumbling off the warship, refraining from delivering fatal blows. This restraint extended even to the third prince, Ling Qi. For after all, he would one day be his brother-in-law. If he were to kill him now, how could he hope to be with Ling Qingxuan in the future? However, when it came to the warships offered to him, he showed no such reluctance. Once he had dispatched everyone overboard, Chen Qingxuan cast a sweeping gaze around the spacious and opulent vessel, nodding in satisfaction and chuckling softly. His brother-in-law truly had a commendable character, bestowing such a magnificent gift upon his sister's husband. Chen Qingxuan let out a hearty laugh as he arrived at the control room, steering the colossal warship towards the sword-seeking sect. The crew aboard the flying vessel appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They had witnessed a spectacular display of might, as if a legion of celestial warriors had descended from the heavens, swiftly vanquishing their foes. Moments later, the enormous warship vanished into the horizon, leaving the crew exchanging puzzled glances. At Phoenix Peak of the sword-seeking sect, within the garden behind the bright moon pavilion, Elderling finally returned. Elderling, you're back, exclaimed Long Outyin, who had just been in a scuffle. No, rather, I should say I was on the receiving end of a beating. You see, I was merely standing up for my elder brother. And now I need you to help me retaliate. He approached Ling Fengji, still nursing his swollen head. Helping your brother? Ling Fengji's dark red brows arched in curiosity as she shot him a skeptical glance, fully aware of his identity as Long Ye's son. Given her long-standing discord with Long Yi, she questioned, what concern is it of mine? Elderling, your disciple Chen Qingxuan is my elder brother, Long Outyin declared earnestly. Observing the many beatings Long Outyin had endured to assist Chen Qingxuan, Jean Ri chuckled and interjected, Elderling, he speaks the truth. This fellow has incessantly referred to Qingxuan as his elder brother. He has taken quite the beating for Qingxuan's sake. Ling Fengji's brows lifted again, her beautiful eyes softening slightly. What is the matter? She inquired. Seeing this, Long Outyin's spirit soared, as if he had finally found a powerful ally. Elderling, the situation is as follows. Bang! In the garden, the table before Jean Ri and Long Outyin shattered under the furious blow of Ling Fengji, igniting into flames with her innate divine fire. Seeking death, Ling Fengji nearly scowled as her dark red brows knitted together. The pinnacle alchemist is my exceptional disciple. When did he become the master brother of the alchemy peak? Upon hearing Jean Ri speak of the exceptional void-entering pill, combined with Chen Qingxuan's displayed alchemical talent during the outer sect competition, she was firmly convinced that he was indeed her esteemed disciple. Get going, she called out to Long Outyin. Whoever has struck you or spoken disrespectfully, point them out to me when we reach their peak. I shall roast them to a crisp. Long Outyin, filled with joy and gratitude, nearly fell to his knees in reverence, thinking, my own father is not this benevolent. Yes, mother. Elderling, he replied, turning with fervor. Wait. Suddenly, Jean Ri halted the ready-to-fight Ling Fengji and Long Outyin. Hold on. Long Outyin leaped up, furious, pointing at Jean Ri. I've tolerated you long enough. Since the rumors began, you have never once stepped in to defend my elder brother. You've merely watched as I was beaten without offering assistance. Now that Elderling stands up for my brother, what trickery are you concocting? Long Outyin was seething, having suffered greatly, and had anticipated venting his frustrations with Ling Fengji's return. However, he was taken aback by Jean Ri's interruption. If not for the fear of facing Jean Ri, he would have already lashed out. Ling Fengji, too, regarded Jean Ri with intrigue. Jean Ri managed a wry smile before speaking. Qingxuan is my brother. How could I not support him? Elderling, do not rush to defend Qingxuan just yet. An exceptional alchemist. Such a talent will garner significant attention and cultivation from any sect. I am certain that our inner sect elders have already heard of the emergence of an exceptional alchemist and may convene a council. When that occurs, you should feign ignorance and advocate for the benefits of this alchemist. Once the advantages are secured, you can then reveal that Qingxuan is the exceptional alchemist. Long Outyan's eyes brightened with understanding, and he smacked his thigh in realization. Of course, how did I not think of that? Jean reshot him a sidelong glance, silently contemplating his naivety, for had he been clever, he would not have been beaten so frequently. Ling Fengji grinned widely. Excellent idea. I know precisely what to do. Without delay, she transformed into a streak of crimson flame, soaring towards the peak where the sect leader resided. Wanjian City, the largest city under the sword-seeking sect, lay at the foot of its mountain gate. After being away from the sect for over a month, Chen Qingxuan finally returned. Gazing at the familiar Wanjian City, he exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had returned home, a wave of relief washing over him. In truth, Chen Qingxuan held deep affection and gratitude for the sword-seeking sect. Having relied on his sister throughout his childhood, he later joined the sect, where he encountered a kind-hearted yet unremarkable master, Mu Shuiwei, followed by his current master, Ling Fengji, and made the acquaintance of Jin Ri. Aside from a few exceptions, his experiences had been largely positive. Since entering the inner sect, he had been preoccupied with cultivation and tasks, and it had been some time since he last saw his sister and master. Chen Qingxuan reminisced about his sister and master, a bitter smile of self-reproach gracing his lips. At that moment, however, he was suddenly interrupted. You are talking nonsense. My brother will not perish. Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, as the voice resonated with an unmistakable familiarity. Could it be his sister? Yet, there was a distinct tremor of weeping woven into her call. Chen Qingxuan was instantly enraged, stepping forth and vanishing into the crowd. Ha ha, your brother is indeed dead. Lu Zihao laughed heartily. I heard from a senior brother in the inner sect that your brother went out on a mission, which was supposed to be a simple task. Normally, 7 days would suffice. Yet, more than a month has passed, and he has not returned. He must have fallen prey to those powerful beings outside and perished. He is likely unaware of his fate. No, it cannot be true. Qin Ro's eyes brimmed with tears. Though she cried out, her heart was heavy with worry. Lu Zihao chuckled. Furthermore, what does it matter if Chen Qingxuan is still alive? In the last few months at the Jin sect, did he ever seek you out after entering the inner sect? Did he ever express concern for you? Qin Ro paused, acknowledging the truth. He had not. But my brother was merely engrossed in his cultivation. He simply did not have the time to look for me. Self-deception. Lu Zihao sneered. Qin Ro, deep down, you know very well that Chen Qingxuan is not your blood brother. Once he ascends to a better place, how could he possibly remember you? Come, return with me and serve as my warm bedmate. If you perform well, perhaps I shall grant you a meal. No, Qin Ro cried, shaking her head. My brother is not that kind of person. He would never. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed, cutting her off mid-sentence. She looked up in a daze, only to see a familiar figure standing before her. This silhouette was one she knew all too well. It exuded warmth, strength, and above all, a profound sense of safety. Brother. Before Lu Zihao could discern the identity of the newcomer, a swift shadow flashed before him, followed by a resounding slap that left a fiery sting on his cheek, tilting his head to one side. Enraged, Lu Zihao exclaimed, in the outer sect, I am the sole super-privileged heir. How dare someone not recognize death and strike me? His shout abruptly ceased as he turned around, his face contorted with a murderous expression, instantly freezing in place. Chen Qingxuan, was he not perished outside? How could he suddenly appear here, before my very eyes? Are you a human or a ghost? Clap. Chen Qingxuan delivered another slap with a swift motion. This time, the force was even greater, sending Lu Zihao crashing through the air. Brother. At last, Qin Ro could no longer contain herself. She cried out in anguish and embraced Chen Qingxuan from behind. Brother, how I have longed for you. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingxuan felt a sudden sting in his nose, nearly succumbing to tears. He turned and embraced Qin Ro tightly. Sister, I am so sorry. It is my fault. It is my fault. At that moment, the onlookers also recognized Chen Qingxuan. After all, he was the champion of the Outer Sect Grand Tournament, once hailed as the unparalleled genius of the Outer Sect. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their voices a cacophony of mixed sentiments. both favorable and unfavorable. Chen Qingxuan paid no heed to his surroundings and embraced his sister tightly for a moment. "Sister, please wait for me," he said. Releasing Qinro, he approached Lu Zihao, who was still dazed and struggling to rise from the ground. He bent down and, with a swift motion of his left hand, struck Lu Zihao on the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The sharp pain in his throat, coupled with the inability to breathe, jolted Lu Zihao back to consciousness. "Chen Qingxuan, you cannot kill me. My father is the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect." Chapter 77. The demise of Lu Zihao. The Wanjian sect boasts vast territories, encompassing countless peaks, among which the 36 most prosperous ones stand out, alongside a few frequently utilized summits. Generally, the inner sect elders occupy one of these 36 peaks as their respective peak masters. Among these peaks, the lord of the sect, Feng Tian, resides on the Wenting Peak. At this moment, within the assembly hall of Wenting Peak, 36 peak masters gathered, comprising not only the usual inner sect elders, but also four esteemed elders of the highest rank. Among them was Sikong Daoren, who had previously attempted to recruit Chen Qingxuan but was thwarted by Ling Fengji. This gathering of the Wanjian sect's leaders primarily convened to discuss a pressing matter: the emergence of a supreme alchemist. "My esteemed colleagues, I have heard that our Wanjian sect has recently produced a supreme alchemist," the elderly sect leader Feng Tian declared with a smile, surveying the room before his gaze settled on Hao Yu, the peak master of the Alchemy Peak and one of the inner sect elders. "Indeed, that is true," Hao Yu replied, visibly excited. "Lord of the sect, I have also heard of this. It has been a topic of fervent discussion throughout our sect these past few days. Who would have imagined that after 3 millennia, our Wanjian sect would once again produce a supreme alchemist?" The inner sect elders voiced their admiration in unison. Though Hao Yu commanded respect as the peak master of the Alchemy Peak with formidable alchemical prowess, he himself was not a supreme alchemist. The distinction of a supreme alchemist lies more in innate talent than mere skill. Listening to the discussions among the elders, the sect leader nodded in satisfaction. "It seems this matter is indeed true. Hao Yu, what is the name of this supreme alchemist disciple of yours? Immediately summon him. I wish to meet him." The peak master of the Alchemy Peak and the inner sect elders were momentarily taken aback, astonished that the esteemed sect leader Feng Tian would personally wish to meet a disciple. Although a sect leader is not as busy as one might imagine, they still have numerous responsibilities, and at Feng Tian's level, engaging in secluded meditation and enlightenment is a frequent occurrence. It is rare for such a leader to take time to meet a disciple. However, after their initial surprise, the elders quickly came to terms with it. After all, the disciple in question was a supreme alchemist, an exceedingly rare existence. For a sect, a supreme alchemist is akin to a priceless treasure. Hao Yu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lord of the sect, this individual is my chief disciple, Lu Shuwen. He is currently away on a sect mission." Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression darkened, and he sighed. "Hao Yu, how could you be so careless?" Hao Yu's face paled at once. Lord of the sect, as a supreme alchemist, such a talent should be exempt from the burdensome tasks of sect missions. It is of utmost importance for him to focus on cultivating within the sect and enhancing his alchemical rank as swiftly as possible. If anything were to happen to Lu Shuwen during his mission, it would be a tremendous loss for our Wanjian sect. Indeed, Hao Yu, you have been negligent. You should have reported this without delay. Lord of the sect, let us quickly dispatch an inner sect elder to bring Lu Shuwen back. I shall go." The four esteemed elders echoed in agreement with Feng Tian's sentiments, with Sikong Daoren concluding the statement. Meanwhile, at the base of the Wanjian sect, in Wanjian City, Chen Qingxuan firmly gripped Lu Zihao's neck with his left hand, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Lu Zihao struggled to breathe, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. "You cannot kill me. My father is the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect." He attempted to leverage his father's status to intimidate Chen Qingxuan. Unfortunately, Lu Zihao was overly optimistic. Not only had Chen Qingxuan already transcended to the condensation core stage, but even during his time in the outer sect, he would have unhesitatingly eliminated Lu Zihao given the opportunity. He would not hesitate to eradicate anyone posing a threat to his sister or master, thereby eliminating any potential danger. Chen Qingxuan raised his head, his gaze icy as he looked at the nearly unconscious Lu Zihao, and let out a derisive laugh. "The Grand Elder of the Outer Sect? If that old dog Lu Yuan dares to appear before me now, I would slay him as well." As his words fell, Chen Qingxuan's fingers gradually tightened, producing a sound reminiscent of bones being crushed. "Brother, no?" Qin Ro exclaimed in alarm, rushing to Chen Qingxuan's side to intervene. In her eyes, an outer sect Grand Elder was a formidable and exalted figure. If her brother truly killed Lu Zihao, he would inevitably face the wrath and vengeance of the Grand Elder. To her, her brother's safety was paramount above all else. Chen Qingxuan, if you truly kill me, my father. Stop. Suddenly, at that moment, a team from the Inner Sect's discipline division responsible for patrolling Wanjian City arrived. A small group of 5, with the team leader immediately issuing a reprimand to halt the confrontation. Chen Qingxuan, Lu Zihao, junior brother? The team leader recognized both individuals at a glance. Lu Yuan, as the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, had long held his position, and many disciples under his tutelage had ascended to the Inner Sect. The team leader was one of those disciples. Chen Qingxuan, release junior brother Lu Zihao at once. This is Wanjian City. The sect has regulations against fighting within its confines, and murder is strictly forbidden. The team leader noticed that Lu Zihao was on the verge of losing consciousness. Senior brother Yuan, help me, please. Seeing his father's former disciple arrive, Lu Zihao felt a glimmer of hope and called out for assistance. The team leader cast a reassuring glance at Lu Zihao, then turned a fierce gaze upon Chen Qingxuan, raising his voice. If you do not release Lu Zihao immediately, I will have you arrested for causing a disturbance in Wanjian City. With a metallic clang, the team leader drew his sword. Qin Ro, witnessing this, was even more alarmed and pleaded with desperation, "Brother, I beg you, please let Lu Zihao go." "Brother." The young girl even attempted to pull on Chen Qingxuan's left arm, but due to her height, she could only grasp his raised forearm. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan turned to face the squad leader, his gaze frigid, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What a farce it is to claim that Wanjian City forbids combat. Where were you worthless fools when Lu Zihao was oppressing my sister? Why did you not utter a word about Wanjian City's prohibition on fighting then? At that time, we were merely patrolling other areas of Wanjian City. The squad leader pointed his sword at Chen Qingxuan, declaring, "Chen Qingxuan, I will count to 3. If you do not release Lu Zihao, do not blame us for showing no mercy." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan disdainfully shook his head and boldly declared 3, before swiftly taking the life of Lu Zihua. This unforeseen act left everyone momentarily stunned. The team leader had not anticipated that Chen Qingxuan would actually dare to kill Lu Zihua. He was well aware of Chen Qingxuan's reputation as the foremost disciple of the Outer Sect and a newly admitted Inner Sect member, as well as being the favored disciple of Elder Ling Fengji and the senior brother of Phoenix Peak. However, Lu Zihua's father was also a prominent elder of the Outer Sect. In terms of influence and power, the Outer Sect elder could not compare to the Inner Sect elder, especially one who was the master of a peak like Ling Fengji. Nevertheless, the act of murder by Chen Qingxuan changed everything. In the Sword Inquiry sect, while competition and combat among disciples were not uncommon, resulting in severe injuries or even incapacitation of opponents, such occurrences were generally tolerated. However, killing within the same sect was absolutely impermissible. At that moment, Qin Ro and all the onlookers were left in shock, staring blankly at Chen Qingxuan. That was Lu Zihua, the son of the Outer Sect's esteemed elder. Chen Qingxuan has killed him just like that. Does he truly fear death? At this moment, Chen Qingxuan paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. He released his grip, and with a thud, Lu Zihua's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. It took a moment for everyone to regain their composure. "Brother, you really killed Lu Zihua. What are we going to do now? What should we do?" Qin Ro's mind was blank, her panic palpable. The squad leader, having recovered from his shock, was seething with rage. How could he allow his junior disciple to perish before his eyes? How would he account for this to his former master? Chen Qingxuan, you are audacious. You dare to commit murder in Wanjian City. You have the audacity to kill in front of the law enforcement division. You dare to brutally slay a fellow disciple. The squad leader enumerated Chen Qingxuan's 3 charges in one breath. Chen Qingxuan, I am now placing you under arrest. If you do not wish to endure a painful fate, you had better leave at once. Chen Qingxuan coldly interrupted his speech. Do not feign righteousness before me. Are you not aware of your own conduct, your own virtues? The squad leader was momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard by her words. Gritting his teeth, he nodded forcefully several times and declared, "Very well. All members of the 4th squad, heed my command. Chen Qingxuan has violated the rules of the Sword Sect and has brutally slain fellow disciples in Sword Inquiry City. We shall apprehend her and bring her back. Yes, came the unified response from the four members behind the squad leader as they charged towards Chen Qingxuan. The squad leader followed closely behind, his gaze icy as it fixed upon her. "It would be best if you resisted, for that would give me ample reason to eliminate you on the spot." Chen Qingxuan cast a fleeting glance at the four assailants rushing toward him. With a metallic clang, the panlong spear materialized in his left hand. In a single stride, his figure vanished into the void, transforming into a beam of golden light as he surged toward the five attackers with blinding speed. A resounding crash echoed as the four leading team members were sent flying like cannonballs. The squad leader at the rear was taken aback, having previously heard of Chen Qingxuan's formidable combat prowess, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming strength. In an instant, four members of the law enforcement division were dispatched with ease. Before the squad leader could fully comprehend the situation, an acute sense of danger surged within him. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared before his eyes. Then came the piercing pain. A sharp agony erupted in his chest as crimson blood spattered forth. He felt himself propelled backward, crashing into a wall with tremendous force, only to come to a jarring halt. Qin and the onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, as they beheld the squad leader impaled against the wall by Chen Qingxuan's golden spear. How powerful! After a moment, Qin's gaze returned to Chen Qingxuan, astonished. Has he truly become this strong? How little time has passed since he entered the inner sect. His strength has grown to the point where he can single-handedly vanquish an entire enforcement team. No, it is not merely a defeat. It would be more accurate to say he utterly crushed them, achieving an instantaneous triumph. Chen Qingxuan gently made a fist with his left hand, and the coiling dragon spear was swiftly extracted from the body of the already unconscious squad leader, darting back into his grasp with lightning speed. "Sister, let us seek out our master, and then the two of you shall accompany me to the inner gate." Chen Qingxuan grasped Qin's hand and headed towards the outer gate of the mountain peak, intending to fetch their master, Mu Shuiwei, and return together to the inner gate of Phoenix Peak. Although he had been accepted as the sole direct disciple of Ling Fengji at that time, he had just entered the inner sect and found it inconvenient to discuss many matters. However, the circumstances had changed now. His strength had seen a tremendous enhancement, showcasing formidable talent. He believed that at this juncture, proposing to his master Ling Fengji to take in his sister and Mu Shuiwei would face no objections. Leaving the two of them in the outer gate was simply too perilous. Having killed Lu Zihao, his enmity with Lu Yuan had escalated to a deadly feud. Thus, he could not allow them to remain in the outer gate any longer. At Wenyang Peak, in the conference hall, a discussion unfolded. "I believe we need not rush to fetch our esteemed alchemist," Ling Fengji suddenly remarked after Elder Sikong suggested going to retrieve Lu Shuwen. Upon her words, all eyes turned sharply towards her, filled with disdain. They thought, surely she does not intend to stir trouble at this moment. The assembly had little affection for Ling Fengji, who was known for her domineering ways through martial prowess. Noticing their scornful gazes, Ling Fengji chuckled. "Look at their expressions, master." Master Feng Tian, upon hearing this, let out a dismissive laugh, his gaze lingering on her, as if to suggest that such looks were indeed warranted. Ling Fengji cleared her throat, and, disregarding the disapproving looks, continued with a smile, "I wish to propose that since our sword-asking sect has encountered an exceptionally rare alchemist, we should mobilize the full strength of our sect to nurture him. All of us, from the outer sect's errand disciples to the inner sect's leaders, ought to acknowledge and respect him." As her words settled in, Master Feng Tian and all the inner sect elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain if they had misheard or if this was indeed the true Ling Fengji. Elder Yan Nantian, the senior elder of the inner sect, stroked his beard and nodded. "Though I have often found myself at odds with her, I find her proposal exceedingly commendable. I support it." As the foremost elder, he was the first to endorse Ling Fengji's suggestion. With Yan Nanshan's agreement, other elders soon followed suit. Long Yi, the elder in charge of the disciplinary department, cast a surprised glance at Ling Fengji and concurred, "Master, I too support the elder's proposal. An exceptional alchemist is a rare treasure, and I believe we all understand its significance. By nurturing him, as Lu Shuwen's rank increases, so too will the potency of the elixirs he can forge, which would greatly benefit our sword-asking sect. Master, I am wholeheartedly committed to cultivating my prized disciple, Lu Shuwen," declared Hao Yu, the head of the Alchemy Peak. "With utmost seriousness, I am confident that, given his talent and our sect's support, he can undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist." Hearing the mention of the ninth tier, gasps filled the conference hall. The elders continued to express their agreement, and Ling Fengji, seated beside them with her arms crossed, could not hide her smile, nodding in approval. To demonstrate my support for our sect's brilliant alchemist disciple, I shall be the first to donate a dragon spirit pill to him. This proclamation drew astonished glances from Yin Nantian, Long Yi, and the other inner sect elders. They were well aware that Ling Fengji was not one to display such generosity, not due to her character, but because she had previously spent her resources on spirit wine. Now, in a surprising turn of events, she was willing to make such a significant contribution to support Lu Shuwen. Hao Yu took a moment to recover from his shock and realized that Ling Fengji was not as bothersome as he had once thought. In fact, she appeared quite beautiful and gracious. A sense of guilt washed over him as he reflected on his previous judgments. Elderling, I thank you on behalf of Shu Wen. Additionally, I apologize for my past unfriendliness towards you. Ling Fengji laughed heartily. Do not dwell on past grievances, Elder Hao. My intentions have always been for the good of the sect. With a resounding clap, she patted Hao Yu on the shoulder, nearly sending him sprawling. As an alchemist, he was not adept in combat, and Ling Fengji's strength was formidable, yet he chose not to mind, especially since she had selflessly contributed a dragon spirit pill for his disciple. I shall present the heavenly heart grass. I shall offer the primordial fruit. Elder Yin Nantian and Long Yi chimed in eagerly. The atmosphere in the conference hall buzzed with excitement as Ling Fengji was seen diligently noting down everyone's contributions with a bright smile. Elder Hao Yu, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondered why Ling Fengji seemed more enthusiastic than himself regarding Lu Shuwen. Elder Ling, what do you plan to contribute for our sect's exceptional alchemist disciple? He inquired. Ling Fengji looked up, her smile unwavering. What do you intend to offer, Elder Hao? Chen Qingxuan, having slain Lu Zihao and dealt a devastating blow to a law enforcement squad of the Discipline Hall, departed from the outer sect alongside his sister and master, Mu Shuiwei, returning to Phoenix Peak. Elder brother, you have finally returned. Upon descending from the lofty heights of Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan immediately beheld a disheveled figure, bruised and battered, who rushed towards him in haste, clasping his thigh and lamenting pitifully. For a moment, he was at a loss to identify the individual. Who are you? He inquired. The figure, amidst his tears, exclaimed, Elder brother, it is I, Long Outyin. Chen Qingxuan took a moment to comprehend the situation, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Are you Long Outyin? What are you doing? Suddenly, with a thud, Long Outyin lifted Chen Qingxuan's leg, exclaiming, Brother, I am doing all this for you. Just as a large question mark began to form over Chen Qingxuan's head, Jin Ri emerged gracefully from Mingyue Tower. Junior brother Qingxian, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I feared that junior brother Outyin would meet with a dire fate. Chen Qingxian, increasingly perplexed, found clarity regarding the circumstances a quarter of an hour later. Seated in the pavilion of the courtyard behind the Mingyue building, he realized the extent of the commotion stirred by his identity as an exceptional alchemist within the Asking Sword sect. Brother, what is the situation with your sister and your master? Long Outyin inquired, casting a glance at Qin Ro and Mu Shuiwei, who sat beside him. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxian felt a surge of trepidation in his heart. Had it not been for his fortuitous return today and his coincidental desire to visit his sister and master, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just recently, in Wanjian City, I eliminated Lu Zihao. Chen Qingxian spoke, his tone seemingly indifferent to the accusation of murdering Lu Zihu. What? Jin Ri and Long Outyin exclaimed in unison. At that time, there was also a law enforcement team from the inner sect present, and I severely injured all 5 of them. Are you insane? They echoed in astonishment, observing the shocked expressions of Jin Ri and Long Outyin, along with their exclamations. Qin Ro and Mu Shuiwei wore expressions of grave concern. They had already understood the seriousness of the situation, but now it seemed far graver than they had imagined. Brother, not only did you act against the Jian City, but you also killed someone and even resisted and severely injured the disciples of the law enforcement division. Long Outyin's face turned pale as he anxiously looked at Chen Qingxian. With my father's stubborn mindset, he will undoubtedly tear you apart. Long Yi, as the elder in charge of the law enforcement division, was known for his fairness and strictness to the extent of being inflexible. Brother, even if you're merely an inner sect disciple, if an elder of the inner sect violates our sect's rules, my father will not show mercy when enforcing the law. Punishments will be meted out without hesitation. Junior brother Qingxian, I have something here that may save your life. Bang. In the outer sect. In a grand hall, a table was shattered by the elder Lu Yuan's furious strike. His eyes nearly bulged as he gazed at the lifeless body of his son, Lu Zihu, lying on the ground. His teeth ground together in rage. Chen Qingxuan, I will make you pay with your life. As his voice fell, his figure vanished from the spot, racing towards the inner sect's Wenyang Peak. Chapter 80. The little demon king, enraged, Lu Yuan maintained a clear mind. To truly avenge himself, he had no choice but to report this matter directly to the sect master, Feng Tian. Although he was the elder of the outer sect, his strength paled in comparison to Ling Fengji. With her protection, Chen Qingxuan found it nearly impossible to seek vengeance for her son. It is crucial to acknowledge the prowess of Ling Fengji, whose strength even the revered inner sect elders might hesitate to challenge. How could an outer sect elder like herself dare to confront her? Thus, the only recourse was to have the sect master intervene. Swiftly, she departed from the outer sect and hastened into the inner sanctum, making her way to the Wenyang Peak. At that moment, Ling Fengji was joyously recording the names of all the inner sect elders, preparing to bestow treasures upon her esteemed alchemist disciple. All done, she exclaimed with a wide grin. I have meticulously noted down every precious item you all mentioned. You must not default on your promises. If you do, I shall roast you like a pig. As she spoke, she raised her hand, her 5 fingers clenched tightly, producing a menacing cracking sound. Suddenly, a dark crimson divine flame burst forth from her fist, filling the air with a sense of danger. The elders exchanged apprehensive glances, feeling a chill at the sight of that ominous flame, which posed a threat to them. The master of the alchemy peak, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly addressing Ling Fengji as sister. Compared to Lu Shuwen, Ling Fengji proved to be an even more formidable mentor. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the assembly hall. Report to the sect master and esteemed elders. Upon hearing this, Long Yi, the elder in charge of the discipline hall, immediately frowned and retorted, Is there something of great importance? Do you not realize that all the elders, along with the 4 esteemed elders and the sect master, are currently deliberating significant matters concerning the future of the Wanjian sect? Elder Long, please remain calm. Elder Yin Nantian interjected. The disciples should understand the gravity of today's meeting. If they are still coming to report, it must be urgent. Long Yi remained irritable, muttering, The sect is relatively calm now. What could possibly have happened? It is likely just a trivial scuffle among disciples. As they spoke, a disciple of the steward rank entered the assembly hall. I pay my respects to the sect master, the 4 esteemed elders, and the inner sect elders. The steward disciple bowed deeply to Feng Tian and the assembly. Speak quickly. We have matters to discuss, Yin Nantian urged. In response to the sect master and esteemed elders, the steward disciple bowed again. Earlier, in Wanjin City, the enforcement team of the discipline hall, responsible for patrolling and guarding, was attacked and injured. What? Long Yi erupted. Who dares to harm the enforcement team of the discipline hall? Such audacity is tantamount to seeking death. I shall ensure they pay dearly for challenging the discipline hall. The others exchanged glances, some rolling their eyes. Long Yi, just keep shouting. Ling Fengji once wiped the floor with your discipline hall. How many disciples did she roast like pigs? Even you fell victim to her divine fire and dared not utter a word after. And you speak of seeking death? Feeling the disdainful gazes upon him, Long Yi coughed and barked, Speak. Who is responsible? Startled, the steward disciple stammered. It was the Phoenix Peak's senior disciple, Chen Qingxuan. What did you say? The steward disciple hesitated, unable to utter Ling Fengji's name, but her furious voice pierced through. Simultaneously, he caught sight of her fiery phoenix eyes glaring at him, sending shivers down his spine. Ling Fengji's fearsome reputation was well-deserved. Ling Elder, what I said is the truth. Ha! Truly worthy of being my disciple. You possess my former audacity. The sound of Ling Fengji's wild laughter caused sect master Feng Tian to furrow his brows. He recalled his earlier promise to allow Ling Fengji to take on a disciple. Had he inadvertently created a little tyrant? This could spell trouble for that disciple. Feng Tian sighed inwardly. Elder Yin Nantian could only exhale in resignation. Long Ye's lips twitched as he glanced at the exuberant Ling Fengji, his emotions tangled. If this involved Ling Fengji's disciple, the situation would be quite troublesome. Yet, recalling his earlier bravado, he felt the awkwardness settle in. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when the steward disciple continued. Additionally, Chen Qingxuan publicly killed the outer sect elder Lu Yuan's son, Lu Zihao, in Wanjian City. All present fell into stunned silence. While they might overlook the injury to the enforcement disciple, given Ling Fengji's ferocity, such an act of public murder among fellow sect members shifted the gravity of the situation entirely. Ling Fengji's laughter abruptly ceased, her head raised in disbelief, her expression reflecting shock. Reporting. Outer sect elder Lu Yuan requests an audience with the sect master. Before anyone could react, Lu Yuan's voice called from outside the assembly hall. The collective expressions of the gathered elders froze. Feng Tian sighed. Let Lu Yuan enter. Soon, Lu Yuan stormed in, seething with rage. Overcome with grief, he neglected to greet the inner sect elders and directed a cold glare at Ling Fengji. He then approached Feng Tian, kneeling on the ground. I, Lu Yuan, pay my respects to the sect master. I implore you to seek justice for me. Lu Yuan, please rise and speak, Feng Tian urged. Nay, sect master. Allow me to finish speaking while kneeling. Lu Yuan remained unmoved, his posture resolute as he sought his demands. Very well, kneel if you must. It would be best if you perished here. Ling Fengji snapped. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to protect her only disciple. Fengji. Feng Tian shot her a stern look. At this moment, Lu Yuan was not inclined to quarrel with Ling Fengji. He was acutely aware of his purpose here, to see Chen Qingxuan dead. The fate of Ling Fengji was of no concern to him. Sect Master. The direct disciple of Phoenix Peak, Chen Qingxuan, has just slain my son in Wanjian City. I beseech you to seek justice. I am already aware of this matter. Feng Tian replied coolly. Rest assured, Lu Yuan, as sect master, I shall handle this matter impartially. No one shall be allowed to slaughter fellow disciples, especially not in the sect or before the enforcement team, where such actions warrant even harsher penalties. Upon hearing this, Ling Fengji opened her mouth to respond, but was silenced by Feng Tian's fierce glare. Summon Chen Qingxuan to the Wenyang Peak Assembly Hall. Chapter 81. Confrontation before long. Chen Qingxuan arrived at Wenyang Peak, one of the most prominent summits within the Wanjian sect. Chen Qingxuan stepped gracefully into the conference hall, swiftly noticing the 30 peak masters and the 4 esteemed elders. However, what captivated his attention the most was the figure seated upon the 3-meter-high principal throne, the sect leader. Feng Tian. This white-haired elder represented the most formidable presence within the Wanjian sect. He was, without a doubt, the steadfast pillar of support for the sect at present. Indeed, he was a notable figure renowned throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Chen Qingxuan gazed at Feng Tian, his eyes shimmering with an uncontainable fervor. A thought ignited within him, pondering whether he too might one day ascend to the lofty heights of the sect leader of Feng Tian. He envisioned and yearned for that possibility. As Chen Qingxuan entered the council hall, Feng Tian was also observing him intently. With measured steps, he advanced into the chamber, exuding a calm demeanor that belied any hint of anxiety. Indeed, he appeared remarkably composed. Inwardly, Feng Tian silently acknowledged this. Seated within the grand hall were dozens of individuals, the most formidable figures from the sword-questioning sect, each a towering presence in their own right. Every one of them, even when placed within the entirety of the cultivation world, could be considered a dominant force. Yet here stood Chen Qingxuan, a mere novice who had only just entered the inner sect, displaying not the slightest trepidation in the face of such overwhelming power. This very quality of composure already set him apart from the vast majority of cultivators. Did you, Chen Qingxuan, slay the outer sect disciple Lu Zihua? As Chen Qingxuan stepped before the crowd, he had yet to utter a word when a furious voice rang out. It belonged to Long Yi, the head of the discipline department. Long Yi, do you wish to engage me in battle at this very moment? Ling Fengji retorted, her anger palpable. When did it become your place to shout at my disciple? Fear not, my pupil. Your master will always be here for you. Ling Fengji cast a reassuring glance at Chen Qingxuan, conveying her unwavering support. Chen Qingxuan felt a warmth in his heart and reciprocated with a smile. Ling Fengji, have you lost your mind? What time is it now? What has your disciple done? Do you not have any awareness of the situation? Long Yi exclaimed defiantly. If you are dissatisfied, let us settle it with a match right now. Ling Fengji stepped forward, and with a resounding thud, the innate divine fire within her was unleashed, instantly raising the temperature in the entire assembly hall. Long Yi was rendered speechless with anger, his heart boiling. He wished he could silence this stubborn phoenix with a single blow, yet he found himself unable to contend with her. Enough. Feng Tian interjected at that moment. Fengji, step back and retract your innate divine fire. Are you trying to roast this old man? He concluded the quarrel between the two elders with a teasing remark. Ling Fengji remained silent, but promptly withdrew her dark-hued divine fire and obediently stepped back. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as the palpable tension dissipated. One must never confront this mad phoenix head-on, each in her sect elder silently reminded themselves. Chen Qingxuan, do you have anything to say regarding the matter of slaying Lu Zihao? Feng Tian directed his gaze toward Chen Qingxuan below. Disciple Chen Qingxuan pays respects to the sect master, the four esteemed elders, and all the inner sect elders. Chen Qingxuan did not immediately justify his failure to eliminate Lu Zihai. Instead, he clasped his fists and bowed to the esteemed individuals present. This gesture brought a sense of comfort to many of the inner sect elders. Returning to the sect leader, I shall refrain from discussing my reasons for targeting Lu Zihai for the moment. I wish to first address the senior brother from the disciplinary hall who was leading the enforcement team at the Jian City. At this juncture, besides Chen Qingxuan in the assembly hall, 5 enforcement team members whom he had injured were also present. Chen Qingxuan turned around and gazed at senior brother Yuan, who was pinned against the wall by his own weapon. Might I inquire, senior brother Yuan, about the state of affairs in the Sword City prior to my arrival? How was the security under your command? Senior brother Yuan replied coldly, his eyes filled with resentment as they fixated on Chen Qingxuan. Everything within the city was normal and orderly. Chen Qingxuan nodded. Is everything normal? Is everything orderly? Then why do I hear that someone is coercing a frail girl to return to her role as a bedwarmer? You must have misheard. That absolutely did not happen. Brother Yuan insisted vehemently. Brother Yuan, do you think your words can deceive us? Chen Qingxuan replied coolly. Shall I summon those present at the scene to confront you directly? Brother Yuan's expression shifted subtly. Given the vastness of Jian City, it's quite normal that I may not have noticed. Oh. As the captain of the patrol and the disciplinary squad, you casually dismissed such a significant occurrence within the city with a mere excuse of not noticing? Do you believe the elders present here are fools? Or is it you who is the fool? Chen Qingxuan, you brother Yuan. May I inquire about your relationship with Lu Zihao? Chen Qingxuan interjected, pressing further. Brother Yuan fell silent, his demeanor growing increasingly grim. Or perhaps I should ask from another angle. What is your relationship with the outer sect elder, Lu Yuan? Brother Yuan remained mute, his countenance darkening while his gaze began to flicker. At this point, Feng Tian and everyone else present discerned that there was undoubtedly an issue at play here. And it was not merely a matter of Chen Qingxuan slaying Lu Zihao. Indeed, Lu Yuan, the outer sect elder, spoke up to the sect master. Yuan Hao was once my disciple. However, this has no bearing on Chen Qingxuan's slaying of my son. Regardless of the situation, the fact remains that Chen Qingxuan killed my son. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan spoke up. Respected sect leader, the little girl I mentioned earlier, who was forcibly taken by Lu Zihao to serve as a warming maid, is indeed my younger sister. Moreover, this is not the first time Lu Zihao has committed such an act. Prior to this year's outer sect competition, Lu Zihao severely injured my sister after she rejected him, nearly costing her life. Thus, I was left with no alternative but to eliminate Lu Zihao. As his words echoed in the hall, several elders nodded in agreement, asserting that Chen Qingxuan's actions in slaying Lu Zihao were entirely justified. Lu Yuan, during the last outer sect competition, I spared you out of respect. Yet now you dare to play the victim. Ling Fengji glared at Lu Yuan. This time, I shall roast you like a pig. Wait. At that moment, Long Yi stepped forward. While Lu Zihao was indeed at fault, Chen Qingxuan, you cannot take matters into your own hands and brutally slay a fellow disciple. According to the regulations of our Jian sect, if a disciple is in error, others cannot impose punishment independently. Such matters must be referred to the discipline hall for fair adjudication. As Long Ye's words settled, numerous elders began to murmur amongst themselves. Chen Qingxuan gazed at the father of Long Outyin, recalling the words spoken by Long Outyin earlier. It now seemed evident that Long Outyin had not been mistaken. Long Yi was indeed stubborn and dogmatic. Long Yi, it appears we have not sparred in quite a while. Ling Fengji exclaimed, her temper flaring as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage Long Yi in a fierce battle. Long Yi, equally infuriated, retorted, Ling Fengji, can you not remain calm? This is not merely a matter of fighting. It is about Chen Qingxuan's severe transgression of the sect's rules. Just imagine, if every disciple were to resolve personal grievances amongst themselves, what would become of our sword-seeking sect? No, Long Yi, you are targeting me. You know Chen Qingxuan is my disciple, and that is why you are acting this way. Ling Fengji countered. Elder Ling, you are underestimating Elder Long. Elder Yin Nantian interjected. Elder Long's character is beyond reproach. He will not act with bias. Indeed, Elder Ling, You can rest assured on this matter. We all know him well. He would never deliberately create difficulties for Chen Qingxuan simply because he is your disciple. In that moment, several elders began to offer their reassurances. Fengji, at this juncture, I must express that I do not side with you, Feng Tian remarked. I still trust Long Yi's integrity. Thank you, sect leader. Long Yi said with a proud demeanor, bowing slightly towards the seated Feng Tian. Ling Fengji, I, Long Yi, have always acted based on the matter at hand, not the individual. Regardless of who the person may be, if they violate the rules of our sword-seeking sect, I, Long Yi, must enforce strict punishment. Oh, is that so? Ling Fengji suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then, if the one at fault were the sect leader, would you still uphold the law and punish Feng Lao? Sect leader Feng? Long Yi's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily rendering him speechless. Feng Tian chuckled lightly, and the others shared in the amusement, witnessing Long Yi's predicament. In truth, many inter-sect elders occasionally found Long Yi's overly rigid approach rather irksome. Are you dumbfounded? Long Yi? Ling Fengji laughed heartily. What if I were to inform you that the exceptional alchemist we have been discussing is not Lu Shuwen, but rather my disciple, Chen Qingxuan? Will you still cling to your stance and continue to punish my disciple? As her words fell, the assembly was abruptly silent. All gazes fixated on Ling Fengji. Apart from Chen Qingxuan and a few others, the rest were formidable figures, and they were all taken aback. Impossible. After a brief pause, the head of the alchemy peak, Hao Yu, was the first to leap forward, exclaiming vehemently, "The exceptional alchemist is my eldest disciple, Lu Shuwen. His talent for alchemy has always been peerless within the sword-seeking sect. Moreover, Chen Qingxuan has only recently entered the inner sect. He likely does not even know how to concoct elixirs, so how could he possibly be an exceptional alchemist?" Suddenly, Hao Yu found himself disliking Ling Fengji again, reverting to his previous disdainful demeanor, even more so than before. "Elder Ling, this is where you have erred," Elder Yan Nantian sighed, shaking his head. "I understand your affection for your disciple and your desire to help him evade punishment, but you cannot simply ascribe the title of exceptional alchemist to Chen Qingxuan. Your earlier statements and actions only prove that being an exceptional alchemist is of utmost importance. Ling Fengji, how absurd you are to attempt to exploit the title of exceptional alchemist to shield your disciple from severe punishment." Long Yi bellowed, escalating his fervor. "Sect leader, I suggest we apprehend Chen Qingxuan immediately." Feng Tian did not respond right away, lightly furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Ling Fengji. While she often acted recklessly, he recognized her clarity when it came to significant matters. Ordinarily, she would not invoke the significance of an exceptional alchemist in such a manner. However, Feng Tian's gaze shifted to Chen Qingxuan. To claim that Chen Qingxuan was an exceptional alchemist seemed rather implausible, setting aside whether Chen Qingxuan could indeed concoct elixirs. The mere fact that he had entered the inner sect less than half a year ago, and if he were already recognized as an exceptional alchemist without proper training from the sect, would imply that he was a genius of extraordinary caliber. Yet, how could such a talent have gone unnoticed until now? The contradictions were manifold, leaving Feng Tian at a loss. "What are you all prattling on about?" Ling Fengji interjected after allowing them to voice their thoughts. "If you wish to determine whether my disciple is indeed an exceptional alchemist, it is quite simple." With her declaration, the hall fell silent once more, all eyes turning towards Ling Fengji. She surveyed the bewildered faces and scoffed. "How foolish of you to claim I lack intellect. Now, you all appear utterly dumbfounded." After a brief pause, she continued, "Let my disciple demonstrate his ability to concoct an exceptional elixir right here and now. If he succeeds, then the truth will be evident to all." Upon hearing this, the assembly collectively realized the brilliance of her suggestion. Even Feng Tian shook his head with a wry smile. "Chen Qingxuan, do you have any objections to concocting an exceptional Rusu Dan before all of us?" Feng Tian inquired. "I have no objections," Chen Qingxuan replied. "Hao Yu, Long Yi, and others felt a surge of doubt. "Are you serious? Do you truly consider yourself an alchemist?" Hao Yu asked, exasperated. "Elder Hao, produce the necessary herbs for crafting the exceptional Rusu Dan," Feng Tian commanded. "Yes, sect leader." Hao Yu's lips twitched, pained at the thought of wasting valuable herbs on what could potentially be a futile endeavor. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he observed Elder Hao preparing the herbs. Feeling a sense of foreboding, during the outer sect competition, he had already witnessed Chen Qingxuan's ability to produce exceptional gathering spirit pills. Was it necessary to provide an alchemy furnace as well? After handing Chen Qingxuan the herbs, Hao Yu, In a huff, asked another question. Chen Qingxuan smiled faintly, no need. With a resounding thud, a large alchemical furnace suddenly appeared before the crowd. Chapter 83. Indeed. A dull thud echoed through the council hall as an enormous alchemical furnace materialized in front of Feng Tian and the assembled elders. Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that this young man, Chen Qingxuan, was also an alchemist? The closest to him, the master of the alchemy peak, Hao Yu, changed his expression slightly. He had not anticipated that Chen Qingxuan would produce an alchemical furnace with such ease. Could it be that this young lad truly understood the art of alchemy? Hao Yu's gaze quivered slightly as Chen Qingxuan accepted a pile of spiritual herbs handed to him by Hao Yu. He paid no mind to the curious stares of those around him. He seated himself cross-legged and began his alchemical endeavors. Feng Tian, Hao Yu, Yin Nantian, Long Yi, and the other inner sect elders watched with keen interest as Chen Qingxuan focused intently on the furnace before him. Suddenly, Zhou Yi formed a seal. Then bang! Another dull sound emanated from within the alchemical furnace. The furnace ignited. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Could it be that Chen Qingxuan indeed possessed knowledge of alchemy? It was nearly impossible for someone who was not an alchemist to ignite an alchemical furnace. While it remained uncertain whether he was a top-tier alchemist, it was clear that he understood the principles of alchemy, which was no small revelation. This alone was enough to earn Chen Qingxuan the admiration of Feng Tian and the other formidable figures of the Wanjian sect. A non-disciple of the alchemy peak who comprehended the art of alchemy was undoubtedly a rare talent. Ling Fengji watched the astonished expressions on Feng Tian and the inner sect elders with an inner chuckle. Is this all it takes to shock you old men? Just wait until my disciple refines a top-grade void-entering pill. Will you not turn into statues one and all? With this thought, Ling Fengji felt a surge of joy and anticipation. Lu Yuan and Yuan Hao also changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene, particularly Lu Yuan, who was aware that Chen Qingxuan was a supreme alchemist. If the sect leader and the inner elders were to discover that Chen Qingxuan was indeed a supreme alchemist, seeking revenge against him would undoubtedly become a formidable challenge. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan was utterly indifferent to the opinions of those around him, wholly absorbed in the art of crafting the supreme entry into Void Pill. His right hand continuously formed a seal before his chest, while his left hand gracefully waved, causing a particular spiritual herb to soar into the alchemical furnace. Subsequently, his left hand assisted his right in maintaining the seal. With a thunderous boom, the golden flames within the furnace surged dramatically. As the quarter hour elapsed, the once violent flames diminished in intensity as Chen Qingxuan altered his hand seal once more. This scene might have gone unnoticed by others. However, Hao Yu, the esteemed leader of the alchemy peak, immediately recognized it. It was a testament to Chen Qingxuan's exquisite mastery over the timing and potency of the herbs, flawlessly executed. Such precision was a skill seemingly only attained by the chief disciple. Lu Shuwen, with other disciples falling significantly short. Contemplating this, Hao Yu's expression shifted once more. Could it be that Chen Qingxuan was indeed the fabled alchemist, rather than Shuwen? A thought he could not suppress. No, impossible. That renowned alchemist must undoubtedly be Shuwen. Hao Yu quickly reassured himself. Similar doubts and contemplations plagued several elders gathered in the discussion hall. Although they lacked a deep understanding of alchemy, the more they observed Chen Qingxuan's technique, the more they recognized his extraordinary finesse. He demonstrated impeccable control over the flames and timing for introducing the spiritual herbs, whether singularly or in tandem. This alone suggested he was no ordinary alchemist. Could it be that the supreme alchemist was truly Chen Qingxuan? Before long, an hour had passed. All the spiritual herbs had already been fully integrated into the furnace. At this juncture, everyone, including Feng Tian, could indisputably ascertain one thing. Chen Qingxuan's alchemical prowess was remarkable. However, whether he was indeed the legendary alchemist remained uncertain, yet their thoughts had begun to shift. Suddenly, Long Ye's gaze sharpened as he recollected how, over this recent period, his debauched son had been continuously injured in altercations, primarily due to disputes asserting that Chen Qingxuan was the renowned alchemist, coupled with Ling Fengji's earlier fervent efforts to advocate for the benefits of that alchemist. A sharp intake of breath escaped Long Yi. Could it be that Chen Qingxuan was genuinely the esteemed alchemist? Ling Fengji must have been aware all along, feigning ignorance while tirelessly seeking advantages for her disciple. How wicked! How utterly despicable! This master and disciple duo. Just as Long Yi contemplated a burst of indignation, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aroma of elixir. How he was taken aback. This fragrance could not possibly emanate from an ordinary entry into Void Pill. It was exquisite. In an instant, everyone within the discussion hall detected this intoxicating scent. They were all formidable beings, seasoned with countless encounters with elixirs. This aroma was undeniably beyond that of mundane concoctions. This realization dawned upon Feng Tian and the others. Could it be that Chen Qingxuan had indeed crafted the supreme entry into Void Pill? With a resounding thud, the golden flames within the alchemical furnace extinguished. Chen Qingxuan opened the alchemy furnace. In an instant, a fragrance more intense and delightful than before wafted forth, enveloping the entire grand hall. There could be no mistake. This aromatic essence could only emanate from a supreme-grade elixir. Feng Tian, Dantian, and others were taken aback, their emotions surging as they focused intently on Chen Qingxuan, awaiting the unveiling of the potion within the furnace. The fragrance undoubtedly belonged to the highest tier of elixirs. However, until they beheld the final product, they could not render a definitive judgment. At this moment, even Ling Fengji felt a twinge of anxiety. Although she was aware that her disciple had previously concocted exquisite gathering spirit pills, those were merely entry-level elixirs, unlike the Ruxian pill, which belonged to a more advanced category. The complexity of crafting such a potion had escalated several-fold. To produce a supreme Ruxian pill would be an endeavor significantly more challenging than that of the gathering spirit pill, perhaps 6 or 7 times more daunting. This was a fact Ling Fengji comprehended well. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Chen Qingxuan finally retrieved the elixir from the furnace. Holding it in his left hand, he stood and turned to face Feng Tian and the other elite members of the Jin Zone. Gradually, he opened his palm, revealing the elixir, which immediately captivated the eyes of Feng Tian and the others. The intricate patterns on its surface. Indeed, it was the supreme Ruxian pill. Chapter 84. The Race to Recruit Disciples. Feng Tian, Dantian, Hao Yu, and all the prominent figures gazed in astonishment at the Ruxian pill in Chen Qingxuan's hand, recognizing the intricate layers of patterns adorning it. Yes, the patterns. Those could only manifest on supreme-grade elixirs. It was indeed the supreme Ruxian pill. Chen Qingxuan has successfully concocted the supreme Ru Su Dan, which signifies that he is indeed a master alchemist of the highest caliber. Furthermore, astonishingly, he has not produced just one, nor the 2 pills he previously crafted for Lu Shuwen, but rather 3. All present were left in a state of shock, frozen in place like statues. Despite the task requiring only the creation of a single Ru Su Dan, Chen Qingxuan astonishingly managed to produce 3. Such efficiency and quality. He is truly an unparalleled master alchemist. Suddenly, the grand hall erupted with uproarious laughter, emanating from Ling Fengji. She gazed at Feng Tian, Dantian, Long Yi, and the others, who resembled her earlier assumptions, immobile as if turned to stone. What do you think of Long Yi now? I told you my disciple was an exceptional alchemist, yet you refused to believe me. How does it feel to be slapped in the face now? Do you still intend to impose severe punishment upon him for the matter of killing Lu Zihao? Everyone was roused from their stupor by Ling Fengji's laughter and turned their attention towards Long Yi. Initially, it was thought that he would feel embarrassed, perhaps even stubbornly maintain his principles. However, to their astonishment, Long Yi hastily approached Chen Qingxuan. Qingxuan, it was all a misunderstanding. Come, why not join my discipline peak? I shall grant you the title of senior brother immediately. Consider it. On Phoenix Peak, you would be the sole senior brother, which is of little consequence. But at Discipline Peak, it's a different story. It is not only the peak with the most disciples, but also holds the greatest authority. Feng Tian, Dantian, and the others stood agape. Step aside, Long Yi. Hao Yu, who was closest to Chen Qingxuan, stepped forward to push the eager Long Yi away. You, who only adhere to principles and revel in conflict, filled with thoughts of punishment, would only bring harm to Qingxuan should he join you. No, this is not merely a detriment to this exceptional alchemist. It endangers our entire Wenjin sect and its future. Old man Hao Yu, do not place such a heavy accusation upon me. Long Yi retorted angrily. Do you believe I would not accuse you of slandering a fellow elder and return to my discipline peak to subject you to rigorous interrogation? Hao Yu ignored him, turning to Chen Qingxuan. Qingxuan, your remarkable alchemical talent should not be wasted by not joining our Wenjin sect's alchemy peak. That would be a tremendous squandering, not just for you, but for our entire sect. Wait, Qingxian, Yin Nantian, realizing he was falling behind, rushed to join the conversation. As the Grand Elder and the foremost among all elders, I have been closely observing you new inner disciples. Especially you, Qingxian. Your alchemical talent is extraordinary, and your cultivation potential is among the very best. Join my Tai Peak. I, as the Grand Elder, will devote all my efforts to nurture you into the most formidable alchemist in the history of cultivation. Yin Nantian emphasized his status as the Grand Elder, while other inner elders also sought to compete. Yet witnessing the contention among these three eminent figures, one being the Grand Elder, another the powerful elder of the Discipline Hall, and the last a prominent elder of the Alchemy Peak, left them feeling nearly powerless in comparison. Darren observed the fierce competition for Chen Qingxuan and felt deep regret. Had he known that Qingxuan was a supreme alchemist, he would have preferred to face Ling Fengji in a desperate struggle rather than let the opportunity slip away. But at that moment, bang, a dull thud echoed. Darren suddenly felt an intense heat enveloping him. Turning his head, his pupils constricted in shock as memories of the time he attempted to take Chen Qingxuan as a disciple flooded back, reminding him of being scorched by the dark red divine flames. His body trembled involuntarily. Forget it, forget it. This lad is beyond my reach. Meanwhile, the trio surrounding Chen Qingxuan, Yin Nantian, Long Yi, and Hao Yu sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Do you feel it? The temperature in the hall seems to have risen dramatically. Indeed, I feel it too, they all agreed. Suddenly, they turned to look back, only to see a surge of dark red flames rushing towards them. After a moment, the sect leader, Feng Tian, glanced at the three individuals, Yin Nantian, Long Yi, and Hao Yu, who had been left singed and hairless. Amusement flickered across his face as he secretly reveled in their predicament. You three fools dared to snatch her disciple before Ling Fengji? That is sheer folly. He cleared his throat and declared, it is now unequivocally confirmed that the supreme alchemist is indeed Chen Qingxuan. As for his allegiance, I have no objections. Feng Tian felt a surge of joy, even a hint of pride. Regardless of which elder he ultimately chooses to serve, he remains a disciple of our Wenjian sect. This is to acknowledge Chen Qingxuan's exceptional talent, granting him the privilege to select his own master. You old man, Ling Fengji interjected angrily, pointing at Feng Tian. Fengji, the significance of a supreme alchemist is not to be trifled with. You understand the importance they hold for a sect, Feng Tian replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Ling Fengji immediately withered, lowering her fiery red head as she retreated, understanding that she could argue no further. Regret washed over her. Had she known better than to heed Jean Ri's words and showcase her disciple, she wouldn't be in this predicament now. After years of nurturing her only disciple, one so outstanding and promising, she had now lost him. If Jean Ri were present, he would likely be torn apart by Ling Fengji in her fury. Chen Qingxian, I now grant you the power to choose anew. Which elder do you wish to serve? The gaze of Feng Tian fell upon Chen Qingxian. Chapter 85. Heart like dead ashes. Until now, Chen Qingxian had not had the opportunity to voice his thoughts. With the question posed by the sect leader Feng Tian, he finally had the chance to speak, and it was regarding a pivotal decision about the mountain peaks. At this moment, despite all the elders being forbidden to speak and disrupt Chen Qingxian, the three most influential inter-sect elders of the Jiangwen sect, along with Darren, were all intently focused on him, casting glances to entice him to join their ranks. They had already assured him of favorable treatment. It was certain that he would become the senior brother of the mountain peak. Standing aside, Ling Fengji watched the three elders and the ancient Sikong exchanging furtive glances with her disciple, feeling a mix of worry, sorrow, and indignation. Were it not for the presence of the sect leader, she would have unleashed her innate divine fire to turn those four vile men into roasted pigs. Ling Fengji shot a glance at the four villains before her gaze fell upon Chen Qingxian, her once disciple who would soon belong to another. She let out a long sigh inwardly. Her disciple was truly remarkable. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent in cultivation, but he was also an exceptional alchemist. Moreover, he was handsome and charismatic, a figure to be proud of. Unfortunately, he would soon become someone else's disciple. To be fair, compared to Sikong and Elder Yin Nantian, Chen Qingxian would gain little by following her. Ling Fengji was acutely aware of this. Her primary focus was on physical cultivation, and with her innate divine fire, she had no need to practice other techniques or methods. Thus, there was little she could impart to Chen Qingxian and no legacy to bestow upon him. Alas, with these thoughts, Ling Fengji sighed once more. Returning to the sect leader, I choose to follow my master, Elder Ling Fengji. At that moment, Chen Qingxuan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. She paused, then swiftly raised her head, her phoenix eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her disciple. Chen Qingxuan, are you out of your mind? You are squandering your talent. You are missing out on the entire world of cultivation. Xikong Daoran chuckled helplessly, wary of saying too much lest Ling Fengji unleash her innate divine fire and singe the eyebrows he had painstakingly regrown. Ah ha ha! Ling Fengji's laughter, filled with a bewitching madness, echoed throughout the assembly hall of the Wenyang Peak, and in an instant, she dashed to Chen Qingxuan and enveloped him in her embrace. Chen Qingxuan felt a whirlwind of emotions within. While he was aware of his master's alluring figure, he was taken aback by its captivating nature. At that moment, he felt as though he were enveloped in a soft sponge. My dear disciple, truly worthy of being my disciple. Ha ha! She then turned, casting an annoyed glance at Feng Tian, seated at the main position. Old Feng, you have already compelled my disciple to make a choice. This is the only time. The last time, there will be no next. Feng Tian chuckled, his gaze towards Chen Qingxuan radiating warmth and approval. To be candid, had Chen Qingxuan chosen to switch sects, it would not have been an unfavorable decision. On the contrary, it would have been a remarkable blessing for him and for the Sword Inquiry sect. After all, having an exceptional alchemist like Chen Qingxuan remain by the side of that scoundrel Ling Fengji would undoubtedly be a waste of talent. Yet, Feng Tian found greater joy in the current scenario, secretly delighted by Chen Qingxuan's choice. This affirmed that Chen Qingxuan was not one to forsake loyalty for personal gain, nor would he forget his original intentions, though it was possible that Chen Qingxuan had deliberately made this choice. Feng Tian preferred to believe that it stemmed from his true convictions. All right, since the matter is settled, let us return. Ling Fengji intended to take her disciple away swiftly from this perilous place to ensure his safety. After all, should Feng Tian have a change of heart, whom could she turn to for solace? Observing the situation, Feng Tian chuckled once more. Wait, master. Chen Qingxuan suddenly spoke up. Ling Fengji looked at Chen Qingxuan in confusion. Master, rest assured, Chen Qingxuan replied, implying that he would never change his allegiance to another sect. Ling Fengji nodded. I report to the sect master. Disciple Chen Qingxuan has something to report. Very well, speak, the sect master replied. During my time in the outer sect, I had already developed enmity with Lu Zihua and was also at odds with the outer sect's grand elder, Lu Yuan. Even after entering the inner sect, Lu Yuan continues to plot against me. On my first mission for the sect, I was ambushed, and the assailant was none other than senior brother Zhang Shi, who accompanied me on the mission. As his words fell, whispers erupted throughout the great hall. Lu Yuan was initially taken aback, but drawing upon his extensive life experience, he quickly suppressed his shock, maintaining a facade of calm. Chen Qingxuan, do not think that you can slander me simply because you currently hold power, Lu Yuan exclaimed. As a grand elder of the outer sect, why would I stoop to quarreling with a mere disciple like you? Feng Tian glanced at Lu Yuan and then turned to Chen Qingxuan. Do you have evidence? Yes, master, I do, Chen Qingxuan responded. With that, two disciples escorted a young man into the hall. The crowd was puzzled, but Lu Yuan's pupils constricted in recognition. He realized that this young man was the disciple he had attempted to assassinate. He was not dead. Instantly, his expression changed, panic replacing his earlier composure. This scene did not escape the notice of Feng Tian, seated high at the main table. He had begun to piece together the underlying motives. This young man is the one who was on duty with me when I accepted the sect's mission. Later, Lu Yuan tried to eliminate him to cover his tracks. However, Lu Yuan did not anticipate that this on-duty brother had survived. Now tell us, did Lu Yuan send someone to assassinate my disciple? Ling Fengji interjected angrily. Fengji, Feng Tian said at this moment. There is no need to inquire further. The situation is already clear. Lu Yuan, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Do you have anything to say? At this point, all eyes were on Lu Yuan. He realized he could no longer escape. He had come here intending to seek justice for his son, only to find himself ensnared. His heart sank into despair. Lu Yuan understood that he had no viable defense left. Sectmaster, I have nothing to say. I will accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate. Lu Yuan, as the grand elder of the outer sect, had served in this position for many years. He knew that pleading for mercy or stubbornly clinging to excuses would be futile and only incite further disdain. Thus, he chose to retreat strategically, hoping to evoke some sympathy from Feng Tian. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one crucial element: Chen Qingxuan's esteemed position as a master alchemist in Feng Tian's eyes. Feng Tian's expression turned cold as he raised his left hand slightly. In that case, your days in the sword-asking sect are over. At his words, Lu Yuan suddenly found himself immobilized, his body rising slowly into the air. Lu Yuan's face changed drastically as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger enveloping him. This is bad. The sect master intends to kill me. Sect master. While I may be at fault, I have contributed much to the sword-asking sect over the years. I have endured hardships if not earned merits. Boom. His words were cut off as his body exploded in midair. Feng Tian did not grant him the opportunity for further excuses. All the inner sect elders, including Sikong Daoren, Yin Nantian, and Long Yi, felt a chill run through them. They all understood that Feng Tian was not a man known for his mercy, even towards his own people. Despite their grave mistakes, he seldom exhibited such ruthlessness. Moreover, Lu Yuan, as the grand elder of the outer sect, had indeed made significant contributions to the sword-asking sect. As the crowd murmured in confusion, they suddenly heard Feng Tian's voice once more. From this day forth, any inner sect disciple under Lu Yuan's tutelage holding important positions in various institutions will be reassigned to idle roles. Only we shall know of Chen Qingxuan's identity as a master alchemist. Should this information leak, I will hold you accountable. Yes, sect master, came the resounding reply from everyone present. After all was said and done, Feng Tian's gaze fell upon Chen Qingxuan, his expression now one of warmth, devoid of the earlier ruthlessness he had shown in dealing with Lu Yuan. Thank you, sect master. Chen Qingxuan clasped his fists and bowed to Feng Tian, who sat at the main seat. Qingxuan, although you have chosen to remain by Ling Fengji's side. Feng Tian's intentions seemed suspect, causing Ling Fengji to feel a sudden unease. She promptly interjected, pointing at Feng Tian and exclaiming loudly. Feng Tian shot her a silent glare. Can you not let me finish my sentence? You are always so impatient. Is there any need to continue listening? You merely wish for my disciple to transfer to another's tutelage, do you not? Do you think I am unaware? Feng Tian sighed in resignation. Since Qingxuan has made his choice, I shall not force him otherwise. Step back and allow me to speak properly. Ling Fengji huffed and returned to her seat. Observing her demeanor, Feng Tian genuinely feared that Chen Qingxuan might be led astray by her. However, he felt powerless to change the situation. Turning back to Chen Qingxuan, he continued, You may remain at Phoenix Peak, but I hope that you will take the time to visit Alchemy Peak more often and learn alchemy from Elder Hao Yu. Though you are an exceptional alchemist, there is always room for improvement in your craft. Upon hearing this, Elder Hao Yu, the master of Alchemy Peak, was overjoyed and quickly added, Yes. Qingxuan, come to Alchemy Peak whenever you can. I shall impart all my knowledge and insights regarding alchemy to you. Just then, Sikong Daoist, stroking his long white beard, smiled at Chen Qingxuan. Qingxuan, you may also seek me out whenever you wish. I can teach you much about cultivation. I assure you, you will learn far more here than from Ling Fengji. Ling Fengji was about to interrupt again when Feng Tian preempted her. Indeed, this is quite beneficial. Qingxuan, do not underestimate Sikong merely because he is the lowest in cultivation among the four great elders. When it comes to teaching disciples, he is the finest mentor in our entire Wanjian sect. Sect master, I have a suggestion. At that moment, the grand elder of the inner sect, Yin Nantian, spoke up. What is it, Nantian? I believe Qingxuan should not only take Ling Fengji as his mentor, but could also learn from each one of us here. I have heard that Qingxuan possesses extraordinary talent in cultivation. In this manner, our Wanjian sect could cultivate an unparalleled alchemist of historical significance. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nodded thoughtfully. This proposal is indeed commendable. Returning to Phoenix Peak, the mountain was left with only Chen Qingxuan and Ling Fengji. During my recent journey, I encountered numerous individuals and events, among which were several core members of the Daxia dynasty. As his words fell, Chen Qingxuan, who had been observing Ling Fengji intently, noticed a subtle change in her expression at the mention of the Daxia dynasty. Master, are you? Yes. Ling Fengji sighed, interrupting Chen Qingxuan before he could finish. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxuan nodded gently. Indeed, it was as his master had surmised. They were individuals from the great Xia dynasty. Whom have you encountered? Ling Fengji inquired. Ling Qingxuan. Chen Qingxuan recounted his experiences, along with those of a few individuals from the great Xia dynasty. In great detail. Haha, splendid. Truly remarkable. You are indeed worthy of being my disciple. Ling Fengji. Upon hearing Chen Qingxuan's words, Ling Fengji erupted into an uproarious laughter. You've won the affection of the great Xia's old prince's daughter. When the time comes, bring back that girl, Ling Qingxian, and I shall have her serve me footbaths daily. Next time you encounter the three brothers of Ling Qi, do not hold back. Strike with all your might. It would be best to vanquish the three sons of the great Xia's old prince entirely. Chen Qingxian narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at her master who was laughing heartily before her. A sense of confusion welled up within her. Aren't you a subject of the great Xia dynasty? Why do you appear to be eagerly anticipating its downfall? As for the panlong spear and the two-spear techniques, you need not conceal them. Wield them as you please. Fear not. Should anyone from the great Xia dynasty dare to seize them, I shall march straight to the imperial capital and turn the emperor's city into a hellscape. Chen Qingxian was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, Ling Fengji patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Someone is here to see you. I must step out for a while." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a dark red flame, soaring into the sky. At that moment, a woman clad in red court attire appeared. It was none other than the red-clad maidservant beside Chu Yunxi. Chapter 87. Riding the fierce tiger. No sooner had Ling Fengji departed than Chen Qingxian sensed the arrival of the red maidservant. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a wave of dangerous energy locking onto him. Instantly, he raised his hand and struck upwards with a palm. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as a visible wave of force rapidly spread outward, resembling a ripple. Chen Qingxian took a step back with a soft huff, as the figure of the crimson maid materialized from the void, remaining utterly still. Indeed, a chilling voice echoed, noting that there had been considerable improvement since the last encounter. She only retreated a single step upon receiving my strike. Chen Qingxuan's gaze was sharp as he coldly regarded the crimson maid not far ahead. A surge of anger simmered within him. How infuriating. If it weren't for your sudden ambush, I would have been better prepared. Step back? I might just throw you to the ground. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought born of his frustration. He understood that, at this moment, he might not necessarily be defeated, yet he was uncertain if he could triumph over this crimson maid. Another source of his irritation stemmed from the maid's earlier remarks, which, while seemingly complimentary, were laced with arrogance and mockery. Speak plainly. Chen Qingxian felt a deep dissatisfaction brewing within. The crimson maid let out a derisive laugh. What is the matter? Do you consider yourself an exceptional alchemist, having garnered the recognition of the entire inner sect of the Sword Inquiry sect, including the sect leader, Feng Tian? Do you truly believe you have ascended to greatness? Once again, her tone dripped with disdain. Chen Qingxian was taken aback. He and his master had only departed from Wenyangfeng and returned to Fengwangfeng for less than half a day. Yet, Chu Yunxi astonishingly knew of his status as an exceptional alchemist, as well as the events that transpired at Wenyangfeng. Ordinarily, this would not have been surprising. However, the sect leader had issued a decree at that time forbidding the disclosure of such matters. How did Chu Yunxi come to possess this knowledge? Chen Qingxian could not help but feel a sense of perplexity. Could it be that among the inner sect elders, there exists a member of the Chu family acting as a covert lookout? The mere thought of this startled him. If it were true, then the implications would be quite terrifying. He wondered whether the sect master, Feng Tian, had noticed anything amiss. Or perhaps the sect master had already been aware of this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingxian cast aside these concerns, which were far beyond his current capabilities. Chen Qingxian, let me enlighten you, the crimson-clad maid interjected. Even if you are an exceptional alchemist, it holds little significance for us. Furthermore, while your cultivation and strength have indeed progressed rapidly during this period, it remains insufficient. Chen Qingxuan's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the red maid, suppressing the urge to engage her in combat. You seek me out merely to remind me that, in your eyes, my prowess as a master alchemist is still deemed insufficient. Is my current progress still considered worthless? The red maid scoffed, nodding in affirmation. That is one of my intentions. The other purpose is, at this point, she paused, tossing a storage ring towards Chen Qingxian. Are you not a master alchemist? The young lady has requested you to concoct a supreme elixir of revival for her. I shall return in 3 days to collect it. Should you fail in this endeavor, you, the so-called master alchemist, will be regarded as utterly inept. The figure of the red maid had already vanished from sight, her voice drifting down from the heights, light and airy. Chen Qingxian gazed at the storage ring in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Memories of Chu Yunxi flooded his mind. However, He felt an unsettling discontent within. How vexing. Was it merely an inquiry about the sword sect's saintess? Was she not simply the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 9 saints of the immortal realm? She perpetually carried herself with an air of superiority. Did she truly believe herself to be a celestial being? Chen Qingxuan recalled the attitude and actions of Chu Yunqi towards him, and his anger swelled even further. He cursed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret for having been intimate with her in the past. At this moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of entrapment. Indeed, Chu Yunqi resembled a fierce tiger, a formidable tigress. Chen Qingxuan gritted his teeth and uttered a curse. In truth, he harbored thoughts of disregarding Chu Yunqi from that moment forward. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that such an approach seemed rather misguided. Chen Qingxuan felt that if he were to act in such a manner, it would inevitably lead to an overwhelming sense of guilt gnawing at his conscience. Sooner or later, I shall tame this fierce tigress to my will. After muttering a low curse, Chen Qingxuan turned and walked back to the Mingyue Tower. At the falling moon peak, the red maidservant, having departed from Phoenix Peak, promptly returned to report to Chu Yunqi. I have delivered the spiritual herbs to Chen Qingxuan. Chu Yunqi stood atop the mountain, facing the wind. The howling breeze caused her black garments to flutter, and her long dark hair danced in the air. Miss, do you truly believe that Chen Qingxuan is an exceptional alchemist? Noticing Chu Yunqi's silence, the red maidservant hesitated before asking. At this moment, they could not definitively ascertain whether Chen Qingxuan's reputation as a master alchemist was genuine. The task of having him concoct a superior elixir was more of a test than a certainty. In sects such as the sword-seeking sect, the last occurrence of an outstanding alchemist dated back 3,000 years. This underscores the rarity of such talents. Chen Qingxuan had not been practicing alchemy since childhood. It was inconceivable that he could be an exceptional alchemist. In fact, I doubt he is even a true alchemist. The red maidservant continued, feeling that the spiritual herbs given to Chen Qingxuan were an utter waste. Whether it is true or not, we shall know in 3 days. Chu Yunqi replied in a calm tone. The two lapsed into silence once more, when the red maidservant suddenly added, Miss, even if Chen Qingxuan is indeed an exceptional alchemist, it seems to hold little significance for our Chu family. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunqi continued to face the relentless mountain wind, fully aware of her maidservant's implications. The Chu family already had an esteemed master alchemist among their ranks, so even if Chen Qingxuan were to be an exceptional alchemist, his contribution would be minimal. Furthermore, could it be presumed that his alchemical skills surpassed those of the well-known elder of the Chu family? Clearly, that was improbable. While the significance might indeed be limited, it nonetheless represented a form of support. Whether Chu Yunqi spoke this for her maidservant's benefit or as a self-affirmation remained uncertain. What is his current strength? She inquired again. Chen Qingxuan had departed the sword-seeking sect nearly 2 months prior, and she was unaware if his abilities had waned during that time. After all, leaving the sect meant access to fewer resources, and slow progress was to be expected. There has been some improvement, but he still falls short of our Chu family standards. The red maidservant replied. She believed that Chen Qingxuan's current strength was still insufficient to withstand even one of her strikes, and her previous 2 attempts had not been executed with her full power. Chapter 88. Ultimately, a waste. Chen Qingxuan, filled with indignation, chided Chu Yunqi, the saintly tigress. While nurturing a desire to subdue the haughty red maid beneath him, he entered a 3-day seclusion, immersing himself in a mysterious realm within his body. He found himself beneath the ancient Bodhi tree, now resplendent with lush foliage. Gazing upward, Chen Qingxuan was once again struck by astonishment. Were the leaves of the Bodhi tree golden? When the enigmatic ancient tripod had first entered this realm, it had caused a disturbance, drawing the Bodhi tree into its embrace. Following this, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. The once desiccated Bodhi tree suddenly radiated golden light, transforming in the blink of an eye into a flourishing spectacle. Adorned with leaves of pure gold, the leaves themselves bore an unusual gourd-like shape. At that moment, Chen Qingxuan felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. However, he had not encountered any ancient texts detailing the intricacies of the Bodhi tree. He only knew it as the Tree of Enlightenment, a divine object coveted by all cultivators within the realm of immortality. Perhaps the shape and color of the Bodhi tree's leaves were simply destined to be so. Chen Qingxuan gazed at the countless golden gourd leaves and softly uttered a phrase. His gaze then settled upon the ancient Bodhi tree, specifically on its solitary fruit. It too was resplendent in golden hues and bore the same gourd-like shape. This singular fruit had materialized unexpectedly when he broke through to the condensation Dan realm in the forbidden grounds of the one-line sky secret realm. It shimmered with a brilliant golden light. What could this fruit possibly be? Chen Qingxuan's gaze was fixed upon a singular fruit, his curiosity piqued. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to disregard everything else within this realm. He settled cross-legged beneath the sacred Bodhi tree, adjacent to a mysterious ancient cauldron. From his possession, he produced a fruit that radiated with a resplendent golden-purple glow, roughly the size of his palm. Its name was quite simple, the golden-purple fruit. However, its efficacy was anything but trivial. On the contrary, it was remarkably potent. For cultivators in the condensation Dan realm, consuming this fruit would enable them to seamlessly ascend a minor stage after fully assimilating its spiritual essence, all without any adverse effects. Unlike medicinal pills, this fruit was a treasure born of heaven and earth. In fact, when compared to pills, treasures like the golden purple fruit were truly invaluable to cultivators, providing significant benefits without side effects. As Chen Qingxuan admired the fruit in his hand, a playful smile graced his lips. Little did he know how to address Long Outyan's father. This golden purple fruit was a precious gift from Long Yi, bestowed upon him as an exceptional alchemist. Although Elder Long Yi was known for his stubborn disposition, he was quite generous when it came to matters beneficial to the sect. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Qingxuan consumed the golden purple fruit in one swift motion. As it entered his mouth, the fruit transformed into an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, remarkably pure and devoid of any impurities. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Chen Qingxuan's body. The immense force caused him to sway momentarily, and in an instant, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden-purple radiance. To an observer from afar, he would appear as a colossal golden-purple egg. Meanwhile, at Phoenix Peak's Mingyue Tower, Long Outyan exclaimed in surprise to Jin Ri, who was gently sipping his hot tea. "What is going on? My father actually urged me to spend more time with Brother Qingxuan. When I inquired if brother is indeed an exceptional alchemist, he fell silent. The more I questioned, the more he dismissed me, yet he insisted I should befriend brother, even suggesting it was acceptable to call him brother." Jin Ri set down his teacup, a light smile gracing his features. "Isn't this obvious? Your father recognizes that Brother Qingxuan is indeed an exceptional alchemist." "Oh, I see," Long Outyan nodded. "But if he already knows, then why didn't he tell me when I asked?" Jin Ri sighed and regarded Long Outyan. "It's quite simple. The higher-ups within our sect likely wish to keep Brother Qingxuan's identity as an exceptional alchemist under wraps for the time being. This is beneficial for both Brother Qingxuan and the entire Wenjian sect." Long Outyan nodded again. "Oh, I see." Jin Ri was at a loss for words, perplexed by Long Outyan's naivety. How could someone of his stature be so oblivious to such trivial matters? It was hard to fathom how he would survive in the harsh world of cultivation without the protection of his father, the elder overseeing the discipline department. Completely unaware of Jin Ri's internal musings, Long Outyan suddenly asked, "Brother Jin, where is my brother now?" "In seclusion," came the reply. "Oh, I see. No wonder I haven't seen him these past few days." At that moment, 3 days had elapsed. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qingxuan had emerged from his seclusion a day prior. During this remaining day, he focused on concocting the supreme, returning heaven pill for his formidable mother, Chu Yunqi. For Chen Qingxuan, who had already transcended the condensation Dan realm, the process of refining pills had become a trivial undertaking, especially since he had recently advanced to the mid-stage of condensation Dan. Chen Qingxuan retrieved the revitalizing pill from the alchemical furnace and carefully stored it away. Just as he intended to exit, a sudden rumble resonated behind him. As the ancient Bodhi tree began to tremble, Chen Qingxuan abruptly turned around, gazing intently at the ancient Bodhi tree. He observed the entire tree quaking violently, its golden leaves and a solitary golden fruit swaying erratically from side to side. Then, a resonant sound akin to an ancient cauldron emanated from within the Bodhi tree, reverberating throughout the entirety of that realm. Suddenly, a muffled thud followed. Chen Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unfolding scene. Where was Chen Qingxuan? Outside, in the courtyard of the Mingyue Pavilion. A haughty voice suddenly echoed near Jin Ri and Long Outyan, catching them off guard. Clearly, the speaker possessed formidable strength, rendering them utterly oblivious to their presence. Long Outyan immediately recognized the voice as belonging to the red maidservant who accompanied Chu Yunqi. "Red sister, you seek my elder brother?" Long Outyan remarked with a smile. turning to face the red maid who had materialized from thin air. Unfortunately, my elder brother is in seclusion. The red maid's beautiful eyes abruptly turned cold, and she scoffed. Seclusion? Perhaps he is merely avoiding me, unable to refine a superior elixir. Ultimately, he is nothing but a waste. Chapter 89. The arrogant red maid Long Outyin was well acquainted with the red maid's voice, having once been a fervent admirer of Chu Yunqi. Thus, he had a degree of familiarity with her two attendants, although they regarded him with disdain. Had it not been for his status as Long Ye's son, their attitude would have been even more contemptuous. Despite being a former suitor of Chu Yunqi, Long Outyin now placed Chen Qingxuan in the highest regard, second only to his father. Upon hearing the red maid's disparaging remarks about Chen Qingxuan, Long Outyin's expression darkened. Red maid, I implore you to speak with more respect. My elder brother is a top-tier genius, not the waste you claim him to be. Besides, even those without supreme talent are not necessarily worthless. The red maid raised her delicate eyebrows in surprise. Previously, he had always treated her with utmost courtesy, yet now he spoke to her in this manner. She let out a cold laugh. To call him a waste is already an elevation. A mere toad dares to aspire to my lady's favor. Tell him to cease pursuing my lady from this day forth, or I shall show no mercy. Jean Ri, unable to contain himself any longer, sneered. You're merely a maidservant to the holy maiden of Chu, yet you truly believe you possess some celestial nobility? Indeed, you are just a maidservant, pretending to be high and mighty. Long Outyin also let out a cold snort. The red maid's countenance darkened instantly. You too, do you seek death? Long Outyin's expression grew grim. Damn it, today I shall endure neither your insolence nor your lowly status as a maidservant. Previously, he had held back due to Chu Sheng's influence, but, bang, before he could finish his thought, Long Outyin was sent flying backward by the red maid's swift strike. Jean Ri was taken aback by the suddenness of her attack. He had heard tales of the prowess of the two maidservants beside Chu Sheng, but he never anticipated their strength to be so formidable. In that moment, he discerned that the red maid's energy had reached the peak of the condensation realm, while he himself was merely at the initial stage of the same realm. A status only achieved due to Chen Qingxuan's gift of a superior elixir. Without that elixir, he wondered when he would ever break through. Goodness! A maidservant at the peak of the condensation realm? It is even possible that she surpasses it. Long Outyin, having recently just broken through to the condensation realm, was also taken aback by her strength. The red maid's single strike had sent him sprawling, yet her anger was far from abated. With a graceful step, she vanished from her position. Jean Ri was startled and swiftly employed his martial arts to intercept her. Bang! Fortunately, he was much closer to Long Outyin than the red maid, arriving just in time to shield Long Outyin from her palm strike. However, Jean Ri abruptly realized he had lost control of his body, flying away with a whoosh. A tremendous crash resounded as he smashed through a pavilion in the courtyard. Humph! The red maid stood before the fallen Long Outyin, who struggled to rise. Chen Qingxuan is a waste, but it seems you two are even greater wastes. Is this what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? You are nothing but a group of failures. Her gaze was filled with derision. Waste. She lowered her eyes, exuding an air of superiority as she looked down at the prostrate Long Outyin. Did you not just claim that I am merely a maidservant? How is it that the son of the elder in charge of the sword-questioning sect's discipline office cannot even best a mere maidservant? You were just shouting that I am only a maidservant, yet here you lie, unable to rise after one strike. Bang! With that, the red maid's foot came down heavily upon Long Outyin's chest. Long Outyin could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glared at the red maid, his face contorted with rage. A maidservant remains, but a lowly maidservant. What grounds do you have to be proud? A maidservant? Long Outyin shouted defiantly. Hearing this, the red maid's expression darkened, revealing her murderous intent. Long Outyin, do you wish to die? Haha. Long Outyin laughed scornfully. I sense the killing intent in your heart. But do you dare to kill me? With each word, his laughter grew more maniacal. You. The red maid's expression twisted into a grimace. Do you not dare? Long Outyin taunted her again. You call me a maidservant, but do you have any objections? If you are not satisfied, then why do you not dare to kill me? Stop! Jean Ri cried out in terror as he sensed the red maid's murderous intent intensifying, truly threatening Long Outyin's life. Long Outyin, you fool, cease your words. Yet Long Outyin paid no heed, continuing to mock. Maidservant, if you dare not strike, then return whence you came. Await the day I surpass you in cultivation, and I shall grind you into the ground. Very well. The red maid's eyes widened, glimmering with ferocity and murderous intent. Since you wish for death, I shall grant you your desire. With that, she unleashed a tremendous force upon Long Outyen's chest. Bang! Once again, Long Outyen spewed forth a fountain of blood. Long Outyen. With a resounding clash, Jean Ri arose from the ruins, swiftly appearing beside the red maid. As he lunged forward, a sharp sound echoed through the air, yet the red maid merely raised her hand, not even casting a glance at Jean Ri. And with another clang, she sent him hurtling backward once more. Long Outyen, today I shall send you on your way. Her voice was chillingly cold. Though I am but a maid, I am a formidable servant of the Chu family. Do you think I fear to kill you? At this, the red maid suddenly laughed mockingly. Do you truly believe that because you have a father who is an elder of the questioning sword sect, I would hesitate? With a flash, a crimson longsword materialized in her left hand, its entire body a deep red adorned with various strange runes. Come forth. Long Outyen remained undaunted even at this moment. Kill me. Go to hell, you worthless wretch. As her delicate voice fell, the red longsword plunged toward Long Outyen's chest. Just at that critical juncture, a golden beam of light pierced the void, striking like a bolt of lightning against the crimson blade. Chapter 90, Friction with the Red Maid Die. You worthless wretch. As the red maid's voice echoed, her left hand thrust the red longsword towards Long Outyen's heart. At this moment, facing death itself, he stood resolute, his gaze fixed upon the descending blade. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of golden lightning. Then came the clang of metal colliding, a deafening sound erupting. Sparks flew, causing his eyes to sting painfully and his eardrums to throb. To his astonishment, Long Outyen discovered that the red maid, who had been pressing down upon him, had vanished. In her place stood a golden spear. He recognized this spear instantly. It was all too familiar. It was his elder brother's Panlong spear. Brother, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Long Outyen's heart soared with joy, his excitement palpable. The exertion caused him to cough violently, spilling more blood. He saw Chen Qingxuan step gracefully out from the Minghua Hall. Clad in a deep blue Taoist robe, the fabric billowing with the breeze, his short hair dancing in the wind. He stood tall, his countenance resolute. Goodness, brother, must you be so dashing? I am a man, yet I cannot help but be enamored. Seeing his brother Chen Qingxuan emerge, Long Outyen felt a surge of relief. Knowing he would not perish this day, despite his severe injuries and recent humiliation at the hands of a mere maid. Yet, strangely, he found himself in the mood for jest. Upon seeing Chen Qingxuan, Jean Ri exhaled deeply. He had just risen, intent on rescuing Long Outyen, but now, feeling his body weaken, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chen Qingxuan, you worthless fool, have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself? The red maid, forced backward by Chen Qingxuan's sudden strike, seethed with mounting fury. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan did not turn his gaze towards the red maid. Instead, he first glanced at Jean Ri and found that he was relatively unharmed. His attention then shifted to Long Outyen, who was not far ahead, where he noticed several pools of blood on the ground. Simultaneously, he sensed a feeble aura emanating from Long Outyen, indicating that he was gravely injured. Chen Qingxuan's expression grew increasingly somber. Brother, he heard Long Outyen call out to him as he approached. Initially, Chen Qingxuan had not paid much heed to this younger brother, who considered himself his elder. At most, he had slightly altered his perception. However, following the recent events, it could be said that Chen Qingxuan had come to acknowledge Long Outyen as his younger brother. Rise. Chen Qingxuan extended his hand before Long Outyen. In that moment, Long Outyen experienced an unusual sensation, as he distinctly sensed a change in Chen Qingxuan's perception of him. It had transformed. A smile suddenly graced his face. Brother. With a swift motion, Long Outyen grasped Chen Qingxuan's outstretched hand. Both exerted their strength simultaneously, and in an instant, Long Outyen was lifted by Chen Qingxuan. Go with senior brother Jinri to the side. I will handle things here. Yes, brother. Long Outyen replied with excitement as he moved away. Chen Qingxuan swiftly seized the dragon-slaying spear, which hovered in the void, and with a resounding clang, pointed it directly at the crimson-clad maid. You are nothing but a waste. You are not a top-tier alchemist. The maid glared at Chen Qingxuan with contempt. In her eyes, he was already a worthless individual, utterly unworthy of her esteemed mistress. Now that he had proven himself not to be a top-tier alchemist, he was even more of a failure. Chen Qingxuan's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile as he slowly uttered, in truth, I have longed to strike you for quite some time. What are you, but merely a maidservant beside Yunqi. Why do you carry such arrogance? Do you truly believe yourself to be a celestial being? Upon hearing this, the red-clad maid was consumed with fury. Once again with your insolent words. Maidservant, celestial being, what nonsense. Chen Qingxuan, you are nothing but a group of worthless fools. What right do you have to belittle me as merely a maidservant? As her words fell, her figure vanished in an instant. Clang. When she reappeared, the red maid stood before Chen Qingxuan, her crimson longsword piercing through the air, aimed directly at his head. Chen Qingxuan's gaze sharpened slightly as he deftly flicked his left hand, causing the pan long spear to pierce the air with a swift whoosh. Clang. The spear tip collided with the edge of the sword, producing a jarring metallic sound accompanied by brilliant sparks. The red-clad maid's expression shifted abruptly, for she realized that Chen Qingxuan exhibited no signs of retreat. This was impossible. A chill ran through her as she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just as she was momentarily distracted, Chen Qingxuan's left wrist twisted sharply, causing the panlong spear to spin violently. It whirred like a power drill, rotating at an astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of golden lightning. Clang. The red maid, caught off guard, found her sword swept away into the air. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as the panlong spear darted toward her with blinding speed. She hastily sidestepped, narrowly evading injury. Yet the fabric of her crimson attire was still torn with a sharp sound. Simultaneously, a resounding thud echoed as Chen Qingxuan delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. Bravo! Our elder brother is magnificent. Both Jin Ri and Long Outyin shouted in unison, supporting each other as they witnessed Chen Qingxuan rip through the red maid's clothing and send her sprawling. Their excitement was palpable, for it was utterly cathartic. Whoosh! Bang! Before the airborne red maid could utter a curse at Chen Qingxuan for his reckless behavior, she felt a tremendous impact on her back. The panlong spear, striking down like a bolt of golden lightning, forced her to scream in agony as she plummeted toward the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, shaking the earth itself. The red maid descended like a meteor, creating a deep crater upon impact, sending dust and debris swirling into the atmosphere. Ha 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 ha! Long Outyin exclaimed, overcome with exhilaration, mimicking a wolf's cry. In his excitement, he was struck by a fit of coughing. Take it easy. Don't let your joy lead to your demise. Jin chided with a smile. Yet, how utterly satisfying. As the dust settled, the red maid lay at the bottom of the crater, gazing up at Chen Qingxuan, who stood tall at the edge with his golden spear in hand, his demeanor cold and unyielding. You truly dared to injure me? She exclaimed after regaining her composure. Did I injure you? Chen Qingxuan replied icily. I have long found you disagreeable. A mere maid, acting as if you were Yangxi. You have gone too far, daring to harm my brother in my absence. Had it not been for Yangxi's sake, you would already be dead. Depart. Should you encounter me again, be courteous. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time we meet. He paused momentarily. Moreover, I have successfully refined the top-tier innate pill. If Yangxi desires it, let her come personally. Do not send another arrogant maid. I do not serve. Chapter 91. A Leaf Junior Brother Qingxuan. Jin Ri and Long Outyin approached Chen Qingxuan. Jin Ri sighed, fortuitously. You emerged just in time. Otherwise, Outyin and I would have faced peril today. Indeed, our elder brother is formidable. Long Outyin exclaimed, his excitement unabated. Witnessing his brother strike the red maid had been immensely gratifying. Jin Ri frowned at Long Outyin, saying, Outyin, you truly ought to be more cautious. Provoking her could lead to our demise, yet you choose to escalate the situation. At this, Jin Ri shook his head in disbelief. Long Outyin, defiantly puffing out his chest, replied indignantly, who told her to arrive declaring that elder brother was worthless. That haughty attitude has always irked me. Jin Ri could only respond with a derisive snort. At a loss for words, Chen Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly. He found Long Outyin's approach to be unwise. However, he also believed that sometimes, as a cultivator, one must possess a certain defiance. Otherwise, if one were to fear everything and tremble at every challenge, they would ultimately achieve little strength. Here are some healing elixirs that I previously concocted. You too should take them, and then channel your energy to aid in your recovery. Chen Qingxuan produced the exquisite healing elixir he had previously concocted in the frontline city and presented it to Jin Ri and Long Outyin. Long Outyin gazed at the intricate patterns adorning the pill, his mouth slightly agape. Although he was aware that his elder brother was a master alchemist of the highest caliber, witnessing the emergence of such a superior elixir still left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Goodness, my brother truly is a master alchemist. Long Outyen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Jean Ri, on the other hand, remained relatively composed. Not only had he witnessed Chen Qingxuan produce top-tier elixirs, but he had also observed him in the act of crafting them. Nevertheless, he couldn't restrain his awe. Qingxuan, I recall our first encounter when you were still not yet at the Divine Sea realm. At that time, you were even subject to taunts from your peers in the outer sect. How swiftly time has passed, and your cultivation has now surpassed mine. Moreover, judging by your formidable combat prowess, you must now hold a prominent position among the talented disciples of the inner sect of the Asking Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Long Outyen was equally astonished. He had inquired about Chen Qingxuan's past and was aware of his circumstances in the outer sect. After conversing for a while longer, Jean Ri and Long Outyen returned to their respective quarters to consume the exquisite healing elixir and recuperate from their internal injuries. Meanwhile, Chen Qingxuan promptly retreated to his chamber, sitting cross-legged on the bed as his consciousness delved into the inner realm of his body. Earlier, he had sensed a disturbance with the ancient Bodhi tree within him, which had acquired an item. He had yet to thoroughly investigate it when he became aware of a commotion outside, leading to the earlier incident with the blushing maidservant. Chen Qingxuan's consciousness once again entered a realm where he produced a leaf. It shimmered with a golden hue, resembling a delicate sheet of gold foil. The leaf was gourd-shaped, having fallen from the ancient Bodhi tree. Following the recent extraordinary upheaval, it was this very leaf that had descended into his grasp. In that moment, Chen Qingxuan held the resplendent Bodhi leaf in his hand, scrutinizing it with great care. He examined it from every angle, front, back, above, and below. He turned it over from side to side, yet found no anomalies. Only upon closer inspection did he notice, beneath the golden sheen, peculiar runes intricately woven into its surface, as if they had been meticulously engraved. Chen Qingxuan had encountered runes before, yet he had never beheld the runes inscribed upon the leaves of this ancient Bodhi tree. He gazed intently at the symbols for quite some time, yet discerned no clues. The recent upheaval that had nearly shaken the very foundations of the world, was it truly merely to cause this single leaf to fall? Chen Qingxuan gazed at the resplendent golden leaf in his hand, then lifted his eyes to the shimmering gourd-shaped leaves adorning the tree, a wave of curiosity washing over him. What purpose could this leaf serve? His knowledge of the ancient Bodhi tree was rather limited. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to inquire with the sect leader. At Luoyue Peak, a sense of concern arose within Chu Yunxi as she noticed her crimson attendant had yet to return with a report. Approaching her, she soon realized the attendant bore significant injuries. After a moment of contemplation, the attendant softly confessed, "It was Chen Qingxuan who injured me." Taken aback by this revelation, Chu Yunxi was well aware of the combat prowess of her two attendants and knew that Chen Qingxuan had only recently reached the initial stage of the condensation core realm. A frown creased her brow as she pondered. "He was capable of harming you?" The attendant, a look of reluctance on her face, replied, "Miss. Chen Qingxuan is currently at the mid-stage of the condensation core realm, and his combat strength far exceeds his level. However, it was also due to my momentary lapse in concentration during our confrontation that he seized the opportunity to wound me. This was not merely a feeble excuse born from regret. It was indeed the truth. Yet, unbeknownst to her, had she not been so careless, the outcome might have been merely a slower and less decisive defeat, rather than her belief that she would not lose to Chen Qingxuan. Given Chen Qingxuan's exceptional combat strength and divine abilities that surpassed his realm, should a life-and-death struggle ensue, he certainly possessed the capability to vanquish the attendant. Chu Yunxi's surprise was evident. She recalled that when Chen Qingxuan returned, he was merely at the initial stage of the condensation core realm, and now, just a few days later, he had achieved the mid-stage. Such a rapid advancement. A complex mix of emotions stirred within her. Nevertheless, she contemplated that this might be a consequence of Chen Qingxuan's relentless pursuit of progress at the expense of prudence, which was far from ideal. She resolved to remind him at the earliest opportunity. Her irritation simmered as she turned her attention back to the crimson attendant. What prompted Chen Qingxuan to strike you? She understood Chen Qingxuan's character. He typically did not instigate trouble. The attendant, upon hearing her inquiry, pondered for a moment before recounting the events with honesty, recognizing that such matters could not be concealed. After some time, upon hearing the full account, Chu Yunxi's expression darkened. While she had perhaps been somewhat aloof toward Chen Qingxuan, she was not as haughty and dismissive as her attendant had been. Recognizing her own attendant's shortcomings, the attendant lowered her head, unable to meet her mistress's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yunxi coldly declared, "From now on, you need not seek out Chen Qingxuan again." With those words, she turned and soared away toward Phoenix Peak. The attendant watched her mistress's retreating figure, a sense of loss and regret enveloping her. Clearly, she had provoked her mistress's ire. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "It is all that Chen Qingxuan's fault for causing me to upset the mistress." Chapter 92. A reunion with Chu Yunxi after considering the attendant's words. Chu Yunxi felt compelled to seek out Chen Qingxuan personally. Firstly, she had not anticipated that he was, in fact, an exceptional alchemist. This revelation could potentially elevate her family's perception of him, possibly reducing the obstacles in her relationship with him. Secondly, it was imperative to remind Chen Qingxuan that he should not prioritize rapid advancement at the expense of careful cultivation. Before long, Chu Yunxi found herself hovering above Phoenix Peak. Before she even descended, Chen Qingxuan had already sensed her presence, rising from the chair in the garden pavilion. He looked up to see a figure clad in white gracefully descending, following the elegant silhouette with his gaze. He finally met her at eye level as Chu Yunxi landed before him. Draped in a flowing white gown, adorned with floral accents, her long hair danced with the wind, accentuating her slender waist with a delicate sash. Radiating an ethereal charm, she embodied a celestial beauty, despite her aloof demeanor and less than pleasant attitude toward him. Chen Qingxuan could not deny that Chu Sheng was truly captivating, a beauty imbued with an otherworldly grace. This was their first encounter since he had awakened in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and now they stood in such close proximity. The fragrance emanating from Chu Yunxi wafted through the air, enchanting him further. Chen Qingxuan took a gentle breath, and immediately felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He gazed quietly at Chu Yunxi, realizing that he no longer harbored the sense of reverence he had felt when he first encountered her at the outer sect. At this moment, aside from being astonished by Chu Yunxi's beauty, he felt no shock whatsoever, nor did he perceive her as the sacred maiden of the sect. The eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the most formidable forces among the 9 saints of the immortal realm. Instead, he felt a profound sense of certainty and confidence within himself. Recognizing the significant shift in his mindset, Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Is this transformation in perspective brought about by strength and potential? Indeed, strength is the true path to supremacy. Chu Yunxi was also observing Chen Qingxuan closely, acutely aware of the tremendous change that had occurred within him. It was not that his appearance had altered, but rather the aura he exuded. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan radiated an air of composure and confidence that was previously absent. Seeing this, Chu Yunxi felt a sense of joy and reassurance. However, while confidence is commendable, one must be cautious not to become overly self-assured. Chu Yunxi's tone remained as frosty as ever. In the face of the Chu family, your strength is still far too lacking. Chen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that the Holy Maiden of Chu might offer him a word of praise or two. However, to his surprise, her opening words felt like a splash of cold water. This was indeed characteristic of the Holy Maiden of Chu. Despite this, Chen Qingxuan did not harbor much disappointment in his heart. Praise? In truth, he had grown indifferent to it. After enduring 3 arduous years in the outer sect and facing trials in the inner sect over the past few months, Chen Qingxuan understood all too well that only one's own strength serves as the true foundation for survival. The Chu family, being one of the 9 saints, was undoubtedly formidable, but to him now, they felt as insurmountable as a towering mountain. Chen Qingxuan softly spoke.